Hello everyone, like, subscribe and share Tree Fanfiction audiobook channel for next part. Chapter 98. The Ladder. Gojo Ming's answer was very firm. The Zanpakuto he forged for Zenin was more of an icing on the cake. Even without Huaishan Quang, Zenin's Hibiran and Zenin Fan would not be Zenin Shire's opponent. Oh? Why? Ming, why are you so sure? There was also a trace of curiosity on the wrinkled face of the old man. Gojo Ming seemed to have been very fond of Zenin from the beginning, and the first time he drew his sword to fight was also because of Zenin. What on earth influenced Gojo Ming to make such a decision? Facing the family leader's request for advice, Gojo Ming did not hide it and directly revealed the secret of heavenly restriction. Jin'er's heavenly restriction is the most extreme kind. The completely zero spell power brings natural resistance to the spell power, as well as the physical strength of being at the pinnacle of human beings. You can be considered the most powerful human being at present. Gojo Ming came to the conclusion that at least as a person, Zenin has achieved the ultimate. A flash of understanding flashed in the old man's eyes. So, Naru, your heavenly restriction. Me? My physical strength will also stand at the top of mankind in the future. Gojo Ming's words made the smile on the old man's face grow stronger. Ming, I believe you. You have already given me enough surprises. The future Gojo family will be left to you and Satoru, so I can rest assured. The old man stopped asking any more questions about Zenin. He was originally very envious of such a person, but now that he knows that Gojo Ming has the same body, he is relieved. If Zenin sure is really allowed to join the Gojo family, it will cause more turmoil in the family. Both the Zenin family and the Gojo family should be dissatisfied. So, Naru, why did you and Satoru come to me together? Master, I want to apply for some cursed tools. Gojo Ming responded promptly. Cursed tool? The old man's eyes lit up. Are you planning to continue forging Zanpakuto? Gojo Ming nodded, but this time the Zanpakuto is a little special, so I need help from adults. It's okay, it's okay. If you need anything, just go to Jiku and get it yourself. I will give you permission. The old man felt a little embarrassed when he saw Gojo Ming working so hard. The person in front of me is just a 6-year-old child, not an old scalper, not an adult. He originally thought that Gojo Ming would take a short rest after forging, but he never thought that the next time he started the furnace would be so fast. Sir, what I want is not available in Jiku. Gojo Ming shrugged. If Gojo had these in his family's treasure house, he would have taken them out long ago. Why do he still need to come here to ask the old man for help? The old man's expression froze and he laughed twice. We don't have what you need in our library. Gojo Ming nodded. Our Gojo family's inventory is quite large, but many things are missing. Previously, the materials for Senbonzakura and Huaishan Quang all came from the Zenin family's inventory. Sir, the Gojo family has not done a good job in this regard. Gojo Ming looked like he hated the Gojo family for not fighting. If there were enough materials in the library, he might have created a batch of Zanpakuto and cultivated a bunch of experience packs, right? When you get the Ryoken Wakatsu by yourself, you must go on a Zanpakuto sale and use all the special materials in Gojo's family library to forge the sword. It is true that our family does not attach as much importance to cursed tool as the Kimo family and the Zenin family. The old man nodded and coughed. Then tell me, Ming, what kind of materials do you need? I can help you get some. I've been rambling here and there, but the ultimate goal is this sentence. Fire-type cursed tool. The higher the quality, the better. In the evening, the forge was opened again. With the impact of this period of time, many Gojo family members have discovered a pattern. The opening of the forge furnace means that a Zanpakuto will be born. Master Ming is really very productive. Master Ming forged 4 such special Zanpakuto cursed tools in just 2 months. I wonder who is Master Ming forging this time. You can't forge it for others anyway. You can never give a sacred object like the Zanpakuto to someone from another family again. This Zanpakuto was forged by Master Ming. He should have his own right to dispose of it, right? Master Ming is first a member of the Gojo family, and then he becomes an independent individual. After leaving the family, the individual will lose its nutrients. But isn't it true that Zenin has left the Zenin family? Master Ming can't leak the Zanpakuto anymore anyway. In the Gojo family mansion, similar conversations occur one after another. In the hearts of almost everyone in the Gojo family, Gojo Ming has become an indispensable presence for the entire family. Gojo's ultimate spirit Ryu Dojo. Many Gyulyu disciples subconsciously looked in the direction of the forging house. Although it was remote, it had become a place that every Gyulyu disciple longed for. Every Kyokushin Ryu disciple has this fantasy in his heart. Suddenly one day, he can be called to the door of the forging house, and Master Gojo Ming gives them a Zanpakuto. "Grandpa, are you going to let it go like this?" Gojo Suanyi looked at Gojo Xiongyan and didn't understand why his grandfather was not as clear-cut as before after becoming the acting representative. The theoretical basis of their faction is the twin curse. Now, Gojo Ming has begun to be deluded from the curse theory. In this case, their faction will lose the meaning of existence. Gojo Xiongyan touched his chin, looked at the forging house from a distance, and recalled the scene when he was surrounded by Senbonzakura. The wonders of cherry blossoms in winter, Xuan Yi, do you still remember? Gojo Suanyi nodded doubtfully. I believe that every Gojo family member who has seen the scene that happened not long ago will never forget it. Grandpa, are you talking about Master Satoru's Senbonzakura? Every time Senbonzakura is mentioned, Gojo will be shocked from the bottom of his heart. The sight of thousands of petals flying in the sky completely subverts his understanding of Zanpakuto. Xuan Yi, remember. At any time, strength is the backing of everything. For the weak, the family is your backing. However, for the strong, the family may often be more of a hindrance. I'm looking forward to it. What kind of scene will Gojo Ming prepare for all the audiences next? Gojo Suanyi seemed to understand, but he could clearly sense that his grandfather, the most staunch adherent of the Gemini curse sect, had wavered in his position. Chapter 99. Are you ready to start forging so soon? After Zenin learned that Gojo Ming was going to forge the Zanpakuto again, he immediately put down his work at the master house. Can your body handle it now? Zenin remembered that Gojo Ming had rested for a few days between forging Senbonzakura and Huaishan Kuangwu. Now, Gojo Ming was preparing to continuously forge Zanpakuto, which he did not expect. Looking at Zenin's indifferent expression and listening to Zenin's caring words, Gojo Ming felt that the man in front of him was really in contrast, but Zenin's performance also showed his importance in his heart. However, the matter of flowing blade Ruohuo must also be put on the agenda. This Zanpakuto is extremely difficult to forge. I'm just going to give it a try. However, the probability of failure is also very high. Gojo Ming weighed the materials in his hands and felt uncertain. After communicating with the owner today, the corresponding cursed tool was delivered in the afternoon. Although there are very few fire-type cursed tools, the Gojo family is still one of the big three sorcerer families and has its own path. But I don't know why, when Gojo Ming looks at these cursed tools in front of him, he always feels uncomfortable. Therefore, when the furnace was opened this time, he himself did not know what the result would be. Then why don't you take some rest? Gojo Shunichi on the side also added with concern. He already knew from the exchange with Gojo Satoru that this Zanpakuto was prepared for him by Gojo Ming. Therefore, he also hopes that Gojo Ming can forge a Zanpakuto that is shocking enough. Can't rest. Gojo Ming shook his head. Taking advantage of the current energy, he might still have a slight chance of successful forging. If he really rested, then the chance of forging a Ryokan Ruohuo based on these materials would be almost non-existent. Okay, let's get started. Gojo Satoru didn't make any move to persuade. He knew that Gojo Ming had his own reasons for doing this. All he had to do was believe it. As the clanging sound sounded, the hearts of the entire Gojo family were filled with anticipation. With the Gojo family as the center, the entire Jujutsu world is also affected. Zenin home. The two brothers, Naoki and Shangi, looked at each other and shook their heads silently. If Gojo Naru was really so productive, they really felt that there would be no need to compete with the Gojo family in the future. Iiri family. Shoko, you didn't catch up this time. Next time, you must watch the sword forging next to Gojo Ming. Iiri Inamitsu became furious when she saw her daughter stuffing herself with snacks to look like a little hamster. But when I think about it, it does have something to do with me. If I don't relent today and send Shoko directly, Gojo Ming may be able to remember more clearly that he wants to forge a Zanpakuto for Shoko. What's so interesting about forging? It's so boring. Iiri Shoko was eating potato chips while chatting with Iiri Inimitsu about the scene of Gojo Naru's forging. She never understood why Gojo Satoru, Zenin, and Gojo Shinyi could concentrate on watching Gojo hammer for an hour. Can anyone interpret it? Do men really like watching forged weapons? Iiri Inamitsu sighed. What does a little girl like you know about the happiness between men? Hurry up and let Gojo Ming remember the promise he made to you. Kimo home. Gojo Naru, this little brat, turned on the furnace again in such a short time? How is that possible? Kimo's expression changed. He is still planning when to visit Zenin's house to learn about the situation of the burning phase. Unexpectedly, it has only been a while since Gojo Ming turned on the stove again. According to the previous two openings, Senbonzakura and Huashan Kuang were born respectively. So what about this time? Will it be such a powerful cursed tool again? Thinking of this, Kimo was really filled with anxiety. If this continued, he really didn't know how to maintain his position in the association. It will definitely fail this time. Kimo really had such an idea in his heart. But the next second, Kimo himself didn't believe it. After all, Gojo Ming's record of forging Ching Chong, Senbonzakura and Huashan Kuang was too impressive. This has led most people to believe that Gojo Ming's technology in forging Zanpakuto has reached perfection. Despite what he said, Gojo Ming will fail in forging this time. However, Kimo really still recognized Gojo Ming's authority in forging the Zanpakuto. And in another corner of the Jujutsu world, a handsome and sassy-looking woman was sitting at the conference table, her face full of contemplation. Kairi, we must not allow things like the Zanpakuto to continue to strengthen the power of Jujutsu masters. Since the birth of Gojo's Six Eyes, the intensity of curse in the entire world has also increased. We began to hibernate according to the prophecy, but if this continues, where is the soil for us curse users to survive in this world? A middle-aged man's face was full of dissatisfaction, and the cassock he wore showed his identity as a monk. This man's name is Akazawa Shisaku, one of the top executives of the curse user group. This time, it was a small curse user meeting. However, all the people who can attend are senior executives of curse user. The entire conference is actually analogous to the Jujutsu Masters Association in the Jujutsu world. However, the number of curse users is far less than that of Jujutsu Masters, which makes the entire association look small. Everyone else in the round table meeting also followed Akazawa Shisaku's gaze and looked at the woman named Kairi. The woman's expression was still very calm, and a faint smile appeared on her thoughtful face. Zanpakuto? I've heard about this thing recently. It seems to be a cursed tool that can use spells. It just appeared this year, right? Kairi nodded, glanced around, and continued. I will learn about this matter. You can continue to hibernate and develop your strength. After all, the power of the Gojo family is not something you can resist. Furthermore, isn't this the purpose of your impromptu meeting? To let me help you find out the reality of the Zanpakuto. The corners of Kairi's mouth raised slightly, giving her a playful smile. After she finished speaking, everyone else around smiled awkwardly. This is indeed their purpose, but as long as everyone maintains a tacit understanding, it will be fine. It's not that they are cowards, but the Gojo family, one of the big three sorcerer families, is indeed strong enough. Only the woman in front of them has the ability to complete this task. After all, when this woman named Kairi broke into the meeting, she directly defeated all their curse users. At present, the entire curse user association can say that the strongest curse user is the woman in front of them. Seeing that everyone was silent, Kairi also felt very bored. She stood up, looked around, and turned to leave. The moment he turned his head, a faint suture line was exposed under the scattered bangs. The name of the woman in front of me is pronounced Kairi, but it is actually written Chapter 100. At night, the moon was high in the sky, but many members of the Gojo family had not yet fallen asleep. They were still paying attention to the situation in the forging house, for fear of missing the scene of the successful forging of the Zanpakuto after falling asleep. Similarly, Gojo Ming's forging also affects the hearts of other forces. However, at the same time, in the forging room, Gojo Ming's expression was very helpless. The forging time this time was extremely long. One of the two fire-type cursed tools that the family owner found for him had failed to be forged. At this time, Gojo Ming was making his second attempt. Clang! With the final blow of the hammer, Gojo Ming put down the blade in his hand and sighed. The forging was not successful. As Gojo Ming said these words, everyone's faces were very shocked. As outsiders, they have obviously felt the sharpness and heat in this sword embryo. According to the previous situation, it should be a matter of course for the Zanpakuto to take shape, right? This scene is different from Gojo Ming's failed attempts for a month. At that time, Gojo Ming had not yet figured out the way, and was more trying. But this time, everything went normally, but it was just one step short in the end. Seeing the regret on everyone's faces, Gojo Ming smiled. Maybe the Zanpakuto I want to forge is too powerful, so it's natural that I don't want it to be forged so easily. Gojo Ming, who failed to forge, comforted Gojo Satoru and others. Is it because of the problem with these cursed tool materials? As a blacksmith master, Gojo Zui immediately noticed the strangeness of the whole process. When Gojo Ming was hammering the blade, the closer he got to the end, the less he dared to strike, as if he was worried that the next strike would destroy the material. Obviously, the quality of these two cursed tools used as materials is too low. Although they have the characteristics of fire system, they are still not enough to serve as the carrier of Gojo Ming's Zanpakuto. Isn't level 2 cursed tool okay? Then to forge this Zanpakuto, you also need level 1 cursed tool. Gojo Satoru's words silenced everyone present. They are not new to cursed tools, so they naturally know how rare the fire-type cursed tools are. These two second-level cursed tools were probably obtained by the Gojo family head through connections. If this is really the case, then it may take some time for this Zanpakuto to be released. Let's break up, let's break up. We're tired today. Let's take a good rest. We'll talk about it later. Gojo Ming waved everyone away. The flames in the forge were completely extinguished and silence fell. I'm afraid there is still some gap between what Satoru said. To truly forge the Ryokan Ruoho, I'm afraid a special grade cursed tool is needed to complete it. However, I have never heard of cursed tool of this level. However, don't be anxious, just look for it slowly. Since the Zanpakuto path is temporarily impassable, let's break through Haku first. Looking at the nearly full experience bar in his system, Gojo Ming nodded with satisfaction. Recently, the Gojo Satoru experience pack has been very practical and saved a lot of time. I feel like in a few days, I should be able to complete my vein breakthrough and start learning Shunpo. Just like that, Gojo Ming fell asleep with anticipation. While he was sleeping, the entire Gojo family and the entire Jujutsu world were once again engulfed in all kinds of comments. Master Ming's fire went out? But the Zanpakuto's vision appeared. Did it fail? It's impossible. There is a problem with the forging. Someone just asked about it. Master Ming gave up forging today. This must not be Master Ming's problem, there must be something wrong with other aspects. Perhaps, this is God warning Master Ming not to hand over his Zanpakuto to others at will. Our Gojo family is the truly chosen family. Zenin home. Zenin fan and Zenin people breathed a sigh of relief at the same time after hearing the news of Gojo Ming's forging failure. If Gojo Ming can really forge a Zanpakuto so quickly, then the pressure on the Zenin family will be even greater. Zhibi people, what do you say to Zenin? Are you willing to come back? It's difficult. Sheer has had his own opinions since he was a child, otherwise he wouldn't have concealed his strength for so long. Thinking of the previous experience of being instantly killed by Zenin, both Zenin and Zenin were a little hard to face. Although there is no necessary connection between Zenin and Gojo Ming, they were still relieved to see Gojo Ming make a mistake. At this point, the Zenin family can only entertain themselves here. Kimo home. Gojo Ming Ziogui's forging failed. Hearing the news, Kimo really blew his beard, his eyes filled with excitement. As long as Gojo Naru is not always successful, then he is not invincible and will have weaknesses. Kimo can really imagine that if Gojo Ming fails again in the future, how high he was praised at the beginning will be how hard he will fall in the future. Perhaps, this is the reason why Gojo Ming fell from a high place. He forged so many Zanpakuto by himself, which is beyond common sense. Kimo really slowly calmed down. Since Gojo Ming's forging failed, he can just wait and see what happens. However, Gojo Ming was not killed by the fire phase, which was somewhat beyond Kimo's expectation. If this continues, he won't be able to delay Gojo's voice proposal. Going to Gojo's house has become a real necessity for Kimo. Whether it's to recycle the burnt phase, or to check whether Gojo Ming meets the criteria for promotion. Grandpa, Gojo Ming's forging failed this time. After this news, Gojo Swanyi congratulated Gojo Xiongyan. As long as Gojo Ming's forging failed, then Gojo Xiongyan's pressure should not be so great. Ever since Gojo Ming forged Senbonzakura for Gojo Satoru, many clan members have been putting pressure on their grandfather. Now, it is rare to see Gojo Ming frustrated, but Gojo Swanyi's mood is much more exciting. Xian Yi. Gojo Xiongyan's deep voice sounded. If Gojo Naruto continues to fail, this will be the biggest loss to the Gojo family. He won't give up so easily. The head of the family has a right saying, the future of the Gojo family lies with Gojo Ming and Gojo Satoru. Gojo looked at his grandfather in shock. Such words would have no shocking effect from anyone. However, when these words were spoken from the mouth of Gojo Xiongyan, the leader of the Gemini Curse sect and the modern leader of the Gojo family, the implications were too great. And when many big families were talking about it. In the remote Yajayu family mansion, Yajayu Hidasuji invited an ancient scroll from the ancestral hall. Yajayu Yuzuki nodded slightly, Yajayu Zaman looked serious. This is the Tsuki no Sho that records the entire history of Yajayu Shinin Ryu Kendo techniques. On the night when Gojo Ming's forging failed, the Yajayu family made the decision to trade the Tsuki no Sho with Gojo Ming for a Zanpakuto. Chapter 101. Early in the morning, Gojo Ming did not wake up naturally, but was woken up by Gojo Shinyi. Uncle Shun, you are already a first-level Jujutsu master after all. Why are you still responsible for wake-up calls? Gojo Ming rubbed his eyes. It was not a good feeling to be woken up suddenly in the middle of sleep. Master Ming, please get up and wash up quickly. Someone from the Yajayu family is visiting. There was a hint of excitement in Gojo Shinyi's tone, which Gojo Ming couldn't understand. He really didn't understand what the relationship between the Yajayu family and his ability to sleep in was. Why is Gojo so excited? Could it be said that he and Gojo Satoru still need to receive visitors from the Yajayu family? Isn't it necessary? Seeing that Gojo Naru was motionless, Gojo Shunichi directly told the purpose of visiting the Yajayu family. Tsuki no Samo? What is this? Are you going to exchange a Zanpakuto? Why should I do this? Gojo Ming's words immediately extinguished Gojo Shunichi's excitement about the Yajayu family's Tsuki no Sho. Gojo fell into awkward silence for a moment. But that is the Tsuki no Sho, the original classic of Yajayu Jubei, and I heard that all the masters of the Yajayu family have been able to understand different things from it. Master Ming, you are so talented in swordsmanship, aren't you curious? After a moment of silence, Gojo explained the rarity of Tsuki no Samo in pale words. However, this still did not arouse Gojo Ming's interest at all. No wonder Gojo Ming looked hopeless at this time. After all, he had just woken up, and the only thing that could arouse Gojo Ming's interest now was the fire-type cursed tool material that he had been asking for. Master Naru, the Yajayu family attaches great importance to this visit. The head of the Yajayu family, Yuzuki Yajayu, the Kendo master of the Yajayu family, Zaman Yajayu, and the first-level Jujutsu master of the Yajayu family, Shuji Yajayu, all came to visit you. You can't explain it if you don't come forward, right? Gojo Shunichi finally decided to bring Gojo Ming to the scene. Whether the copy of the moon has any effect on Gojo Ming has to be seen by Gojo Ming. Finally, under Gojo Shinyi's strong request, Gojo Ming had no choice but to get up, wash up, get dressed, and yawned into Gojo's Gyuryu dojo. Because this time it was just a private visit to the Yajayu family, unlike the previous fight, so there were only high-level officials from the two clans in the dojo. 3 people came to the Yajayu family, and the Gojo family was hosted by the current acting Gojo Seongyan. Gojo Satoru originally did not have to attend this meeting, but after he heard that the Yajayu family was specially planning to visit Gojo Ming, he volunteered to attend. Therefore, the Gojo family has a 4-on-3 situation with the 2 brothers Gojo Seongyan, Gojo Shinyi, and Wu Ming. Master Yajayu, since Gojo Ming has arrived, our courtesy has been fulfilled. The next step is the transaction between you and Gojo Ming. We will not participate much and will only be spectators. Gojo Seongyan didn't have the slightest idea of overshadowing the guest and directly gave the stage to the Yajayu family and Gojo Ming. Gojo Satoru wanted to say something, but was temporarily interrupted by Shunichi tapping him twice. By the time Gojo Satoru came to his senses, Gojo Ming had already started talking to the head of the Yajayu family. To be honest, I'm not very interested in Tsuki no Sho, and Zanpakuto is not just forged. Gojo Naru wanted to refuse, but Yajayu Shuji simply knelt on the ground, raised the Tsuki no Sama above his head, and asked Gojo Naru to accept it. Next to him, Yajayu Yuzuki and Yajayu Zaman lowered their heads silently, hoping that Gojo Ming would accept it. I'm really not that interested in kendo cliques. It's hard to refuse such hospitality. Facing this scene, Gojo Naru realized that it seemed that unless he picked up this Tsuki no Samo, Yajayu Shuji would not put down his raised hand. So, out of politeness, he picked up the ancient scroll. Just pick it up and unfold it. Gojo Ming glanced at it casually, thinking about what use an old antique could be used for. However, to Gojo Ming's surprise, the moment he glanced over, the sound of the system suddenly sounded in his mind. Swordsmanship Classics detected, host reads and learns, Swordsmanship Experience plus 200. Gojo Ming raised his eyebrows, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He was originally passive in business, but he never expected that there would be an unexpected surprise when he got the book in his hands. On the other side, seeing Gojo Ming's reluctance to take over Moon no Sho, Yuzuki Yajayu and the other 3 have always been unsure. They had previously worried about whether Gojo Ming was really interested in kendo. Now, seeing Gojo Ming reading Tsuki no Samo seriously, the 3 of them finally felt relieved. While Gojo Ming was reading, everyone held their breath and did not dare to make any noise to disturb Gojo Ming. After a long time, the system beeps in Gojo Ming's mind finally stopped, and he let out a long breath. An unexpected surprise, an unexpected surprise. After reading Moon no Samo, Gojo Ming gained a total of 3,000 points of kendo experience. Although there is currently no so-called experience bar for kendo experience, Gojo Ming still feels that his kendo has improved. This is not a kind of talk on paper, but a kind of understanding. Who are you planning to forge your Zanpakuto for? Gojo Ming closed his eyes, flashing the moves mentioned in Moon number 1 in his mind, and asked in a deep voice. Gojo's voice fell for a few seconds, and the entire dojo remained quiet. Then, a trace of ecstasy appeared on Yajayu Yuzuki's face. Gojo Ming's words like this meant that Gojo Ming agreed to forge a Zanpakuto for the Yajayu family. Naru-kun. Zaman, the Yajayu clan wants you to build a Zanpakuto for Zaman. Yajayu Yuzuki suppressed his excitement and said Zaman's name. Gojo Naru opened his eyes, glanced at Zaman, and nodded. Although he didn't want the Yajayu family to get involved with the Zanpakuto at the beginning, since he used other people's things and got benefits, he naturally had to reciprocate. Moreover, as a kendo master, Yajayu Zaman is worthy of the status of Zanpakuto. Thinking of Shinin Ryu's water-like sword moves, images of Zanpakuto appeared in Gojo Ming's mind. I understand. Leave the Tsuki no Samo here. Come and get the Zanpakuto tomorrow. After saying that, Gojo Ming took the moon book and turned around to leave. Everyone in the dojo was left looking at each other in shock. Satoru, help me go to the Jiku to get a cursed tool, that one. After the two Six Eyes gods of the Gojo family left, Gojo Xiongyan stood up and apologized. Although the Yajiu family had something to ask for, Gojo Ming's attitude was really a bit casual. I am so sorry. Chapter 102. Just as Gojo Xiongyan spoke, he was interrupted by Yajiu Yuzuk. Thank you to Xiongyan for your help. With Mingjun and Wujun here, the Gojo family will definitely be more brilliant in the future. Zaman, from now on we Yajiu Shinin Ryu and Gojo Kyokushin Ryu will be brother schools. When you have a Zanpakuto, please remember the help Narukun and the Gojo family have given us. Yajiu Zaman lowered his head suddenly to express his understanding. He was looking forward to the Zanpakuto that Gojo Ming forged for him. Others were waiting and watching, thinking that Gojo Ming would be frustrated, but the Yajiu family was so decisive. It's better to provide help in times of need than to add icing on the cake. Seeing that the emotions of the three Yajiu were so high and they didn't feel neglected at all, Gojo Xiongyan realized the importance of the Zanpakuto to the Yajiu family. For people who cannot use Jujutsu, the Zanpakuto is equivalent to an external magic organ, which is equivalent to turning an ordinary person into a Jujutsu master. The Kendo master in front of me who will be ignored by other Jujutsu masters, after possessing the Zanpakuto, I am afraid that he will be at the forefront of the Jujutsu master level, right? Gojo Xiongyan shook his head. No matter what, this is good for the Gojo family. Ming, you just started the forging yesterday. If you don't take a break today, are you going to forge directly for the Yajiu family? Gojo Satoru's eyes were full of concern. In his opinion, the two consecutive forging failures yesterday must have dealt a big blow to Gojo Ming. Therefore, he still hopes that Gojo Ming will not be so anxious and take a good rest in order to better forge the sword. Feeling Gojo Satoru's care, Gojo Ming felt warm in his heart, but he was not as fragile as Gojo Satoru imagined. Forging Zanpakuto for Yajiu Zaman was also to maintain his own skill in forging. If his body really couldn't bear it, he wouldn't force it for a Yajiu family. The most important thing is that moon number 1 indeed brings me a new way to absorb experience. Forging a Zanpakuto for the Yajiu family can be regarded as a reward for the Yajiu family's behavior. It's okay. Satoru, go and help me find the cursed tool first. As for the forging failure, haven't we experienced enough before? It won't have any impact. We have already found the reason. As long as we find suitable materials, I will naturally be able to complete the forging of the Zanpakuto. Seeing Gojo Naru's confident expression again, Gojo Satoru immediately felt relieved. However, this material problem is still a big problem. Satoru made up his mind to communicate well with the head of the family and help Gojo Ming find that cursed tool, no matter how rare it was. He could feel that Gojo Ming valued this Zanpakuto more than Sode Shirayuki. He also had a kind of expectation in his heart, what kind of style the Zanpakuto would have that even Gojo Naru, the swordsmith, treated him like this. Okay, Ming, I'll get you the cursed tool. After saying that, Gojo Satoru disappeared from Gojo Ming's eyes, and Gojo Ming walked slowly and leisurely towards the forge house while holding the moon no 1. Moon number 1 is really good stuff. The first copy of this month provided me with 3000 points of experience, and there may be more in subsequent readings. What if there are other kendo classics of the same level as Tsuki no Samo? Does this mean I have a more convenient way to gain experience? Although I don't care too much about developing in swordsmanship, things that can improve my strength are always good. Swordsmanship can be improved by reading these classics, so Beidou and Shunpo should also be possible, right? But, what about the ghost path? It is still unclear what the difference is between Kido and Jujutsu in this world. After discovering the hidden functions of the system, Gojo Ming felt much better. Perhaps, if he continues like this, one day he will really become the strongest Shinigami who is proficient in all Zuken and Zuki. The other side. The 3 members of the Yajiu family are on their way home. However, the eyes of the 3 of them were as bright as stars. They had no idea that this exchange would go so smoothly. Although they handed over Yajiu Jubei's classics, they may be forgotten by future generations. However, the three of them all felt that it was not a loss at all to get a Zanpakuto in exchange for Tsuki no Sho. Zaman, from now on, you can also become a Jujutsu master. From now on, the future of the family will really be entrusted to your hands. Yajayu Shusai felt relieved in his heart. As the strongest Jujutsu master in the Yajayu family, he has always been under a lot of pressure. Now that Yajayu Zaman is sharing the pressure with him, his future situation will be much better. Yuzuki Yajayu followed up Haiji Yajayu's words and said, "This Zanpakuto can be regarded as a treasure handed down from generation to generation for Yajayu Shinenryu. Zaman, you must explore hard and record how to use this Zanpakuto. Maybe you can become one in the future." The Jubei of the Yajayu family can also leave a classic book for the Yajayu family that is comparable to the Tsuki no Sho. Both Yajayu Shuji and Yajayu Yuzuki are full of confidence in Gojo Ming's Zanpakuto. Even if this Zanpakuto does not have a technique suitable for Yajayu Zaman, the strength of the weapon alone is enough to support Yajayu Zaman's subsequent improvement in Kendo. After all, the scene where Ching Chong cut off the samurai swords before was still fresh in their memories. Yajayu Zaman suppressed his inner excitement and nodded silently. "Master, Shiaji, I will cherish this opportunity." Being able to become a Jujutsu master has always been Yajayu Zaman's dream. However, unfortunately, he does not have Jujutsu talent and can only focus all his energy on Kendo. He became the youngest Kendo master of the Yajayu family. However, for the declining Yajayu family, the Kendo master could not restore their prestige in the Jujutsu world. Only by giving birth to more and stronger Jujutsu masters can the Yajayu family regain its glory. Originally, he thought that he would only be able to devote all his energy to Kendo in this life. He never thought that he would meet Gojo Ming, a person who could forge a Zanpakuto with techniques. A 6-year-old kid with 6 eyes and no magic powers. Yajayu Zaman believed that this was an opportunity given to him by God. If he doesn't seize this opportunity this time, then he will completely miss the Jujutsu world. He was looking forward to tomorrow's Zanpakuto. Although Gojo Ming didn't say much else, he had such a feeling in Mei. The Zanpakuto forged by Gojo Ming will definitely suit him very well. He believed that this Zanpakuto would definitely make his name Yajayu Zaman firmly engraved in the history of the Jujutsu division. Chapter 103. There seems to be no secrets in the Jujutsu world. The fact that the 3 heroes of the Yajayu family visited the Gojo family in the early morning and delivered the family classic Tsuki no Sho directly shocked the entire Jujutsu world. For the Yajayu family, this kind of thing is no less than the Gojo family giving unlimited magic spells, the Zenin family giving away 10 shadow spells, and the Kimo family giving away red blood manipulation techniques to others. Regardless of whether others can use it or not, giving this secret information to others is shocking enough and shows the courage of the Yajayu family. Is a Zanpakuto really worth such a high price for the Yajayu family? You know, Tsuki no Sho and Kendo are the foundation of the Yajayu family. If the Zanpakuto forged by Gojo Ming cannot achieve the goals of the Yajayu family, then the Yajayu family will lose what they rely on for survival. Even the current family status may not be maintained. Zenin home. The people of Zenin were very touched when they heard the news. The Yajayu family is willing to give up the most precious thing in their family in exchange for a Zanpakuto. But if he wants to cooperate with Gojo Ming, he has to be restrained by others and waste other good situations. Others don't know it, but Zenin people know how terrifying this Zanpakuto technique is. Regardless of the number of spells, just counting Sode Shirayuki's 7 spells is probably enough to overturn a small sorcerer family. Not to mention the Huatian Kuangu in Zenin Shier's hand, which has a shadow magic spell that is very suitable for the Zenin family. I have to say that the Yajayu family is really much more courageous than the Zenin family. Zenin sighed. There may never be such a good opportunity to cooperate with Gojo Ming again. Kimo home. Kimo was really dissatisfied with the Yajayu family's move. In his opinion, the Yajayu family is driving up prices. How can the Zanpakuto forged by Gojo Ming be worthy of the Tsuki no Sho? It's just a cursed tool, a tool used by Jujutsu masters. And the Book of the Moon, a classic that condenses the essence of our ancestors, should be more precious, right? This behavior of the Yajayu family will only make Gojo Naru, the brat, even more proud. After learning the news, other small jujutsu master families began to weigh whether this transaction was worth it. Use the family's most precious tome in exchange for a Zanpakuto. The Yajayu family's deal is being evaluated by the world, and they are all waiting for the reaction after the Yajayu family gets the Zanpakuto. In Gojo's forge house. It's so slow, Satoru. It was just a trip to Jiku. It took you an hour. While Gojo Naru was waiting for Gojo Satoru, he had already read Tsuki no Sama again out of boredom. When he was about to read it for the third time, he finally waited for Gojo Satoru. Gojo Satoru smiled awkwardly and placed a spear-shaped cursed tool next to the forge. During this period of time, after getting the cursed tool, he went to the house owner's room and made another application with the house owner. Under his pleading, the owner agreed to try again to find other high-quality fire-based cursed tools. However, he wasn't going to tell Gojo Ming until he got it. He wanted to give Gojo Ming a surprise. Something has delayed me, Ming. Is this the one? Gojo Ming put the moon number 1 aside, walked to the forging furnace, and opened the furnace again. A rumble sounded from the forging house, and the entire Gojo family realized again that Gojo Ming was starting forging again today. However, this time, no one dared to have too many hopes. After all, 2 consecutive failures last night have made people worried about Gojo Ming's health. Only Gojo was in the flow of his thoughts, while Gojo Xiongyan's expression remained calm. In his opinion, Gojo Ming will definitely succeed this time. He has realized that Gojo Ming never speaks big words. Since Gojo Ming has promised to the Yajayu family, this Zanpakuto will definitely be born. Moreover, just now in the master's room, he also learned from Gojo Satoru the reason why Gojo Ming's forging failed last night. A higher quality fire-type cursed tool. Gojo Xiongyan murmured to himself, with a trace of passion flashing in his eyes. If this transaction satisfies the Yajayu family, he may be able to obtain the cursed tool materials that Gojo Ming wants through the transaction. Although such cursed tools are very rare, he still saw the existence of such cursed tools when he was young. Now, it depends on whether Gojo Ming's chips can impress others. If it is true, as Gojo Satoru said, that Gojo Ming is planning to build an extremely powerful Zanpakuto for himself, then he believes that this transaction should go smoothly. The moment the furnace was turned on, Gojo Shinyi and Gojo Zui rushed to the forging house immediately. They are also looking forward to the cursed tool that Gojo Ming will present next. It's not difficult to forge this Zanpakuto, so you don't have to be so nervous. Oh, Uncle Shun, the moon book is right next to it. Take a look for yourself. There are many things in it that are very good and should be helpful to you. Gojo Ming said casually and started the forging process. He had already decided in his mind which Zanpakuto he was going to forge, so the next step was to ask the sword god to possess him, and then melt the water-type cursed tool on the side into the blade embryo. After an hour of hard work, the flames of the forging furnace went out, the sound of hammers stopped, and the hammer formed in Gojo Ming's hand. The crisp sound of the system sounded in Gojo Naru's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully forging the Zanpakuto Nika. In the Zanpakuto display room, there is another Zanpakuto. Zanpakuto, Sode Shirayuki, Possessor, Gojo Naru, Borrower, None. Zanpakuto, King Mushi, Possessor, Gojo Ming, Borrower, Gojo Shunichi. Zanpakuto, Senbonzakura, Possessor, Gojo Naru, Borrower, Gojo Satoru. Zanpakuto, Nakahana, Possessor, Gojo Ming, Borrower, None. Gojo Ming waved the flower in his hand, and Sode Shirayuki beside him was shaking slightly. These 2 Zanpakutos who had fought before seemed to still have different entanglements even after they came to this world. Gojo Ming put down the flowers and picked up Sode Shirayuki to comfort her gently. The memories in the 2 Zanpakutos are probably all about the battle between Kukaki Rukia and Shiba Kaien, right? Teachers and students, vice-captains and team members, murderers and the murdered. The entanglement between the Lord of Flowers and the Lord of Sode Shirayuki can be considered very complicated. However, in this world, they should be able to get along well, and there is no need to fight with each other like in death. What's the name of this Zanpakuto? Gojo Satoru asked curiously. This time the forging process was a little too smooth. This also made Gojo Satoru confirm again that yesterday's failure was not due to Gojo Ming, but just because of the insufficient quality of the material. Pink flowers. I think it's a Zanpakuto that is suitable for Yagayu's new Yinryu. Chapter 104. The next day, the three masters of Yagayu came to the door again in person and took away the Zanpakuto Kaika. The entire Jujutsu world fell into silence. They only knew that Gojo Ming forged a Zanpakuto again. However, no one knew what technique this Zanpakuto had and whether it was powerful. 3 days later, the Jujutsu Master Association issued a notice that Yagyu-Zaman of the Yagyu family successfully killed 3 first-level cursed spirits and was promoted to the first-level Jujutsu Master. The entire Jujutsu world was shocked. The Yagyu family actually has 2 first-level Jujutsu Masters. Moreover, the newly promoted Yagyu-Zaman was not even a Jujutsu Master before. What's happening here? Everyone realized that the key point of the matter was the Zanpakuto newly obtained by Yagyu-Zaman. At this time, Gojo's house. After Yagyu-Zaman was promoted to the first level of Jujutsu Master, he came to thank him again, accompanied by Yagyu Shuji. It's still Gojo's ultimate dojo, and it's still Gojo Seongyan who's hosting them, but this time the expressions of both parties are much more relaxed than before. Congratulations to Master Zaman for successfully being promoted to the first level of Jujutsu Master. I have to thank Seongyan again for being the matchmaker. The two families are mutually prosperous in business and get along extremely harmoniously. However, Yagyu-Zaman and Yagyu Shuji were constantly murmuring in their hearts. When Yagyu Shuji accompanied Gojo Shunichi to participate in the promotion assessment, Gojo Seongyan's goal seemed to be difficult for Gojo Ming. However, why at this time, Gojo Seongyan, who became the representative, looked nothing like before. During the entire transaction process, Gojo Seongyan also seemed very calm. In that transaction, without Gojo Seongyan's matchmaking to arouse Gojo Shunyi's interest in Tsuki no Samo, I am afraid that Gojo Ming would not even have appeared in that transaction. Yagyu Shuji and Yagyu-Zaman looked at each other, and both lamented the complexity of the big family. However, this has nothing to do with them, as long as it does not affect the development of the Yagyu family. After all, this time, the Yagyu family was the winner of this transaction. Yagyu-Zaman still couldn't believe his appearance and posture after completing the first interpretation. If it weren't for the flowers, he wouldn't have been able to defeat those 3 first-level cursed spirits. Gojo Ming and Gojo Satoru arrived late, but no one at the scene was dissatisfied. The two brothers were each wearing simple sportswear and had just come out of Zenon's training. After these few days of training, Gojo Ming has realized that his free play is about to break through. Next, he only needs an opportunity to activate the instant step function and enter the 3rd stage of killing fists and walking away ghosts. However, Gojo Ming was not in a hurry and just came to see how well the Yagyu family was using the flowers. Previously, he also used Nika's perspective to witness with his own eyes the strength of Yagyu-Zaman, which was indeed on par with Gojo Shunichi. This is a rare opportunity for 2 kendo masters to compete. Facing Gojo Naru's proposal, Yagyu-Zaman and Gojo Shun glanced at each other, with a flash of lightning in their eyes. Yagyu-Zaman is full of resentment for the last defeat. Now that he has the same Zanpakuto as Gojo Shunichi, it is time to clear his name. And Gojo Shunichi also refused to admit defeat. He was not prepared that time before. If Gojo Ming hadn't forged a clear insect for him that day, then he would have been embarrassed. This time, he also wanted to let Yagyu-Zaman see what the 4 true masters of kendo were. Faced with this situation, Gojo Seongyan's face was full of suspicion. He kept glancing at Gojo Ming, not understanding the purpose of Gojo Ming's suggestion at all. Gojo Seongyan, who had no system, naturally didn't know that Gojo Ming just wanted the 2 sword borrowers to give full play to the power of the Zanpakuto and stimulate each other to see if they could break through the swastika. At the same time, he took advantage of this discussion to gain a lot of experience in vain. Because this time it was not just a kendo competition, Gojo Shunichi and Yajayu Zaman moved the battlefield to Gojo's home school grounds. If they were still in the dojo, once the two of them activated the Shikai, I am afraid that the entire dojo would be overturned by the power of the Zanpakuto. Ming, who do you think will win? Gojo Satoru quietly nudged Gojo Ming with his elbow and asked in a low voice. Uncle Shun, after all, Uncle Shun was a jujutsu master before and is better at using the techniques. Moreover, in Gojo Ming's view, the flower cutting technique has no special advantages compared to the insect clearing technique. In real situations, it still depends on the performance of the two people. Then I don't think so. Let's make a bet. If Shinyi wins, I promise you a condition. If not, you promise me a condition. Gojo Ming noticed that Gojo Satoru seemed to be thinking about something in his heart, but he didn't pay too much attention and nodded. It was originally a 50-50 draw, and the same was true in terms of winning rate. Between the conversation between Gojo Ming and Gojo Satoru, Yajayu Zaman and Gojo Shunichi had already fought several times. The strength of the Zanpakuto allows them to fight without restraint. Yajayu Shuji and Gojo Seongyan watched silently on the side. The two people in the battle were considered to be the top combat power of the two families. Although it does not involve the status of the two kendo schools of Yajayu Shinenryu and Gojo Kyakuryu, both of them hope that the kendo masters of their families will win. Compared with the competitiveness of the two people next to each other, Gojo Ming looked like a melon at this time, and the system prompts were constantly ringing. During the Battle of the Sword Borrower, the corresponding experience will be converted, and the swordsmanship experience +1. During the Battle of the Sword Borrower, the corresponding experience will be converted, and the swordsmanship experience +1. During the Battle of the Sword Borrower, the corresponding experience will be converted, and the swordsmanship experience +1. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still flesh. Such a battle can at least provide Gojo Ming with 100 or 200 points of kendo experience. As the duel time between the two lengthened, Yajayu Zaman and Gojo Shunichi were no longer satisfied with the kendo competition. The two people in the center of the battle looked at each other, released their strength, and jumped back suddenly. At the same time, the two of them raised their Zanpakuto and began to explain in a low voice. Cry, clear the insects. Let the water and sky roll backwards, lick the flowers. Two powerful forces burst out from the Zanpakuto blades, and both swords changed in appearance. Ching Chong's appearance may still be similar to before, but Nika's appearance is no longer in the form of a katana. Gojo Seongyan and Yajayu Haiji on the side were both shocked. It was the first time for both of them to see Naohwa's Shija. They had no idea that Naohwa would look like this after Shija. At this moment, Yajayu Zaman is no longer a swordsman, but a spearman holding a halberd. Chapter 105. At this time, the unsolved flower takes on the shape of a trident, with a spiral cone at the end. Yajayu Shuji was a member of the Yajayu family, and Yajayu Zaman was a master of swordsmanship, and he turned into a wielder of long-handled weapons. Gojo Seongyan has a completely new understanding of Zanpakuto. Before, he had always thought that since it was called a Zanpakuto, this special cursed tool should be in the shape of a katana. Now, he discovered that as long as the Zanpakuto holder chants a spell, it seems that the Zanpakuto can release a new power. In other words, apart from the initial katana form of the Zanpakuto, subsequent forms may have various shapes. So far, he has only seen Sode Shirayuki who still looked like a katana after liberation, so he had such a misunderstanding. Gojo instantly saw the shape of the weapon in Yajayu Zaman's hand changing, and felt helpless in his heart. Sure enough, at the end of the kendo competition, it was because the Zanpakuto had deteriorated. At the same time, a trace of determination flashed in his eyes. Whether it was a sword competition or a surgery competition, he would never lose. Next up is the showdown between Jujutsu divisions. On the other side, Yajayu Zaman, who had liberated Naka, suppressed his inner excitement. Seeing Gojo Naru's satisfied expression, he wanted to express himself even more. I saw Yajayu Zaman spinning the flower with one hand, and waves of spirit water appeared around him. The waves followed Zamon's offensive and rushed towards Gojo. This is the technique of, which allowed Yagyu Zaman to successfully advance from an ordinary kendo master to a jujutsu master. After Gojo briefly blocked, he quickly distanced himself again. Unlike Nikka's elemental Zanpakuto, Gojo Shinika's Kiyomizu belongs to the Kido system and has special abilities that can make people unpredictable. King Mushi's sonic attack can be done at close or far distances. However, facing the oppressive Kiki in close combat, Gojo Shunichi still felt that it was more suitable to rely on long-range spells. Clear the insects with one move. As Gojo's voice fell instantly, the Zanpakuto Kiyomizu standing in front of him suddenly vibrated rapidly, producing a buzzing sound, similar to the chirping of an insect. Then, a burst of grey light spread from the body of the Kingsha sword and rushed towards Yagyu Zaman. As long as Yagyu Zaman does not dodge the Ching Chong attack, then this moment of hypnosis can determine the outcome of the battle between the two. However, it is a pity that Yagyu Zaman seems to have been prepared. The moment Gojo Shuaki released the technique, he dodged and left the place, and used the water waves of the flowers to throw out 3 sharp water arrows, forcing Gojo Shinyi to terminate the insect clearing move. Their attacks failed at the same time. Seeing this scene, Yagyu Shuji looked a little embarrassed. He didn't know that Gojo Naru would arrange for the two to spar, so on the way here, he had already discussed Gojo's Shunichi Zanpakuto techniques with Yagyu Zaman. It is precisely because of this that Yagyu Zaman is always on guard against Kiyoshi's sonic attacks. When Gojo Satoru on the side saw this scene, he grinned and showed an expression that was indeed the case. Yagyu Zaman's understanding of Gojo's Shunichi Jutsu is also the reason for Gojo Satoru's bet with Gojo Ming this time. Just like that, Gojo Shunichi and Yagyu Zaman came and went, water splashes and sound waves splashed in the center of the entire school ground, bringing a Zanpakuto show to all the onlookers. This is the first duel between Zanpakuto and Zanpakuto in this world. Everyone present is a witness to history. Half an hour later, Gojo Shinyi and Yagyu Zaman looked at each other breathlessly. The long period of concentration had made them feel a strong sense of exhaustion, but neither of them could easily defeat the other. Continuing in this stalemate seems to be no solution. Seeing that Gojo Ming was still watching with interest, Gojo didn't want to spoil Gojo Ming's interest for a moment. Zaman, let us use the last technique for the final battle. It's time for this battle to come to an end. Gojo shouted loudly. The flower in Zaman's hand also stopped spinning. He took a serious look at Gojo Ming. Seeing that Gojo Ming had no objection, he nodded. Let me show you your Zanpakuto's strongest technique at the moment. A trace of pride flashed on Yagyu Zaman's face. He also wanted to show the strongest technique he had learned in front of Gojo Ming. He believed that Gojo Ming would be shocked by the next scene. I saw 2 people standing on both sides of the school ground, holding flowers and insects in their hands respectively, and growling at the same time. Second form of clearing the insects, red migratory locust. Burial in reverse volume torrent. The Zanpakuto Siamushi in Gojo's hand suddenly turned into countless sharp blades with pointed ends, falling densely from the sky like rain. Yagyu Zaman, on the other hand, suddenly threw out the flower in his hand. The high-speed rotating flower gathered the surrounding water splashes, and in the blink of an eye, a water ball formed by countless torrents was formed. The strong suction force caused all around to watch. Everyone felt unsteady on their feet. Gojo Xiongyan's face was full of shock. The previous Zanpakuto techniques had surprised him, and he felt that he had truly understood the Zanpakuto's abilities. But now that he saw the terrifying technique of 2 Zanpakuto, Gojo Xiongyan realized that the true power of Zanpakuto was so exaggerated. How could such a large-scale attack be caused by a cursed tool? The ability to remove flowers and insects has exceeded Gojo Xiongyan's imagination. Originally, he thought that Gojo Satoru's Senbonzakura was a special existence because it was powerful enough to form the Sakura domain that enveloped the entire Gojo family. But now it seems that he seemed to have thought wrong. It turns out that every Zanpakuto forged by Gojo Ming has such techniques and abilities that are far beyond ordinary people. As an outsider to the Yagyu family, Gojo Ming must have been selective in the Kibika forged by him, but such a Zanpakuto can actually display such an exaggerated offensive. At this moment, Gojo Seongyan suddenly regretted it. It seems like a loss to exchange flowers for the Yajayu family's classic book Tsuki no Sho. In fact, it's a huge loss. Compared with Gojo Seongyan's inner regret, Yajayu Shuji's heart was filled with ecstasy. This was the first time he had seen the final technique of Naohwa. However, the effect of Naohwa's reverse volume torrent burial seemed much more shocking than the second form of Ching Chong, red migratory locust. Such a powerful Zanpakuto was actually willing to be traded. Yajayu Haiji really felt that Gojo Naru was an honest person, and this young master of the Gojo family was really a great benefactor of the Yajayu family. While everyone was stunned, Nijuan torrent burial and red migratory locust collided fiercely. Chapter 106. The flying blade continuously cuts off the torrent, and the reversing torrent continuously consumes the power of the blade. There is an eerie balance between the two. In the end, the reversal torrent completely lost its powerful suction power after consuming all its blades. The power of the red migratory locust and the power of the reverse torrent were completely integrated, and the entire water ball suddenly expanded. It completely exploded and shot straight into the clouds. In an instant, within a radius of 1 kilometer with Gojo's house as the center, it suddenly began to rain heavily. This scene is regarded by ordinary people as a very strange and small probability of localized rain. In the Jujutsu world, all Jujutsu masters who saw this scene realized that there had just been a battle at Gojo's house that could change the weather. Gojo home. What's going on? Why did it suddenly rain heavily? There was a strong energy fluctuation in the school grounds just now. Do you need to go take a look? No need to go, I heard that Grandmaster Shunichi and Master Zaman are having a discussion. There were waves soaring into the sky just now at the school grounds, right? Did I have an illusion? There is no pond near the school grounds. The weather phenomenon should be the result of two people fighting. It's really scary. Is this the strength of a first-level Jujutsu master? It's smaller, the situation is smaller. Master Yajayu Zaman is now able to compete with Grandmaster Shunichi only because Master Naru made a Zanpakuto for him. Otherwise, why do you think Master Zaman became a Jujutsu master at this age? Hey, why did Master Ming forge Zanpakuto for outsiders again? We have so many young talents in the Gojo family, who wouldn't be better off than giving them to outsiders? One Zenin, one Yajayu Zaman. When will it be our turn? Many Gojo disciples were whispering. Train well. Gojo Shien had a cold look on his face and scolded each of his juniors. The Jiryu disciples who were still discussing just now quickly continued to practice Suhen with a serious look on their faces. If you have the swordsmanship of Master Zaman and the power of Zenin, then you will be qualified to talk to Master Naru. How do you have the qualifications to mention Zanpakuto with a half-hearted level like you now? Everyone was silent and lowered their heads silently. Only a few people noticed the change in Gojo Swanyi's name for Gojo Ming. Gojo Swanyi, said Master Ming. Sensitive people have noticed that the positions of the Gojo Chiryu and the Gemini Curse faction are slowly changing. Zenin home. Ever since they had a bad relationship with Gojo Ming and Zenin left the Zenin family, the Zenin people have been paying attention to the information about the Gojo family. All information related to the Gojo family will be sent to him first. Therefore, after the battle between Gojo Shinyi and Yajayu Zaman ended, he got first-hand information. Did Yajayu Zaman and Gojo Shinika's techniques cause this localized downpour? Sure enough, this first-level Jujutsu master evaluation is not a humane evaluation. This guy Yajayu Zaman actually has first-level strength. Is the Zanpakuto a flower? A Zanpakuto with a water element can actually release such a powerful water element attack. Thinking of the words Zanpakuto, Naobi couldn't help but sigh. Dihibbi people. Gojo Ming had a forging failure experience before, we must take advantage of this opportunity. After Zenin broke in, he kept chattering about his plan to attack Gojo Ming. But before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Zenin. Look at this first. Zenin glanced coldly at Zenin's direct neighbor, lowered his head to look at the information in his hand, and his face began to become more and more ugly. How is that possible? Didn't he fail before? Why are the Zanpakuto forged for the Yagyu family so powerful? Zenin shook his head. Perhaps Narukun is just trying to forge a new level of Zanpakuto. It must be said that Zenin people have very keen intuition. Zenin fan heard this and fell into silence again. Fortunately, I ran fast, otherwise I would have been soaked in the rain. At this moment, Gojo Satoru, standing in the corridor, said with lingering fear. If Gojo Ming hadn't just reminded him to run quickly, he might have been soaked just like Yagyu Shuji and Gojo Xiongyan next to the school field. I didn't expect that Naika would be developed by Yagyu Zaman to develop such a technique. The compatibility between them seems to be unusually high. This reverse roll torrent burial is a move that Gojo Ming has never seen before, and Shiba Hyun has never shown it in the original work. Now, Yagyu Zaman has only obtained the flower for 3 days, and he has already mastered the flower to such an extent. This is really beyond Gojo Naru's imagination. I didn't expect that the final technique of Naika is so powerful. Master Gojo, on behalf of the Yagyu family, I would like to thank you for your support of Zaman. Yagyu Shiiji and Gojo Xiongyan came to the corridor together. Although his clothes were soaked and his whole body was cold, it still couldn't extinguish Yagyu Shuji's burning heart at this time. It turns out that this is the power of the Zanpakuto. It turns out that the Jujutsu Masters Association did not promote Yagyu Zaman to the first level just for the sake of the Yagyu family. Gojo Xiongyan was silent and his face was very gloomy. He felt extremely regretful now. The stronger Niao Hua becomes, the more he feels he has lost a lot. The final technique. Hearing this word, Gojo raised his lips and shook his head. Who told you that the final spells of Nihua and Ching Chong were the same ones just now? There was a condescending arrogance in Gojo Ming's voice, but there was no dissatisfaction in Yagyu Shuji's heart. Could it be? A bold guess emerged in Yagyu Shiiji's mind. This is just the first form of the swastika. If Yagyu Zaman can complete the swastika form in the future, this will be the final form of the swastika. Perhaps the technique used in that state can be called the final technique. Gojo Naru turned his head and glanced at Gojo Shunichi and Yagyu Zaman who were standing aside holding Zanpakuto, and nodded slightly to them. Master Zaman has mastered Hawkeye in such a short period of time, which is really impressive. However, I also hope that you can complete the swastika as soon as possible. This will be a sign of living up to the Zanpakuto that is Naika. Although the scene of a 6-year-old boy commenting on an adult is very strange, Yagyu Zaman is not dissatisfied at all. He listens carefully and is also very sincere in his attitude. In Yagyu Zaman's view, as the creator of Kyuga, every word spoken by Gojo Ming has its own connotation, which must be studied carefully. Chapter 107. After Gojo Ming made the comment with a smile, he stopped communicating with the Yagyu family and turned around to leave. The testimony of this confrontation has already brought him a lot of rewards. Not only his kendo experience has been improved, but his fighting experience has also increased. Gojo Ming feels that he has reached a breakthrough opportunity. Next, it's time to go find Zenin to confirm your ideas. Oh, Ming, wait for me. It was a tie between the two of them just now, right? Don't walk so fast. Gojo Satoru shouted and followed Gojo Ming away. Next to the school ground, only 4 people, Gojo Shinyi, Gojo Xianjian, Yagyu Zaman and Yagyu Shuji, were left. Swastika. Yagyu Zaman murmured this word without any loss in his eyes. Naika's potential turned out to be even greater, which inspired Yagyu Zaman's competitive spirit. Gojo Shinyi just used the swastika technique and did not launch swastika. This means that Gojo Shinika's clear insect did not enter the state of swastika. He couldn't live up to Gojo Ming's expectations. Hey, Ming, are they tied this time? Gojo Satoru asked. Huh? Forget it, after all, there is no winner. Gojo Ming replied casually. Hearing this answer, Gojo Satoru suddenly beamed with joy, then I win this bet, right? Gojo Ming froze, turned his head and said with a speechless face, Uncle Shun didn't lose, why do you count you as the winner? Gojo Satoru smiled as if his plan had succeeded. The bet between us is that if Shinyi wins, you win. On the contrary, I win. Shunichi hasn't won yet, so I should be considered the winner, right? Gojo Ming suddenly realized that Gojo Satoru was playing a word game. No wonder Gojo Satoru's expression was a little strange at that time. If you calculate it this way, if Shinyi is not the winner, even if it is a draw in the end, then his cheap brother will also be the final winner. Gojo sighed. He really didn't know what the purpose of Gojo Satoru's cleverness was. Okay, Satoru, I made a mistake. I didn't expect you to be so insidious. Tell me, what conditions are you going to put forward? Gojo Naru crossed his arms and looked at Gojo Satoru, who looked exactly like him, wondering what his purpose was. Seeing Gojo Naru admit the bet so simply, Gojo Satoru, who was originally thinking about wrangling, was a little surprised. Gojo Satoru hesitated for a few seconds, rubbed his hands, and said seriously. Have you asked Zenin to build some secret base recently? Let me participate too, I don't want to be left out. Seeing Gojo Satoru's ostracized expression, Gojo Ming was speechless again. He didn't expect that 6-year-old Gojo Satoru was so sensitive and could already feel being ostracized. The bet that you have to win even if you are clever is actually the purpose of this. Gojo Ming shook his head helplessly. Can't you? Seeing Gojo Ming shaking his head, Gojo Satoru's face was full of disappointment. No. Gojo sighed. Sheer and I have no intention of ostracizing you in this matter. It's just that I think Sheer can do it well alone. Now, since you also want to join from the beginning, I welcome it, but you should focus on a sense of participation. It's more convenient for an adult like Deshir to do this kind of thing, and the main reason is that he has more money. Gojo Ming explained, and then told Gojo Satoru his plan to build a master house. After listening to this, Gojo Satoru suddenly realized. Are you short of money to build the everything house? It's okay, I have it here. Gojo Satoru realized Gojo Ming's current gap and quickly patted his chest to express that he could help. You have. Gojo Ming looked confused. He and Gojo Satoru only received so much New Year's money every year, and the head of the family didn't treat them differently. He didn't have any money, so why did Gojo Satoru have money? After hearing that it was a gift given every year by the Gemini Curse sect, Gojo Ming suddenly felt that life was so unfair. He only gets a small red envelope every year, but Gojo Satoru has achieved financial freedom even at the age of 6? Gojo Ming's teeth were itching with hatred. Gojo Satoru chuckled. This year, someone should give it to you too. Gojo Satoru has clearly felt the change in the family's attitude towards Gojo Ming. With Gojo Ming's current status in the family, it is absolutely impossible for Gojo Ming to be ignored like he was in previous years. Moreover, he has also felt that the relationship between Gojo Xiongyan's camp and Gojo Ming is easing. Okay, I don't really care, as long as the money is enough. Then I will also requisition your money, so that Sheer can design it more comfortably. Gojo Ming said something bitterly and stopped caring. He turned around and continued walking towards the forging house. Hey, Ming, what is this Wanshi house for? It's okay, I'm just entertaining myself. Will that be our new base from now on? No, it's my store, you are just employees. Why, I also contributed money, so I should be a shareholder. If you don't talk nonsense anymore, I won't let you join. After sending Yajayo Shuji and Yajayo Zaman away, Gojo Xiongyan made a corresponding report to the head of the family. Listening to Gojo Xiongyan talking endlessly about the power of the Zanpakuto, a trace of relief appeared on the old man's face. He clearly felt the change in Gojo Xiongyan's attitude, and he could also feel the importance Gojo Xiongyan attached to Gojo Ming. He was happy to see all of this come to pass. After all, instead of letting Gojo Ming seize power from Gojo Xiongyan in the future, it would be better to have a smooth transfer of power. Xiongyan, do you think that the sword that Ming forged for the Yajayu family was a loss? The old man saw Gojo Xiongyan's thoughts at a glance. Of course, giving this powerful Zanpakuto to anyone should be able to turn them into a powerful Jujutsu master. Just in exchange for a volume of Moon Code, it seems like it's a loss, right? Gojo Xiongyan is also very straightforward. Although Gojo is in charge of the Kyokushin Ryu, he actually doesn't care that much about Kendo. Otherwise, Gojo Shunichi would not be the number one in the Kyokushin Ryu at the level of Kendo. After all, in the current Jujutsu world, Jujutsu is still king, and Kyokusui Ryu is just a small branch of the Gojo family. It is more of a training place for ordinary Gojo family members who cannot awaken the magic. Therefore, in Gojo Seongyan's view, no matter how precious Moon number 1 is, it can only be used by ordinary people and a very small number of Jujutsu masters who practice swordsmanship. No matter how you look at this kind of transaction, you will suffer a loss. Hearing this, the old man smiled, stood up from the recliner shakily, and walked to the window. Looking at the bleak scenery outside the house, he sighed again. Chapter 108. Seongyan, sometimes we can't keep worrying about temporary gains and losses. The actions of the Yajiu family are of great significance to Ming. If you know the history of Daxia, you should know that there is a story about buying horse bones for 1,000 gold. The Yajiu family is the horse bones that Ming bought. Similarly, in the future, anyone with this kind of mentality will use their most precious things to try to trade with Ming. This is what Ming wants. Furthermore, from the family's perspective, this transaction has also won a firm ally for the entire Gojo family. The old man tugged at the corner of his mouth with difficulty and turned to look at Gojo Seongyan. Don't you think that Naru is really an innocent child and has no guard against the Zanpakuto sent out? Ming's thoughts are deeper than yours and mine. He is born to know, and maybe even more special than Satoru. Seongyan, the future of the Gojo family is in your hands. After saying that, the old man sat back on the recliner and began to close his eyes and rest. Gojo Seongyan was silent for a moment, and finally prepared to leave. Wait a minute, you and I will go to the forge house together. I want to see Ming again. The matter of the fire-cursed tool must be taken seriously. The old man's voice sounded again. Gojo Seongyan nodded slightly and sat aside, waiting for the old man to regain his energy. Outside the forge, Zenon and Gojo Ming, who had been called back temporarily, looked at each other. Ming, are you sure you want me to fight with all my strength? Zenon looked suspicious. He didn't know what was wrong with Gojo Ming, and he actually wanted to confront him head-on. Gojo Ming nodded, looking at the experience gauge that was stuck at 99.9%, and he realized that only by passing Zenon's assessment could his free experience be successfully broken through. What follows is the process of Gojo Ming refining the mixed experiences he has absorbed during this period. Okay, as long as you hit anything other than my arm, I lose. Zenon touched the wound at the corner of his mouth, feeling a burning desire to fight in his heart. The host is receiving the teachings of Master Baida, Baida's experience plus 10. The host is receiving the teachings of Master Baida, Baida's experience plus 10. The host is receiving the teachings of Master Baida, Baida's experience plus 10. The sounds of fists and flesh hitting each other continued, and the last 0.1% of experience seemed to be endless. Just like the previous Kendo breakthrough, in the end, the system prompted that the gained experience had become 0. The host is receiving the teachings of Master Baida, Baida experience plus 0. Afterwards, Gojo Ming entered that mysterious state. The previous scenes of learning in vain kept reappearing in my mind. Then, it was Gojo Satoru's learning experience, and then, it was Gojo Shinika's learning experience. These experiences are constantly integrated into Gojo Ming's consciousness. In the process of mechanically punching, the wasted experience gained in Gojo Ming's system began to decrease rapidly. Waste experience, 99.9%. Waste experience, 90.9%. Waste experience, 80.9%. Waste experience, 10.9%. Waste experience, 0%. During this mysterious process, the wasted experience in the experience tank completely returned to 0, and at the moment when the experience value returned to 0, Gojo Ming was shocked. The stagnant white fighting skills are completely integrated with himself. Gojo Ming, who could only barely defend himself at first, was able to fight back at this moment. Feeling the blunt sensation of the elbow on his abdomen, Zenon's face was filled with surprise. How many years has it been? How many years had it been since anyone had been able to hit him? With his bare hands, he had absolute confidence, but this time, his confidence was shattered. The 6-year-old boy in front of him actually surpassed his reaction in physical skills and successfully hit him. At this moment, Zenon flashed such a thought. Gojo Ming called this so-called heaven and tyrant, did he have to change it after just a few days? According to Zenon's idea, before Gojo Ming reaches the age of 13 or 14, his level of physical skills should far exceed Gojo Ming's. Now, he found himself in danger. Gojo Naru cannot be measured by normal people at all. Has he already begun to exert the power of heavenly restriction at the age of 6? Zenon didn't know the free-playing ability of Gojo's system, so he could only attribute Gojo's increased free-playing level to the influence of heavenly restriction. The scene suddenly fell into silence. Gojo Shuaki, Gojo Satoru, and Gojo Takai, as bystanders, witnessed the two people's hand-to-hand fight like a violent storm. I also witnessed Gojo Ming's miraculous dodges and attacks. As Zenon said, Gojo Ming hit him somewhere other than his arm, and Gojo Ming won the sparring match. Very coincidentally, accompanied by Gojo Xiongyan, the head of the Gojo family also saw this scene. The old man's eyes were full of shock. Has Ming been able to have a reciprocal fight with Zenon? As the head of the Gojo family, he knew much more about the battle at Zenon's house than others. As the strongest person in the Zenon family at the moment, Zenon's physical strength cannot be measured by numbers at all. He had guessed before that this might be the strengthening of the body by heavenly restriction, but like Zenon, he did not expect that 6-year-old Gojo Ming could perform like this. Gojo Xiongyan had become a little numb at this time. He had always believed that Gojo Ming's strength lies in the Sode Shirayuki in his hand. If he loses his Zanpakuto, Gojo Ming will probably be just an ordinary person. Now, all his conclusions about Gojo Ming have been overturned. The Gojo Ming in front of him was able to compete with Zenon without using his Zanpakuto. Although Zenon was definitely not using his full strength, this was enough to prove Gojo Ming's current strength. After all, this is just a 6-year-old boy. The two Six Eyes gods of the Gojo family, one masters unlimited techniques and the other masters heavenly restriction. The two of them are inside and outside, one is positive and the other is negative. They seem to be the perfect partners. Not to mention, Gojo Ming also has the unique skill of forging Zanpakuto. Gojo Xiongyan's prejudice against Gojo Ming completely disappeared. Doubt Gojo Shunichi. Understand Gojo Shunichi. Become Gojo Shunichi. Gojo Xiongyan finally understood why Gojo, who had always been his supporter before, suddenly chose to support Gojo Ming so neatly, even to the point of disobeying his orders. Gojo Ming and Gojo Satoru, the two most outstanding twins of the Gojo family, are indeed worthy of all the resources the Gojo family spends. At this moment, Gojo Xiongyan made up his mind. At all costs and means, we must do a good job on behalf of the Gojo family and provide all support for the future of the Gojo family. Chapter 109. In the center of the battlefield, as Zenon stopped, Gojo Ming slowly calmed down his breathing. When Gojo Ming came back to his senses and felt the shocked eyes around him, he also realized that his breakthrough was in vain. Opening the system panel, sure enough, the proficiency level for this piece of work has been reached, and new functions have been enabled. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully achieving 100% proficiency in Fist for free, and successfully opening Wok Shunpo proficiency. The mysterious realm just now was the feeling of Gojo Ming breaking through the shackles of being in vain. If it happened again, Gojo Ming might not be able to dodge Shi's attack and throw out that punch. However, after reaching this level of physical skills, he has mastered many things. Products produced by the system must be of high quality. Now that the fist has been achieved, the next thing Gojo Ming should focus on is the walking aspect. Shunpo represents speed and flexibility. In this regard, Gojo Ming was a bit confused and didn't know who to learn from. If there are no learning objects and not enough experience packages, then this Shunpo may be stuck for a long time. Pa bang bang! Applause suddenly came from the side. At this time, Gojo Ming and other spectators realized that the head of the family and Gojo Xiongyan had been standing aside at some point. Ming, the Gojo family will fully support you. That high-quality fire-type cursed tool is wrapped around me. The first words the old man spoke gave Gojo Ming a surprise. In the forging house, the old man stroked the remains of the failed forging of Lu Ren Ruohuo, his wrinkled face full of shock. On the side, Gojo Xiongyan was holding another piece of debris, and his heart was equally shocked. These two failed products actually have such momentum? If Gojo Ming really succeeds in forging it, what will this Zanpakuto look like? So, Ming, is a first-level cursed tool of the fire system sufficient? The old man asked in a deep voice. Gojo Ming hesitated and nodded. The first-level cursed tool does meet the minimum conditions, but if it is a special-level cursed tool, the success rate should be higher. The strength of the Ryokan is far superior to other Zanpakuto. As a fire-type Zanpakuto, it requires high-intensity training. If the cursed tool is not strong enough, it is very likely that it will be scrapped like the two previous secondary cursed tools. Gojo Ming was also helpless. He didn't expect Ryuran Wakahu to have such high requirements for materials, which completely overturned his previous view of cursed tool materials. Is the blade like fire? The old man murmured these 4 words, his eyes filled with light. Although he had not seen the appearance of Lu Ren Ruohuo with his own eyes, from this name, he seemed to have felt the blazing flames coming towards his face. Gojo Xiongyan on the side silently recorded Gojo Ming's request, a cursed tool, a rare fire-type cursed tool. This is really hard to find. I have an idea of a first-level cursed tool now. But, if it's a special-level cursed tool? The old man hesitated for a moment, unable to give a definite answer. I've seen a special-grade cursed tool before, it's fire-type. Gojo Xiongyan suddenly spoke and immediately attracted everyone's attention. Even Gojo Ming silently looked at the current representative of the Gojo family in front of him. No one thought that Gojo Xiongyan would have such important news. So, are you ready to trade with me? The thought came to Gojo Ming's mind that if he exchanged this news for a Zanpakuto, well, it seemed to be quite worth it. After all, it's for the sake of the blade Ruohuo. Gojo Ming made up his mind and prepared to use his chips. However, what surprised him was that Gojo Xiongyan had no intention of selling out. When he knew that he needed this cursed tool very much, Gojo Xiongyan didn't even control his actions at all. That cursed tool is in the Kimo family. It is the ancestral cursed tool of the Kimo family and has been enshrined by the Kimo family for generations. Fire and red blood are the same color, so they have a very important status in the Kimo family. Currently, as far as I know, this cursed tool is mastered by Kimo Zhen, the cursed tool master of the Kimo family. After Gojo Xiongyan told the information, he continued to return to silence. He could only provide some key information. As for how to obtain the cursed tool from the Kimo family, it only depends on what price the Gojo family and Gojo Ming are willing to pay. At least in his opinion at this time, if this special grade fire-type cursed tool can help Gojo Ming forge the Ryokan Ruohuo. If Ryokan Waka is really as powerful as Gojo Ming said, then this deal is worth it. However, this is the cursed tool enshrined by the Kimo family after all, and it will definitely be very difficult to change it. Unless something can be found about the Kimo family, unless the Kimo family can be involved in the scandal of the criminal Jujutsu master Kimo Xianlun 150 years ago, it will be really difficult to obtain this cursed tool. Thinking of this, he suddenly remembered the cursed object matter of the Kimo family that the head of the family had talked to him about before, and subconsciously looked up at the old man. At this time, the old man was also looking at him. Obviously, both of them wanted to go together. At this moment, Kimo has really been targeted by 2 old silver coins from the Gojo family. But President Kimo Zhen doesn't seem to be interested in Ming. I applied for Ming to join the association before, but he has not approved it yet. Gojo Zui felt that this news was useless. Although Kimo Zhen was just delaying the approval, he could still feel the resistance of Kimo Zhen and the Blacksmith Association to Gojo Ming. In Gojo Zui's view, trying to obtain the special grade cursed tool from Kimo Zhen is tantamount to grabbing food from a tiger's mouth. However, What he didn't expect was that the head of the family and Gojo Seongyan put down the remains of the Ryokan Ruohuo in their hands at the same time and chose to leave directly. We will find a solution for this cursed tool. Before leaving, Gojo Seongyan said such a sentence, which made everyone present confused. On the other hand, Zenon felt the courage of the old man and Gojo Seongyan. The Gojo family hasn't decayed to that extent yet. Zenon sheer stroked the handle of Huaishan Kuang's knife and curled his lips. At least it was much better than a garbage dump like Zenon's house. Gojo Satoru did not agree with Zenon's remarks, but he did not say much at this time. In his opinion, although Gojo Seongyan has always been on the opposite side of Gojo Ming, it has to be said that he is still very skillful. In the absence of external intervention, Gojo Seongyan will use all means to make the situation turn on his side. Since Gojo Seongyan said so, he will definitely find a way to obtain this cursed tool. Gojo Ming, who was at the center of the incident, looked indifferent. He also saw the transformation of Gojo Seongyan, and he did not care about his deeds or intentions. As long as Gojo Seongyan helps him, he will not be obsessed with what Gojo Seongyan is thinking in his heart. Since the head of the family and the representative asked him to wait, then he should just wait. It's time to take advantage of this time to check out the progress of the Wanshaiwu house. Chapter 110. The main room of the Gojo family. This cursed object comes from the Kimo family. Gojo-chun, a close confidant of the family head, pointed to the burning image in the vessel beside him. Then, he opened the record book in his hand and whispered. Today, the Kimo family sent a message indicating that Grand Master Kimo wanted to visit the Gojo family and check whether Master Gojo Ming's qualifications are enough to join the association. According to the investigation, Grand Master Kimo Shinde has repeatedly expressed his disdain for the Zanpakuto on various occasions, and also expressed his strong dissatisfaction with Master Naru. Based on the interaction between Master Ming and the Kimo family, the chance that others will send a fire minister to assassinate Master Ming is basically zero. So, the probability that the fire sign belongs to Kimo is really high. The old man coughed slightly and looked up at Gojo Seongyan. The two looked at each other, each with a plan in mind. If Kimo really comes to visit Gojo's house, there is a high probability that it won't be because of Gojo Ming. Gojo Seongyan's eyes flashed with determination. His goal should be to burn this cursed object. He should have a way to sense cursed object in his hand. We need to take advantage of this. The old man chuckled and continued Gojo Seongyan's words. Catch him at Gojo's house and you'll get all the loot. The Kimo family can't bear such a bad reputation again. The Kimo family needs to pay for the special cursed tool that Ming needs and the lives that Kotetsu has ruined. Gojo Seongyan nodded, with a trace of sternness on his face. Since he had already calculated on the Gojo family, don't blame him for being ruthless. The next day, Kimo really visited Gojo's house. Gojo Seongyan personally received him, accompanied by Gojo Zwoi, Gojo Ming, and Gojo Satoru. The standards were extremely high. At the banquet, Kimo really praised Gojo. The guests and hosts enjoyed themselves for a while. After the banquet, Gojo Ming left due to exhaustion. Kimo took a walk in Gojo's garden as an excuse to sober up. After a while, he appeared in Gojo Kotetsu's room. Is it true that it didn't succeed? I didn't expect that the Gojo family took such good precautions that they didn't even have a chance to get burned. Fortunately, after the burned phase leaves the human body, it doesn't look very eye-catching. Let's recycle it first. The moment Kimo Genji reached out and touched the burning phase, he realized something was wrong. The surface of the burned object is actually wet, which is not consistent with reality. If no one has ever discovered this cursed object before, the burned object should have stayed here for several days. The surface of the body cannot be wet no matter what, it even looks like it has just been fished out of the water. Kimo's expression changed and he immediately wanted to leave, but three figures had already appeared around him. Ahem, Grandmaster Kimo, I'm sorry that Gojo's family didn't give him a chance to burn his camera. Gojo Seongyan helped the old man out. Kimo really knew that he had been exposed. When he saw Gojo Ming, a young boy, he felt cruel and was ready to kill him. As long as he is not caught at the scene, the Gojo family will have no other evidence to prove the relationship between the fire phase and him. Kimo was really decisive and immediately activated the technique and prepared to attack. But in an instant, he suddenly felt a biting chill. He saw that the katana Gojo Ming never left his hand at the banquet had now turned pure white. The first dance Uebi. White light emerged from Kimo's feet, and then he lost control of his body, and his whole body was completely frozen. Is this the power of the Zanpakuto? It was the first time that Kimo experienced the Zanpakuto in person, and he truly felt the uniqueness and power of the Zanpakuto. Sure enough, he was right to let Xiao Xiang kill Gojo Ming. If this kind of Zanpakuto continues to develop, it will definitely turn the traditional cursed tool into a clown. They, the blacksmiths who make a living from the traditional cursed tool, will completely lose their status, which Kimo Zhen absolutely cannot accept. It's a pity that the photo firing failed. Moreover, he actually fell to the point where everyone gets the stolen goods. Half an hour later. What? You want Kimo's special cursed tool Cage Flame? Hearing Gojo Xiangyan's request, Kimo's expression changed. He suddenly remembered that Gojo's family was looking for a fire-type cursed tool. There was a second-level cursed tool that passed out from his hands before. Now, after the Gojo family realizes what they have done, what they want is not the reason for what they did, but Cage Flame. Yes, you hand over the Kagero family to the Gojo family. We will not pursue the consequences of your use of cursed object, and the death of Gojo Katetsu will be wiped out. Gojo Xiangyan's eyes flashed with fierceness. Katetsu was also a disciple of his dojo and had extraordinary talent. He could not accept his death like this. However, as the representative of the Gojo family, he must make a choice. Currently, the most important thing is to obtain this fire-type cursed object. This is the highest priority goal, and everything else can give way to it. Haha, I understand. Does the Zanpakuto forged by Gojo Ming need Cage Flame? Fire-type cursed tool, fire-type cursed tool. Your little brat is really arrogant. You want to use the rarest fire-type cursed tool to forge a fire-type Zanpakuto. Kimo's expression turned cold as he recalled Sode Shirayuki's technique. The ice-type Zanpakuto is already so powerful. If Gojo Ming is really allowed to forge a superb fire-type Zanpakuto, then Gojo Ming's momentum may be unrivaled. In this case, if he really handed over Yang Yan, he would be siding with the enemy. Don't you Gojos underestimate the special grade cursed tool? The kid really dares to think about it, and you really dare to help him find it. With the kid's ability, it is impossible to reforge the special grade cursed tool, let alone forge it. Become a Zanpakuto. As far as I know, the cursed tool used by the kid before seems to be the highest level cursed tool, right? A kid who has not successfully forged even the special grade cursed tool cannot possibly reforge the cursed tool Cage Flame that has been enshrined by the Kimo family for generations. Outside the house, Gojo Ming paused slightly as he pushed the door open. From Kimo Zhen's words, he could feel that the communication between Gojo Xiangyan and Kimo Zhen was not smooth. However, Gojo Ming didn't care too much. At the moment, this is just the most common method. Kimo really naively thought that as long as he died at Gojo's house, the matter of burning the face would go away. It is impossible. With the current strength of the Gojo family, as long as they fight in person, the Kimo family will definitely not be the opponent of the Gojo family. Handing over Yang Yan is also inevitable. However, Gojo Xiangyan does not want to go to that step yet. Although the Kimo family is currently not prestigious, it is still one of the three major families after all. No matter what disagreements they have with each other, the Gojo family does not want to come to the end. Of course, if Kimo is really stubborn, then Gojo Xiangyan wouldn't mind completely showing off the matter, secretly hiding the evil cursed object, and manipulating the evil cursed object to assassinate Gojo's six-eyes son. This kind of thing will definitely plunge the Kimo family into the same public opinion crisis 150 years ago. I don't know if this result is what the Kimo family wants to see. Chapter 111. The Great Master of Kimo. Gojo Naru walked in with a smile and sat opposite Kimo Zhen. Kimo's expression changed, and his whole face was full of malice. He underestimated Gojo Ming. If Gojo Ming hadn't been there at that time, he might have successfully escaped by now. Regarding such undisguised emotions, Gojo Ming's childish face showed a hint of curiosity. Master Kimo, there has been no grudge between you and me in the past, and there has been no enmity recently. Why do you want to kill me with the help of burning images? If I remember correctly, today should be the first time we meet, right? Kimo really didn't answer. It seemed that the person who praised Gojo Ming so much at the banquet was not him. Gojo Ming smiled, with a cruel curve at the corner of his mouth. Then let me guess. Is it because I forged the Zanpakuto? Is it because the Zanpakuto threatens the traditional cursed tool? Is it because you rotten creatures are scared of me who made the Zanpakuto? Gojo Ming asked rhetorical questions one by one slowly. Shock flashed through Kimo Zhen's eyes. He knew that Gojo Ming was very smart, but he never thought that a 6-year-old boy could have such a sharp vision and see through the whole incident and its reasons. The person in front of me is not the 6-eyes divine son of the Gojo family, but more like a 6-eyes demon boy who can see through people's hearts. Come on, Grandmaster Kimo. Let's play a game and make a bet. Based on what you are best at, do you think I can't reforge the special grade cursed tool and then forge a brand new Zanpakuto? Gojo Ming caressed the white blade of the sword that had just begun to untie the snow on the back sleeve, and his tone was full of comfort. When it comes to his most professional field, Kimo will not back down. You are bound to fail. Special grade cursed tools can be destroyed, but they cannot be reforged. Their abilities are fixed the moment they are forged. Kimo's true tone is sonorous, and he is an authority on cursed tool forging. Is it? Gojo Ming casually placed Sode Shirayuki on Kimo Makoto's neck. The biting cold made the hairs on Kimo Makoto's neck stand up, as if the sharp blade would cut his own throat in the next moment. Kimo Zhen shivered and closed his eyes. Kill me, Gojo kid, you can't forge it successfully. Oh? Then please let Master Kimo die. Gojo Naru chuckled softly, and put Sode Shirayuki's knife on Kimo's true neck, and made a light stroke. This strange touch seemed to freeze Kimo's true neck in an instant. Kimo Zhen's body trembled, his eyes filled with despair. Although he was ready to die at Gojo's house, before he died, he found that he still couldn't be so open-minded. Haha, Kimo is really a great master, just a joke. Gojo Ming untied the Zanpakuto's first sword, and in an instant, warmth returned to the room. Kimo really touched his neck, and there was no wound. He immediately felt lucky to have survived the disaster. At this moment, Gojo Ming's smile was like a spring breeze blowing away the cold, and he went to the side to pour a cup of hot tea for Kimo Zhen. Since Master Kimo thinks I can't reforge the special cursed tool, let's make a bet. Kimo really looked at Gojo Naru, who looked nothing like a boy except for his age, and asked subconsciously. What bet? Gojo Ming smacked his lips and smiled playfully. Just bet on whether I can reforge the special grade cursed tool and reforge the cage flame you mentioned into a Zanpakuto. If I don't succeed in forging, then the Gojo family will pretend that the burning of the phase has not happened. You are still the president of the Blacksmithing Association and the only great master in the blacksmithing world, and the Kimo family will not be affected in any way by this incident. Kimo Zhen's face twitched slightly, and there was something moving in his heart. What if I lose? Then please return to the Kimo family and settle the matter on your own. The debt will be wiped out after death, and the Gojo family will still pretend that the burning incident never happened, and it will not affect the current reputation of the Kimo family. Gojo Ming pinched his earlobe and gave an ugly smile. After all, you have a Gojo family life on your hands. Now that the suffering owner wants to come to collect debts, you are not willing to put anything on the gambling table, right? Kimo took a deep breath and turned his attention to Gojo Xiongyan. Gojo Ming is making a decision on behalf of the entire Gojo family. He does not believe that Gojo Ming has such authority. Gojo Xiongyan turned his head and looked at Gojo Ming. He had already realized what Gojo Ming wanted to do. Forcibly suppressing the shock in his heart, he nodded affirmatively. What Gojo Ming said is fine. As the representative of the Gojo family, I approve this bet. Is this the Gojo Ming I have been ignoring? How could such a strong and soft wrist be possessed by a 6-year-old child? Have I become blind after all these years? Never noticed the characteristics of Gojo Ming? Is this what the head of the family said, the terror of those who are born knowing? Just a few words, Kimo's true psychology has been grasped. Kimo was still a little hesitant. At this moment, the door opened again and the old man walked in slowly. On behalf of the Gojo family, I agree to the bet between you and Naru. The content of the bet is whether Naru can forge a Zanpakuto with cage flame. The appearance of the old man became the last piece of weight to defeat Kimo's true psychological defense. With the endorsement of the head of the Gojo family, Kimo has completely believed in Gojo Ming's bet. Okay, I accept. Gojo kid, don't underestimate the special grade cursed tool. There is an essential difference between the special grade cursed tool and the first level cursed tool. I've been waiting to see how you lose. After Kimo realized that he didn't seem to be dead, his mood slowly stabilized, and he also began to use verbal taunts to influence Gojo's mentality. However, Gojo Ming didn't care at all. Grandmaster Kimo, please arrange for someone to bring over the fire-cursed tool Yang Yan. As long as you can forge the blade Ruohuo, everything else has to stand back. Wait a minute, I have a request. Kimo suddenly spoke again. Gojo Xiongyan frowned slightly. Kimo Zhen, don't go too far. The bet proposed by Ming is already very kind to the Kimo family. Kimo really shook his head. I don't want to change the bet, but I want to watch the whole process of Gojo Kid forging the Zanpakuto to prevent you from doing anything. Kimo really has his own little juju in his heart. He was sure that Gojo Ming could not reforge the special cursed tool. In this case, he could also take this opportunity to understand the forging process of the Zanpakuto. Chapter 112. Know Thyself, Ever Victorious. After this incident, Kimo really realized that there would definitely be bad blood between the Gojo family and the Kimo family. You must prepare in advance how to counter the Gojo family, and the best way at the moment is naturally to learn the forging method of Zanpakuto. Kimo is actually the only cursed tool master, and he has such confidence in this regard. He believed that as long as he carefully observed it, he would be able to find the key points of Gojo Ming's forging Zanpakuto. This. Gojo Xiongyan looked hesitant. To be honest, Kimo's suggestion was really not too much. After all, it was related to the life and death of others. However, this also involves Gojo Ming's secret, and he is also worried that Kimo will really learn Gojo Ming's forging skills secretly. Although he now trusts Gojo Ming very much, it has to be said that there is a certain probability that Gojo Ming's forging fails. Even if it is a small probability event, as the representative of the Gojo family, he should prevent it. Thinking of this, Gojo Xiongyan was afraid that Gojo would be embarrassed, so he was ready to directly refuse Kimo's really reasonable request. Now the Gojo family is the sword, and the Kimo family is the fish. A subject who is at the mercy of others, why should we pay attention to fairness and reasonableness? However, just as he opened his mouth, Gojo Ming smiled and said, "Yes, this request can be satisfied. The Grand Master wants to be a sensible person on the road. How can we, the younger generation, not even meet this requirement?" Gojo Xiongyan nodded numbly. Gojo Ming was really acting out of common sense, wasn't he? It's a shame that I'm still thinking about him. Inside the forge. In the huge room, Gojo Ming felt a little crowded for the first time. This is the first time that so many people have been accommodated in the forging house. The two parties to the bet, Gojo Ming and Kimo Zhen. Gojo Satoru, Gojo Xiongyan, Gojo Shinyi, Gojo Zhui and Zenon. Gojo Naru forged the Zanpakuto alone while 6 people watched. Gojo Ming touched the warm cursed tool cage flame, and then touched the things in his pocket that he had improvised from the owner of the house, and his mood slowly calmed down. Blade like fire, this is Gojo Ming's last chance. If he missed this forging, it would be difficult for him to find a fire-type cursed tool material. If it fails this time, Gojo Ming will basically say goodbye to Ryuran Wakahu in this world. The furnace was turned on, and the rumble echoed throughout Gojo's house. Everyone realized that Gojo Ming was on fire again. I heard that the president of the Cursed Tool Masters Association came to visit Gojo's house today just to check whether Master Ming has the qualifications to join the association. Master Ming was able to join the association at the age of 6. His talent is too high. This forging should be the assessment of the true master of Kimo, right? I believe that Master Naru will be able to reach the standards of Kimo's true Grand Master. After all, Master Naru's Sode Shirayuki and Master Satoru's Senbonzakura, which one is not a cursed tool that transcends the times? Yes, even if they were created for outsiders, one of them helped Zenin, an ordinary person, become the strongest person in the Zenin family, and the other directly helped Master Yajiuzumon become a first-level Jujutsu master. From now on, with Master Ming and Master Wu in the Gojo family, they can basically run rampant in the entire Jujutsu world. Stop saying bad things, we can't embarrass Master Ming and Master Wu. The weather is bad today, it's almost evening, and it seems like it's going to rain heavily. It's really a ghost. It's not going to affect us watching Master Ming forge his sword. What you call watching is just listening outside. Say it like you're not. The members of the Gojo family were silently looking forward to the results of Gojo Ming's forging. They had already begun to imagine that when the news came out that Gojo Ming had joined the Blacksmiths Association at the age of 6, outsiders were shocked. The news received by other families was similar to that of the Gojo family, and they all mistakenly believed that Gojo Ming opened the furnace this time because of Kimo's real assessment. Only a few sensitive families are constantly muttering in their hearts. According to their understanding, Kimo really doesn't like Gojo Naru very much. How could he start the assessment directly after going there for a day to observe? They always feel something is wrong, but they are missing key information. I can only keep my doubts silently in my heart. What they didn't know was that this seemingly ordinary forging was related to the life and death of the president of the Cursed Tool Association. 1 hammer, 2 hammers, 3 hammers. Gojo Ming did not follow the previous forging techniques this time. This time he decided to strike the cursed tool cage flame first. The special grade cursed tool is indeed a special grade cursed tool. After being burned in a hot furnace for a long time, the entire blade is still only warm and does not appear hot at all. Seeing this scene, Gojo Ming probably knew why Kimo was so confident. The fire cursed tool itself is rare, and due to its attributes and characteristics, it has extremely high fire resistance. In this case, the difficulty of reforging the fire-cursed tool is much higher than that of cursed tools with other attributes. However, this is not a problem for Gojo Ming. If you can't finish it in 1 hour, then give it another hour. The body strengthened by heavenly restriction, after such a long period of useless training, is enough to support Gojo Ming's forging this time. He is no longer the little trash who gets dizzy after forging Sode Shirayuki. Just like that, the boring burning and forging process began. For an entire hour, Zenin had already given up, Gojo Shinyi had begun to rub his eyes, and Gojo Satoru had begun to doze off. Only Gojo Zui, Gojo Xiongyan, and Kimo Mai were left staring at Gojo Ming's movements. Kimo Makoto, this kid Gojo is really strong. He has been swinging the hammer for an hour and his expression remains unchanged. I really don't want to die until I see the Yellow River, but I want to see what you can turn Yang Yan into. Gojo Zui, Ming's forging this time is different from before. Did you encounter any difficulties? I always felt that Grandmaster Kimo looked at Xiang Ming very differently, and his mood was a bit off. Gojo Xiongyan, this kind of wool, this posture, this kind of body. In the past, I was really too high-minded and didn't pay attention to Gojo Ming's growth over the years. I have to say that Naru seems to have more control over the Gojo family than Satoru. The 3 people stand from different angles and have different thoughts. However, no matter what they thought, it did not affect Gojo Naru's actions. At this moment, he has completely devoted his energy to this special cursed tool Yang Yan. This is a very hard nut to crack, but it also arouses the fighting spirit of Gojo Ming, who is transformed into a sword god. In front of Urkia Wang Yu, there is no weapon that he can't handle. Chapter 113. In this way, Gojo Ming struck the cage flame bit by bit, and the originally strong blade began to show curvature visible to the naked eye. Seeing this scene, Kimo's expression changed greatly, while Gojo's boy breathed a sigh of relief. Kimo never thought that the 6-year-old boy in front of him could actually change Yang Yan's form. This is a special grade cursed tool, and it is also the most difficult fire-type cursed tool to reforge. Resonating with the god of swords, Gojo hammered and hammered Yang Yan into shape. This step was slowly progressing and was considered the first step in the long march. Everyone saw hope, but only Gojo Ming knew that there would be more difficulties waiting in the future. After another hour of forging, Gojo Ming successfully tempered the flame attribute of Yang Yan onto the surface of the blade. Then, he began to forge the shallowly struck knife embryo. With Gojo Ming's current strength, he was already very proficient at forging a shallow-cut sword embryo. He completed the forging of the sword embryo in just 20 minutes. Next, is the most critical moment. How on earth can Gojo Ming fuse this shallow sword embryo with Yang Yan? How to guide the characteristics of Yang Yan to inspire the soul of Blade Ruohuo? Gojo Ming held the shallow blade embryo in his left hand and the cursed tool Yang Yan in his right hand. However, when he got closer, he felt extremely uncoordinated. He felt that the shallow blade was repelling Yang Yan. This is something Gojo Ming has never encountered before. Previously, whether it was Sode Noriyuki, Kiyomizu, Senbonzakura, or Hanaden Kwanko, as long as he had a cursed tool with matching characteristics, he could easily guide the soul of the Zanpakuto, and then fuse the sword embryo with the cursed tool. Let the Zanpakuto come to the world. But why does this happen at this time? Everyone looked at Gojo Ming in a daze, and although they were extremely anxious, they did not dare to make the slightest sound. When Kimo really saw this scene, he burst into laughter. He realized that Gojo Naru was in trouble. Although seeing it now, he still doesn't know why Gojo Ming was able to forge a Zanpakuto using the cursed tool material, and he still didn't succeed in stealing it. However, judging from the current situation, he should have won this bet. After many attempts, Gojo Ming found that Yang Yan and the blade could never get close to each other. The two were like the two poles of a magnet, and there was always a slight distance between them. Even Gojo Ming's body that has been strengthened by heavenly restriction, which is far beyond the strength of ordinary people, cannot use brute force to combine Yang Yan and the sword embryo. Are you going to fail? Gojo Xiongyan felt a little regretful in his heart. He could feel Gojo Ming's efforts and Gojo Ming's determination, but at this moment, the situation had reached a deadlock. Moreover, everything seems to be developing in a bad direction. He was the only person in this room who knew about the bet, so he knew how excited Kimo would be at this moment. In the past, he was cold-blooded and liked to weigh the pros and cons. To him, the death of a clan member might just mean a gift. But since discovering the difference in Gojo Ming, Gojo Xiongyan's mentality has undergone tremendous changes. In his opinion, everyone in the Gojo family began to have their own meaning of existence. At this moment, he was only speaking from the perspective of being the representative of the Gojo family, hoping that Kimo would really die. Just for Gojo Katetsu, for an ordinary member of the Gojo family. This is the responsibility of the agent and the responsibility of the agent. Gojo Xiongyan has been secretly planning in his heart. If Kimo really wins the bet this time, then how to find ways to make Kimo die naturally in the future. Kimo on the side was already beaming with joy at this time. When Gojo and Xiongyan discovered his relationship with the fire phase, he originally thought that he would not be able to escape unscathed. Unexpectedly, I met Gojo Ming and proposed this bet for no reason. He knew that Gojo Ming was for the cursed tool cage flame in his hand, but how could he not be tricking Gojo Ming? If Yang Yan is really so easy to reforge, as the Grand Master of Cursed Tool, would he just keep such a special grade cursed tool in the family for worship? A special grade cursed tool may be able to create a first level cursed tool master. For the Kimo family who are currently in the eyes of the younger generation, a first-level Jujutsu master is already very precious. A first-level Jujutsu master can also help the Kimo family achieve temporary revitalization. It was precisely because he had tried it that he knew how terrifying Yang Yan was. Gojo Ming was still too naive. Although he is much more mature mentally than other 6-year-old boys, he is still a bit immature compared to a human being like him. At this time, Kimo was really waiting for Gojo to put out the fire and admit defeat to him. Following Gojo Ming's days, the entire forging room fell into an eerie silence. Only the roar of the furnace roared regularly. Is it really impossible to forge a flowing blade like fire? Gojo Ming asked himself in his mind. No, there must be something wrong somewhere. Gojo Naru's mind was like a revolving lantern, constantly turning over pictures of forging Zanpakuto. To forge Sode Shirayuki, he used the ice-type night condensation. Forging Qing Worm, the cursed tool with sonic characteristics, is used. To forge Senbonzakura, you use the cursed tool that has the characteristics of Sakura and Split. To forge Huishan Quang, the cursed tool with the characteristics of Shadow and Ring Sword is used. Thinking of this, Gojo Ming seemed to be close to the answer, but there was still a layer of membrane that could not be penetrated. What exactly is it? Gojo Ming frowned, and the forging failure experience of that month began to resurface. Learn, summarize, reflect. This is an essential process for mastering a new skill. Did you make a mistake somewhere? Therefore, there were some loopholes when forging Qing Chong, Senbonzakura and Huishan Quang, but they did not affect the final result. And this loophole was detonated when forging the blade Ruo Huo? In Gojo Ming's mind, the appearance of the Ryokan Wakahu swastika, the charred residual fire sword, and the 4 abilities possessed by the residual fire sword appeared in Gojo Ming's mind. East Rising Sun Blade. West Kanri Prison Clothes. Nan Huo Huo 10 Trillions Death Burial Formation. The North and the Earth are all ashes. A bright light suddenly flashed in Gojo Ming's mind, and he realized what was wrong. This cursed tool material is not attractive enough to Ryokan Wakahu. Sun Flame is only an attribute of flame, which is not enough for Ryokan Wakahu's soul to descend into this shallow blade embryo. Lu Ren Ruo Huo not only has the power to control flames, but also has the power to control death. The Huo Huo 10 Trillions Death Burial Formation is also the basis for Lu Ren Ruo Huo to be able to form an army by one person. Chapter 114. Although the quality of Yang Yan is high enough, it lacks special characteristics. Therefore, this forging is destined to fail. Gojo Ming is a little regretful about this. If he misses this time, it may be difficult for him to find a cursed tool that has both the characteristics of fire and death. There may even be only one special fire-type cursed tool. Because the characteristics of Yang Yan have been tempered by himself, once the forging is completed, Yang Yan will become a piece of scrap metal and cannot be reused. Thinking of this, Gojo Ming took a long breath and gently put down the sword embryo and Yang Yan. Relief filled his face. Although the forging failed, he also knew the reason. This also means that when he forges his Zanpakuto in the future, as long as he is fully prepared, he will basically not encounter failure. Unfortunately, the price is too high. Using the failure of Ryokan Wakatsu in exchange for the understanding of Zanpakuto forging, Gojo Ming didn't know whether he was losing or gaining. Come to think of it, I must have made a big loss. Haha, Gojo Ming, you lose. Realizing that Gojo Ming had chosen to give up, Kimo's face was full of pride. Although he lost the special grade cursed tool Yang Yan, he successfully eliminated the phase burning incident. Kimo's real laughter was very harsh in the entire forge room, and it also made the other 4 people except Gojo Seongyan look unhappy. The 4 of them didn't know the bet between Kimo Zhen and Gojo Ming, so they naturally didn't know how relaxed and happy Kimo really was at this moment. Noisy. Zenon flashed in front of Kimo in an instant, holding his right fist high, ready to teach him a lesson. Sheer, stop. Gojo's voice sounded, Zenon's fist froze in mid-air, and then slowly lowered it. Gojo Satoru was also staring at Kimo Ming at this time, Six Eyes was full of indifference. In his opinion, Kimo Ming was mocking Gojo Ming and the Gojo family. Gojo kid, I win. Although Zenon's aura was so fierce that Kimo was frightened and stuttered, but after he realized what he was doing, he couldn't help but feel happy inside. Looking at the dancing Kimo, a trace of disgust flashed in Gojo Ming's eyes. If he really wants to put him back, in the future, this person may still use the burning phase to eliminate other people who threaten him, right? Such people are truly the scum of the Jujutsu world. I really don't want to lose this bet. Just like that, staring at Makoto's proud smile, Gojo was in a trance for a while, and at the same time, a flash of lightning suddenly flashed in his mind. Fire phase. He thought of the cursed object that he had begged from the owner of the house through some mysterious circumstances. He subconsciously took out the utensils from his pocket. Fire element, death. The cursed object in front of me seems to have such characteristics. It seems possible to give it a try. The light in Gojo Ming's 6 eyes became brighter and brighter. Even Zenon, who had his back to Gojo Ming, could feel the excitement in Gojo Ming's heart at this moment. Dang dang dang! Gojo Ming picked up the hammer again and hammered hard. Gojo Shinyi and Gojo Xiongyan, who were familiar with the cause of the matter, both noticed the cursed object burning scene that Gojo Ming put aside. They didn't know what Gojo Ming was going to do. But obviously, Gojo Ming seems to have found other ways. A glimmer of expectation suddenly appeared in their hearts. Next to the furnace, after tempering the knife embryo and cursed tool Yang Yan again, Gojo Ming opened the vessel and took out the burning phase. Gojo kid, what are you going to do? Amid Kimo's shocked shouts, Gojo Ming threw the cursed object into the furnace. For a moment, the flames in the furnace seemed to be fueled, and the fire became more fierce. The burning phase melts into gas the moment it comes into contact with the flame, filling the entire interior of the furnace. Under the influence of this fuel, Gojo Ming felt the resistance of the blade begin to slowly disappear. Cursed tool Yang Yan and Chien de Dao embryo finally merged together. At this moment, the power of Ryuran Wakahu appeared in Gojo's mind, and he thought of every battle in Ryuran Wakahu. At the moment when Yang Yan and the sword embryo completely merged, Gojo let out a low roar. Everything in the world is turned into ashes. The blade flows like fire. For a moment, the flames in the furnace seemed to be absorbed by the katana in Gojo Naruto's hand. The whole room went dark. The next second, dazzling fire shot into the sky. The raging pillar of fire soared into the sky. The pillar of fire overturned the furnace, lifted off the roof, and finally burned away all the dark clouds in the sky. Not a drop of the heavy rain falling outside the house fell into the forge house, and it was all evaporated in the pillar of fire. With the Gojo family mansion as the center of the circle, within a radius of 100 miles, it seemed as if the cold winter had suddenly turned into the hot summer. The moisture in the air seemed to be drained out all of a sudden, and everyone's lips were chapped to varying degrees. The back house of Gojo's house. This pillar of fire, is this the power of Master Ming's Zanpakuto? How could there be such a terrifying flame? Gojo Dai is an ordinary 4th-level Jujutsu master of the Gojo family. He is not very strong, but compared to other ordinary people, his knowledge is much higher. Whether you can see the technique and the curse is the difference between Jujutsu masters and ordinary people. Gojo Taisho was staring blankly at the pillar of fire soaring into the sky outside the window, and his whole face was illuminated by the red light of the flames. Honey, has Master Ming done something again? Beside Gojo Taisho, his wife Gojo Rin looked out the window with curiosity. As an ordinary person, she could not see the pillar of fire outside the house, but she also felt the changes in the surrounding environment. It doesn't feel as cold as it is tonight. Moreover, it was raining heavily just now, but now it suddenly clears up and the clouds are gone. In the eyes of ordinary people, this kind of unexplained weather change makes them full of fear of the moodiness of nature. In the eyes of Jujutsu Master Gojo Taisho, all natural changes are traceable. Just like the winter cherry blossom scene shown by Master Gojo Satoru before, just like the heavy rain caused by the previous duel between Gojo Shinyi and Yajiuzumon. Just like what Master Gojo Ming showed at this time, the flames burned the sky. At this time, in the heart of Gojo Taisho, Gojo Ming, who can forge Zanpakuto and perform various miracles, has been regarded as the real son of 6 eyes. Ming, as expected you did not disappoint me. In the main room of the house, the old man was lying weakly on the recliner, with a trace of relief on his face. Due to physical reasons, he was unable to watch the birth of the blade Ruohuo. However, looking at the pillar of fire that soared into the sky, he knew that it no longer mattered whether he watched it with his own eyes. All the efforts the Gojo family made for this Zanpakuto were worth it. He could feel the strength of Ryokan Wakaka that far exceeded other Zanpakuto. If Senbonzakura and Hanaten Kwanko are first-level Jujutsu masters among Jujutsu masters, then this Ryokan Wakaho should be a well-deserved special-level Jujutsu master, right? The smile on the old man's lips became stronger and stronger. Gojo Ming, the son of 6 eyes who was raised by him and almost abandoned by his family, truly brought his own miracle to the Gojo family. Chapter 115. Zenin Home. Zenin Naohito, Zenin Ogame, and Zenin Shinsuke were all looking at the pillar of fire that shot straight into the sky from Gojo's house. The 3 people were filled with shock, but the next second, the regret in their hearts completely suppressed the shock. The Zenin family was really upset at this time. Such a terrifying pillar of fire, such terrifying power, let alone the power of a Zanpakuto, even a top Jujutsu master would not be able to explode such power. Who would have thought that the 6-year-old child who almost reached a cooperation with the Zenin family could really forge such a cursed tool that is completely beyond ordinary people's understanding? Gojo Naru's Sode Shirayuki. Gojo instantly clears the insect. Senbonzakura from Gojo Satoru. Zenin is so crazy. Yagyazamon's flower. Plus this newly forged, unknown, more terrifying flame Zanpakuto. At this time, the Zenin people really wanted to expel their own brothers and nephews from their homes. If they hadn't insisted on giving him these tricks in the first place, at least one of the Zanpakuto that came to his mind just now might belong to the Zenin family, right? In another room, a cold look appeared on Zenin Fan's face. He knew that Gojo Ming despised him, and this sense of unreasonable disgust was very difficult for him to understand. But as a result, even if he was filled with shock about this Zanpakuto, the Zenin family would no longer be able to cooperate with Gojo Ming. And since they cannot cooperate, Gojo Ming will only become an obstacle to the future development of the Zenin family. For the sake of the status of the Zenin family, he had to think about how to suppress the Zenin family and Gojo Ming. If left alone, the Zenin family will have no choice but to completely surrender to Gojo Ming in the future. On the other side, Zenin Shinsuke's face showed a kind of despair. The absolute strength of Zenin and the Zanpakuto created by Gojo Ming. These 2 ordinary people without magical powers have completely subverted the world view he had built before. He knew that his previous confrontation with Gojo Ming was his most likely chance to defeat Gojo Ming. Now, with the appearance of this terrifying flame Zanpakuto, he lost Tenebo again. Zenin Shinsuke realized that he might not even be qualified to be Gojo Naru's opponent in the future. I have been chasing Gojo Ming, but in fact, I may not have been in his heart at all, right? Zenin Shinsuke felt his heart was broken at this moment. He has completely lost the intention to compete with Gojo Ming. The Yajayu family. This strange phenomenon in the Gojo family did not arouse the slightest surprise to the 3 heroes of the Yajayu family. The 3 men gathered in the courtyard at this moment, expressing their expectations for the future of the Gojo family. Zaman, how do you think this new Zanpakuto forged by Master Gojo Naru compares with the Keikihana in your hand? Yajayu Yuzuki is not clear about the difference between Zanpakuto. Although he knew that this Zanpakuto with soaring flames was definitely stronger than the Kawasaki, he still wanted to hear Yajayu Zaman's opinion. After all, in his opinion, Nika is a water-type Zanpakuto. Even if it is weaker than this flame Zanpakuto, it shouldn't be much weaker, right? After listening to the words of the family leader, Yajayu Shuji and Yajayu Zaman looked at each other, their eyes full of helplessness. The head of the house is really too naive. Yajayu Shuji shook his head. Everyone has a close relationship. No matter how generous Gojo Ming is, it is impossible to hand over a Zanpakuto that can rival Senbonzakura to the Yajayu family. The fact that Nika can match Gojo Shinika's King Mushi is already a surprise to Yajayu Shuji. Yajayu Zaman was even more direct. He took out the flower, placed it on the stone table, and looked at Yajayu Yuzuki seriously. Sir, have you seen it? The flower is trembling. Hearing this sentence, Yajayu Shuji and Yajayu Yuzuki subconsciously looked at Nika's blade, but they didn't see anything strange. The 2 of them raised their heads at the same time, waiting for Yajayu Zaman's explanation. Yajayu Zaman sighed. Niahua simply does not dare to compare with this newly born Zanpakuto. In Niahua's heart, that Zanpakuto can be called the strongest Zanpakuto. The birth of this Zanpakuto will definitely elevate the strength of the Gojo family to a whole new level. What our Yajayu family has to do is to follow the Gojo family honestly. The Gojo family's rise is unstoppable. This was originally the consensus of everyone after the birth of Six Eyes. Everyone is waiting for Gojo Satoru to grow up. However, no one thought that the appearance of Gojo Satoru would directly advance the progress by at least 10 years. Yajiuzaman felt extremely emotional in his heart. In his opinion, Gojo Ming, who has no magical power at all, is the one who can truly change the entire Jujutsu world in the future. Yajiu Shuji and Yajiu Yuzuki fell into silence. After a moment, they both nodded at the same time. The Gojo family not only has Gojo Ming at the moment, but in the future there will also be Gojo Satoru who inherits unlimited techniques and possesses Six Eyes. With this terrifying combination, no one can be a match for the Gojo family, right? Iiri family. Iiri Inamitsu held Shoko in his arms and stared blankly at the pillar of fire rising into the sky from the Gojo family's mansion, feeling extremely regretful in his heart. Why didn't you agree to the engagement between Shoko, the head of the Gojo family, and Gojo Ming? It was obviously the best time at that time. When everyone had not discovered Gojo Ming's potential, everything was decided in advance. Then the Iiri family was the biggest beneficiary. Iiri Inamitsu looked at Iiri Shoko in his arms, his face full of regret. At the beginning, I thought that with Shoko's talent, Gojo Ming, an ordinary person without magical power, was not worthy of it. Therefore, I perfunctorily dealt with the head of the Gojo family. I ignored it at first, but now I can't reach it at all. Gojo Ming, who forged such a terrifying flame Zanpakuto, is no longer the existence that no one cares about in the Gojo family. Shoko, have you been to Gojo's house recently? Iiri Daoguang looked at his daughter who was dozing in his arms with a very complicated mood. Although Gojo Ming promised to build a Zanpakuto for Shoko, which was an unexpected surprise, there is a huge gap between this surprise and the regret of losing a peerless son-in-law. Father, Gojo Ming seems to have made a breakthrough in physical skills recently. Zenon even said that Gojo Ming doesn't need to study for the time being, so I don't need to treat him anymore. Iiri Shoko rubbed her eyes and vaguely stated what she knew about Gojo Ming. Hearing Shoko's words, Iiri sighed again. Gojo Ming's potential is really too great. Now, whether it is swordsmanship or physical skills, he is already far beyond ordinary people. Sure enough, Zenon is a replica of Gojo Ming. This heavenly restriction is not a curse. Gojo Ming who grows up in the future may be even more powerful than Zenon. Among the two Six-Eyes sons of the Gojo family, Gojo Naruto and Gojo Satoru, who will be the strongest in the Jujutsu world in the future. Chapter 116. Kimo home. Kimo Ming looked at his wife with a very unhappy expression. Two Six-Eyes were born in this generation of the Gojo family. One has inherited unlimited techniques and will definitely be a very powerful Jujutsu master in the future. The other one created an unprecedented system of Zanpakuto. Kimo Ming's face was full of disgust. He was the head of the Kimo family, but none of his descendants born for him by his wife could inherit the ancestral techniques of the Kimo family. The Kimo family's red blood training skills must be inherited. You must give me a child who will inherit the red blood exercise technique. Listening to her husband's incompetent rage, Kimo Mio looked disdainful and didn't take these words to heart at all. Whether I can give birth to a child who will inherit the ancestral techniques of the Kimo family depends on you, isn't it? I don't have the blood of the Kimo family, so don't be blabbering here. You men, don't always blame women for your incompetence. Is it our women's fault that the Kimo family has fallen to this point? Kimo Mio shook her head disdainfully, turned and left, not giving Kimo the honor of being the head of the family. Kimo Ming's face turned red, but he could do nothing about his wife. My wife also comes from a big family, and my words are often useless in front of her. Uncle Clan hasn't come back yet. This time the Gojo family has forged a Zanpakuto. Uncle Clan should have a chance to watch from the sidelines, right? As the only Grand Master of blacksmithing, I wonder if my clan uncle can learn the forging method of this so-called Zanpakuto? If it can be learned, at least this Zanpakuto can temporarily make up for the gap in the Kimo family where no one can inherit the red blood technique, right? Kimoino looked at the moonlight outside the house and the pillar of flames soaring into the sky in the Gojo family's mansion, with regret and expectation on his face. However, what he didn't know was that Kimo, who was watching the entire forging process at Gojo's house, was filled with despair. In the forge, Kimo trembled and raised his finger to point at Gojo. His chapped lips were slightly open, but he couldn't say a word. As a master forger, how could he not see the power of the cursed tool in Gojo Ming's hand? It was clear that a few minutes ago, he was still mocking Gojo Ming for not being able to reforge the special cursed tool Yang Yan and forge it into a Zanpakuto, and he was still thankful that he could survive. But, in just a few minutes, he fully experienced what it means to be extremely happy and miserable. Why? Why did Gojo Ming add the Yaki phase in the process of forging the Zanpakuto, so that he could finally make the Zanpakuto take shape? Kimo really can't understand it. He couldn't understand that the burning phase, which he had always relied on as his trump card, had finally become the final yardstick to determine his life or death. He once eliminated many people who threatened him by burning pictures. So, did he have to die because of the burning phase in the end? How did Gohara do it? How can cursed object plus cursed tool be able to forge this mysterious Zanpakuto? Even though he observed the whole process, he still didn't understand the principle of forging this Zanpakuto at all. He finally understood why Gojo Ming had been so confident and allowed him to watch on the sidelines. Feeling the cold gaze of Gojo Seongyan beside him, Kimo really knew that his ending had been determined at this moment. Gojo Seongyan pursed his lips. In his heart, he was shocked by Gojo Ming's sword like fire, and he also felt joy in determining Kimo's true fate. The forging process of this Ryoken Ruohu is very difficult, but its terrifying performance is worthy of Gojo Ming's long-term efforts. In fact, Gojo Seongyan had a treasonous thought in his mind. Gojo Ming's flow blade Ruohuo may even be more exaggerated and rarer than the Gojo family's Eye of Heaven. Before Ryoken Waka was born, Gojo Seongyan still felt that Gojo Ming was able to forge the Zanpakuto, and a large part of the reason should be attributed to his possession of the six eyes. Now, facing the pressure of Liubian Ruohuo, he no longer had such thoughts. No matter how rare the Eye of the Sky is, how can it be possible to create a more powerful existence than it? He has realized that the root of all this is Gojo Ming. They are all born to know this Gojo family. Because of the existence of Gojo Ming, the Zanpakuto will appear. Regardless of whether he has the pair of six eyes in his eyes, the Zanpakuto will appear in his hands. Gojo Ming is destined to be a game changer in the future. The Gojo family will become the biggest beneficiaries in the future only by following Gojo Ming's footsteps. At this moment, Gojo Seongyan completely strengthened his belief. He is not an obstacle to Gojo Ming's future, he will be in charge of the Gojo family and become Gojo Ming's strongest supporter. As for Gojo Satoru, he could only sigh silently in his heart. Compared with Gojo Satoru, Gojo Ming will undoubtedly be the most suitable person for the position of head of the Gojo family. This traditionalist completely overturned his inner mantra theory. Spell power? In front of the Zanpakuto created by Gojo Ming, and in front of Zenon's extremely powerful body, the power of the curse is just a god's kindness to the mediocre. I am afraid that mediocre people like them can only get a glimpse of Gojo Ming's strength with the help of magic power. As for Kimo Zhen, who is going against the general trend, at this moment, in Gojo Seongyan's heart, he is already a dead person. Facing Ryoken Waka, Gojo Satoru, Zenon, and Gojo Shinyi all grasped the hilts of their Zanpakuto. Just like the katana in Yagyazamon's hand, the blades of the three Zanpakuto were trembling slightly at this time. Zanpakuto is afraid. The three of them looked at each other, feeling the shock in each other's eyes. They had thought that the Zanpakuto forged by Gojo Ming was very powerful, but they never thought that this Zanpakuto would actually make their own Zanpakuto fearful. Everything in the world is turned into ashes. The blade flows like fire. Gojo Satoru murmured the Hajime words that flowed like fire, and the Hajime words alone were full of domineering power. Zenon Shier continued to comfort Huishan Kuangwu, and his expression slowly returned to calm. During this period of time, Gojo Ming had shocked him enough. He knew that there would be more things in Gojo Ming that he could not understand in the future. However, he didn't really care. They are friends, aren't they? Although there is a big age gap, they are both carriers of heavenly restriction and they can understand each other. And Gojo Shinyi's eyes firmly trusted Gojo Ming. He knew that Gojo Ming would never let him down. In his heart, only a Zanpakuto as powerful as Ryokan Wakawai can be worthy of Gojo Naru's identity. Chapter 117. Outside the Gojo family mansion. A woman holding a pink paper umbrella looked quietly at the pillar of fire rising into the sky and touched the sutures on her forehead. Zanpakuto. I didn't expect it to have such a powerful power. This generation of the Gojo family is so amazingly talented. Kaori smiled to herself while talking to herself. She can feel the potential of this Zanpakuto, but she also knows very well that in Gojo Ming's current state, he cannot yet unleash the full power of this Zanpakuto. Gojo Naru, you who forged the Zanpakuto, can you keep this Zanpakuto? I like this Zanpakuto very much, please give it to me. A seductive smile appeared on Kaori's delicate face, but it was the 6 eyes of the Gojo family, and it was not like she had not killed it before. Originally, she didn't care about the 6 eyes twins of Gojo's generation, but now, Gojo Ming might be worthy of her paying more attention to. If she can obtain this brand new Zanpakuto, her future plans may be implemented more smoothly. Inside the forge, Gojo Ming stroked the hot blade, and his heart was filled with joy. I was about to give up before, but I didn't expect that the blade Ruohwa was finally forged successfully. The fact that he got the burning phase by mistake was really the key among the keys. However, he should also thank Kimo Zhen for his final provocation. If Kimo hadn't made such a bold statement, I might not have been able to associate it with the characteristics of Yakusuji. Gojo Ming gently swung the blade, and the pillar of fire that soared into the sky slowly shrank, and was finally completely absorbed into the flowing blade like fire. The heat in the air began to disappear. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully forging the Zanpakuto Ryokan Wakahu. The system's beep confirmed the successful birth of the Zanpakuto Ryokan Wakawai, and in the Zanpakuto showroom on the system panel, Ryokan Wakawai also appeared in it. Zanpakuto, Sode Shirayuki, Possessor, Gojo Naru, Borrower, None. Zanpakuto, King Mushi, Possessor, Gojo Ming, Borrower, Gojo Shunichi. Zanpakuto, Senbonzakura, Possessor, Gojo Naru, Borrower, Gojo Satoru. Zanpakuto, Katan Kwanko, Owner, Gojo Ming, Borrower, Zenon. Zanpakuto, Nakahana, Possessor, Gojo Ming, Borrower, Yajai Uzaman. Zanpakuto, Ryokan Wakahara, Owner, Gojo Ming, Borrower, None. From this moment on, Gojo Ming himself possesses 2 Zanpakuto, 1 ice and 1 fire. The sleeves are white and the blade is like fire. These 2 Zanpakuto are enough for the current Gojo Ming. After all, you can't bite off more than you can chew. At present, he has not even completed the swastika version of Sode Shirayuki, and it will take more time to make Ryokan Wakahu appear in the state of residual fire sword. In the future, Gojo Ming is no longer prepared to deliberately pursue the forging of Zanpakuto. The main focus is casualness. After all, sword borrowers also have to be screened. Lending a Zanpakuto to others casually is also a kind of blasphemy against the Zanpakuto. Gojo Naru came to Kimo with Ryokan Wakahu in his hand. Grand Master, it seems that I won the bet between us. The absent-minded Kimo slowly came back to his senses. At this moment, his face became much older, as if all his energy had been drained away. He had thought about not honoring this bet, but the thought only passed through his mind. The Gojo family and the Kimo family are not on the same level at the moment. Compared with the prosperity of the Gojo family, the Kimo family can be said to be in decline. If his plan to assassinate Gojo Ming is exposed, it will be a fatal blow to the reputation of the Kimo family. This is completely unacceptable to him who has dedicated his life to the revival of the Kimo family. Moreover, all the initiative is currently in the hands of the Gojo family, and he has realized that this bet is nothing more than a charity from Gojo Ming. I see. Kimo's hoarse voice sounded in the forge. He took one last look at the Zanpakuto that cut off his life, opened his mouth with difficulty, and asked the last question he wanted to ask. What's the name of this Zanpakuto? Feeling Kimo's inner desire, Gojo Ming satisfied the dying man's final doubts. The blade flows like fire. Kimo Zhen nodded. At this moment, he was a pure forging master. The entire forging process demonstrated by Gojo Ming has been completely regarded as a miracle by him. The blade flows like fire, and its skills are amazing. The blade flows like fire, what a miraculous skill. Kimo sighed and turned to look at Gojo Zui. Zhou Ye, the future of the association will be left to you. I hope that the Forging Association can become better under the leadership of you and Gojo Ming. Since the birth of the first Zanpakuto, he has been trying his best to suppress this special existence that will definitely change the structure of the cursed tool world. Now, he realized that all he had done was to shake the tree. From the moment the Zanpakuto appeared in this world, it was bound to leave a mark on the entire Jujutsu world. This is the general trend. If I don't understand all this, I can only be crushed in the rolling wheels. Grand Master, you. Gojo Zui didn't know the real bet between Gojo Ming and Kimo, nor what Kimo Zhen had done before, so he didn't understand why Kimo Zhen would do something to support his son. However, Kimo really didn't talk to anyone anymore. He just dragged his old body and left the forge house and Gojo's house step by step. He wants to return to Kimo's home. He is the master of the cursed tool of the Kimo family and the elder of the Kimo family. His death cannot be blamed at all. For the Kimo family's final reputation. Ming, what's going on, Grand Master Kimo? What did you mean by what you just said? Gojo Zui frowned. He always felt that something was wrong with Kimo today. Zhou Ye, don't worry. The Grand Master has just entrusted the association to you, so you have to shoulder this burden. Gojo Xiongyan patted Gojo Zui on the shoulder. He knew that this was Kimo Zhen's last moment to show his kindness to the Gojo family, and it was regarded as a deal before his death. Use this formed blacksmithing association in exchange for the Gojo family not to pursue any further investigation. Gojo Xiongyan is also willing to accept Kimo's real interest. After all, the entire blacksmith association is also a very big deal. Gojo's control of this association can further enhance the influence of the Gojo family in the entire Jujutsu world. As long as Kimo really fulfills the bet as agreed, then the conflict between the Gojo family and the Kimo family will be completely over. This is what Kimo really wants to see, and what the Gojo family is happy to see. Chapter 118. Wu, Shinyi, and Zhou Ye, Ming has been forging for such a long time and needs a good rest. Let's leave first. Sheer, you decide based on your own situation. Gojo Xiongyan greeted everyone. He saw how tired Gojo Ming was at this time, so he started to chase people away. Everyone looked at Gojo Ming, and then at the Ryokan Wakahu in his hand. Although everyone was very curious about Ryokan Wakahu's ability, no one was in a hurry to ask anything at this time. Ming, then you have a good rest, we are going back first. As Gojo Satoru finished speaking, everyone left the forge house. Zenon left the Gojo family mansion immediately. He had to go to the master house to continue supervising the work. After sending everyone away, Gojo let out a long breath. Looking at Ryokan Wakawai and Sode Shirayuki placed on the knife rest, he began to think about how he should improve in the future. With the advent of Ryokan Ruohuo, Gojo Ming knew that it was basically difficult for him to improve in Cursed Tool. Even if other Zanpakuto continue to be forged, they will only show more functionality. In terms of practicality, Ryuran Wakawai and Sode Shirayuki are enough to satisfy their daily battles. As for the future Zanpakuto plans, except for the fleshy sword forged for Iiri Shoko, the other Zanpakuto don't seem to be in such a hurry. The most important thing is that just after coming into contact with Ryuran Wakahu, Gojo Ming felt the coldness of Ryuran Wakahu. Although he forged it, he has not yet received its approval. Although he has completed the initial interpretation, he has not yet mastered the technique of flowing blade like fire. Therefore, in the future, he must speed up the speed of mastering the blade Ruohuo. As long as he can master the technique of Luren Ruohuo's initial release state, it will be enough to greatly increase his strength. Of course, his ultimate goal is to complete the swastika of Ryokan Ruohuo. As long as the residual fire sword is born, even Ryaman Sukuna at his peak state will not be his opponent. However, Gojo Ming has no idea how to improve the intimacy with Ryuran Wakahu, and there is still a long way to go to solve the swastika. %*Z%. In addition to the Zanpakuto, what can quickly improve Gojo Naru's strength is currently studying Shunpo. Gojo Ming has mastered Kendo and Hakuta, leaving only Shunpo and Kido skills blank. Gojo Ming was a little confused as to how to quickly improve his Shunpo. Shunpo, in short, is the embodiment of speed. How to increase speed and how to use movement skills, Gojo Ming currently has no clear target to learn from. In the original work, Gojo Satoru, the fastest Jujutsu master in the future, is still the same age as himself, and the second fastest Jujutsu master in the future, is currently the representative of the Zenin family. Now for Gojo Ming, the most convenient choice at the moment seems to be Zenin. When Zenin fought with Gojo Satoru in the future, his speed was also amazing, no less than the fastest Gojo Satoru. However, Gojo Ming had some doubts in his mind. Can speed really be learned? Zenin's high-speed movement method is purely physical, right? If I want to achieve the speed of Zenin, I will only need to spend at least a few years to let my body grow properly. Since speed is more of the human body's talent, the only thing Gojo Ming can provide at the moment is learning to move. Therefore, Zenin, who relies purely on physical fitness, can naturally be excluded. At the moment, the only ones who can be studied by Gojo Ming are his cheap brother Gojo Satoru, and Zenin, who possesses projection spells. However, Gojo Satoru has not yet mastered the use of the Jutsu Ao, so he cannot perform high-speed teleportation as he will in the future. Then, it seems that the only option left is the Zenin people. I just kidnapped Zenin from the Zenin family, and now I go to ask the Zenin family to learn the movement of the projection spell. Doesn't this mean that I don't regard the Zenin family as human beings? A trace of helplessness appeared on Gojo Ming's face. If I were a direct Zenin person, I would not be able to accept such a request if I were to put myself in my shoes. It's better to urge Wu to learn the art reversal as soon as possible, so there's no need for me to be so embarrassed. Satoru, this guy must have been slacking off recently. Although I have a brand new equipment like Senbonzakura, I cannot slack off in learning unlimited techniques. Gojo Ming made up his mind that he must supervise Gojo Satoru in the future and never let his cheap brother mess around. The control of spells that flow like fire. Sode Shirayuki's practice of swastika. Shunpo's experience increases. These three items are the top priority for Gojo Ming in the future. For the current Gojo Ming, improving his strength in the future will only be a waste of time. You can pay more attention to matters related to Wanshai Wu later. Well, I need to find someone to repair the forge house tomorrow. The skylight is a bit too wide. The furnace also needs to be repaired, and it must be forged into a blade as sharp as fire. It really almost fills it with all the belongings. Gojo Ming looked at the roofless house and the brilliant stars in the winter sky. He wrapped himself in a quilt and slowly fell into a deep sleep. The other side. Gojo Satoru held Senbonzakura in his hands, feeling very complicated inside. The hand of the old man next to him, who was as skinny as tree bark, was gently placed on his head, and his voice was so soft that it seemed as if it would be blown away by the wind at any time. Satoru, are you a little unwilling? Are you a little jealous? Gojo Satoru's body trembled, and a trace of tangle flashed in the azure six eyes. For her brother to forge a Zanpakuto that can make Senbonzakura fearful, she is happy from the bottom of her heart. However, Gojo Satoru felt very disappointed when everyone's attention was attracted by Gojo Ming. Although the old man had told him before that this kind of thing would happen, and also said that Gojo Ming was more suitable to be the head of the Gojo family than him. He himself agrees with this view. However, when this thing actually happened, he still felt uncomfortable. He had always wanted to protect his younger brother who had no magic power because of him, but now his younger brother had grown to the point where he no longer needed his protection. In fact, Gojo Naru, who possesses Ryokan Wakahu and Sode Shirayuki, is stronger than himself. This is something that Gojo Satoru, who has always been immersed in the praise of others, finds it difficult to adapt to. The head of the family said that I was unwilling to give in and that I was jealous. Maybe there are some. Gojo Satoru said to himself in his heart. Rather than feeling jealous, he actually felt more disappointed. Satoru, you don't have to think that you are inferior to Ming. You haven't completely mastered the true unlimited technique yet. When you master all the techniques of unlimited techniques, you will not be weaker than Ming at that time. So, Satoru, you should pay more attention to the practice of your own techniques and the practice of your own Zanpakuto. Chapter 119. Early the next morning. After thinking about it all night, Gojo Satoru took the initiative to find Gojo Ming and told Gojo Ming about his future plans. He was going to take a long retreat to completely master the unlimited technique. Hearing Gojo Satoru's positivity, Gojo Ming was so excited that he almost burst into tears. Does this cheap brother of mine know his inner needs and suddenly become so motivated? When Gojo Ming heard this, he didn't give up at all and kept nodding. Satoru, you must study the technique Shundenkang carefully. Take it apart and crush it to pieces and learn it thoroughly. Huh? Oh, well, I've been in contact with Kang before, so I should be able to master it quickly. Gojo Satoru felt that Gojo Naru's reaction was a little strange. No, I don't want you to simply stop at Kang's basic learning. You have to master Kang's advanced uses. If you use them well, you should be able to master teleportation. Gojo Ming's face was full of excitement. Teleportation, how cool that sounds. After you master the teleportation technique, you must come over and teach me. Satoru, I can only rely on you for my future Shunpo. Gojo Satoru didn't react until he was sent to the training room by Gojo Ming. He had no idea that Gojo Ming would attach so much importance to the reversal of spells with no lower limit. He even thought about letting himself master Kang's advanced skills and then teach him. Kang's advanced skills? Teleport? This does sound pretty cool. Gojo Satoru suddenly felt motivated in his heart. The unlimited technique would make Gojo Ming envious. This is indeed an ability that only he can master. You must master the technique Shun Huan Kang well, and then teach Ming well. Gojo Satoru's initiative saved Gojo Ming a lot of energy. But seeing Gojo Satoru being so serious, Gojo Ming suddenly felt that he couldn't be so casual. Holding the warm Ryokan Wakahu, a trace of determination flashed in Gojo Naru's eyes. As long as the iron pestle is sharpened into a needle, he must also learn from Gojo Satoru and retreat for a period of time to get along with Ryokan Wakahu. Just do it. During this day, the two Six Eyes gods of the Gojo family entered a state of retreat at the same time. After hearing the news, Gojo Xiongyan's expression was very calm, and he knew Gojo Ming a little more. Having just forged such a terrifying Zanpakuto, he was able to calm down and practice in seclusion. To be able to achieve such an achievement at such a young age is not something that a person who is born with knowledge can achieve. Obviously, Gojo Ming's self-control and character determine his current achievements. If this situation continues, Gojo Ming's future will undoubtedly be stronger than the present. Grandpa, many people from the Jujutsu Master family have recently sent in messages, asking Master Gojo to help their family forge a Zanpakuto. Gojo Genaki respectfully reported on the work he was currently doing. As the acting grandson of the Gojo family, he is responsible for the entire family's interactions with other families. His previous knowledge of Gojo Ming was very one-sided, but since the Yajiu family traded Tsuki no Soho for Nikaha, other small Jujutsu master families have gone crazy. Every time he met with him, he would ask insinuatingly about Gojo Naru's situation, hinting whether he could ask Gojo Naru to forge a Zanpakuto for their family. Previously, he had temporarily declined these Jujutsu master families on the grounds that Gojo Ming was forging the Zanpakuto he needed to use. However, yesterday, the pillar of fire that soared into the sky had already indicated the birth of Gojo Ming's new Zanpakuto. The Jujutsu Master family who knew this news rushed to Gojo's house like sharks smelling blood, hoping to get Gojo's approval and let Gojo forge Zanpakuto for their family. They don't expect to get a Zanpakuto as terrifying as yesterday, they only hope to get a Zanpakuto like the one obtained by the Yajayu family. A Zanpakuto can make a first-level Jujutsu Master, and a first-level Jujutsu Master can support the facade of a family. This kind of transaction, let alone giving away the ancient books passed down by the family, can even involve sacrificing oneself. In just half a day, Gojo Swanyi has received many guests. Now, he really doesn't know how to deal with it, so he can only ask his grandfather for help. Gojo Seongyan looked at the helplessness on his grandson's face, and a cold look flashed in his eyes. He has always been worried about the fact that he, as a middleman, personally led to the transaction of Nawa to the Yajayu family. Although the Yajayu family currently follows the Gojo family, the fact that such a powerful Zanpakuto was handed over to the Yajayu family and a first-level Jujutsu Master was born in their family was nothing to Gojo Seongyan's opinion. The question is a big lost trade. Now, this group of small families still want to learn from the Yajayu family and collect wool from the Gojo family? Having had experience, he is unwilling to make the same mistakes again. Gojo Seongyan snorted coldly. Xian Yi, continue to deal with them. Isn't Ming already in seclusion now? This is just the reason to send them away. Not everyone can use Gojo's Zanpakuto. Although Naru has his own criteria for judging, as his clan members, we should also assist him in the first round of screening. Gojo Seongyan's determined attitude gave Gojo Swanyi the confidence. The Gojo family, which owns 6 eyes, also has the confidence to reject other families. After all, not all families are big 3 sorcerer families. Moreover, what about the Kimo family, one of the big 3 sorcerer families? Why don't you just obediently send your family's special cursed tool to Gojo's house and let Gojo Ming forge the Zanpakuto? Gojo Geniki, who doesn't know what Kimo really did, misinterprets the Kimo family's fear of the Gojo family. However, he was thinking pretty well at this time. Even the Kimo family, one of the big 3 sorcerer families, is no longer a rival to the current Gojo family. Upon hearing that Gojo Ming was in retreat, many family envoys sighed deeply. They didn't know whether this was Gojo Ming's perfunctory response or the Gojo family's rejection, but they could only bring the news back to their respective families. Many families whose requests were fruitless did not dare to be dissatisfied with the Gojo family and could only silently curse the Yajayu family in their hearts. They all knew that the Gojo family would reject their proposal, probably because the Yajayu family's performance after receiving the Zanpakuto Kiko was so amazing. That tough guy from the Yajayu family is really convinced. You have obtained the Zanpakuto yourself, and you know how powerful the Zanpakuto is, so why don't you just enjoy it secretly? Why are you so ostentatious? You have been promoted to the first level of Jujutsu Master with your Zanpakuto, but you still don't know that you have to hide your strength and bide your time, and you have to go to Gojo's house to show off? Will you die if you don't show off? The Zanpakuto duel between Yagayuzaman and Gojo Shunichi is no secret. Yagayuzaman's Zanpakuto clasping the flower in his hand was too eye-catching, completely cutting off the way for this small family to obtain the Zanpakuto. The common man is not guilty, but he is guilty of carrying the jade. The Yajayu family was affected in this way, and became the object of hatred of many small sorcerer families. Chapter 120. Gojo Ming stayed in seclusion for 15 days. And during these 15 days, a big event happened in the Jujutsu world. The Kimo family elder, the president of the Blacksmithing Association, and the cursed tool forging master Kimo Zhen died in the Kimo family. Before his death, Kimo left his last words and handed over the position of president of the Blacksmithing Association to Gojo. The Kimo family lost a pillar and became even less powerful, while the Gojo family gained the position of president of the Blacksmithing Association, making the entire family even more powerful and famous. Except for the participants and witnesses of the bet, no one knows the true cause of Kimo's death. Only the beneficiary of the whole thing, Gojo Zwoi, had some guesses. He felt a little regretful that Kimo really died. After all, as the only great master in the cursed tool forging world, it was a pity to die like this in the struggle between the Gojo family and the Kimo family. However, he also knew that Kimo Zhen must have done something that made the Gojo family angry, so the Gojo family would make such a decision, and at the same time, Kimo Zhen himself would choose death so directly. Gojo's voice shook his head. He obtained the position of president out of thin air, but he did not have the ability to manage the association. Now he can only pretend to be powerful and rely on Gojo Ming's momentum. Gojo Ming, who forged the sword like fire, has been regarded as a godlike existence in the entire cursed tool forging world. With Gojo Ming on his side, I believe that the blacksmiths in the association will not make too many mistakes. Although I didn't actually teach Gojo Ming too many forging skills, it didn't stop others from thinking that I was Gojo Ming's master. 15 days of seclusion did not bring any obvious gains to Gojo Ming. The relationship between him and Lu Renruohuo was still tepid. After he shouted out the initial solution, Liu Bianruohuo could complete the initial solution, but he still couldn't use the spell after the initial solution. It's like a beautiful woman taking off her clothes and lying on the bed, but she still can't get hard. Gojo Ming was also very frustrated inside. However, he also knew that it would take more than just spending time to complete the running in with Liu Bianruohuo. Perhaps, you need to experience some other things with Lu Renruohuo. He recognized the pride of Ryokan Wakahu. After all, its last owner was the strongest Shinigami in the Soul Society, the captain of the Godai 13th Division, Yamamoto Genryon Agasai Shiji Kuni. It would be strange if such a powerful weapon had no character of its own. The news of Gojo Ming's release alarmed Gojo Xiongyan. Gojo Ming had just returned to the forge, and Gojo Xiongyan followed him in. Ming, are there any gains from seclusion? Gojo Xiongyan had a smile on his face, and there was no trace of his resistance to Gojo Ming in the past few years. Facing Gojo Xiongyan, Gojo Ming's attitude was average. However, after all, respecting the elderly and loving the young is the traditional virtue of Huxia people. Gojo Ming still replied politely. Nothing has changed. If you want to truly unleash the power of Ryokan Ruohuo, it may take a lot of time. Sensing the disappointment in Gojo Ming's tone, Gojo Xiongyan no longer dwelled on this topic. He is just the representative of the Gojo family, and does not have a deep understanding of Zanpakuto. This kind of thing can only be adjusted by Gojo himself. He said that there are many mistakes. Thinking of this, Gojo Xiongyan took out a booklet from his arms and handed it to Gojo Ming. This is a request made by various Jujutsu master families during your seclusion. They hope that you can forge Zanpakuto for them. Here are the results after my screening. I think things like Zanpakuto are strategic materials and should not be handed over to other families casually. However, the trading items these families can offer are indeed good. Just make the appropriate decision based on your own needs. After Gojo Xiongyan gave the booklet to Gojo Ming, he stopped giving any suggestions. He didn't know what Gojo Ming would need or what would be useful to Gojo Ming, so he simply left everything to Gojo Ming's own decision. Although Gojo Ming is only 6 years old, Gojo Xiongyan already treats Gojo Ming as an adult. Taking the thing from Gojo Xiongyan's hand, after roughly looking through the transaction booklet, Gojo Ming shook his head. He is not in the mood to forge Zanpakuto right now. Although the items in this book are precious, for him at the moment, they have no practical use and are all useless. Reject them. Gojo Ming's response made Gojo Xiongyan highly agree. The preciousness of the Zanpakuto is obvious to all, and it is indeed not something that can be exchanged for other treasures. Well, I will let Xianyi refuse one by one. Gojo Xiongyan nodded, with an expectant expression on his face. Ming, do you need any other cursed tool now? If it is not in the family's library, the family can help find it through other means. Gojo Xiongyan understands the value of Zanpakuto, so he naturally hopes that Gojo Ming will have as many Zanpakuto as possible. There is no other Zanpakuto like the Ryokan Waka. Zanpakutos like Senbonzakura and Hanato Kwanko are also rare. However, Gojo Ming should be able to forge Zanpakutos at the level of Kiyomizu and Nikko with ease. If Gojo Ming can forge and arm more members of the Gojo family, the strength of the entire Gojo family can be greatly improved in the Jujutsu world. I've been a little tired lately. Gojo Ming's answer made Gojo Xiongyan's expression freeze. I won't be building Zanpakuto for a while now. I have to relax. Gojo Ming's next words completely shattered Gojo Xiongyan's plan. Seeing the tiredness on Gojo Ming's face, Gojo Xiongyan didn't ask any more questions. During Gojo Ming's retreat, Gojo Xiongyan also gained a new understanding of cursed tool forging because Gojo Zhouye took over the blacksmithing association. Every cursed tool master who wants to forge a cursed tool above the first level will spend a huge amount of time and energy. In his opinion, Gojo Ming forged 5 Zanpakuto in such a short period of time, which was indeed beyond the imagination of ordinary people and completely inconsistent with the rules of cursed tool forging. It is indeed time to let Naru take a good rest. The forging of a Zanpakuto is not about chopping melons and vegetables. It will definitely consume a huge amount of mental energy. Flowing Blade Ruohuo has been forged for several hours before. If it continues like this, I'm afraid it will destroy the body. Gojo Xiongyan finished his self-pua, nodded to Gojo Ming, told him to have a good rest, turned around and left directly. After he left, just as Gojo Ming was about to lie down and take a rest, Zenon appeared in the house. Young Master Gojo Ming, is he finally out of seclusion? Gojo nodded lazily. Sheer, long time no see. Zenon walked straight to Gojo Ming and said, the house of everything has been built. How about it? Do you want to take a look? Gojo Ming, who was still listless, his eyes widened and he suddenly became energetic. Let's go and take a look. Chapter 121. One day ago, Death Star Palace. A woman with long, silky hair and a loose kimono was sipping tea leisurely. Next to him stood a tall woman with short blonde hair and a tall figure. This generation of Gojo's 6 eyes really exceeded my expectations. The kimonoed woman put down her teacup, with a hint of curiosity on her face. If possible, I really want to see this 6 eyes who shouldn't have been born. Zanpakuto, this does not belong to this world, but it is very novel. Yuki, how well do you know about Zanpakuto? Looking at the kimono woman slumped on the chair in front of her, the blonde woman looked very helpless. With this look on the outside, no one would believe that this woman was the famous Tenjin-sama in the entire Jujutsu world. 99 Yuki sighed. Tenjin-sama, there are currently 2 Zanpakutos of the Gojo family leaked out. One is in the hands of Yajiu Zaman, and is named Naka, and the other is in the hands of Zenon Jinji, and is named Hanaten Kwanko. I've been with you recently and haven't gone out. How can I know more? Everything is just hearsay. As astral bodies, 99 Yuji has a very special relationship with Tian Yuan. Ever since he learned that he was an astral body, his family would regularly send him to the Sing Sing Palace to get along with Tian Yuan. Although it was nominally for him to accept the teachings of Lord Tian Yuan, it was actually so that he could accept the fact of the astral body as a matter of course and be able to assimilate with Tian Yuan when needed. In fact, Juju Yuji didn't pay too much attention to the fact that she was an astral body. However, she felt that it was better to be free. Of course, Tian Yuan's lazy personality was beyond her expectation. It was hard for her to imagine whether she would become like this after merging with Tian Yuan. Tian Yuan stretched his legs and looked at Juju Yuji. Although he is much older than Kyuju Yuki's figure is much plumper. A hint of envy appeared on Tian Yuan's face, and he whispered. Yuki, go find out about the Zanpakuto, go meet that Gojo Ming, and come back and share it with me. This Sing Sing Palace is very boring. It's rare to meet such an interesting person. Juju Yuji looked a little surprised. He sat across from Tian Yuan, looked at this woman whose face was younger than him, and sighed deeply. Lord Tian Yuan, are you sure you want to do this? Tian Yuan nodded, clasped his hands together, and turned a blind eye. Yuki, please, please. 99 Yuki nodded helplessly and coughed slightly. Then I understand. I will contact Gojo Ming, but I don't know if he is willing to see you. I always feel that a boy who can forge a Zanpakuto might not care much about your identity as Tenjin. A smile appeared on Tian Yuan's face. Wouldn't that be nice? Chatting without any inhibitions sounds great. 99 Yuki shrugged and ignored the woman in front of him. She was also very curious about Gojo Ming. At her age, she could already be considered a genius in the Jujutsu world, and Gojo Ming, a boy who created the Zanpakuto at the age of 6, shouldn't he be considered a genius among geniuses? And Gojo Ming is said to be a carrier of heavenly restriction without any magical power. Compared with the Zanpakuto, this identity is more attractive to 99 Yuki. She has had enough of the endless curses in this world and the endless elimination. It would be great if there was a way to completely solve the curses. And Gojo Ming, a being without any magical power, may be able to provide her with some new ideas. It was an hour before Gojo Ming left for the master house. Itadori Kaori watched Zenin go to Gojo's house from the newly built house. She had already made plans for the future. This everything room seems to be quite important to Zenin and Gojo Ming. If Gojo Naru really leaves Gojo's house because of this master house, this may be the best opportunity to snatch the flame Zanpakuto. The corners of Itadori Kaori's mouth raised slightly. She was bound to get this flame Zanpakuto, even if she had to use all her strength. However, the only thing she needs to pay attention to right now is Zenin, who is by Gojo Ming's side. She is not one of those stubborn old Zenin people who would look down upon Zenin, who has zero magic power. If you want to get the Zanpakuto from Gojo Ming's hands, the best thing is to wait for Gojo Ming and Zenin to separate. She was not in a hurry, she had enough patience for this mysterious flame Zanpakuto. As long as Gojo Ming and Zenin choose to go to the master house, her plan can be implemented smoothly. Sure enough, if you have money, you can build anything very quickly. Gojo Ming, with Ryukin Wakawai and Sode Shirayuki on his waist, followed behind Zenin and set off towards the master house. Thanks to the financial support of Gojo Satoru, the master house was completed much faster than planned. Gojo Ming is also full of expectations for this future base. Although it is actually just an ordinary building, this is the obsession of Hyuxia people for their own house. Although Gojo's huge mansion will belong to Gojo as long as he wants it, Gojo still hopes to have a house that is truly his own. And this all-purpose house is Gojo's first step towards independence. Although all the funds for the house came from Zenin Shur and Gojo Satoru, Gojo Ming did not pay a penny, but this does not prevent him from being the actual owner of the house. Shir, how are you getting along with Huishan Kuangwu? Have you found the way to the swastika? Looking at the two Zanpakutos on Zenin's waist, Gojo Ming felt a little confused. Judging from the current progress, Zenin Shir and Huishan Kuangwu should have the best compatibility. Therefore, among all the sword borrowers, Zenin Shir should be the one most likely to complete the swastika interpretation. Swastika. Zenin paused and shook his head. When he was supervising the construction of the Wanshaiwu house, he had been exploring ways to solve the problem of Huishan Kuangwu, but it was not satisfactory. Although Huishan and Kuangwu did not reject communication with him, they basically received no response when they asked them to assist him in completing his swastika interpretation. After understanding Shir's current situation, Gojo Ming also had a look of regret. However, he actually didn't have high expectations. After all, he himself had not yet completed the Zanpakuto's swastika, and he had no right to demand it from others. The two of them walked in silence for more than 10 minutes. Suddenly, Zenin stopped suddenly. Gojo Ming behind him looked forward playfully, a hint of excitement flashed in his 6 eyes. It seems that every time I go out with Shire, I will be attacked. Chapter 122. Judging from its strength, this curse should be level 1. Gojo Ming looked at the curse blocking him, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. He also found it very interesting that the first level curse appeared here and had such a clear purpose. The reason why the burning phase attacked him before was because Kimo Zhen ordered him to do so. So, why did this level 1 curse attack him now? The first level curse already has corresponding intelligence, so perhaps we can capture it and interrogate it. When Zenin Shin raised his fist and was about to physically remove the obstacle, Gojo Ming stopped him. The first level curse in front of him was a very good target. Perhaps, he could try to fight the curse and see if he could activate the compatibility between Ryujin Jaka and himself. After all, it is the Zanpakuto with the strongest attack power, so he should be very interested in fighting. Shiner, leave this curse to me. I want to try out Ryujin Jaka. Hearing Gojo Ming's request, Zenin Shiner nodded and stood aside. He knew Gojo Ming's strength. A first-level cursed spirit was nothing to be afraid of. Moreover, even if this first-level cursed spirit had a trump card, he had the confidence that he could crush it before this cursed spirit revealed it. Ryujin Jaka, please fight with me next time. Gojo Ming held the Ryujin Jaka and took the initiative to face the first-level cursed spirit. And in the distance where no one noticed, Itadori Kairi quietly watched Gojo Naruto fighting the curse, analyzing the ability of the Zanpakuto in Gojo Naruto's hand. The first-level curse is indeed not a threat to Gojo Naru. However, Kairi also noticed the helplessness that Gojo Naru showed throughout the battle. This first-level cursed spirit was killed by Gojo Naruto with his Zanpakuto. During the entire process, the fire-type Zanpakuto did not release any techniques. A smile appeared on Kairi's face. Sure enough, such a powerful Zanpakuto has not been completely controlled. With Gojo Naruto's current strength, he is still unable to use the true power of that Zanpakuto. If that were the case, it would be much easier. Kairi muttered to herself and turned around silently. This first-level curse had already revealed enough information for her and was no longer of any use. That's too much. That's too much. You are a Zanpakuto after all. How is this performance different from an ordinary katana? The opponent is cursed. Can you show a little dignity of your Zanpakuto? Even if you just set off a small flame to burn the opponent to death, it will be considered as refreshing your presence. Gojo Ming held the warm Ryujin Jaka and looked at the curse that had been cut into pieces by him in front of him, feeling very depressed. Although Ryujin Jaka is the most powerful Zanpakuto, it is no better than a fire stick in his hand at this moment. So, the Shikyu that I mastered is actually just a disguise trick, right? After reciting the first words, he transformed into Ryujin Jaka, and then everything else was the same as Asachi, right? Zenin Shinji took Gojo Ming's complaints to heart, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Compared to the lack of cooperation of Ryujin Jaka, my own Katen Kyukotsu can be said to have too much cooperation. As for your temporary unwillingness to cooperate with Bankai, then just let it be. I won't force you. After all, Xiaohua is a cool and aloof person. If she were to complete her Bankai too easily, her character would probably be ruined. Let's go, Master Gojo Naruto. Or should I give you another half an hour to communicate with Ryujin Jaka? Zenin Shiner's joke immediately made Gojo Ming's face pull long. Let's go to the Wanshiwa quickly. Itadori Kairi turned around and prepared to leave, but the next second, her body suddenly froze. Beside her, a blonde girl appeared out of nowhere. Well, the angle here is really good. Are you here to pay attention to Gojo Naruto as well? Jujutsu looked at the beautiful woman beside him, his big eyes full of curiosity. The woman in front of me has short hair, the same as myself, but she is much more dashing than myself. She was somewhat envious of the woman's temperament. Very cool, but a little pitiful. There are sutures on the forehead from surgery. Could it be that he just had a craniotomy? Which sorcerer family is this from? Even in this state, he still has to come out to gather intelligence. Facing Jujutsu beside her, Itadori Kairi was silent for a few seconds, and then a bright smile appeared on her face. Yes, after all, Gojo Naruto is a hot figure in the entire world of curse arts, so we have to pay more attention to him, right? This girl looks like she is only in her teens, but she has such abundant cursed energy. How come I have never heard of this person? Blonde hair, very young, incomprehensible. Moreover, it seems that she is also coming for Gojo Naru. I don't know what her purpose is. Well, it's better to wait and see. Itadori Kairi nodded slightly to Jujutsu. Little sister, are you here to keep an eye on Gojo Naru? But don't be too careless. If you get too close, you'll be spotted by Zenin Shiner next to Gojo Naru. Although Chanyuan Shiner doesn't have any cursed power, he is now the undisputed number one in the Chanyuan family. Itadori Kairi's reminder made Jujutsu's eyes light up again. She had heard before that Zenin Jinner had defeated 2 first-level sorcerers of the Zenin family at the same time with his physical body and Zanpakuto. The most important thing is that Zenin Shinji and Gojo Ming are both carriers of the sky and curse with 0 spell power. Isn't this a coincidence? The 2 people she was most interested in actually met each other. This was an opportunity given to her by God. Everything is just right. From Hongsing Palace to here, it is all God's arrangement. Perhaps, she could analyze the reasons for the appearance of 0 curse power and curse binding through Gojo Naruto and Zenin Shinji. I hope Gojo Naru and Zenin Shinji can cooperate with her. Of course, if they are unwilling to cooperate, she doesn't mind using her own methods to make them cooperate. Well, thank you for telling me, big sister, you. Kyujoku Yuki withdrew his gaze from Gojo Naru and Zenin Shinji, and just when he was about to thank her, he found that the dashing woman who was beside him just now had disappeared. Do you want to know her name? With such a strong curse and such obvious characteristics, we should be able to find out if we go back and ask around. I just wonder what she's thinking by paying attention to Gojo Naruto here? Forget it, it's too troublesome. The world of curse arts is always so chaotic and complicated. Jujutsu shook his short golden hair. If Gojo Naruto is rated as a sorcerer, and can exorcise a first-level curse directly with a samurai sword, what level should he be rated? Well, he can exorcise a first-level curse without a spell, and after using the Sode no Shirayuki spell, there should be nothing wrong with being rated as a first-level one. The Zen temple is so beautiful, the 5-line ringing sound. Jujutsu murmured the names of the 2 people and followed them from a distance to the door of the Yorozwiya. Chapter 123. Yojiya. Looking at the plaque hanging on this quaint house, Jujutsu felt very curious. She didn't know why Gojo Naru and Zenin Shinji came to this place. Could it be that these 2 people from the big 3 sorcerer families actually needed help from others? Jujutsu hesitated at the door for a moment, and finally decided to go into the Yorozwiya to take a look. Yeah, pretty good. After following Shinner around the Yorozwiya, Gojo Ming nodded with satisfaction. Although this quaint building doesn't quite match the surroundings, what does it matter? Anyway, as long as you like it, it's fine. Jukai and Bleach have already linked up, so adding Gintama shouldn't be a big deal, right? Moreover, Bayasha also has white hair, and I also have white hair. It is obvious that I am doing a good job as a boss. As for what exactly is the Wanshiwa going to do? Gojo Naruto hasn't made up his mind yet, but since he and Shinji are both members of the big 3 sorcerer families in the world of sorcery, they should focus more on solving the problems of the world of sorcery. After all, the problems of the secular world do not really interest them. Shinner, let's find someone to make a disguised tent for the Yorozwiya later. If someone other than a sorcerer enters here, it will be a bit troublesome. Gojo Ming put forward some of his own requests, and Zenin Shinner nodded and took note of them. For him, this Yorozwiya will be his new home in the future. If he is often disturbed by ordinary people, his life will become unstable. This room is mine. You can arrange the remaining rooms yourself. Oh, by the way, remember to leave one for Wu. After all, he is also a shareholder. For the living area on the 2nd floor, Gojo Naruto chose a room with the best lighting, and he also did not forget to make some arrangements for Gojo Satoru. When Zen Yuansheng, who was standing nearby, heard that Gojo Satoru might live here in the future, his expression suddenly became a little bad. The conflict between 2 people will not disappear with the passage of time. However, thinking that Gojo Satoru had indeed invested a large amount of money, Zenai Shinner could only hold his nose and express his approval. After all, there are still many rooms upstairs. Even if Gojo Satoru is not assigned a room, he can live directly in the guest room in the future. Even then, other places need to be decorated as well, and some flowers and plants should be prepared as decorations. Don't be too straight. When you are in a relationship, you have to bring the girl home to see her. Being too cold will make people feel scared. The most important thing is that your deadpan face combined with your frigid family style is really going to turn girls off. Gojo Ming looked at Zenin Shinner, who had been hanging around the Yorozwiya recently, and his expression was a little conflicted. He did want to introduce the girl from the Gojo family to Zen and Shinji, but according to the original work, Shinji and Huema should have a very good relationship. What if Fushiguro Megami disappears because of my meddling? Gojo Ming shook his head and decided to wait and see. Zen and Shinji never expected that a 6-year-old child like Gojo Naru would interfere in his love life. A frown appeared on his face. He placed his right hand on the top of Gojo Ming's head and said with a frown, "Since you have time to care about my love life, why don't you consider your relationship with Shoko? Ever since you inexplicably offered to forge a Zanpakuto for Shoko last time, she's been looking at you differently." Zenin Shinner's observation ability is amazing. During this period of time, he secretly observed everyone around Gojo Naru, so he naturally understood the changes in Iiri Shoko's emotions towards Gojo Naru. Gojo Naru looked embarrassed when he heard Shinji suddenly mention Shoko. That's not necessary, is it? Shoko is only 6 years old." Zen Yuan shrugged his shoulders. "You are 6 years old, and she is 6 years old. Aren't they the perfect age for childhood sweethearts? Besides, Shoko, who possesses the reverse cursed technique talent, must have very high standards. She probably won't look down on anyone else since she's been with you and Gojo Satoru every day. I think there might not be enough guest rooms upstairs. Maybe in a few days, one of the guest rooms will be given away by someone, right?" Gojo Ming smiled awkwardly at Zenin Shinner's sarcastic hint. This is really something he would do. If Shoko really wants to live in this Yoroswia, as the owner, I will never make the decision to drive the guest away. Gojo Ming was just about to explain a few words, but the next second, Zenin Shinner's eyes subconsciously looked at the floor beneath his feet. It seems someone is coming. Gojo Ming also lowered his head. He was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that someone would come in as soon as the door of the Yoroswia was opened. "Are you just a curious person?" "No, he's still a sorcerer." Gojo Naru's 6 eyes saw the appearance of the person who came, and also sensed the technique that this person possessed. The Zen temple didn't even have 6 eyes, but the senses that were strengthened to the extreme by the heaven and the curse were able to clearly feel the specialness of the visitor. "Well, let's go down and take a look." Zenin Shinner and Gojo Ming looked at each other, nodded, and turned to go downstairs. They were also very curious, could it be that Wanshaiwu had already received business on the first day of its opening? Jujuyuki walked into the Yoroswia and looked at the empty room with a surprised expression. The whole room is very large, but the only thing that comes into view is a very quaint counter that looks a bit like the Edo period. Next to the counter is a wooden staircase leading to the second floor. Gojo Naru Zen Temple is not even on the first floor. Jujuyuki looked up at the wooden ladder and decided to wait for a while. After all, the first floor is generally considered a business place, but the second floor is a private space. Although I have no hostility towards you, intruding into someone else's private space without their consent will definitely cause them to feel disgusted. However, since Gojo Ming and Zenin Shinji went up to the second floor, it meant that her previous guess was wrong. Gojo Ming and Zenin Shinner did not come to this Yoroswia to seek help. The two of them should be the owners of this Yoroswia. She was indeed curious. Why would the strongest man of the Zenin family, the 6-eyes son of the Gojo family who is currently in the limelight, build a strange Yoroswia in this place? Is it because family life is too boring? This shouldn't be the case. Gojo Naruto is now a very popular figure in the entire sorcery world. Many small sorcerer families are lining up to ask Gojo Naruto to forge their Zanpakuto. How could this young master of the Gojo family have the time to open this Yoroswia? There is a problem. Jujuyuki wanted to explore the thinking logic of Gojo Naru and Zenin Shinji as if he had discovered a new continent. Just as Jujuyuki was about to enter the counter to learn more about the situation in this Yoroswia, footsteps came from the bed upstairs and the voice of a young boy sounded in his ears. "Miss, our Wanshaiwu is not open today. If you need anything, please come back another day." Chapter 124. Jujuyuki looked up at the stairs, and Gojo Naru Zenin Shinner walked down the stairs slowly. Gojo Naru and Kyujoku Yuki, who were walking in the front, looked at each other. What a cute little boy. Is he Gojo Naruto who has recently been shaking up the world of sorcery with the help of his Zanpakuto? Well, this head of white hair combined with blue eyes is really adorable. It was the first time that Kyujuyuki saw Gojo Naru at such a close distance. The moment she saw Gojo Naru's face clearly, she realized that this little boy in front of her was her type. Gojo Ming looked at the girl in front of him with short golden hair, who was a few years older than himself, and felt that she looked familiar. Although he was sure that he had never seen this woman before, the familiarity in his heart would not lie. There is no doubt that this person must be someone I am familiar with in the original work. Thinking of this, Gojo Ming looked at the girl more carefully. Looking at her shoulder-length golden hair and her already plump figure, her future image became clearer and clearer. Kyujuyuki. This girl is Kyujuyuki. Gojo Ming widened his eyes slightly and confirmed the girl's identity. Why is Kyujuyuki in Tokyo? Shouldn't her home be in Kyoto? Kyujuyuki should be in junior high school now, so how come he is here, and even appears in his own Yoroswia? Seeing Gojo Naru staring at her, Jujuyuki suddenly blushed. At this moment, she is not yet the plump and tall big sister who would ask everyone she meets in the future, "What kind of woman do you like?" Although the 12-year-old Jujuyuki looks mature physically, she is still just a teenage girl mentally. This time she came to see Gojo Naruto more because of Tianyuan's request. Otherwise, although she was curious about Gojo Naruto, she would not have rushed into someone's house like this. The blush on Kyujuyuki's face made Gojo Ming feel a strong contrast. At this moment, it is difficult for Gojo Ming to associate the short-haired and pure Kyujuyuki with the future dashing biker with long flowing hair and a voluptuous figure. Out of curiosity about the reason why Kyujuyuki came to the Yoroswia, Gojo Naru, although he already knew his identity, still pretended not to know him. "Miss, although the Wanshaiwu has not opened for business today, if you have any questions, you can come and tell us. You are also a sorcerer. Are you facing any curse problems? Or do you have any other needs? It just so happens that the ace shopkeeper of the Wanshaiwu is in the store today." Gojo Ming pointed at Zenin Shinner behind him and instantly gave him a position. Ace shopkeeper equals gold medal thug, no problem. Being stared at by Gojo Naru's 6 eyes, Jujuyuki was a little hesitant. She didn't know whether she should reveal her identity. Tenjin is highly respected in the entire sorcery world. If I bring up Tenjin's mission, Gojo Naruto and Zenin Shinji might give Tenjin some face. However, the girl also has her own pride in her heart. Since Gojo Naru is her type, even though there is an age gap between them, she still hopes that their interactions can be simple when they first meet. "What do you need? It seems like there is none. Should I just say that Tenjin-sama also wants to know about Zanpakuto? The Yoroswia, the Yoroswia." Jujuyuki thought about the plaque outside the door, and an idea came to his mind. "Since it's a jack of all trades, you should be able to tell us whatever you need. Understanding Zanpakuto is Lord Tenjin's requirement, but for myself, I want to study Gojo Naru and Zenin Shinner more." Seeing Kyujuyuki staring at himself and Shinjiro's Zanpakuto on his waist, Gojo Naruto had some guesses in his mind. Even if he is a future special grade sorcerer, Yuki Kyujuku would be interested in Zanpakuto. Well, but doesn't Kyujuyuki have the Shikigami Horin? The Horin should be her best weapon. Does she still need a Zanpakuto? However, Kyujuyuki seems to be a very good sword borrower. If I could become my sword borrower, it would be an experience package comparable to Gojo Satoru's. Gojo Naruto had no objection to forging a Zanpakuto for Kyujuyuki. After all, they are the 4 great special grade sorcerers of the future, people who are at the top of the entire sorcery world. If you build good relationships with them in advance, and then get a lot of experience points from them, it can be considered a win-win situation for both parties. But what kind of Zanpakuto should be forged for Kyujuyuki? Gojo Ming was already thinking in his heart what kind of trading items he should ask for after Jujuyuki made the request. After all, this is a serious industry, and I have to ask for compensation after completing the commission. Just when Gojo Naruto was thinking about which Zanpakuto was suitable for Kyujuyuki, Kyujuyuki told him the content of his commission. This commission was completely beyond the imagination of the two, and made Gojo Naruto and Zenin Shinji fall into complete silence. Gojo Naru, I want to study your body. Jujutsu raised his head, exposing his slender neck to Gojo Naru's eyes. He looked like a proud swan, and expressed a request that Gojo Naru didn't know how to refuse. What kind of lewd words is this person saying? Gojo Naruto didn't realize what Yukikyo was really thinking. She just thought that it sounded very erotic for a teenage girl to study a boy's body. Zen Temple's expression was stiff. Are all girls nowadays so straightforward? If you are interested in boys' bodies, go and relearn your junior high school physiology class. Zenin Shinji and Gojo Ming just stared at Kyujoku Yuki with their eyes wide open, and the whole room was filled with an awkward atmosphere. Seeing the reactions of Gojo Naru and Zenin Shinur, Jujutsu was a little confused at first, but then she paused and realized the ambiguity of her words. Her pretty face immediately blushed and she waved her hand quickly, saying, "No, that's not it. Don't misunderstand." There was constant steam coming out of Jujutsu's head, and it seemed that a pot of water could boil above his head at any time. How can I say such ambiguous words? Studying boys' bodies makes others sound very indecent. Looking at Yukikyo's blushing reaction, Naruto Gojo probably realized that he had misunderstood. However, seeing the scene of the royal sister blushing, he felt much more relaxed. "Miss, please relax a little." Gojo Ming smiled and took the initiative to break the awkwardness in the store. "Since you know me, you must know me too. However, we don't know you yet. Since there is really a commission, then we should first get to know the first customer of the Wanshaiwo, right?" Realizing that it was Gojo Naru who handed over the step, Jujutsu breathed a sigh of relief, looked at Gojo Naru deeply, and began to introduce himself. Chapter 125. I'm Yukaiji Kyujoku, and I have a dream. Yuki Kyojoku's self-introduction gave Naruto Gojo a sense of déjà vu as if he had met Martin Luther King. However, after listening to her real request, Gojo Ming finally remembered that the woman in front of him was a person who acted unconventionally but had a firm goal. Being a star plasma, he refused to assimilate with Tian Yuan. Hate the curse, and always want to find a way to completely eliminate the curse. Because of the conversation with her, the special grade sorcerer Geto Summer Oil clarified his own path, became a sorcerer, and walked on it unswervingly. Taught the outstanding first-class sorcerer Aoi Tudu. In the end, in order to protect Tian Yuan and to achieve the established plan, he died in the hands of the rope in the Hongxing Palace without even opening his domain. There is no doubt that this is a complex and charming woman, but her final outcome is the same as Gojo Satoru's, and she was caught in a plot killing. Kyujo wanted to study her own body because she was a person with zero cursed power. Gojo Naruto could understand that. After all, in the original work, she had tried to study Zenin Shinji, but was rejected by him. However, although we understand, we cannot agree to such things casually. Miss Juju, you said you wanted to study me because I have no magical power. But, Jinner is also a being without magical powers, why don't you ask to study him? This is somewhat different from the original book. In response to Gojo Naru's question, Kyujoku Yuki's eyes quickly swept over Zenin Shinji and Gojo Naru, and he began to murmur in his heart. There is no difference between the two of you, both of you are heaven and curse with zero spell power, but since you want to do research, you have to choose a research subject you like, right? Zenin Shinji looks fierce and he is not easy to get along with. Even if I ask him to do something, he probably won't agree, right? Although he thought so in his heart, Jujutsu couldn't say it out loud. Although both of you have no cursed power, Zenin Shinji's body has already taken shape, while you, Gojo Naruto, are still young and your body is still developing. You should be able to study the reason why your cursed spirit is zero. Jujutsu made up an excuse. Gojo Ming looked suspicious, as if to say, I think you are lying to me, but I can't find any evidence. That makes sense. After thinking for more than 10 seconds, Gojo Ming nodded. From a scientific point of view, children's bodies are indeed more creative and unknown than those of adults. Shinner, you seem to be disliked. Gojo Ming patted Zenin Shinner, his eyes full of teasing. However, Zenin Jinner would not pay any attention to Gojo Naruto. He raised his eyebrows and said, "This Miss Juju is obviously interested in you. Do you really think there is any difference between us? Although you are 6 eyes, my observation ability is much more careful than yours." Seeing Zenin Shinner's mouth shaped to read Shoko, Gojo Naru was choked. "That's because I'm more popular than you." Gojo Naruto retorted stubbornly, but unfortunately Zenin Shinji was not willing to pay any attention to him. He squeezed past Gojo Naruto and sat behind the counter, leaving the space for Gojo Naruto and Kyujoku Yuki. "Take him to the back to chat. He's the first guest the Yorosui receives. It's not good to let him stand and chat all the time, right? I won't accompany you anymore." Chan Yuan Shinner pointed to a door curtain next to the counter and pursed his lips. After being reminded by Shinji, Gojo Ming realized that the hospitality was indeed a bit inconsiderate. He glared at Zenin Shinji, and then called Juju Yuki to go to the reception area at the back. After following Gojo Naruto into the door curtain, Kyujoku Yuki discovered that the entire Yorosui was a different world. Compared with the empty area at the front with only a counter, the furniture in the reception area is much more substantial. However, Juju Yuki felt that the reception area did not live up to its name. This area was more like a living room of a home, with a kotetsu and a TV in it. It did not look like a place to entertain guests in a store at all. Looking at this reception area which did not look businesslike at all, Gojo Ming smiled a little awkwardly. It did not seem like there was any place here to entertain people. Sorry, the hospitality is not good and the facilities are not very complete. How about we get into the kotetsu? Gojo Ming asked tentatively. After all, there are differences between men and women. It always felt a bit too abrupt to invite a girl to sit in the kotetsu in an unfamiliar place. However, to Gojo Naru's surprise, Kyujoku Yuki actually nodded, took off his shoes, walked to the kotetsu and got in. It's so warm. Jujukyo lay directly on the table of the kotetsu and stretched his whole body. Kotetsu is the perfect match for winter. Realizing that Kyujoku Yuki only treated him as a little boy, Gojo Naru stopped hesitating and went straight into the kotetsu. In Neon, the kotetsu is a magical tool for winter. The two of them curled up their legs in the kotetsu, the winter chill was slowly dispelled, and they began to get down to business. "Well, Gojo Naruto, does your attitude just now mean that you agree to my commission?" Juju Yuki's heart was full of anticipation. Judging from the conversation between Gojo Naru and Zenin Shinji just now, Gojo Naru doesn't seem to be very resistant to this proposal. In this way, not only can he get to know the six-eyes son of God of the Gojo family, but he can also analyze the reasons for the formation of Zero Curse power. This is a double gain for her. As for the task assigned to her by Tian Yuan, she had completely forgotten about it at this moment. Facing the expectant look on Kyujoku Yuki's face, Gojo Naru smiled, looked at Kyujoku Yuki, and pointed to his own eyes. "This is the secret of the Gojo family. Your proposal will never be accepted. Please allow me to refuse, Miss 99. Gojo Naru's polite refusal made Juju Yuki a little disappointed. However, she was unwilling to miss such an opportunity. After chatting with Gojo Naru for such a long time, the two of them became much more familiar with each other. Juju Yuki frowned slightly, and a bold and embarrassing idea emerged in her mind. "If you agree to let me study it, I can be your girlfriend. People like my sister are very popular. Moreover, my spells are very powerful, and I am definitely the best choice for a girlfriend. Gojo Naruto, would you like to consider it?" Ahem. In the front area, behind the counter, Zenin Shinner, who was drinking water, suddenly choked. With his sharp ears and eyes, he never expected to hear such words from Juju Yuki. Although he had just noticed that Juju Yuki seemed to have some feelings for Gojo Naru, but, it shouldn't be that serious, right? The teenage Kyujoku Yuki is old enough to fall in love, but Gojo Naruto is only 6 years old. If Shoko and Gojo Naru are considered childhood sweethearts, then Kyujoku Yuki and Gojo Naru are the older and younger of the two. Chapter 126. Kyujoku Yuki's words made Gojo Naruto somewhat doubt his own ears. He stared into Juju Yuki's eyes, looking for any sign of a joke. But unfortunately, Jujuyuki's expression was very serious, and there was no sign of joking at all. Miss Juju, I just... Gojo Ming reminded gently. I don't mind, I like it. Jujuyuki responded directly without any hesitation. Miss Juju, there is a big age gap between us. It seems that we are not that suitable for each other. Gojo Ming looked at his body and suddenly felt powerless. This kind of thing is not good. It's okay. We sorcerers don't need to care about it. Jujuyuki seemed to have already thought of what the future would be like, which made Gojo Ming speechless. Miss Juju, you can't trade feelings for something like that. Besides, this is our first meeting today, so we're probably not familiar with each other yet. Gojo Naruto didn't know how to deal with Jujuyuki. Before traveling through time, he was not very good at dealing with this kind of proactive girl. Now that he has traveled through time and space to this world with his memories, he has not changed much. And Yuki Kyujoku seemed to realize that this was where Naruto Gojo was not good at, and he became more proactive. Then Gojo Naruto, do you think I'm pretty? Jujuyuki asked very bluntly. Gojo Ming smiled bitterly, was silent for a few seconds, and finally nodded. Kyujoku Yuki can indeed be regarded as the most handsome person in the entire Curse Return world. So am I the type you like? It doesn't have to be the only type you like, but is it the type that would offend you? Jujuyuki continued to ask. Gojo Ming was a little helpless, but still nodded. There will be no conflict. Hearing Gojo Naru's answer, Jujuyuki smiled happily. That's it. I'm pretty, and you don't offend me. Kyujoyuki supported herself on the kotetsu table with both hands and suddenly approached Gojo Naru. The girl's breath sprayed on Gojo Naru's face, making it difficult for Gojo Naru to dodge. So, it shouldn't be a problem to meet my research requirements. Before, Kyujoyuki was the kind of girl who would blush when this topic was mentioned, but without Zenin Shinjiro, it seemed like she had become a completely different person. You are so familiar with the route, you must be a veteran driver. Isn't this contrast a bit too great? Gojo Naruto looked at Kyujoku Yuki and felt that the future top-grade sorcerer seemed to be in front of him, with the main focus being a contrast. Ms. Juju, although I have no objection to you, I cannot accept your request. As the first client of Wan Shiwu, we also want to complete our first commission, but, unfortunately, Wan Shiwu is unable to help you. Gojo Ming didn't dare to continue discussing the topic of boyfriend and girlfriend with Jujuyuki. This was an area he was not good at. Moreover, at his age, it was indeed not the time for him to care about this. Jujuyuki was a little disappointed to see Gojo Naru change the subject so abruptly, but she was still unwilling to give up. Although it was a bit abrupt, she felt that with her charm, Gojo Naru, a little boy with a mature soul, should not be able to resist. Jujuyuki's competitive spirit was immediately aroused. Although she had no other love experience, she had seen pigs run even though she had never eaten pork. Just now, while persuading Gojo Naru, Kyujoku Yuki had already completed his self-strategy. A burning fighting spirit ignited in Jujuyuki's eyes. She felt that Gojo Naruto didn't know her well enough. If Gojo Naruto saw her true power, perhaps the six-eyes son of God of the Gojo family would know how precious she was. Being stared at like this by Kyujoku Yuki, Gojo Ming felt a chill on his back. Will Kyujoku Yuki be angry because of being rejected by me? When I asked you for a commission in the beginning, I really just wanted to give you a reason to forge your Zanpakuto. If you ask me to forge a Zanpakuto, I will agree to it, but I really cannot agree to any other requests. Gojo Naru, I know you have high standards. No, my standards are not as high as you think. Can we not dwell on this topic? But you may not know that I, Yukaiji Kyujoku, am also very strong. Don T, I know you are very strong. You will be the ceiling of sorcerers in the future. Among the 4 top-grade sorcerers, who dares to say that you are not strong? I know your Zanpakuto is very powerful, and you recently forged a flaming Zanpakuto that can change the sky. Don't mention it, it's all tears. Flowing blade is useless now. It's no different from a fire stick. At most, it's just a sharper samurai sword. It's too difficult. You are now well known in the entire world of sorcery, but I, Yuaki Kyujo, will definitely not be inferior to you in the future. Gojo Naruto, it's really not easy to find a girlfriend like me. I know this without you telling me, but it's really not time for me to fall in love yet. Let's get back to the point. If you need to forge a Zanpakuto, that's easy. Seeing Gojo Naruto just staring at him without saying a word, Jujutsu was also very unhappy. He had already taken the initiative, but Gojo Naruto could still be so calm? Chapter 127. Is it true that my charm is so poor? Jujutsu opened his eyes wide and stared at Gojo Naru, insisting on getting an answer from Gojo Naru. Facing this already charming girl, Gojo Ming was a little overwhelmed and his eyes flickered subconsciously. And this dodge allowed Jujutsu to see through Gojo Naru's thoughts. The girl smiled proudly. She knew that she still had some charm. Although Gojo Naru was only 6 years old, he still had feelings for her. Thinking of this, Jujutsu wanted to show his strength even more. Although the Kyojoku family is not as famous as the Gojo family, it is also a well-known sorcery family in the Kyoto sorcery world. His identity and strength are definitely worthy of Gojo Naru, the six-eyes son of God. Gojo Naru, stretch out your hand. Jujutsu stared at Gojo Naru and said seriously. Gojo Ming was a little confused, but he still stretched out his hand. He was also very curious about what Jujutsu wanted to do. I know you don't have any skills, but I don't care what your family's ancestral skills are. My skills will never lose to the Gojo family. Next, I will let you see my true strength. I will definitely be the strongest girl you have ever seen. After hearing what Jujutsu said, Gojo Ming had no idea what Jujutsu was going to do. Gojo Naru might know more about Jujutsu's technique than she does, and she doesn't want to take on the power of Star Wrath casually. However, when Gojo Naruto wanted to pull back his right hand, Jujutsu's slender fingers had already touched Gojo Naruto's palm. Gojo Naruto, as long as you can remove my fingers, I will give up my previous commission and will not ask to be your girlfriend. Otherwise, you will be my boyfriend from now on, and you are not allowed to have any ambiguity with other girls. The surrounding environment did not change at all, but Gojo Naruto knew that Jujutsu had already used her technique, Star Wrath. Even though it was just a finger pressing on his hand now, this finger had been given the power he imagined through Jujutsu's Star Fury. Gojo Naruto, this is my power. I know you are gifted, but can you withstand my power? There are word traps in Jujutsu's words. This finger can be said to be the power of Jujutsu, but it does not come from itself. Gojo Naru is not fighting against Jujutsu's own power, but the quality of the illusion bestowed by Jujutsu's technique. However, at this moment, being pressed by this one finger, the power to fight against 99 Yuki was actually fighting against the imaginary mass of Star Wrath. Seeing Jujutsu's slender fingers pressing on his palm, Gojo Ming showed a hint of amusement on his face and chuckled. This force is really strong. Then he tried to withdraw his right hand, but unfortunately, Jujutsu's fingerprints did not move at all. Zenin Shinji in the front area felt the change in Jujutsu's cursed power and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. He had just listened to Jujutsu's entire conversation and he also wanted to know how Gojo Naruto would respond. Previously, he was talking about his love life upstairs without any shame. Now it's Gojo Naru's turn. Do you know what it means to talk without any pain? Zen Yuan Shen'er drank a cup of tea leisurely, not caring at all about what happened in the back area. Although Jujutsu is indeed very strong, Gojo Naru, who possesses a Zanpakuto, is not inferior to Jujutsu in strength. However, now it depends on the current level of Gojo Ming's physical strength. Zenin Jinner was also looking forward to whether Gojo Naru's body, cursed by the heavens and the curse, could withstand the technique of Jujutsu. Gojo Naruto just mentioned wait. I feel like he knows something about me. But, something is wrong. I should not have used the technique in front of outsiders. Besides, it is impossible for anyone to guess what the ability of my technique is at first glance. However, what exactly did Gojo Naruto's smile just now mean? Never mind, never mind. With Gojo Naruto's current strength, it is absolutely impossible for him to defeat the imaginary mass of Star Wrath. Jujutsu was a little surprised by Gojo Naru's reaction, but she was absolutely confident in her own strength. Although the mass she imagined was not high, she only imagined the mass of twice herself, only a mere 180 pounds, but this mass was absolutely unimaginable for a 6-year-old boy. It is basically impossible to lift 180 kilograms with one hand, even for an adult. Therefore, from the very beginning of this bet, she had already had an absolute advantage. Seeing Gojo Naruto trying to pull his hand away, Jujutsu laughed secretly. Pulling away the palm was indeed the best method. The mass of her fingers was not pressing on Gojo Ming's palm, but was just supporting it in the air. Therefore, if Gojo Ming did not exert force upwards, he would not feel the mass of 180 kilograms at all. But how could she not have thought of it? So she chose to use her fingers instead of her palms. Her fingers poking into Gojo Naruto's palms was like a nail nailing Gojo Naruto's palms. Therefore, unless Gojo Ming used his own strength to lift his fingers up, he would have no chance of winning. However, if Gojo Ming made such a choice, he would be faced with another difficult problem, that is, whether Gojo Ming's own palms were strong enough. Otherwise, if he lifted it forcibly, the fingers weighing 180 kilograms would be enough to pierce his palms. In Yuki Kuiji's opinion, she had blocked all of Gojo Naru's escape routes. In this bet, Gojo Ming is already in a losing position. But, unfortunately, what Jujutsu didn't know was that she was facing Gojo Naru, who was sure to win every bet this year. Jujutsu might think that she had calculated everything, but she had no idea how strong Tenryujufu's body was. Although Gojo Naruto looks like he is only 6 years old, after training with Zenin Shinji and achieving great success in Hakuda, his body has reached a strength that is unimaginable for ordinary people. Even though he is not as strong as Zenin Shinji yet, a strength of 180 kilograms is no problem for Gojo Naruto. Isn't it just lifting 180 kilograms with one hand? A person with a system of cheats can lift 180 kilograms with one hand, is that okay? Chapter 128. Miss Juju, if I win this bet, then we shouldn't dwell on this topic anymore. A confident smile appeared on Gojo Ming's face. This made Jujutsu feel unbelievable, as this was a weight of 180 kilograms. I'm afraid Gojo Naruto's own weight doesn't even reach 1/3 of this weight, right? 5. Just as Jujutsu was about to open his mouth to question, a powerful force suddenly came from his fingertips, and his fingers actually shook. This kind of force feedback made Jujutsu stunned. How is this possible? How could a little boy like Gojo Naruto with skinny arms and legs be able to exert such power just now? Jujutsu thought that there was something wrong with his feeling, but then Gojo Ming's palm exerted force again. Under his shocked gaze, Gojo Ming's right hand wrapped around Jujutsu's fingers and slowly raised it up. With a force of 180 kilograms, Gojo Naruto's expression did not change at all, as if he really lifted up Jujutsu's arm. How is that possible? How could you have done that? Jujutsu opened her eyes wide and didn't react until Gojo Naru let go of her hand. Wu Tiaoming's mouth corners slightly raised. Miss Juju, the mass you imagined is still too light. Don't you want to study my body? It seems that you don't know enough about Tenryujufu's body. Gojo Ming stood up and stretched. I won the bet, Miss Juju, please don't bring up the previous topic again. I have to go back too, so I won't entertain Miss Juju anymore. If you have any other needs, please go to Sheer. He will decide whether to accept the commission based on the actual situation. After saying that, Gojo Ming nodded to Jujutsu, turned around and left. Gojo Naru's steps were quick. He didn't know what other brilliant ideas Jujutsu would come up with next. He really couldn't handle such a woman. And Jujutsu was still staring at his fingers in a daze, his face full of disbelief. Gojo Naru's power is beyond the imagination of normal people and should not be possessed by a 6-year-old boy. Is it a ritual? Jujutsu wondered if Gojo Naru had some technique that allowed him to raise his hands. But then she wanted to laugh at her own thought. How was it possible? Gojo Naru was recognized by the entire magic world as a person without magic power, so it was impossible for him to possess a magic ritual. Therefore, there is only one truth. Gojo Naru's power is really that strong. Just as he said, he wanted to study the powerless heaven and the curse bearers, but his understanding of heaven and curse was still too one-sided. Is this the strength of heaven and curse? Jujutsu looked at Gojo Naru's leaving back, and an inexplicable smile appeared on his face. He is really a mysterious boy. I am really interested in him now. Moreover, you seem to know my spells very well. Are you saying that the quality of my illusions is not strong enough? You actually guessed the spell of Star Wrath at a glance. Gojo Naru, I won't give up just like that. In the front area, Gojo Ming, who was explaining things to Zenin Shinji, suddenly felt a chill. Zen Yuan Shen'er, are you going back alone? Gojo Naru, yes, you help me stop Jujutsu, I can go back by myself. Chan Yuan Shen'er, now you know that women are not easy to mess with, right? You won't run into any danger if you go back alone, right? Gojo Naruto, you are underestimating the power of Sode no Shirayuki and Ryujin Jaka, aren't you? Gojo Naruto patted the two samurai swords on his waist. With these two Zanpakuto, Gojo Naruto would not take any other enemies seriously unless they were special grade cursed spirits. Zen Temple nodded. In the end, Gojo Naruto chose to run away before Jujutsu came out. It would be better to go back early. A few minutes after Gojo Naru left, Jujutsu left the reception area and revealed his identity to Zenin Shinji. Master Tianyuan's messenger? Do you want to stay in this Wanshiwa for a while? Zenin Shinji didn't expect that Jujutsu had such an identity. Considering Tenjin's status in the world of sorcery, even the big three sorcerer families had to give him enough respect. That's fine, but I can't guarantee when Gojo Naruto will come. Zenin Shinji could see the real purpose of Jujutsu, but he didn't care. It was not his business. He would let Gojo Naru solve the problem of the new resident himself. Just like that, without Gojo Naru's knowledge, the Yoroswia had a new resident. On the way back, the image of Jujutsu would appear from time to time in Gojo Ming's mind. Gojo Naruto still found this future special grade sorcerer very interesting. If he grew up a little, perhaps Jujutsu would be a good choice as a partner. But now, it is indeed a little too early. Moreover, Yuki Kyujoku's thinking is as eccentric as Gojo Satoru's, and he doesn't want to play with problem children anymore. However, Gojo Naruto also knew that he should improve his relationship with Kyujoku. After all, she is also the future top combat force in the entire cursed world. When facing Noso and Ryaman Sukuna, Kyujoku will also be a very powerful assistant. Let's think about what kind of Zanpakuto to forge for Jujutsu, and collect this super large experience pack as soon as possible. This way, I can grow faster. The images of many Zanpakuto appeared in Gojo Naruto's mind, and he began to think about which Zanpakuto would be more suitable for Kyujoku. Hurrying along the way, when he entered an alley that was the only way home, Gojo Ming felt something strange in the air around him. For some reason, Gojo Ming found that his body seemed to become very heavy all of a sudden. Is it Jujutsu? Is she angry out of shame? The effect of this technique is very similar to Kyujoku's Star Wrath, but Gojo Naruto reacted immediately. This is not Kyujoku's Star Fury. Star Fury can only act on Kyujoku himself and the Shikigami Hounan. Therefore, the reason why I feel my body getting heavier cannot be due to Kyujoku. There are other enemies. Gojo Naru's expression instantly became serious, and Six Eyes quickly looked around. In the sight of Gojo Naruto's Six Eyes, an inexplicable barrier had appeared around him at some point, and in the corner of the barrier, a figure was locked by Gojo Naruto's Six Eyes. Chapter 129. Come out. Gojo Ming looked coldly at the location of the figure and exposed the enemy's disguise. Pa pa pa. Crisp applause rang out, and then a hoarse and charming voice came into Gojo Ming's ears. As expected of you, you are the Six Eyes son of God of the Gojo family. You can see through my position at a glance. You are so perceptive. I was thinking of treating you well first. Now it seems that we have to go straight to the main course. A tall woman with short hair appeared in front of Gojo Ming. When he saw the person in front of him, Gojo Ming just felt that she looked familiar at first, but when he saw the suture line on the woman's forehead, he immediately confirmed the identity of the person in front of him. News. Or rather, Itadori Yuji's mother. Gojo Ming subconsciously took a step back, his eyes full of surprise. He didn't expect that Nojuo would come to find him. Seeing Gojo Naru's actions, Itadori Kaori's mouth corners slightly raised and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Why, Gojo Naru-kun, do you know me? Gojo Ming shook his head. I don't know her, but I didn't expect that the person who trapped me was actually a woman. He is not arrogant enough to directly expose the identity of the Nishuk. I don't have the strength to fight against Luojuo head-on now. If I reveal Luojuo's identity, I will probably attract more attention from him in the future. Gojo Ming knows his advantage, which is that he is familiar with the future development situation and he is in the dark. Therefore, even when facing a noose, he would never easily reveal more information about himself. Itadori Kaori frowned slightly. Oh? Really? She felt that Gojo Naruto seemed to be hiding something, but she really didn't know what Gojo Naruto was thinking. This was the first time she met Gojo Naruto, so Gojo Naruto should not know her identity. So, sister, what's the matter with you stopping me here? I have to hurry home. Gojo Ming moved backwards calmly. The person in front of him is the biggest boss in the entire world, and he is not capable of dealing with him at the moment. If Ryujin Jaka can be obedient, perhaps he can still give it a try. However, now Ryujin Jaka is just a fire stick, and his body has not yet fully grown, so he will definitely not be a match for the noose in front of him. The best choice now is to run as fast as possible. Looking at Gojo Naru's little movements, Itadori Kaori smiled playfully. Gojo Naru-kun, I just want to borrow something from you, okay? I have no ill will towards you. Gojo Naruto frowned and looked at Itadori Kaori cautiously. What is it? I don't have anything good on me that's worth borrowing, right? Itadori Kaori shook her head. Of course. You are so young now, and you have to carry 2 samurai swords with you. This is a bit too tiring. Can you lend me a sword? Itadori Kaori's gaze stayed on Ryujin Jaka. This Zanpakuto contained a powerful technique. Once it was unleashed, it would be an absolute earth-shattering force. Ryujin Jaka. Itadori Kaori's words made Gojo Naru's body tremble. He thought that Noso was aware of the possible threat he would pose in the future, so he came to nip him in the bud, but he never imagined that his target was actually his Zanpakuto. Sister, this is just an ordinary samurai sword, nothing special. Gojo Naruto covered it up. Although Nozomi said that he was only targeting his Zanpakuto, Gojo Naruto still did not dare to relax at all. Itadori Kaori's eyes lit up. Ryujin Jaka? This sword has a nice name. I like fire very much, so can you lend me this sword? I'll return it to you later. Besides, my sister just likes ordinary samurai swords, so please don't take it too seriously, Gojo Naru-kun. Itadori Kaori showed her determination to obtain her Zanpakuto. This was a Zanpakuto that clearly made her feel threatened, and she absolutely could not let it go easily. As for the potential threat of Gojo Naru, she really didn't take it seriously. In the past many years, she had killed the 6 eyes of the Gojo family before, but 6 eyes could not be killed. Therefore, her murderous intent did not appear to be that strong. If possible, she hoped that Gojo Naruto could cooperate honestly to avoid disrupting her next plan. Realizing Nozomi's determination, Gojo Naruto was also making a choice in his mind. Because of the existence of the system, even if Ryujin Jaka was taken away by Nozomi, Nozomi's strength would not be improved. After all, as long as he wanted, the Ryujin Ruka in the hands of the Nozomi would only become a real fire stick. However, he absolutely did not want to lose Ryujin Jaka unless it was absolutely necessary. After all, he knew the potential of this Zanpakuto, and it was also his trump card to fight against Noso and Ryuman Sukuna in the future. The self with Ryujin Jaka and the self without Ryujin Jaka are definitely on different levels. Well, since my sister likes it, I am willing to help her. Is it this one? Gojo Ming grasped the hilt of the sword and drew out Ryujin Jaka. Itadori Kaori's eyes lit up and she nodded, "This is it." She was a little surprised to see Gojo Naruto being so tactful, but the next second, Gojo Naruto swung the Ryujin Jaka in his hand and chopped back fiercely. "There's really no need to struggle. Gojo Naruto-kun, I've been observing you for a long time. You haven't been able to use the technique of this Ryujin Jaka yet. The sharpness of this Zanpakuto alone cannot break my barrier." Seeing that Gojo Naruto was still fighting stubbornly, Itadori Kaori also knew that Ryujin Jaka was not so easy to obtain. "Gojo Naru-kun, this barrier is invisible to others. I designed it. It is an advanced version of the tent. Not only is it invisible to ordinary humans, but even sorcerers cannot detect it. Unless there is a sorcerer who is willing to spend a lot of magic power to explore this place, otherwise, you and I will never be discovered. I know you want to delay time, but are you sure you want to continue struggling and wasting each other's time under this situation?" After hearing Nozomi's explanation about the barrier, Gojo Ming's heart skipped a beat. Just as Nozomi said, even someone as strong as flowing blade like fire would not be able to break this barrier. 10 minutes is enough for me to kill you 100 times. So, let's save some time and effort, okay? Itadori Kaori revealed the existence time of the barrier, which is the weakness of the barrier, but she didn't care at all. Chapter 130. In Itadori Kaori's eyes, Gojo Naruto had no power to resist at all. He only relied on the power of his other Zanpakuto, Sode Shirayuki, and was not afraid at all. However, to her surprise, Gojo Ming's eyes suddenly lit up after hearing that the barrier would only exist for 10 minutes. "You're not really expecting someone to come here, are you? If you think so, aren't you being too disrespectful to my strength?" Itadori Kaori narrowed her eyes slightly. She had already seen through Gojo Naru's thoughts. Since words of persuasion didn't work, then she would have to use force directly. She took a step towards Gojo Naruto. Until this moment, Itadori Kaori thought that everything was going as she planned. However, what she didn't know was that although this barrier could block out sound and sight, making it difficult for people to detect him, Gojo Ming was not an ordinary person. If you just use the same method to deal with ordinary sorcerers to deal with him, you will suffer a great loss. At the moment when Ryujin Jaka failed to break the barrier, Gojo Naruto had already used the system's function to send a message to every person who borrowed the sword through his Zanpakuto. "The swordsmith is in danger, location coordinates." Itadori Kaori could never have imagined that at this moment, the Gojo family, the Yajayu family, and the sword borrowers from the Yoroswia had all received the information and location passed on by Gojo Naruto. The five family. Gojo Satoru, who was in retreat, heard the message from Senbonzakura, his expression changed and he rushed out of the retreat room. The person who came towards him was Gojo Shunichi, who also had a serious expression. "Shinyi, did you receive the message too?" "Master Wu, yes." The two looked at each other, and Gojo Satoru gave the order directly, "Shunichi, you go find the head of the family and the agent, I will go to the location to find Ming." Gojo Shunichi felt that he shouldn't let Gojo Satoru go out alone, but he couldn't care less now. "Master Wu, you have to be careful too." Gojo Satoru nodded, and disappeared directly in front of Gojo Shunichi. During the period of seclusion, he had already mastered the basic technique of Shunzuan Kang, and paid special attention to Kang's movement skills. "Ming, wait for me for a moment, I'll be there soon." The Yajayu family. Yajayu Simon brought Suzu and knocked on Yajayu Hidesuga's door. "What's wrong? What happened?" Yajayu Hidesuga looked confused, but Yajayu Simon had no time to explain anything. "Follow me, Hidesugu. Master Gojo Naruto is in danger." The moment the voice fell, Yajayu Simon had disappeared in front of Yajayu Hidesugu. Upon hearing this, Yajayu Hidesuga's face changed drastically, and he directly used the technique to follow Yajayu Simon. Gojo Naru is the current treasure of the Gojo family. If anything goes wrong with him, the entire world of sorcery will probably be in turmoil. The two first-level sorcerers from the Yajayu family are rushing to the corresponding location. In the Yoroswia, Zenin Shinji, who was communicating with Kyojoku Yuki, froze, and then a strong murderous aura shot out from his eyes. Juju Yuki, who was standing opposite him, only felt a powerful aura pressing towards him. She summoned the Phoenix Wheel immediately. She felt that Chan Yuan Shen'er seemed to want to attack her, and her life was under severe threat. You will die if you don't fight back. However, all this was just Juju Yuki's illusion, and Zenin Shinji did not attack her. The murderous intent she felt was not directed at herself. Gojo Naru is in danger. Chan Yuan Shen'er just threw down these words and disappeared directly into the Wanshaiwu. After hearing the news, Kyojo Yuki's expression changed, and he directly urged his magic power to catch up with Zenin Shinji. She didn't know why Zenin Shinji knew about this situation, but since it was related to Gojo Naru, she absolutely could not stand idly by. The three forces are quickly gathering towards the barrier. Gojo Naruto knew their movements through the vision of his Zanpakuto, and also determined his next strategy. I am currently unable to defeat the noose, so I just need to delay it until everyone arrives. As long as Chan Yuan Shen'er can arrive at the scene, then Luozuo should completely give up this robbery. After all, with the current strength of Chan Yuan and Huaishan Kuangwu, the noose that controls Tiger Mom may not be able to determine the winner in the short term. So, at the same time Itadori Kairi walked towards her, Gojo Naruto had already drawn out Sode no Shirayuki, and at the moment of drawing the sword, Sode no Shirayuki had already completed the Shikai. The pure white blade exudes extreme chill. Gojo Ming waved Sode Shirayuki and drew a circle directly using the barrier as a line. First dance, Moon White. Gojo Naruto used all his strength to activate Sode no Shirayuki, even wrapping himself in it, just to try to freeze the noose for a few seconds. The breath of ice gushed out from the circle on the ground, directly filling the entire barrier. In an instant, the noose that was walking towards Gojo Naru and Gojo Naru himself were directly surrounded by ice. Gojo Ming did not make any defense. His only wish was that Yuebai could hold on a little longer. However, it is obvious that this is Gojo Ming's delusion. Yuebai's power is nothing compared to Itadori Kairi, and she can't even put a dent in her. At the moment when Yuebai froze the entire barrier, Itadori Kairi had already used her own technique, anti-gravity mechanism. When the technique is performed in the forward direction, Itadori Kairi's ability becomes anti-gravity. The moment the moonlight created by Sode Shirayuki touched Itadori Kairi, the ice instantly floated and began to condense from the top of the barrier as if it were weightless. Yuebai cannot threaten Itadori Kairi. Seeing this, Gojo sighed. However, he had expected this in his heart. Yuebai was only Sode Shirayuki's most basic technique. If Yuebai alone could stop the noose, then the noose would not deserve to be called a hidden boss. Gojo Naru-kun, I advise you not to resist any longer. You still have a move called Bai Lian, right? You don't have to waste your energy on it. Kairi Itadori's face was full of calmness. She controlled gravity and was like a god in this barrier. However, giving up is not in Gojo Naruto's character. The second dance, White Ripples. The white snow waterfall of Gojo Ming has gushed out. And just as Itadori Kairi said, although the white ripples are extremely powerful, under the influence of anti-gravity, this huge snow waterfall cannot touch Itadori Kairi at all. Itadori Kairi smiled slightly. Although these two large-scale ice spells were powerful, they posed no threat to her at all. But in the snow waterfall, a little bit of cold light suddenly flashed. Behind the white snow waterfall, there was actually Gojo Ming's close attack hidden. Chapter 131. Gojo Naru's speed was extremely fast, but Itadori Kairi still did not take it seriously. If he wants to stab himself, with Gojo Naruto's current speed, he will need to practice for at least several decades. Under the influence of the techniques forward rotation and anti-gravity, Gojo Naru's body began to become unstable when he approached Itadori Kairi. When Gojo Naruto lost his balance due to anti-gravity, Itadori Kairi prepared to defeat him with one strike. But the next second, she suddenly felt an inexplicable crisis. Gojo Naruto's body was clearly out of control and Sode no Shirayuki was also very far away from him, so why did he feel the danger? Itadori Kairi wanted to continue attacking, but the sense of crisis made her choose to believe in herself. She quickly retracted her fist and took a step back. At the same time, she finally saw Gojo Naruto's attack that made her feel threatened. Ritual, 3 dances, white sword. Gojo Naru's sword Shirayuki suddenly became twice as long. At this distance, if Itadori Kairi didn't dodge, she would definitely be stabbed by sword Shirayuki. Seeing Itadori Kairi dodge, Gojo Naru's expression was a little regretful. In this wave of attacks just now, he not only used the 3 dances white sword, but he also lowered his body temperature to -18 degrees Celsius and used the technique -18 degrees. As long as the noose can be pierced, the frozen blood will definitely slow down the speed of the noose. But, unfortunately, even though it was the first time he saw the white sword, Nozomi still managed to dodge it successfully. Facing the sudden increase in the length of Shirayuki's sword and the chill emanating from Gojo Naruto, Itadori Kairi frowned slightly. She didn't expect that Sword no Shirayuki had other techniques. Moreover, this technique could actually make her feel a little threatened. She suddenly felt that the Zanpakuto forged by Gojo Naru seemed to have greater potential. Since there is a new technique that I don't know about, will this Sword no Shirayuki have other techniques? Although 4 techniques are already very outrageous, Gojo Naruto seems to have another trump card. Itadori Kairi never thought that Gojo Naru could be so calm when facing her. After all, the person in front of him was just a 6-year-old boy, and the difference in strength between them could be seen at a glance. Now, this young man actually took the initiative to attack him, which means that Gojo Ming has other confidence. Itadori Kairi felt that she should deal with it seriously. If she was too casual, she suspected that she might fail because of this boy. Under the influence of the anti-gravity technique, Gojo Ming barely managed to stand. As expected of the body that was hit by the noose, this technique was indeed invincible. Now it was just the forward rotation of the technique. Gojo Ming remembered that the noose could use the anti-gravity mechanism to reverse the technique. He is also one of the only 2 people in the entire world line who can use the technique reversal besides Gojo Satoru. The reversal technique has not been used yet, which is probably because Nozomi doesn't take himself seriously enough. However, Gojo Ming thought this was a good idea. If he could hold on for another 2 minutes, the nearest Yajiusimon would arrive, Gojo Satoru would arrive in about 3 minutes, and Zenin Shinji would arrive within 5 minutes. As long as he could hold on for 5 minutes, if he didn't want to be completely exposed, he would have no choice but to retreat. However, just as Gojo Naruto was thinking about the support issue, Itadori Kairi had already put away her contempt for Gojo Naruto. Spell reversal, gravity. The technique reversal that Gojo Naru was thinking about just now was directly used by Itadori Kairi. The gravity within the barrier suddenly increased several times. Gojo Ming only felt that his body suddenly became much heavier, and his movements became slower. Gojo Naru-kun, your Zanpakuto really gave me a big surprise, which also proves that you are worthy of my attention. So, to show my respect for you, I will show you what a spell reversal is. There was a smile in Kairi Itadori's eyes. As the only person who could use the reversal technique, she had enough capital to be proud of. However, to her surprise, Gojo Ming's reaction was too calm. Forget it, you are still young and don't know the power of the spell reversal. I don't blame you. Itadori Kairi shrugged, thinking that Gojo Naruto was ignorant. Unfortunately, what she didn't know was that Gojo Naruto already knew this trick. Therefore, the moment he realized that the gravity had doubled, he had already used the technique of -50 degrees Celsius. In the previous moment, all the moisture inside the entire surface of the ground was frozen, and he also used the coldness of the condensed moisture to stand. Itadori Kairi wanted to continue approaching Gojo Naru, but the ground suddenly shook violently. Earthquake. Itadori Kairi stood firm. She didn't expect an earthquake to happen at this time. Although Japan is a country prone to earthquakes, this wave of earthquakes just now was too sudden, wasn't it? Itadori Kairi didn't care too much about the vibration that just came. However, as she continued to walk, the entire ground began to shake again. When she stopped, the ground stopped at the same time. It seemed as if this earthquake was following her footsteps. After discovering this situation, how could Itadori Kairi not guess that this strange phenomenon came from Gojo Naru? Itadori Kairi shook her head and stamped her feet. Under the influence of gravity, the originally solid ground was directly crushed by it, and the ice silk condensed on the surface appeared in Itadori Kairi's eyes. I see. The vibration just now came from these ice silks, right? I didn't expect that a Zanpakuto would have so many strange techniques. Is this Sode no Shirayuki? There was a glimmer of madness in her eyes. If you have any other techniques, use them, Gojo Naru-kun. I want to let you see what true despair is. Gojo Naru looked regretful. Sister, Sode no Shirayuki's techniques are no longer available. I didn't expect you to be so strong that you could force Sode no Shirayuki to use so many techniques. I'm really curious about your identity, sister. Gojo Ming felt a little uncomfortable with his disguise, but for the ultimate victory and to tip the balance of power, he had to commit a deception that went against his character. Is that so, Gojo Naru-kun? You are already very good. As long as you give me Ryujin Jaka, you will gain my friendship. Hearing the tone of submission in Gojo Naru's words, Itadori Kairi's eyes flashed with satisfaction. In her opinion, Gojo Naru had run out of ammunition and food, and had made all the efforts, and finally chose to accept this ending. Chapter 132. Sister, you are so strong. I am lucky to have your friendship. In your hands, Ryujin Jaka should be able to show its true power. Gojo Ming sighed, with regret and reluctance showing on his face, and drew out Ryujin Jaka once again. Feeling that the ice in the ground had melted and seeing that Sode no Shirayuki had returned to her sheath, Itadori Kairi thought that Gojo Naru had given up. Her mood was slightly relaxed at this time, and she walked straight to Gojo Naruto, ready to take the Ryujin Jaka. However, the moment she stretched out her hand, she felt a sudden fluctuation of magical power all around her. Yajayu Simon and Yajayu Hidesugu. Why did they appear here? Moreover, they landed directly and accurately around the barrier. Is Master Gojo Naruto here? Why can't I see any trace of him? Yajayu Hidesugu was extremely anxious. Twisting the flowers told me that it was right here. Yajayu Simon was also anxious, but there was no point in being anxious now, so he could only search carefully. Inside the barrier. Hearing what Yajayu Simon said, Itadori Kairi's expression changed. The two people from the Yajayu family were attracted by Gojo Naru. What Tsunika told Yajayu Simon was the first time she knew that Zanpakuto actually had the ability to transmit information. Gojo Ming did not give in at all. Since he was able to pass the information to Yajayu Simon through the twisting flower, then Gojo Satoru, who owns the Senbonzakura of the Gojo family, and Gojo Shunichi, who owns the Kiyomusha, should have also received it. Likewise, it is impossible that Huatian Kuangu did not pass the information here to Zen Temple Shenur. In other words, at present, the strong men from the Gojo family, the Yajayu family and the Zenin family are already gathering here. A fierce light flashed in Itadori Kairi's eyes, and she knew that she was tricked by Gojo Naruto. In a flash, she jumped back. Gojo Naruto wouldn't be so obedient as to hand over Ryujin Jaka to him. There must be something fishy going on. Once again, Kairi Itadori's intuition helped her avoid a crisis. Gojo Naru didn't expect that it was the person he asked for help who arrived and let Itadori Kairi know the trap she had designed. Because he is not the master of the barrier, Gojo Naruto has no idea what is happening outside the barrier. He also doesn't know that Yajayu Simon and Yajayu Hidesuga coincidentally appeared outside the barrier when he was deceiving Itadori Kairi, and talked about information about twisting flowers. Even if he knew, Gojo Ming could only sigh that everything was too coincidental. As Itadori Kairi jumped back, Gojo Naruto swung Sode Shirayuki and delivered the final slash. Absolute zero. The temperature around Gojo Ming at this time dropped to absolute zero, minus 273.15 degrees Celsius. In this case, the body of the enemy hit would be frozen instantly. As long as Itadori Kairi was hit by the absolute zero Sode Shirayuki just now, then the outcome of everything would be decided. But, unfortunately, Due to a strange combination of circumstances, Gojo Ming's most important attack missed. At this moment, Gojo Naru, who was in a state of absolute zero, exuded a terrifying coldness all over his body. Even someone as strong as Itadori Kairi could realize that if she got close to Gojo Naru, she would be hurt by this coldness. She didn't know how long Gojo Naru could last in this state. Thinking that the sorcerer from the Gojo family and Zenin Jinner were on their way, Itadori Kairi realized that she could not delay any longer. If Gojo Ming could hold on for a few minutes, her barrier would be discovered. Itadori Kairi's expression became extremely serious. Gojo Naru-kun, you really surprised me. You were able to force me to use the domain expansion. He was seen stretching out his hands and making seals in front of his chest. Looking at this scene, Gojo Ming, whose body temperature was gradually recovering, felt a sense of surprise. He could only hold on for 4 seconds in the state of absolute zero. If he had waited a few more seconds, he would have been able to break free from the absolute zero. And, most importantly, the release of absolute zero must be done gradually, otherwise it will harm the body. Now because of the absolute zero, Itadori Kairi has used her domain, which has forced Nozomi to reveal a trump card. Once the field is unfolded, this barrier should be able to be observed. After all, the power of the domain is absolutely extraordinary. As if guessing what Gojo Naru was thinking, Itadori Kairi smiled disdainfully. Gojo Naru-kun, don't dream. Even if all your supporters arrive, they won't be able to break through before the barrier is automatically lifted. This transformation barrier can be integrated into the domain of the caster. Even if I use the domain to make the barrier observable, the person you seek help from will not be able to break the domain that is integrated with my barrier. Gojo Naru-kun, I'm angry. So, I will take away Ryujin Jaka, and I will also take away your life and body. And the people you ask for help, whether it's Gojo Satoru or Zenin Shiji, they will all watch you die in my hands outside. The smile on Itadori Kairi's face turned into a grim smile. She didn't want to do this, but Gojo Naru brought all of this upon herself. Being forced to this point by a 6-year-old boy was already a shame for Nozomi, who was good at setting up traps. The territory is expanding, and the fetus is everywhere. Outside the barrier, Zenin, who was moving at full speed, arrived even earlier than Gojo Satoru. Looking at Yajayu Simon and Yajayu Hidesugu who appeared in front of him, Zenin Shinji's expression was very solemn. He knew that the two people in front of him must have come because of Gojo Naru's request for help. Have you found Gojo Naru? Yajayu Simon shook his head. They had only just arrived a short time ago. Before, Yajayu Simon was still wondering if Tsuchika had conveyed the wrong information, but now that he saw Zenin Shinji also appeared here, it meant that there was nothing wrong with the information. Hateful. Zen Yuan Shen frowned. Behind him, Jujutsu finally caught up. After witnessing Zenin Shinji's true speed, Jujutsu finally understood what the body bound by heaven and curse was. Is Gojo Naru in danger? Isn't he there? When Jujutsu saw a young man in a kimono appear in front of her, her eyes lit up. Didn't Zenin Shinobu say that Gojo Naru was in danger? Now he's standing right in front of me? But then, the young man in front of him who looked exactly like Gojo Ming appeared next to Shigeru. Where's Ming? Didn't he go out with you? Why did he get into danger? Gojo Satoru's expression was very gloomy. Chan Yuan Shen'er shook his head and did not respond, but walked towards the direction of the barrier based on his intuition. He couldn't see where the barrier was, but his absolute perception had already detected something wrong around him. Master Gojo Satoru, the most important thing now is to find Master Gojo Naruto. Yajayu Hidesuga whispered a reminder that Zenin Shinner was the strongest among them and this was definitely not the time to create conflicts. Chapter 133. When he heard Yajayu Hidesuga's address, Jujutsu realized that the young man in front of him was different from Gojo Naru. This young man possesses cursed powers and techniques. He is another Six-Eyes son of God in the Gojo family and the twin brother of Gojo Naruto. Apart from their cursed powers, it is impossible to tell the two apart. Of course, the zanpakuto they wore on their waists were also different. Gojo Satoru calmed himself down and nodded to Yagyu Hide-sugu. At the moment, the most important thing is to find Gojo Naruto first. Just as everyone was concentrating on finding Gojo Ming's trace, Zenin Shinner had already relied on his intuition to arrive at the side of the barrier and punched it hard. With just one punch, Jujutsu and others felt the ground shaking. Then, a translucent barrier appeared in front of everyone. In the originally deserted alley, Gojo Naruto and Itadori Kairi appeared. Ming. The moment Gojo Satoru saw Gojo Ming's figure, he directly released the technique of forward transformation, blue. At this moment, he did not hold back the cursed power in his body at all, and poured all his strength into the barrier. The eyes of Yuki Kyujoku and Hide-sugu Yagyu were filled with surprise that Gojo Satoru, who was only 6 years old, actually had such a terrifying reserve of cursed energy. The Gojo family's generation of unbridled magic was shown to outsiders for the first time. As expected of the Gojo family's ancestral technique, this thought emerged in the minds of Kyojoku Yuki and Yagyu Hide-sugu. However, the next scene surprised them even more. Even Gojo Satoru's full-strength, unlimited power technique attack failed to break the barrier. The entire barrier only shook slightly, and there was no visible damage at all. At the same time, they felt the change in gravity coming from inside the barrier. Just by standing on the edge of the barrier, their bodies seemed to have become twice as heavy. Field. Hide-sugu Yagyu's expression changed. He had never expected that the person who attacked Gojo Naruto this time actually mastered the ultimate secret field of the sorcerer. And Jujutsu looked at the person who was deploying the barrier inside the barrier, his face full of shock. This person was the short-haired dashing woman that he had met before. He had never expected that the ultimate purpose of this person observing Gojo Naruto's fight was to attack Gojo Naruto. Jujutsu felt that the situation was extremely complicated, but the threat this woman posed to Gojo Naruto was already very obvious. As the domain unfolds, it is difficult for Gojo Ming inside the barrier to survive. Kyojoku Yuki immediately summoned the Phoenix Wheel, ready to assist Gojo Satoru and Zenin Shinji in breaking the barrier, but Yagyu Hide-sugu beside her stopped her. Let's not mess around. Make trouble. This was the first time that Jujutsu was disliked by someone. Her strength was much stronger than the uncle next to her, so how could she be causing trouble? Just as Kyojoku Yuki was about to refute, suddenly, 3 powerful forces shot out from the hands of Zenin Shinji, Gojo Satoru and Yagyu Simon. The flower wind is in turmoil, the flower god is crying. The sky wind is in turmoil, the sky devil is sneering. The flower god is crazy. Let the water and sky roll back. Twist the flowers. Scatter. Senbonzakura. The 3 Zanpakuto completed their shikai at the same time, and the true appearance of the Zanpakuto appeared before Kyojoku Yuki. Amidst the sky full of cherry blossom blades, the double sword Hua Tian Kuanggu and the long spear Zhihua simultaneously launched attacks on the barrier. Inside the barrier, feeling the attack of Zenin Shinji's punch, Itadori Kairi's expression became more solemn. Fortunately, she had released the domain before, otherwise, the attacks from Zenin Shinji and Gojo Satoru would have been enough to break the barrier. However, even if the barrier is still strong at the moment, after withstanding the next round of Zanpakuto attacks, the barrier will only last a short time. Itadori Kairi knew that she had to quickly obtain Ryujin Jaka and then prepare to evacuate. If time goes on, it will be very disadvantageous to her. After expanding the domain and maintaining the barrier, Itadori Kairi no longer took Gojo Naru seriously. Just now, Sode Shirayuki's absolute zero did make her feel a little threatened, but at this time, Gojo Naruto had completely exited that state. In addition, since she was in her own territory, Gojo Naru was already in her pocket. Itadori Kairi raised her right hand and then pressed it down suddenly. Gojo Ming on the opposite side only felt that his whole body was 10 times heavier. If it weren't for his body strengthened by heaven and curse, he even suspected that his bones would be crushed under this gravity. Gojo Naruto knew that this was the ability of Itadori Kairi's domain, similar to Sukuna's indiscriminate slash, manifested as indiscriminate gravity. He also knew that if he couldn't survive Itadori Kairi's domain attack, then everything would be over. Although Zenin Jinner and the others were all outside the barrier, it was only a matter of time before the barrier was broken. However, if he couldn't hold on until the end and died at Itadori Kairi's hands before the barrier broke, then even if Itadori Kairi was torn to pieces by Zenin Jinner afterwards, it would be meaningless to him. Therefore, in front of Itadori Kairi's territory, Gojo Naruto knew that he could only save himself. In order to survive, Gojo Naruto must block Itadori Kairi's attacks. But, what other cards can I reveal? Kendo? For Kairi Itadori, who can manipulate gravity, it is almost impossible to hit her with my kendo. In vain? Under this unusual gravity, even your movements will be distorted. Unless you can use the power after Ryujin Jaka's Shikai, or complete Sode Shirayuki's Bankai. However, both paths are extremely difficult. But for Gojo Naruto, this is already a desperate situation. No matter how difficult it is, he must break through. Gojo Ming clenched the Sode Shirayuki in his hand, and his heart was as cold as ice. Under extreme gravity conditions, he forced his body to stand upright. Are you really ready? A gentle voice sounded deep in Gojo Naruto's heart. A woman wearing a white kimono, who looked like a Yamato Nades Hiko, appeared in front of Gojo Naru. A gleam of determination flashed in Gojo Ming's eyes. He nodded. The anthropomorphic Sode Shirayuki smiled gently and embraced Gojo Naru in her arms. The whole person merged into Gojo Naruto's body. An extremely dangerous battle broke out in Gojo Ming's consciousness. That was the battle between Gojo Naruto and Sode Shirayuki. A battle that determines whether or not the Zanpakuto can enter a state of submission. A battle that would determine whether Sode Shirayuki could finally complete her Bankai took place in a flash. A battle that would decide Gojo Ming's life or death broke out. If Sode Shirayuki wins, Gojo Ming will die. If Shirayuki is defeated, Gojo Ming will be born. Chapter 134. Gojo Naru-kun, please stop resisting. This barrier is strong enough for me to kill you dozens of times. Itadori Kairi walked leisurely to Gojo Naruto and directly pulled out the Ryujin Jaka from his waist. She was still very surprised that Gojo Naruto was able to stand in her own territory. But it doesn't matter anymore. Anyway, she has already got Ryujin Jaka. Gojo Naru, I believe you will feel that your death is worthy of being able to die on the Zanpakuto you forged yourself. Itadori Kairi touched the warm handle of the knife, and a hint of fanaticism flashed in her eyes. This powerful Zanpakuto will belong to you in the future. Just because Gojo Naruto is unable to perform the sword technique doesn't mean she can't. She believes that this Ryujin Jaka will bloom with incomparable colors in her hands. Before that, let's use the blood of the swordsmith Gojo Naruto to sharpen this Ryujin Jaka. Itadori Kairi draws out her Ryujin Jaka and slashes at Gojo Naruto. Everything will end. Ming. Gojo Naru. Gojo Satoru and Zenin Shinji's eyes were filled with rage. The barrier before them was about to be shattered. If they could hold on for a few more seconds, everything would be over. The group of Gojo family sorcerers brought by Gojo Xianjian were also constantly using spells to bombard the barrier. Everyone was trying their best, and they had already seen the gap between Gojo Naruto and Itadori Kairi. With the field unfolding, Gojo Ming, who was only 6 years old, no longer had a chance. Jujutsu looked at Gojo Naru, who was trying to stand inside the barrier, his face full of pity. The Phoenix Wheel continued. She had already opened up the fantasy quality of the technique to the maximum, but it still had no effect on this barrier. Yajayu Simon and Yajayu Hidesuga looked at the situation inside the barrier, and they were filled with panic. The Zanpakuto Tsunika forged by Gojo Naru for the Yajayu family can be said to have helped the Yajayu family gain a firm foothold in the world of sorcery. If such a person died in front of them, the two really didn't know how to face the Gojo family. Gojo Kumamoto watched everything at the scene in silence. Although the Gojo family had many sorcerers, when they really encountered a strong man, they could basically only act as cannon fodder. With such a large number of sorcerers, even the future of the Gojo family cannot be saved. Gojo Shun held the insect cleaner in one hand, and the red locust was ready, but it was too late in time. Gojo Satoru looked at the crisis of Gojo Ming within the barrier. His eyes were about to burst into tears, and a faint trace of blood was already flowing from the corners of his eyes. The unlimited technique and the Senbonzakura were almost drained by it. Chan Yuan Shinner had fallen into madness at this time, and Huaishan Kuanggu had been used as a hatchet by him, chopping at the noose barrier continuously at a speed that ordinary people could not even see clearly. The barrier was already shaky under the attacks of everyone and could break at any time, but it was all too late. Itadori Kairi inside the barrier has already drawn her Zanpakuto Ryujin Jaka. It will all be over. Gojo Naru-kun, it's over. A cold light flashed on the blade of Ryujin Jaka, and Gojo Naruto was about to be beheaded by Itadori Kairi. The faces of the people outside the barrier were filled with despair. Dying at the hands of the Zanpakuto he forged himself, what a tragic ending. Many sorcerers of the Gojo family had subconsciously closed their eyes. They did not dare to watch the scene of Gojo Ming being beheaded. But just as the flowing blade Jaka was about to pass through Gojo Ming's neck, a voice as cold as 1,000-year-old ice rang in everyone's ears. Bankai! Gojo Satoru, Zenin Shinji, Gojo Shunichi and Yaji Uzuman all subconsciously looked at Gojo Ming inside the barrier. They all knew about the existence of Bankai, but none of them had ever seen it. Suddenly hearing the word Bankai, a glimmer of hope ignited in everyone's heart. Bai Xia punishment! Gojo Ming coldly shouted out the 3 words Bai Xia Fa. The moment the voice fell, everyone shuddered subconsciously. They only felt the temperature in the air drop instantly. In just a blink of an eye, Gojo Ming within the barrier completely changed into another appearance. At this time, the light blue kimono on Gojo Naruto's body turned completely white, as if the whole person was covered with a layer of frost. The originally pure white Sode Shirayuki also turned transparent, like a transparent ice blade. This is Sode no Shirayuki's Bankai. This sentence appeared in the minds of all those who borrowed the Zanpakuto. This is also the first time that Zanpakuto's Bankai appears in the world of Jujutsu Kaisen. Inside the barrier. When Itadori Kairi heard the word Bai Xia Fa, her expression changed instantly. She had never expected that, in this situation, Gojo Naru's Sode Shirayuki still possessed an unexposed technique. What kind of power is hidden in this technique that can change the appearance of Gojo Naruto? Itadori Kairi clearly felt the threat from Sode no Shirayuki, but she still did not retreat. The opportunity to kill Gojo Naruto is right in front of her, she absolutely cannot let it go. This time, she has completely become an enemy of Gojo Naruto. If she does not completely kill the 6-eyes son of God of the Gojo family, then her future plans will definitely be affected by Gojo Naruto. If he takes just one more step, Gojo Ming will have his head chopped off by himself. With the sharpness of Ryujin Jaka, Gojo Naru's body would definitely not be able to withstand it. However, she was very worried whether this so-called Baixia punishment would have other effects. However, Itadori Kairi also has confidence that under the influence of the gravity of her own domain and the sharpness of Ryujin Jaka, even if Gojo Naruto has a trump card, it will be too late for him to open it. Just as Ryujin Jaka was about to slash across Gojo Naru's neck, Gojo Naru and Itadori Kairi looked at each other. With just one glance, Itadori Kairi felt a chill from the depths of her soul. It was a lifeless coldness, as if everything in time was equal in the face of this coldness. Clang! The flowing blade hit an ice knife. At the most critical moment, Sode Shirayuki blocked Ryujin Jaka. Although Sode Shirayuki and Ryujin Jaka are not at the same level, at this time Sode Shirayuki has already completed her Bankai, while Ryujin Jaka's Shikai is still on the surface, so Ryujin Jaka actually fell into a disadvantage in the fight with Sode Shirayuki. Seeing this, Itadori Kairi's expression changed and she wanted to pull back Ryujin Jaka. Her sixth sense told her that she could no longer kill Gojo Naruto. Stop while you're ahead. Now that the Zanpakuto Ryujin Jaka is already in hand, there is no need to worry about Gojo Naru for the time being. Anyway, as long as she masters the technique of Ryujin Jaka, this Zanpakuto will definitely be stronger than the Sode no Shirayuki in Gojo Naruto's hand. However, what Itadori Kairi didn't know was that from the moment Gojo Naru completed her Bankai, all of this would no longer be in accordance with her wishes. Chapter 135. The moment Ryujin Jaka touched Sode no Shirayuki, the blade was covered with a layer of frost and was actually frozen in midair. It was not until this moment that Kaori Itadori realized that her entire realm was filled with extreme cold. At some point, a large disc-shaped piece of pure white cold air appeared in the sky above her territory. Then a beam of cold air shot out from the ground, piercing through the sky. At the same time, cold air suddenly began to surge and dance on the ground like a giant wave. Cannot touch. Absolutely cannot touch. Itadori Kaori felt the absolute threat in this cold air. If I were to touch this cold air, I would really die. Sister, you should run away. This enchantment is the most suitable place for Baixia Fa's cold energy. If you still covet the flowing blade Ruohuo, then you can also try to get in touch with Baixia Fa's cold energy. This cold air will freeze everything within the attack range. Everything touched by the cold air will be frozen all over, and eventually wither and shatter like shattered ice. Gojo Ming explained calmly. Itadori Kaori frowned, she could feel that Gojo Naruto was not lying to her. The threat of this cold air is indeed very deadly. However, she could not accept at all that she had to give up the Ryujin Jaka. Wasn't it all for this Ryujin Jaka that I worked so hard to set up the barrier, make arrangements, and even expose my identity? Itadori Kaori wanted to try to take back Ryujin Jaka again, but the cold air of Baixia Fa seemed to have life and rushed towards her. In a few seconds, you won't have a chance. A confident smile appeared on Gojo Naruto's face, and under the external attack, cracks began to appear in the barrier that was fused with Itadori Kaori's Teizu's field. Itadori Kaori's gaze kept wandering between Ryujin Jaka and Gojo Naru, who were frozen in mid-air, and her expression kept changing. Finally, she gritted her teeth and made up her mind. She decided that it was best to run away. Her current Bankai Zanpakuto had already made her feel the crisis. If Zenin Shinji, Yajiusimon and others joined Gojo Naru, then she would not be able to retreat smoothly without leaving something behind. As the barrier shattered, Itadori Kaori completely retracted her own territory. The moment the barrier shattered, a powerful cursed force erupted. Under the cover of this surging cursed force, she disappeared on the spot. Itadori Kaori chose to evacuate. But just as the barrier collapsed and she evacuated, she finally realized that Gojo Naru was actually weak. His own barrier was also a barrier to trap the cold air. The moment the barrier was broken, the cold air began to overflow. If he persists a little longer, Gojo Naruto's condition will end on its own. She realized that this cold energy would attack everyone except Gojo Naruto herself. Once the barrier is broken, Gojo Naruto will also release his Bankai in order to protect others. In this case, I still have a chance. But, unfortunately, he made the wrong choice and could only watch Gojo Naru unleash the technique before being surrounded by Zenin Shinji, Gojo Satoru and others. Gojo Naru, I will remember you. Itadori Kaori's figure moved quickly and disappeared from everyone's sight, and the cold air that was originally protecting Gojo Naruto became an obstacle that affected everyone's pursuit. It's over. A hint of relief appeared on Gojo Ming's face. The state of Baixia Fa really exhausted his last bit of physical strength. If Itadori Kaori had not chosen to leave just now, then he really would not have been able to hold on. Gojo Ming was exhausted and fell directly into Zenin Shinur's arms. No one knew the identity of the attacker, but they all knew how powerful this man was. After all, no one at the scene has a domain. The only two who have the potential to awaken their realms are Yuki Kyujoku, who will become special grade sorcerers in the future, and Gojo Satoru. Although the attacker escaped, everyone witnessed Gojo Naruto's true strength. After truly witnessing the Zanpakuto's Bankai, he realized that it could actually compete with the sorcerer's ultimate means. The five bear flames felt the biting cold all around them and looked at the strange phenomenon that changed the weather color. They were shocked beyond compare. When he saw Ryujin Jaka's sky-high pillar of fire that was powerful enough to change the sky, Gojo Kumo-en thought that this Zanpakuto must be unique, right? Now that he saw Sode no Shirayuki's Bankai technique, he realized that he had still underestimated the true power of his Zanpakuto. At least in that state just now, Sode Shirayuki's power is not inferior to Ryujin Jaka, right? Gojo Kumamoto was not clear about the difference between Bankai and Shikai, but he could tell the strength of the technique. The potential of Zanpakuto is too great. At this moment, he was extremely grateful in his heart that Gojo Naruto had held on to the end and survived the attacker who possessed a domain. Hidesuga Yajayu and Simon Chako Yajayu came out with a sip of spirit. Yajayu Hidesuga was shocked by the power of Gojo Naru's Hakuxia punishment, and was also very glad that Gojo Naru did not die, so that the world of sorcery could avoid turmoil. Yajayu Simon's attention was more focused on Gojo Naru's Bankai. Is this Sode no Shirayuki's Bankai? As young master Gojo Naruto said, the Zanpakuto after Bankai is its final form. Isn't it possible that Sode no Shirayuki in Bankai state is already far superior to a first-level sorcerer? In the current world of sorcery where there is a vacancy for special ranks, a first-level sorcerer is already considered the top combat force in the entire sorcery world. The fact that Sode no Shirayuki was able to break through this limit after her Bankai was enough to prove that the influence of Zanpakuto on the entire world of sorcery has not yet reached its limit. If when the Tsuzuru in my hand completes Bankai, when the Kiyomushi in Gojo Shinika's hand completes Bankai, when? In that case, their strength will definitely be raised to a higher level than it is now. A hint of heat flashed in Yajayu Zamon's eyes. He also wants to work hard to complete his Bankai, he wants to see the true power of Twisted Flower, and he wants to climb to the pinnacle of the world of sorcery. Gojo Shunichi put away the insect and stood silently beside Zenin Shinur, guarding the unconscious Gojo Ming. He was shocked by the power of Bankai, but he blamed himself more for failing to protect Gojo Naru. Obviously, protecting Gojo Naruto should be his first responsibility. If I stay by Gojo Naru's side, even if I can't defeat that strange woman, I can at least buy Gojo Naru some time to escape. This time it was Gojo Naru who mastered Bankai and drove away the enemy with his own strength. All of this was so dangerous. If anything went wrong, Gojo Ming might be a corpse by now. Gojo Shinika's heart was filled with blame for himself, and at the same time he made up his mind that in the future he must do a good job of protecting Gojo Ming. This was the first time Gojo Naru was attacked. Likewise, Gojo Shunichi will guarantee that this is the last time. Chapter 136. The sharp cherry blossom blades scattered in the air gathered around Gojo Satoru and condensed into the thousand sakura in Gojo Satoru's hands. Facing Sode no Shirayuki's Bankai, Senbonzakura seemed to be in a somewhat abnormal mood. Gojo Satoru can feel Senbonzakura's yearning for Bankai. He stared blankly at Gojo Ming, who was lying in the arms of Zanayu and Shinur with a pale face, and his heart was filled with complicated feelings. He was glad that Gojo Naru successfully mastered Bankai at the most critical moment and eliminated the crisis this time. The power of Bai Xia Fa just now could be described as terrifying. If anyone was even touched by the cold air, they would probably be frozen to pieces. The power of Bankai shocked even him who possessed 6 eyes. Similarly, Gojo Satoru's heart is full of entanglements. Originally, after finishing his retreat, he successfully mastered the technique of forward, Kang that even Gojo Naruto envied. He thought that after possessing Kang, his strength would surpass Gojo Ming, but he never expected that in front of Bai Xiaofa's strength, he seemed to be still weaker. At least, in Gojo Satoru's opinion, he who possesses the technique of Shunzuan Kang cannot defeat the woman with the domain just now, and similarly, he cannot avoid Bai Xiaofa's attack. Is the technique that he has mastered, Forward Transformation, Blue, really worthy of the envy of Gojo Naruto? Gojo Satoru has already mastered the basics of the Gojo family's unlimited techniques. With the technique of Forward, Blue, Gojo Satoru has surpassed most sorcerers in overall strength. However, Gojo Satoru was not satisfied at all. I am still too weak now. I absolutely cannot be like this. I absolutely cannot continue to be mediocre. Because of the appearance of Gojo Naru, Gojo Satoru had witnessed the top existence in the entire sorcery world at the age of 6. He no longer had the arrogance of the 6-eyed son of God of the Gojo family. If people from other families knew what Gojo Satoru was thinking, and knew that he considered himself mediocre, they would probably think that the 6-eyed son of God of the Gojo family was mentally abnormal, right? The unlimited technique is not enough to protect Ming, all this is not enough. Such a thought emerged in Gojo Satoru's mind. The unlimited technique is very powerful, but I am currently unable to master all of its techniques. Currently, he can only master the forward rotation of the unlimited technique, and he still has no idea about the reverse rotation of the technique in the family records. If Gojo Naru had not been attacked, Gojo Satoru might not have been in such a pressing situation. Now, seeing the gap between himself and Itadori Kaori, and the gap between himself and Zenin Shinji, Gojo Satoru's desire to become stronger is extremely strong. At present, the only thing that can make it even more powerful and still have traces to follow is the Bankai of the Zanpakuto Senbonzakura. Gojo Satoru knew that his Bankai of Senbonzakura would definitely not be inferior to Sode no Shirayuki's Hakuka Kakashi. With Senbonzakura's Bankai, he should be able to fight against the strange woman who just attacked Gojo Naruto. You must master Bankai. Gojo Satoru made up his mind at this moment that only by mastering Bankai could he not be left too far behind by Gojo Naruto. Zenin Shinner looked at Gojo Ming, who was lying in his arms with a pale face, and his heart was very calm. He has memorized the face of the woman just now. If this person appears in front of him in the future, he will get rid of this woman immediately. The body strengthened by Tianyuzubin is extremely strong, but in the face of certain specific spells, pure physical strength is still too simple. Just like just now, if his power could be stronger and he could break the barrier faster, perhaps Gojo Naruto would not have been in a situation where he was almost beheaded by Ryujin Jaka. Before this battle, Chan Yuan Shinner had absolute confidence in his body. Even a powerful sorcerer would be like a chicken or a dog in front of him and not worth mentioning. However, after seeing himself powerless in front of the barrier, Zenin Shinji realized that pure physical strength was powerless in the face of a spell that had been set up in advance. The technique after Kaden Kyakotsu's initial release is more suitable for one-on-one combat. Now that I have Hua Tian Kuang Bone, I should also add more ways of attack. The Zen temple even began to reflect on itself. He still relied too much on past experience and did not try to integrate Hua Tian Kuanggu into the battle. The technique of Hua Tian Kuanggu was so strange. Wasn't it a waste of Hua Tian Kuanggu to treat and use it like this? This time, Gojo Naru relied on Sode no Shirayuki's Bankai Hakuxia penalty to fight for a glimmer of hope. Bai Xiaofa's power is so strong that it can threaten everyone present. This kind of power is absolutely extraordinary. Chan Yuan Shinner believed that the Huaishan Kuanggu in his hand was not inferior to Xiu Beixiu. Master Bankai as soon as possible. We need to enrich our fighting methods. Watching the Zanpakuto in the hands of Zenin Shinji, Gojo Satoru and others begin to change and return to their plain and simple appearance, Kyujoku Yuki witnessed the magic of Zanpakuto for the first time. She could understand why the world of curse arts said that the emergence of Zanpakuto would change the entire world. Zanpakuto has transcended material existence and possesses the ability to completely violate the rules of the world. Transform from an ordinary Zanpakuto into a sky full of cherry blossom blades? Transformed from an ordinary Zanpakuto into two black broadswords? Transform from an ordinary Zanpakuto into a slender long halberd? It transforms from an ordinary Zanpakuto into a transparent ice blade, and even the user's clothing and appearance change as a result. Juju Yuki had a hard time understanding what kind of rules the Zanpakuto forged by Gojo Naruto followed. She finally realized why Lord Tianyuan was interested in Gojo Naru. The existence of Gojo Naru is a complete anomaly in the entire world of sorcery. Even though he was very confident in his own strength, Juju Yuki knew that he would die if he faced Gojo Naruto, who was in the state of Baixia penalty just now. The power of ice and frost has surpassed the limits of the world, and seems to have surpassed the essence of ice and frost and mastered the rules of the world. It's hard to imagine that this was used by a boy who was only 6 years old. Moreover, Gojo Naruto used this so-called Bankai to defeat a truly powerful person at the top of the world of sorcery who possessed a domain. This is the power of Zanpakuto, and also the power of Gojo Naruto. Kyujoku Yuki looked at Sode no Shirayuki, which had turned into an ordinary samurai sword in Gojo Naruto's hand, and at Ryujin Jaka, which fell beside it, and a guess began to arise in his mind. If Ryujin Jaka can also achieve this so-called Bankai, how terrifying will this Zanpakuto be? The Zanpakuto that was worth the powerful woman's special effort to snatch must have potential that is definitely beyond the imagination of outsiders. Perhaps, it would be nice if Gojo Naruto could help me forge a Zanpakuto. Jujutsu became even more curious about the young boyfriend in front of her. This young man who can attract Tian Yuan, this young man who can make her heart beat, is worth her spending more time and energy on. At this moment, Yuki Kyujoku made up her mind that she wanted to get to know Gojo Naru more deeply, to understand this boy with 6 eyes who would definitely change the whole world in the future. Chapter 137. Zenin Shiner picked up Gojo Naruto and turned around to leave. Shen Er, where are you going? Gojo Xianjian called out to Zenin Shiner, but Zenin Shiner did not turn towards the Gojo family. Go home. Zen Yuan Shiner's voice was very cold. You're going the wrong direction. Ming needs to go back to the Gojo household to recuperate. Gojo Xianjian's tone was very serious. I will take him to his home. The Gojo family is no longer strong enough to protect him. Zenyuan Shiner told the truth that Gojo Xianjian was unwilling to admit, but which was extremely heartbreaking. With the current strength of the Gojo family, if they were attacked again by the woman just now, they would still be unable to stop her. Currently, none of the Gojo family is able to expand their territory. The truly top fighting forces were only 6-year-old Gojo Naruto and Gojo Satoru. He originally wanted to stop Zenin Shiner from taking Gojo Naru away, but after hearing what Zenin Shiner said, Gojo Kimo-en had already realized that the Gojo family was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Although, with the blessing of Gojo Naruto's Zanpakuto, the Gojo family has a very high status in the entire world of sorcery and has the momentum to completely suppress the Zenin family and the Kimo family. However, his lack of top-notch combat power made it impossible for him to refute Chan Yuan Shiner. In front of Zenin Shinji who possesses a Zanpakuto, and in front of a strange woman who possesses a domain, the team of sorcerers that the Gojo family has always been proud of are probably just rotten fish and shrimp in their eyes, right? Grandpa, are you just going to let Chan Yuan Shiner take Master Ming away like this? Gojo Suanyi whispered in Gojo Xianjian's ear. At present, only Zenin Shiner is the most suitable person to protect Gojo Naruto. Wu Tiao Xiongyan shook his head, or rather, this was the most suitable method at the moment. Suanyi, go and ask the chief of the Iiri Inamizu clan, to come to the Yoroswia, and ask him to help heal Ming. Ming's body seems to have been under a lot of pressure after using the technique called Baxia Fa just now. Please pay more attention to him, Mr. Inamizu. Since he couldn't bring Gojo Naru back to the Gojo family, he could only make logistical arrangements. Got it, Grandpa. Gojo Gen nodded. The Gojo family had known about the Yoroswia when it was first established. Now the Zen temple even regarded the Yoroswia as the safest place, so there was nothing wrong with it. After all, the place where the Zen temple is located is indeed the safest place at the moment. Shiner, I'll go to the Yoroswia with you. Gojo Satoru's face was full of seriousness. As Gojo Naru's older brother, he had to stay by Gojo Naru's side when he lost consciousness. Gojo Shunichi also expressed his attitude. Finally, Chan Yuan Shiner took a look around and expressed his agreement. Iiri's house. Upon hearing the news from Gojo Geniki that Gojo Naru was attacked, Iiri Inami was extremely shocked. What? The attacker is actually a sorcerer with a domain. A sorcerer who can manipulate gravity. Iiri Inami had never heard of such a person, but since he would take the initiative to attack the Gojo family, it undoubtedly meant that such a sorcerer did not belong to the camp of the Sorcerer Association. The other party is a curse master. However, Gojo Naru's record surprised Iiri Inami even more. In this era, a sorcerer who possesses a domain is basically invincible. Gojo Naruto is actually able to block the sorcerer's domain attack at this age, which is something that Iiri Inami could never imagine. After getting more details from Gojo Geniki and knowing that Gojo Naruto relied on Sode no Shirayuki's Bankai, he once again refreshed his understanding of Zanpakuto. Bankai. It turns out that Bankai is a technique that can rival the domain. Iiri Inami had always thought that he took his Zanpakuto seriously enough, but now he thought that he was a little too arrogant. The Yajiu family really made a fortune this time. I believe that once this news spreads, those small families that have not been able to obtain the Gojo family's promise of sword forging will probably be jealous and crazy, right? A Zanpakuto actually possesses a technique that can resist the domain. Although this Bankai sounds extremely difficult, it is at least a hope. Some people previously thought that the Yajiu family gave the Tsuki no Sho, the foundation of their existence, to the Gojo family in exchange for a Zanpakuto, which was a huge loss. Now that we know the true power of Zanpakuto, I believe that no one will say such a big loss anymore, right? Fortunately, Gojo Naru had already promised Shoko before, at least the Iiri family has received a promise. Thinking of this, Iiri Inami breathed a sigh of relief. Because of Shoko's existence, the Iiri family at least doesn't need to be as anxious as other families. Zanpakuto is not a wholesale item, and the Gojo family will definitely not allow such a strategic level weapon to leak out easily. Don't you see that the other two of the big three sorcerer families don't have Zanpakuto at all? Compared with the Zenin family and the Kimo family, the Iiri family is much luckier. At least Gojo Naruto even offered to forge a Zanpakuto for Shoko. Although not as far-sighted as the Yajiu family, the Iiri family is also considered to have fallen behind. Moreover, the Iiri family also has a unique talent of reverse cursed technique, which is very useful to the Gojo family. Thinking of this, Iiri Inami directly took out Iiri Shoko, who was ready to rest. Since he was going to treat Gojo Naru, Shoko must be brought along. Showing your presence in front of Gojo Naru more often will also make it easier for Gojo Naru to remember to forge a Zanpakuto for Shoko. Let's go, let's go. Where are you going? Iiri Inami had forgotten the place Gojo Geniki had just mentioned, and it seemed that this time he didn't need to go to the Gojo family. Master Inami, go to the Yoroswia. Gojo Geniki reminded. Oh, go to the Yoroswia. Iiri Inami nodded. Although he didn't know where this Yoroswia was, he knew that he just had to follow Gojo Geniki. Zen Temple Home. When Zenin Naobi learned that Gojo Naru was attacked, his expression became very serious. Although he felt regretful about Gojo Naru, who had already had a conflict with the Zenin family, he did not care so much about Gojo Naru's life or death. Even if Gojo Naru really died in this attack, he would not feel too sorry. The Zenin family was originally the enemy of the Gojo family. The appearance of Gojo Naru completely broke the original balance between the two families. From the perspective of family interests, Zenin Naobi naturally hoped that the Gojo family would decline. However, what surprised him greatly was that a curse master with a domain was not able to kill Gojo Naruto. And all Gojo Naru relied on was the Sode Shirayuki. Zanpakuto's Bankai. Gojo Naruto really didn't deceive me. Sode no Shirayuki really has so many techniques, and such a powerful trump card. Chapter 138. The Zenin family really missed a lot. Zenin Naobi felt extremely regretful. Now, Gojo Naru and his Zanpakuto system had begun to take shape in the entire world of sorcery. Gojo Naru, who was able to forge Zanpakuto, had become the hope of many small families. Once Gojo Naruto really lets go of the qualification to forge Zanpakuto, then the position of the entire Gojo family in the world of sorcery will definitely not be shaken by the Zenin family. Gojo Naru's experience of fending off the domain cursor with his Zanpakuto was definitely extraordinary. At this moment, no one wanted to delve into the identity of this curse master. They were only shocked at the power of the Six Eyes godson of the Gojo family and the fact that the legendary Zanpakuto had such an exaggerated power. On the other hand, Shinsuke Zenin and Sinin Osamu Zenin, who have almost been judged as sinners of the Zenin family, are in an awkward position within the family. For some unknown reason, news leaked out that Gojo Naru might have cooperated with the Zenin family. As the opposing party of that cooperation, they completely destroyed the Zenin family's hope of rising again. Perhaps, because of the positions of the two families, the Gojo family would never provide any powerful Zanpakuto to the Zenin family. But, that's just if. No one can doubt Gojo Ming's attitude just because of something that has not happened. After all, Gojo Naru forged a special double-blade Zanpakuto for Zenin Jinru. Who can guarantee that Gojo Naru won't forge more Zanpakuto for the Zenin family in the future? Such an assumption has no consequences. Therefore, the people of the Zenin family could only attribute everything to Zenin Shinsuke and Zenin Fan. Especially for Chan Yuan Shinyi, who was eyeing their status, he didn't mind fanning the flames of such information. As Chan Yuan Shinyi's elder brother, and with his own strength not weak, his status in the Chan Yuan family was already unique. Zenin Fan no longer makes casual comments about Gojo Naru. Zenin Shinsuke has also completely given up the idea of confronting Gojo Naru. This battle has completely proved Gojo Naru's strength and the power of his Zanpakuto. If before, Zanpakuto was merely classified as a special cursed tool without any special measurement standards, this battle thoroughly told them that the true power of Zanpakuto was enough to rival the realm of a sorcerer. All the small families have gone crazy and started rummaging through their boxes and cabinets, just to find the chips that can make Gojo Ming excited. The Kimo family. Without Kimo Shin, the great forging master, the Kimo family's influence became even weaker. There is no one to inherit the ancestral red blood manipulation technique, and the number of first-level sorcerers in the entire family has been caught up by the Yajayu family. If it were not for its 1000-year history, the Kimo family would probably have been expelled from the big three sorcerer families long ago. As the head of the family, Kaname had always been speculating about the sudden death of his uncle, who had always been in good health. He knew that this must be related to the Gojo family. Ever since Gojo Naru forged the Zanpakuto that could release a pillar of fire, Uncle Kimo returned home in despair. A few days later, my uncle began to arrange his funeral arrangements and even specifically handed over the power of the Blacksmith Association to the Gojo family. The most important thing is that Gojo family did not say a word and did not even refuse, and directly accepted the qualification. Therefore, it was obvious that his uncle had reached some kind of agreement with the Gojo family, and this agreement required his uncle to pay the price with his own death. Kimo was suspicious, but he didn't dare to explore it at all. Since my uncle used this method to end his life, it means that this inexplicable incident will have a huge impact on the Kimo family. In this situation, he could only choose to play dumb, not pursuing the matter, nor daring to pursue it. However, he still felt jealous of the performance of the new generation of the Gojo family. Gojo Naruto had forged many Zanpakuto and was able to fight against the Domain Curse Master with the power of his Zanpakuto, and Gojo Satoru had also demonstrated the power of his unlimited technique this time. The two Six-Eyes Sons of God from the Gojo family seemed to have secured the pinnacle of the future world of sorcery. How long will the Kimo family be suppressed by the Gojo family? Kaname was filled with reluctance. He knew that his family's ancestral technique was definitely not inferior to the Gojo family's unlimited technique, but when would he be able to give birth to a descendant who could master the red blood technique? Thinking of his domineering wife, Kaname didn't want to go back to his room. Have a baby. Give birth to a child with the red blood manipulation technique. This has become Kimo's obsession. Hongsing Palace. He attacked Gojo Naruto and possessed a power that surpassed that of a first-level sorcerer. A trace of doubt appeared on the face of the girl Tian Yuan. As a sorcerer with the magic of immortality, she has many old friends in her memory. However, she felt that there was something unusual about this sudden appearance of the Domain Curse Master. It should be an old friend. It seems that Gojo Naru's Zanpakuto is really extraordinary. It can even lure out old friends. Moreover, this Zanpakuto's technique can actually fight against the domain. Is it called Bankai? Is this Bankai an ability that only belongs to Gojo Naruto, or does every forged Zanpakuto have such a technique? If all Zanpakuto had such a Bankai technique, then this would be really fun. A smile appeared on the girl Tian Yuan's face. Interesting, interesting. I wonder if Yuki can convey my message. I am already looking forward to meeting this son of God with 6 eyes who shouldn't exist. In this long life, there are not many things that can attract Tian Yuan's interest. And Gojo Naruto and the Zanpakuto he forged are the two things that Tenjin is most interested in at the moment. The Yorozwia. Seeing Kyujoku Yuki following all the way back, Gojo Satoru and Gojo Shunichi were both confused. They had never seen Kyujoku Yuki before, but since they had seen Kyujoku Yuki standing with Zin and Shinji before, they assumed that Kyujoku Yuki and Zin and Shinji were friends. However, what does this woman want to do by following me into the Wanshaiwu? Although this woman had made efforts to break the barrier before, Gojo Satoru and Gojo Shunichi could not let their guard down. The Yoroswia would be the place where Gojo Naruto would recuperate, and they would not let anyone whose identity was suspicious get close to Gojo Naruto. Facing the suspicion of Gojo Shunichi and Gojo Satoru, Kyujoku Yuki once again revealed his identity. Master Tianyuan's messenger. Upon hearing that Kyujoku Yuki was the messenger of Lord Tenjin, Gojo Shinika's attitude changed instantly, and his original shock at Kyujoku Yuki's strength became normal. Chapter 139. Being able to serve as Lord Tianyuan's messenger, this Juju Yuki is definitely stronger than himself. Gojo Shinika's original guess about Kyujoku Yuki's strength turned into confirmation. Are you the astral body next to Master Tianyuan? As a first-level sorcerer of the Gojo family, Gojo Shunichi also controls the rights to some intelligence. When he heard the surname Kyujoku, he had already guessed the relationship between the woman in front of him and the Kyujoku family in Kyoto. Now, hearing that Juju Yuki was also Lord Tenjin's messenger, he had overlapped Juju Yuki with the information he had collected before. As a member of the 99 family and also the messenger of Lord Tianyuan, there is no doubt that the woman in front of her is the star plasma body of this generation. Astral plasma? Hearing this term, Gojo Satoru and Zenin Shinji subconsciously turned their heads to look at Kyujoku Yuki. Zenin was very surprised at the identity of Kyujoku Yuki star plasma, while Gojo Satoru was somewhat curious about it. He had only heard of the importance of Lord Tenjin to the world of sorcery, but he was not very clear about the situation of star plasma. Feeling Gojo Satoru's curiosity, Juju Yuki did not object to revealing his identity and explained the relationship between astral plasma and Tenjin. The so-called astral plasma is a human being that appeared in order to be assimilated by Tenjin-sama. When Tenjin-sama, who possesses the immortality ritual, ages to a certain extent, he will evolve into a non-human state. Therefore, every 500 years, he must assimilate with the astral plasma to reset his physical memory. Juju Yuki spoke of the information about the astral plasma in a very casual manner. Zenin Shinji and Gojo Shunichi fell silent, while Gojo Satoru was deeply impressed. Do we need to assimilate with Master Tianyuan in the future? From now on, you will be Master Tianyuan. Gojo Satoru's perspective was very unique, and instantly amused Juju Yuki. Although Gojo Satoru and Gojo Naruto look exactly the same, Kyujoku Yuki finds that he is not as interested in Gojo Satoru as he is in Gojo Naruto. Master Tianyuan is Master Tianyuan, and we will become one with Master Tianyuan. Gojo Satoru reacted. If the girl in front of him merged with Lord Tenjin, would she still have her own consciousness? Gojo Satoru wanted to ask, but Gojo Shunichi stopped him and shook his head secretly at him. I don't know, what is the relationship between Miss Juju and Master Gojo Ming? Gojo Shunichi took the initiative to speak. Although Kyujoku Yuki had played a huge role in the barrier-breaking operation just now, Gojo Shunichi still needed to understand Kyujoku Yuki's purpose. Even if it is Lord Tianyuan, even if it is a star plasma body, he still has to check it carefully to avoid the situation like Gojo Ming being assassinated from happening again. I'm Gojo Naru's girlfriend. Besides, I have my own room in the Wanshaiwu. Juju Yuki opened his mouth and spoke. Such explosive news made Gojo Satoru and Gojo Shunichi stunned. How is that possible? Gojo Naru had just been in seclusion for 2 weeks, and before that he had been forging his Zanpakuto, so he had no time to get to know Kyujoku Yuki. How can I have time to fall in love? However, if the relationship between the two was ordinary, why would Juju Yuki be so dedicated just now? When did Miss Juju and Master Ming meet? Gojo Shunichi asked Gojo Satoru's question. He knew that today was the first time Gojo Naruto had gone out in a long time. Could it be that Gojo Naruto and Kyujoku Yuki had just met for the first time today? Gojo Shinika's guess was confirmed. I just met him today, right here. Gojo Satoru and Gojo Shunichi looked at each other speechlessly, then turned their gaze to Zenin Shinji. They felt that this was not like Gojo Naru's style. Although the girl in front of them, Juju Yuki, was indeed a very beautiful girl, it shouldn't be the kind of girl that would make a 6-year-old boy like Gojo Naru fall in love at first sight, right? Seeing that the two seemed to be very familiar with Zenin Jinner, Juju Yuki immediately spoke to Zenin Jinner. Which room will I live in from now on? Even. Seeing what Kyujuku Yuki was thinking, Zenin Jinner narrowed his eyes slightly, but did not think of exposing Kyujuku Yuki. He could feel that Yuki Kyujuku did have a good impression of Naruto Gojo. The most crucial thing is that Gojo Naru's current crisis has not been resolved. If Kyujo Yuki stays in the Yorozwia, it will provide a certain guarantee for Gojo Naru's safety. Although there are Gojo Shunichi and Gojo Satoru, in terms of real strength, Gojo Shunichi and Gojo Satoru are not as strong as Kyujuku Yuki at the moment. Just live in the room next to Gojo Naruto, it will be convenient for you to take care of him. When Gojo Shunichi and Gojo Satoru saw Zenin Shinner's reaction, their expressions froze, and they seemed to have temporarily accepted Kyujuku Yuki's identity. Juju Yuki herself was a little surprised at Zenin Jinner's cooperation. She had thought that Zenin Jinner would tell the truth, and she had also thought that Zenin Jinner would remain silent. However, she never thought that Zenin Jinner would cooperate with her so much and even arrange his room next to Gojo Naru. She didn't know what Zenin Shinji was thinking, but it was obvious that this man was happy with the relationship between her and Gojo Naru. Okay, since you are Ming's girlfriend, then, you may need to spend more time and effort during this period of time. As Gojo Satoru finished speaking, the people who appeared at the door were stunned for a moment. Girlfriend. Iiri Inami, Gojo Geniki, and Iiri Shoko, who was holding the hand of Iiri Inami, all looked at Gojo Satoru and the person Gojo was talking to, Kyujuku Yuki, in shock. None of the three of them knew the identity of Kyujuku Yuki. What's going on? Master Ming already has a girlfriend? If I remember correctly, Master Ming is only 6 years old? The girl in front of me looks like she is at least a high school student, and must be 6 or 7 years older than Ming, right? Gojo Swanyi was feeling doubtful. However, he did not say much. After all, he had witnessed the power of this strange girl before. Since Gojo Satoru has already acknowledged the girl's identity, he has no room for doubt. After all, in this place, his identity and status are the lowest, although he is the grandson of the current acting head of the Gojo family. Unlike Gojo Geniki's Buddhist attitude, Iiri Inamika's mood at this moment was very complicated. Although he had not agreed to the marriage proposal of the Gojo family's old patriarch before, in his heart he had always regarded Gojo Naru as his son-in-law, otherwise, he would not have always let Shoko take the initiative to go to the Gojo family. Chapter 140. But now it seems wrong. How can a teenage girl be the girlfriend of a 6-year-old boy? The girl in front of me must have some bad intentions. In an instant, Iiri Inami had imagined in her mind countless beauty traps that other sorcerer families had devised in order to obtain their Zanpakuto. At the same time, he secretly complained in his heart that this group of sorcerer families really had no shame at all and actually sent a girl to seduce Gojo Naruto. Gojo Naru is still just a child. Although, this girl is indeed a national beauty, with an extraordinary appearance. Iiri Inami sighed inwardly, then looked down at her daughter who was holding her hand. Well, my daughter is also very beautiful. But, unfortunately, she is only 6 years old and looks more cute than beautiful. Moreover, it seems that his daughter doesn't seem to have any sense of crisis at all. Is 6 the age when love begins? It doesn't seem so. Alas, love begins at the age of 13 or 14. Iiri Shoko looked at the girl whom Gojo Satoru called Gojo Naru's girlfriend, her eyes full of curiosity. Just as Iiri Inami imagined, at her age, Shoko doesn't care about relationships between men and women at all. After all, she is only 6 years old now. No matter how precocious a girl is, she will not start thinking about falling in love at the age of 6. However, looking at Yuki Kyujoku's slightly mature figure, Shoko felt a little envious. Seeing that Gojo Satoru seemed to want to say something to Kyujukuyuki, Inami interrupted him directly. Where is Gojo Naru now? Shoko and I will go check him out. No matter what, I still have to fight for my daughter. Shoko hasn't fallen in love yet, but that doesn't mean she won't regret it in the future, right? Once Shoko has seen such outstanding peers as Gojo Satoru and Gojo Naruto, it will be difficult for her to look up to other boys. As a father, he still has to keep a glimmer of hope for his daughter. The appearance of Inami instantly diverted Gojo Satoru's attention. Master Inami, here, you have to help Ming check it carefully. Ever since he used his Zanpakuto's Bankai, he has been in a deep sleep. I don't know what's going on. Led by Gojo Satoru, Inami and Shoko entered Gojo Naru's room. Gojo Genichi quietly came to the side of Gojo Shunichi. As the acting grandson, he naturally had to know something about the people related to Gojo Naruto and Gojo Satoru so that he could report the situation to his grandfather when he returned. Uncle Shunichi, what is the origin of this young lady? Just now, Master Gojo Satoru seemed to have mentioned that she was Master Ming's girlfriend. Gojo Genichi asked in a low voice. Gojo Shunichi nodded calmly. After knowing that Gojo Xianjian had changed his position, Gojo Shunichi no longer had the same tit-for-tat feeling towards Gojo Xianjian as before. He also told Gojo Genichi about the origins of Kyujukuyuki without reservation. What? She is actually an astral body? And she is also the messenger of Master Tianyuan. As a traditional sorcerer, Gojo Genichi has great respect for Lord Tenjin. Lord Tianyuan protects the entire world of sorcery and is the patron saint of the world of sorcery. And Yuki Kyujoku, as the messenger of Lord Tenjin, unexpectedly became the girlfriend of Naruto Gojo. This kind of news must be told to my grandfather. Seeing Gojo Genichi hurriedly say goodbye, a smile appeared on Gojo Shinika's face. When Zenin Shina responded to Jujuyuki just now, he already felt that something was wrong. However, the identity of Jujuyuki Star Plasma is unquestionable, so he can use Jujuyuki's identity to crack down on other restless members of the Gojo family. Although Gojo Kumahara's position has changed, there are still some diehards of the Gemini Curse faction in the Gojo family. Lord Tianyuan is the most traditional person in the eyes of the traditional diehards. Now, this most traditional person has expressed his importance for Gojo Naru. Such a thing will definitely have a strong impact on the entire diehard faction. Therefore, no matter what the relationship between Kyujukuyuki and Gojo Naru is, Gojo Shunichi doesn't care. Since Kyujuyuki himself thinks so and has expressed his attitude, then he and Zenin Shinji will just go with the flow and push forward. Such a development will be beneficial to Gojo Naru. At this moment, Gojo Ming, who was still in a coma, had no idea that his nominal girlfriend had already been locked down with the help of Zenin Shinji and Gojo Shunichi. The Five Family. After hearing Gojo Genichi tell Kyuju about the identity of the Kisei Plasma and Lord Tenjin's envoy, Gojo Kumaen's expression was also full of surprise. He never expected that this strange girl had such a mysterious identity. Although the 99 families of Kyoto are not as powerful as the Gojo family in the world of sorcery, they are still considered powerful families in Kyoto. How could such a girl become the girlfriend of Gojo Naruto? Gojo Naru really creates surprises everywhere. In fact, the Kyujoku family is secondary. The most important thing is the relationship between Kyujukuyuki and Lord Tenjin. Once Gojo Naru is able to establish a relationship with Lord Tenjin through Yuki Kyujoku, it will undoubtedly be a huge boost to Gojo Naru's future development. Okay, I got it. Wu Tiao Xiongyan nodded thoughtfully. Next, it depends on how he uses this information to make those diehards who are secretly rebelling against him stop. The Gojo family, the Kyujoku family, and the Hoshinoya clan. If these three forces are added together, even if the entire magic world unites, they would still not be their match, right? Such a delusion emerged in Wu Tiao Xiongyan's mind, but then he shook his head. Lord Tianyuan is the most mysterious sorcerer. What exactly is he thinking in his heart? As an ordinary sorcerer, he dare not make any guesses. However, judging from the current attitude of Kyujuyuki towards Gojo Naru, Lord Tenjin should have a positive impression of Gojo Naru. Thinking of this, Wu Tiao Xiongyan felt a little worried again. The importance of the astral plasma to Master Tianyuan is beyond doubt. If Jujuyuki is an astral plasma, he will definitely merge with Master Tianyuan in the future. Under such circumstances, Yuki Kyujoku, who has an independent consciousness, becomes Naruto Gojo's girlfriend. So, if the time comes in the future when Lord Tianyuan really needs to merge, will Gojo Naruto be willing to accept it? In his opinion, Gojo Naruto is not the kind of person who would easily submit to authority. This boy has been challenging the secular rules since the moment he was born. Heaven, Curse, and Zanpakuto. These are Gojo Naruto's tools for challenging and breaking the rules. Chapter 141. Zen Temple Home. Zenin Naobito, who had not yet recovered from his Zanpakuto Bankai, was stunned again when he heard about the identities of Kyujoku Yuki Star Plasma and Tenjin Messenger. He had never expected that Hong Xingong was actually involved in the attack on Gojo Ming this time. That unknown girl turned out to be this generation's astral plasma. And it is said that he has an inexplicable relationship with Gojo Naru, which makes it even more difficult for Zenin Naobi. Originally, because of the power of Gojo Naruto's Zanpakuto, the Gojo family had been invincible in the world of curse techniques. Now, the Gojo family is also related to the Hongxing Palace. Doesn't this make the Gojo family even more powerful? What's the girl's name? Zen Temple's Hibiran looked at the intelligence officer in front of him with a very serious expression. Master Naobi, the girl's name is Kyujoku Yuki. The intelligence officers bowed their heads and reported. This name made Zenayuan's Hibiran sigh. He was just thinking that if it was an ordinary sorcerer, maybe it would be better. But, 99. Although the surname Kyujoku is not very famous in Tokyo, he knows the roots of the Kyujoku family in Kyoto. Once the Gojo family and the Kyujoku family form an alliance, the two major strongholds of the sorcery world, Tokyo and Kyoto, will become the possession of the Gojo family. Is the Zenin family really going to decline like this? Zenin Naohito frowned. At this moment, he could not see any hope of letting the Zenin family and the Gojo family compete with each other. He was unwilling to accept it. He is now the agent of the Zenin family and has the decision-making power for the family. He absolutely cannot let the Zenin family fall into decline like the Kimo family. If the Chanyuan family really fell into decline in his hands, then he would definitely become the sinner of the Chanyuan family. A hint of sharpness flashed in the eyes of Zen Temple's Hibiran. I was too soft-hearted before. Since the master has asked me to act on his behalf, I should execute the law of thunder. Thinking of his younger brother who had always disobeyed him and the Kailaniar in the Zenayuan family who had lost his edge, Zenayuan's Hibi had already made a choice in his heart. If the Zenin family wants to rise, they can only rely on Zenin Shinji, who has no magical power at all and is regarded as a heretic in the family. Unknowingly, Zenin Shinji had established a good friendship with Gojo Naru, and at the same time, gained the recognition of the Gojo family. If Zenin Shinji could successfully return to the Zenin family, then in the future the Zenin family's living space would at least not be compressed too much by the Gojo family. The Zen Temple's Hibiran has made up his mind. We must let Chanyuan Shena return to the Chanyuan family. The current Zenayuan family has become too stubborn and corrupt. As the helmsman of the Zenayuan family, he must not let the ship capsize under his hands. He wanted to find a new helmsman for the Chanyuan family, even if this helmsman would cause many controversies within the Chanyuan family. The Yajayu family. Yuzuki Yajayu looked at Simon and Hidesugu who had hurriedly returned, his expression full of confusion. The Yajayu family has few sources of information, and until now, he still doesn't know what happened to Gojo Naru. I didn't know that Gojo Naru had completed his Bankai, I didn't know that Gojo Naru was attacked, and I didn't know that Gojo Naru had a connection with Hongxingmia. What happened? Why did you rush out? In response to Yuzuki Yajayu's question, Simon Yajayu and Hidesugu Yajayu looked at each other with bitter smiles on their faces. This time, although the two of them participated in the rescue operation of Gojo Naruto, in fact, during the whole process, except for Yajayu Simon Hajime who released his Zanpakuto twisting flower and attacked the nose rope's barrier, Yajayu Hidesugu had basically no room to play. The two of them were more of a spectator. Watching Zenin Shinji's strong body, watching the transformation of the 1,000 cherry blossoms in Gojo Satoru's hands, watching the terrifying spell of Kyujoku Yuki, watching the Gojo family's large team of sorcerers. Of course, the most important thing is that they watched Gojo Naru's Bankai and watched Gojo Naruto use Sode no Shirayuki's Bankai to completely repel a curse master with a domain. What? A curse master? And he has a domain. When Yuzuki Yajayu heard that the curse master was attacking Gojo Naru, his face was filled with shock. Is Master Gojo Naruto okay now? Yajayu Yuzuki asked nervously. He could ignore other things, but he could ignore Gojo Naru, who was closely related to the Yajayu family. Yajayu Simon and Yajayu Hidesugu nodded. In the end, it was Master Gojo Naruto who completed his Zanpakuto's Bankai and used the power of his Bankai to repel the attackers. An explanation of Yajayu Hidesugu. You said that Gojo Naru fought off the attacking domain curse master himself. Although Yuzuki Yajayu's spell power is not strong, he still has a very clear understanding of the level division of the entire spell world. In this era, there are only a handful of sorcerers who can control the domain, but Gojo Naruto can actually use his Zanpakuto's Bankai to directly repel the domain cursor. When Yuzuki Yajayu heard about this kind of thing for the first time, he felt it was just a fairy tale. How could this happen? But Yajayu Hidesugu and Yajayu Simon in front of him were witnesses of the whole incident. Yes, Master. Yajayu Simon's heart was still filled with shock. He placed the twisted flower on the table and stroked it gently. The power of that kind of Bankai is simply incomprehensible, and Master Gojo Naruto also told us that every Zanpakuto has the potential for Bankai, and whether Bankai can be completed depends on whether the owner of the Zanpakuto can make the Zanpakuto surrender. Twisting Flower has already brought him enough surprises. Now, thinking that Twisting Flower has other hidden powers, Yajayu Simon can't help but want to explore it thoroughly. If Nika can complete Bankai, will she be able to compete with the Domain Curse Master? As a sorcerer with no talent for cursed power, all he could rely on was his sword skills and the Zanpakuto Twisting Flower in his hand. If he had been asked to face the sorcerer from the upper realm before, he would have had no choice but to surrender. Now that he has seen the power of Zanpakuto's Bankai, he has an idea in his mind that he wants to become a person who can fight against domain sorcerers with his Bankai. After Yajayu Yuzuki learned the whole story from the two people, his expression became much more solemn. You should be more restrained in the recent period. The Yajayu family has incurred public wrath this time. The other sorcerer families must be jealous as well. So, you must keep a low profile and stay at home if you can. Yuzuki Yajayu didn't want to cause any trouble, he was very worried that the curse master was coming for Gojo Naruto's Zanpakuto. So, without success from Gojo Naru, will he choose to attack the Yajayu family? Chapter 142. Gojo Naruto's body is currently suffering from severe frostbite, but his body is recovering fairly quickly. He should be able to wake up after the frostbite is repaired. After coming out of the room, Iiri Inami was still shocked by Gojo Naru's physical condition. He couldn't imagine that a person could survive after suffering frostbite from such low temperatures. That's a body that has experienced absolute zero. How is it possible for an average person to lower their body temperature so low? Without anyone's further explanation, Iiri Inami had already guessed that the changes in Gojo Naru's body must be due to the Zanpakuto Sode no Shirayuki. As expected of a Zanpakuto that can repel a domain cursor. However, using this technique also comes at a huge cost. Fortunately, Gojo Naruto's body is strong enough and can still maintain self-repair even under this kind of frostbite. If it were someone else, even their consciousness would probably be frozen by the absolute zero at this time. After hearing Iiri Inami's explanation, Zenin Shinji and Gojo Satoru all breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he is an authority on reverse cursed technique, and with Iiri Inami's endorsement, they finally don't have to worry about Gojo Naru's safety anymore. Master Dao Guang, why don't you stay in this Wanshiwa for one night? Master Ming's body temperature fluctuates greatly, and we are afraid that something may happen again. Gojo Shunichi, who had just accompanied Iiri Inami on the inspection, tried to persuade him to stay. Although Iiri Inami is the head of the family and has a very high status, for the sake of Gojo Naru, Gojo Shunichi does not care about the abruptness of his behavior at this moment. Gojo Shunichi's words stunned Iiri Inami, but then a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Ahem, Master Shunichi, Gojo Naruto's body is now stable, you don't have to worry. Even if I stay here, I can't cure Gojo Naruto's frostbite for the time being. But if you're really worried, I'll let Shoko stay here. If Shoko could stay here, it would be like being close to the water and getting the moon first. Originally, Shoko's reverse cursed technique was not inferior to mine, so this could be considered as the last effort I, as a father, could make for Shoko. Both Gojo Shunichi and Gojo Satoru chose to accept Iiri Inami's proposal. Although Shoko is young, she has already mastered the reverse cursed technique to a high degree. According to Iiri Inami's current statement, Shoko's current level is indeed sufficient to cope with it. Finally, Iiri Inami succeeded in keeping Shoko. Yesterday, there was only Zen and Shinjiro in the Yoroswia, but today, a large group of people have moved in. Zen and Shinji, Gojo Satoru, Gojo Shunichi, Kyujoku Yuki, Iiri Shoko, and Gojo Naru. Looking at the group of uninvited guests around him, Chan Yuan Shinner felt helpless. Fortunately, there were enough guest rooms on the second floor, which were enough to accommodate so many people. In the end, Zen and Shinji gave one of the two rooms next to Gojo Naru to Kyujoku Yuki, so that Kyujoku Yuki could keep an eye on Gojo Naru's safety. At the same time, the other room was given to Iiri Shoko. After all, Shoko's current identity is a doctor, so he should be closer to Gojo Naru. As for the other rooms, Zen Yuan didn't care much about them. However, he still left the room with good lighting that Gojo Naru had asked for before to Gojo Satoru. After all, Gojo Satoru was a shareholder of this Yoroswia just like him, so he still needed to be given some attention. After the attack on Gojo Naru was exposed, the entire Gojo family's power began to operate at full speed. The various dormant Curse Master organizations were suddenly attacked by the Spellcasters Association and then uprooted. This was full of surprises. It was really like a fire in the city gate that affected the innocent. These small Curse Master teams didn't even have the chance to commit a big crime before they were wiped out. As if to show goodwill to the Gojo family, many sorcerer families mobilized the power of their tribe and began to clear out the cursors. For a while, the entire Curse Master force was in a panic, fearing that they would be captured by a group of inexplicable sorcerers while they were sleeping. High-level meeting of Curse Masters. Akazawa Shisaku didn't expect Itadori Kairi to be so reckless and directly choose to attack Gojo Naru. The main thing is to attack. It's too embarrassing for a dignified domain sorcerer to not be able to successfully kill Gojo Naru. Akazawa Shisaku, dressed in monk's robes, has begun discussing with other participants to hold Itadori Kairi responsible for the recent losses of the entire Curse Master team. The entire high-level meeting of Curse Masters basically reached a consensus that Kairi Itadori must not be allowed to act recklessly. If they continue like this, these so-called high-level officials will probably be investigated by the Spellcasters Association and executed as criminals. At the scene, the top Curse Masters were waiting impatiently for Itadori Kairi. After being late for a full 10 minutes, Itadori Kairi, who looked unchanged and still as dashing as ever, appeared at the meeting. The girl still had a faint smile on her face, and she seemed not to be affected at all by the failure in snatching Ryujin Jaka. Another meeting is going to be held so soon? Weren't you guys quite cautious before? Aren't you afraid of being discovered by the Spellcaster Association? Itadori Kairi casually pulled out a nearby chair and sat down. A day had passed since she attacked Gojo Naruto, and the entire Curse Master force was in a state of panic, but she was not affected at all. She naturally also knew the real purpose of Akazawa Shisaku convening this meeting. She came here to attend the meeting just to see what kind of surprises the Curse Masters would bring her. What surprised Itadori Kairi was that as soon as she sat down, Akazawa Shisaku attacked her directly, asking her why she attacked Gojo Naruto. "Isn't this the tone you set in the last meeting? You think that Zanpakuto will threaten the future development of curse masters, so there seems to be nothing wrong with me getting rid of Zanpakuto at the root. Itadori Kaori glanced at Akazawa Shisaku and other high-ranking curse masters, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly. Akazawa Shisaku's expression froze. They did discuss matters concerning Zanpakuto in the last meeting, but he never expected that Itadori Kaori would directly attack the Six Eyes Miko of the Gojo family. Would a normal person think of doing something like this? Doesn't Six Eyes attacking the Gojo family mean declaring war on the Gojo family? If you put yourself in their shoes, if they were in the Gojo family's shoes, they would probably start the cleanup work directly. Itadori Kaori, we didn't ask you to attack Gojo Naruto. Akazawa Shisaku loudly scolded the woman in front of him. As the leader of the Curse Masters, he had almost forgotten how terrifying this woman was. Chapter 143. A hint of impatience appeared on Itadori Kaori's face. Too boring. The drama she had been looking forward to turned into such boring accusations. This kind of thing really did not interest her. However, when she saw that other participants were agreeing with Akazawa Shisaku, she knew the real purpose of this meeting. Do you want to use yourself as a scapegoat? And then calm the anger of the Gojo family? Itadori Kaori touched the stitches on her forehead and deeply felt the inferiority of human beings. Is there something wrong with this group of people in front of me? Have these high-ranking curse masters present at the meeting forgotten why they were able to sit in this position? It was all because of her support and her cleansing that this group of people were able to sit here safely and discuss the future of the curse master. Now, these ants actually want to make themselves sacrificed? Are these people seriously ill? Nojuo controlled Itadori Kaori's body, picked up a cup of tea on the table, and took a sip gently. I understand your demands. Why, did someone from the Gojo family contact you? Itadori Kaori squinted her eyes and glanced around. Every participant she saw lowered their heads subconsciously, even Akazawa Shisaku was no exception. None of them did not feel guilty. It's really evil. Cursors are also human beings. Their bad nature can never be changed. That's it. As expected, cursed spirits seem to be much more trustworthy than humans. Itadori Kaori was talking to herself, and Akazawa Shisaku and others couldn't hear her at all. However, Itadori Kaori's last sentence made him completely frozen. You are really a bunch of scum, die in front of me. The domain is expanded, and the fetuses are everywhere. Itadori Kaori's domain opened, and the entire conference site was wrapped in energy. The people who originally thought that they could defeat Itadori Kaori together were no match for Itadori Kaori at all. All the participants were crushed to death under the pressure of the Teizu field. I really don't know who gave you the courage. Itadori Kaori shook her head and turned away. She felt that this group of people really wasted several hours of her time. She still has to go back to cook for her father-in-law and husband. At the Curse Masters meeting, many police officers surrounded the scene with warning lines. Gojo Shunichi and Gojo Tsubaki appeared here as members of the Gojo family. This is undoubtedly the same area as before. All the dead at the scene died at the hands of that person. All the curse masters investigated by the Gojo family died at the hands of the short-haired woman. This was completely beyond the expectations of Gojo Shunichi and Gojo Tsubaki. Although the strength of this group of curse masters is not top-notch, most of them have the strength comparable to that of first-level sorcerers. But this group of curse masters actually died at the hands of the same person, and from the looks of their remains, it seemed that they had no power to fight back at all, and they didn't even have the chance to make a move to fight back. Gojo Tsubaki's expression was solemn, as expected of a strong man who can control the domain. Even if it's one on many, he is not afraid at all. Because he had not participated in the rescue of Gojo Naruto due to the previous mission, he had no idea about the pressure from Itadori Kaori at the scene. However, now that he saw this group of curse masters, who were no less powerful than himself, dying tragically in front of him, he finally understood why young Master Gojo Ming did not return to the Gojo family after the attack. Even the Gojo family might not be able to withstand such an enemy. Currently, among the entire Big Three sorcerer families, it should be that only Zenin Jinner, who has an extremely strong body, can provide some protection for Gojo Naru. At the same time, he was even more shocked by the fact that Gojo Naruto was able to fight this domain curse master on equal terms at the age of 6. He knew that Gojo Naru's reliance was not on physical strength, not on some kendo skills, not on any physical combat. Gojo Naru's only reliance is the Zanpakuto that he forged himself. Zanpakuto and Bankai. These two words have become the freshest words in the world of spells. These two words currently represent potential and strength in the world of spells. Zanpakuto are rare to begin with, and only Gojo Naruto has successfully comprehended Bankai. Despite this difficulty, the major families still keep coming to the Gojo family hoping to reach an agreement with Gojo Naruto. The most important thing is that even this group of curse masters want to snatch the Zanpakuto forged by Gojo Naruto. We must report to the Lord first when we return. We must not allow this sorcerer who can release domains to continue to run rampant. They thought that killing all their companions over a disagreement only happened in stories, but they never thought that such an incident would happen right before their eyes. The curse master should clean up properly. Gojo Shinika's expression was very serious. Since the attacker was so flamboyant, let the curse master camp pay off the debt for Itadori Kairi. The Gojo family may not be able to get rid of a domain cursor, but it is still very easy to clear out a large number of cursors. Kaso didn't know that because of his action, the entire group of curse masters in Japan were attacked at the same time. The real son of God of 6 eyes has not yet grown up, and the curse masters actually still have some time to be active. However, due to Nozomi's action, curse masters are about to become rare animals. In the Wanshi room. After being in a coma for 2 days, Gojo Ming finally woke up. Thanks to his strong body recovery ability and adaptability to his Zanpakuto, except for feeling a little dizzy, everything else is normal. Looking at the 2 girls on his left and right, Gojo Naruto was also very confused. He didn't think it was strange for Shoko to be here, but why did Kyujoku Yuki also appear in his room? You're awake. Juju Yuki was more energetic and paid more attention to Gojo Naru, so the moment Gojo Naru opened his eyes, she noticed something strange and her face was full of surprise. Shoko, who was standing by, immediately came to Gojo Naru's side and checked on him after he woke up. After confirming that there was nothing wrong with Gojo Naru's body, she turned around and left to inform Gojo Satoru, Zenin Shinji, and others. She had no intention of showing off in front of Gojo Naru. Why are you here? Gojo Ming didn't know about the efforts of Juju Yuki outside the barrier at that time, so he didn't know why Juju Yuki appeared here now. Chapter 144. I'm your girlfriend. I stayed by your side when you were injured and unconscious. Isn't that what I should do? Juju Yuki's face was filled with smiles, and his words still had the same flavor as before. Gojo Ming suddenly felt a headache. Didn't he win the bet before and asked Juju Yuki not to dwell on this topic anymore? No matter from which angle you look at it, Kyujoku Yuki shouldn't continue to stay in the Yoroswia. Ming, you're awake. The appearance of Gojo Satoru interrupted Gojo Ming's thoughts of continuing to ask questions. Wu, you've also come out of seclusion. In the last moments of Bai Ziafa, although he seemed to be awake, he was actually fighting based on instinct. He didn't even know in whose arms he fell in the end, or who came to the scene to support him. He had no idea about these things. Now that he saw Gojo Satoru coming out of retreat, he felt a little guilty. After all, Gojo Satoru should be in retreat learning the technique Shunswenkang at this moment. Now that he has come out of seclusion because of the information he sent through his Zanpakuto, maybe Gojo Satoru's rhythm of learning the technique has also been disrupted by him? Gojo Satoru felt Gojo Naru's emotional fluctuations, and the emotional resonance between the twins allowed him to roughly understand Gojo Naru's thoughts. He smiled and whispered, I have already mastered the rotation of my technique. After you recover, I can also teach you some related techniques. Isn't this what you have always wanted to learn? Gojo Naruto showed surprise, he didn't expect Gojo Satoru to master it so quickly. However, it makes sense, Gojo Satoru is the most talented sorcerer of this era, he shouldn't be judged by ordinary people's eyes. Is this how my method of learning instant steps is solved? Immediately afterwards, Gojo Shunichi and Zenin Shinji also came to Gojo Ming's room, while Kyujoku Yuki tactfully left and returned to his room. Shinner, what's going on with this Kyujoku Yuki? Why is she in the Yorozwia? When seeing Kyujoku Yuki leaving, Gojo Ming immediately asked the questions in his heart. Upon hearing this question, Gojo Shunichi and Gojo Satoru were stunned and felt something was wrong. Judging from the tone of Gojo Naru, it seems that the relationship between Kyujoku Yuki and Gojo Naru is not that close. However, before, Yuaki Kyuji clearly said that she was Gojo Naru's girlfriend, and it was also confirmed by Zenin Shinji. The two of them also focused their attention on Chan Yuan Shinner. They wanted to know the answer. Kyujoku Yuki is the messenger of Lord Tenjin of the Hashinomiya. It's astral plasma. Very strong, stronger than both of you at the moment. Zen Yuan Shinner uttered 3 sentences and then fell silent. So? Why do you assume that Yuaki Kyujoku is Naru's girlfriend? Gojo Satoru's words made Gojo Ming's body stiffen, while Zenin Shinner glanced at Gojo Satoru and made his words clear. We don't know where the curse master who attacked Gojo Naruto came from, and we don't know if he will come back again. In this case, we can let Juju Yuki stay to protect Gojo Naruto, why not do it? A trace of disgust appeared on Chan Yuan Shinner's face. Besides, I didn't admit that Yuki Kyujoku was Naruto Gojo's girlfriend. You were completely misled. That's you cooperating with her to mislead us. Thinking of the previous scene, Gojo Satoru retorted dissatisfiedly. Zenin Shinner rolled his eyes, if your strength is not as strong as others, there is no need for me to cooperate with Juju Yuki. I don't think I am the best in the world. For the safety of Gojo Naruto, it is good to have one more person to protect him. Gojo Ming's eyes were full of helplessness, and he was also a little surprised about Juju Yuki's identity. He knew the identity of Kyujoku Yuki in the original novel, but he did not expect that Kyujoku Yuki came as the messenger of Lord Tenjin this time. If it was this kind of identity, there would be no problem for Zenin Shinji to keep Juju Yuki. The most crucial problem is Yuki Kyujoku's own attitude. Hopefully, the identity of Yuki Kyujoku as her girlfriend is only spread within the Yorozwia. As soon as this thought appeared in Gojo Ming's mind, Gojo Satoru's next words completely shattered his hopes. However, because of your cooperation, the entire Tokyo Jujutsu community now knows about the relationship between Ming and Miss Juju. The family was also happy to see this happen. Even the 99 families in the Kyoto sorcery world sent visiting cards to the Gojo family. Zenin Shinner crossed his arms and frowned, not caring about this kind of public opinion at all. Compared with safety, this kind of gossip has no lethality. Besides, isn't it the Gojo family themselves who are fueling all this? Gojo Satoru was suddenly speechless. Indeed, without the Gojo family's instigation, Kyujoku Yuki's identity would not have spread so widely in the Tokyo sorcery world. Judging from their identities, Yuki Kyujo and Naruto Gojo are a good match. The only thing that seems abrupt is their ages. Gojo Satoru's performance made Gojo Ming realize that the current situation seemed somewhat out of control. He had only been unconscious for a while, but Kyujo Yuki had already become his nominal girlfriend, and everyone knew about it. Although he didn't hate Juju Yuki, he did feel like he was being forced into a task. Is this Juju Yuki's goal? But, a girl shouldn't be like that, right? Does she really have such feelings towards herself? Gojo Naru felt that he should have a good communication with Kyujoku Yuki. Moreover, as the messenger of Lord Tenjin, Gojo Naruto still doesn't know what kind of mission Juju Yuki is responsible for from Lord Tenjin. Although he is a time traveler, he still cannot ignore the contribution of Lord Tianyuan to the Japanese magic world. If there was no Tianyuan, then perhaps there would not be the current structure of the magic world. However, Gojo Ming felt very uncomfortable at the thought of meeting the strange-looking Lord Tianyuan. In his mind, Lord Tianyuan was that strange figure with a square head and multiple eyes. If he really wants to meet Lord Tianyuan, he still needs to prepare himself mentally. Ming, you just woke up, take a good rest first. When Gojo Satoru and others saw that Gojo Ming was in a bad mood, they chose to leave and give Gojo Ming some independent space. Shinner, can you please call Jujuyuki for me? I have something to ask you. A hint of amusement appeared on Zenin Shinji's face, and he nodded slightly. He was looking forward to what would happen between Jujuyuki and Gojo Naru. Chapter 145. While waiting for Jujuyuki, Gojo Ming was thinking about future plans. This time, being attacked by a noose was extremely dangerous. Because Nosebolt did not attack the young Gojo Satoru in the original work, Gojo Naruto never took Nosebolt too seriously. However, today's experience made him realize that he must not be as careless as before. Nozomi's target is very clear, it is his own Zanpakuto. Since he became famous because of his Zanpakuto, he would naturally attract attention because of his Zanpakuto, and it was reasonable for him to endure the attack from the nose. I have to say that Nozomi's vision is still very good. He took a liking to his own Ryujin Jaka at first sight. If there were no system restrictions on Zanpakuto, once Ryujin Jaka was taken away by Noso, that old BD Noso could basically be said to be invincible in the world. Gojo Naru could only be thankful that he survived, otherwise, not only would he not be able to change Gojo Satoru's ending, he would have died tragically. Fortunately, Sode Shirayuki's Bankai was completed at the critical moment. Sode Shirayuki with Bankai is really powerful. If no stroke attacks later, as long as all the trump cards are not used, Sode Shirayuki should be able to barely fight back by herself. Currently in the world of curse arts, the only one who can compete with Sode no Shirayuki is probably Zenin Shijiro, whose physical state is at its peak. Gojo Satoru's technique has been mastered by King, and I should be able to improve quickly in the field of instant step in the future. This time, Gojo Ming was determined to improve his instant step. After all, the Fengjin Ziho technique was never out of date. If he couldn't win, he had to run away quickly. The reason why he was trapped by the noose this time was entirely because he was not proficient in instant movement. If I were proficient enough in instant movement, I should be able to escape in time as soon as I noticed something unusual. This fight with Nozomi made Gojo Naruto realize his current shortcomings. Although there is no absolutely omnipotent warrior in this world, he is at least a cheater who is proficient in cutting, punching, and ghost fighting. There should be nothing wrong with making himself as omnipotent as possible, right? Thinking of Itadori Kairi who was controlled by the rope, Gojo Naru frowned slightly. This time the noose was attacking him, so he had to fight back. Otherwise, he would seem too easy to be controlled. Now that Nozomi has taken over Kairi Itadori's body, she should be living with Itadori's father and the others. Although he doesn't know where Itadori Kairi is now, he knows that Itadori Yuji will study in Sendai in the future. Obviously, the Itadori family should live in Sendai. If you don't let me live well, then don't expect to live in peace. Although he certainly couldn't deal with Nasuko at the moment, after Nasuko attacked him, he and his family could not expect to live a good life in Sendai. Maybe because of his influence, Itadori Yuji wouldn't be born smoothly. In that case, he would like to see how Nozomi will carry out his future plans. There was a hint of coldness in Gojo Ming's eyes. He hadn't even made a move yet, but the noose had already taken the initiative to attack him, which showed that the deterrent power of himself and Zenin Shinner was not enough. In the future, with Zenin Shinner, himself and Gojo Satoru, the strength of the three of them will have to continue to improve. Letting people attack whenever they want is too embarrassing. We need to speed up the improvement of Ryujin Jaka's affinity so that we can use Ryujin Jaka's Bankai as soon as possible. While Gojo Naruto was thinking, Jujuyuki entered his room. Seeing this tall and beautiful woman, Gojo Ming felt a little helpless, but he still felt an indescribable pride for being entangled with such a beautiful woman. However, he still wanted to know the inner thoughts of Kyujokuyuki, and also wanted to find out the purpose of Lord Tenjin through Kyujokuyuki. Sit down. Gojo Naru sat up and made room for Jujuyuki. Jujuyuki looked at Gojo Naru and sat down with a smile on her face, looking very well behaved, as if the person who had previously advertised that they were boyfriend and girlfriend was not her. Miss Juju, I am now your recognized girlfriend in name only. Tell me, why did Lord Tianyuan ask you to come here? I don't think Lord Tianyuan wants you to have a romantic relationship with me, right? Jujutsu coughed lightly and was about to speak, but Gojo Ming's next words blocked her words in her throat. Do astral bodies have the freedom to fall in love? When Gojo Ming said this, his expression was very calm, and there was no sign of any emotional fluctuations in his expression. Jujutsu knew that Gojo Naru was very mature mentally, but now that he was so mature, she still didn't know how to respond. Is this what Gojo Naru meant? Jujutsu was a little unsure. Even if you're an astral body, you still have freedom in love, right? She argued quietly. Oh? After the astral plasma was assimilated with Lord Tianyuan, was it you or Lord Tianyuan who was in love with me? Gojo Ming glanced at Kyujokuyuki. He wanted to know whether Kyujokuyuki knew the outcome of assimilation. When seeing that Kyujokuyuki's expression darkened, Gojo Naruto already knew that Kyujokuyuki knew the final outcome of being a star plasma body. Since Miss Juju knows this outcome, then isn't it a little unreasonable to advertise that you are my girlfriend? Gojo Naruto's emotions were very calm, but under this somewhat cold questioning, Kyujokuyuki's emotions also began to become unstable. She is an astral body, yes, but she also has her own joys and sorrows. She is an independent person, and was not born simply to assimilate with Master Tianyuan. Lord Tianyuan has indeed sacrificed a lot for the entire Neon, but why must he sacrifice himself? After all, Jujutsu is just a teenage girl now. Although she looks mature physically, she is not yet able to be so free and easy mentally. Now that she had taken the initiative to express her love for Gojo Naru, she was coldly questioned by Gojo Naruto. She felt very hurt inside. Can't astral bodies fall in love? She is also a girl, and she also hopes to have a love relationship. Even though she is destined to assimilate with Tianyuan in the future, she still hopes to be an independent girl and enjoy life in the years before assimilation. Master Gojo Naruto. My self-assertion seems to have affected you. I will clarify it. The girl's expression became very cold. As a powerful sorcerer and a star plasma body, Jujutsu also has her own pride. Chapter 146. Feeling the changes in Kyujokuyuki's emotions, a hint of surprise flashed in Gojo Ming's eyes. If he had always thought that Kyujokuyuki was coveting his research on Tien and Shifu's bodies, now, after seeing Kyujokuyuki's true feelings, he felt the emotions hidden behind Kyujokuyuki's face. Thinking of this, Gojo Ming's tone suddenly softened. Miss Juju, that's not what I meant. I've also heard about the astral plasma. If, in the future you don't need to assimilate with Master Tianyuan, will you still choose a boyfriend so hastily? Gojo Ming could feel the decisiveness and straightforwardness of Yuki Kyujoku, but he could imagine what was forcing Yuki Kyujoku to act so decisively. The only thing that could make a girl so decisive in love is probably her lifespan, which is totally beyond her control. Therefore, if Yuki Kyujoku really becomes his girlfriend, he also hopes that Yuki Kyujoku will not make the decision under such circumstances. Gojo Naru's words made Jujutsu's body tremble. She didn't understand what Gojo Naru meant. As a star plasma body, don't I need to assimilate with Master Tianyuan? Master Tianyuan needs to assimilate a young girl every 500 years. This is a long-standing tradition in the world of sorcery. How could it be possible that this has changed on my side? Facing Kyujokuyuki's shocked eyes, Gojo Ming smiled bitterly. In fact, according to the development of the original work, even if he did not take action, Kyujokuyuki did not complete the assimilation with Lord Tenjin in the end. Otherwise, why would Tenyuriko appear in the subsequent part? As to whether it was because Kyujokuyuki awakened himself and refused the assimilation of Lord Tenjin, or if there was a problem with the assimilation between the two, Gojo Naruto was somewhat unsure. However, now that Kyujokuyuki has established contact with him and has expressed his attitude, Gojo Naruto naturally also wants to make Kyujokuyuki his own. Whether it's a real girlfriend or a companion standing in the same camp, Jujutsu is the best choice as a teammate. This is a future top-class sorcerer, and also a reliable teammate who can protect his companions and ultimately sacrifice himself. If Gojo Naruto were allowed to choose, he would be very satisfied with Kyujokuyuki's performance. In addition to the fact that it influenced Geto Suguru's future path in the original work, it made Gojo Satoru and Gojo Suguru take two different paths respectively. However, Gojo Naru felt that this matter should not be blamed on Kyojo Yuki. After all, Gojo Suguru had already gone astray under that circumstance. Even if Yuki Kyojoku hadn't had that discussion, Gojo Suguru would have eventually taken the path he had chosen. Not assimilated with Master Tianyuan? What does that mean? If Master Tianyuan does not assimilate, he will lose his consciousness as a human being and ascend to become a higher dimensional creature, which will have an impact on the entire world. A hint of worry flashed across Juju Yuki's eyes, but at the same time, for some reason, she was filled with an inexplicable trust in Gojo Naru. The tradition that Lord Tianyuan has maintained for countless years seems to not exist at all in Gojo Ming. Miss Juju, you came to see me this time with the invitation of Lord Tianyuan. I understand. After I recover, I will go with you to see Lord Tianyuan. In that case, I want to understand Lord Tianyuan's body. Maybe I can find a way to maintain its state without fusing with the astral plasma. Gojo Naru's tone was very calm, but for Juju Yuki, it was an immense surprise. She did not doubt Gojo Naru's words because she knew that Gojo Naru had no reason to lie to her. Is it a Zanpakuto? Juju Yuki asked with a nervous look on his face. Gojo Ming nodded. He did have in mind such a Zanpakuto that could solve Tenjin's problem, but he still needed to analyze the specific situation. Knowing that it was really related to Zanpakuto, Kyojoku Yuki immediately relaxed. Although Gojo Naruto is young, he is the only authority when it comes to the forging of Zanpakuto. Since Gojo Naruto said that Zanpakuto could possibly solve Tenjin's problem, then all of this is really possible. As Kyojoku Yuki's mood changed, the low pressure in the room suddenly began to change. Gojo Naruto looked at Juju Yuki seriously. So, after knowing this situation, Miss Juju, you should think carefully about your future life, right? We are not too old now, so we don't need to make decisions about our lives too casually. Juju lowered his head from the base and looked at Gojo Ming, who was holding his chin with his hands, and his heart moved. Although there is a big age gap between the two, Yuki Kyojoyu still feels the contrast between Gojo Naruto's mature mind and immature body, which makes him have a strong interest in her. For Kyojoku Yuki, interest is the basis of emotion. Only under the premise of interest can everyone truly become a couple. I feel like there's no one else more suitable. Kyojo Yuki suddenly spoke up. For a girl like her who is gifted with luck, after seeing Gojo Naru's true strength, her standards for a boyfriend have been raised very high. Although Gojo Naru is only 6 years old now, Juju Yuki feels that he can wait. Gojo Ming was stunned. He really didn't expect that he would be so popular. After all, the woman in front of him was the pinnacle of beauty and strength in the future world of magic. If she insisted on being a couple with him, he couldn't seem to find a reason to refuse. Seeing Gojo Ming silent, Juju Yuki took advantage of the victory and pursued him. Since there is nothing else more suitable, let's give it a try first. We can talk about it later if it doesn't work. Juju Yuki's frankness made it impossible for Gojo Ming to refuse. The girl has already said this, and it seems a bit unmanly for the boy to still be entangled in this and that. That's all we can do for now. After I go to Hongxing Palace to meet Master Tianyuan, we can re-examine our relationship. Just like that, Gojo Naru and Kyojoku Yuki passively became a couple under the influence of public opinion. Although, the entire magic world still feels that the age gap between the two is a bit too big. However, thinking about the relationship between Kyojoku Yuki and Hongxingmya, and the power of the Kyojoku family in Kyoto, this issue completely disappeared after causing a period of commotion. Chapter 147. 1 month later. Inside the Yoroswia, Gojo Naru's body has basically recovered completely, and Kyojo Yuki has also returned to Hongxing Palace to report the situation to Lord Tenjin. And in another 3 days, Gojo Ming will go to Hongxing Palace to meet Tianyuan. During this period of time, in addition to recovering his body, Gojo Naruto also learned the techniques of instant step from Gojo Satoru. Gojo Satoru, who has mastered the technique of forward shift, blue, can indeed be called the fastest person in the world of sorcery. Although he cannot use the technique without lower limits, Gojo Naru still analyzed the principle of the technique of forward shift, blew through 6 eyes and learned the movement techniques. After a month of training, Gojo Naruto's instant step skills were greatly improved, and his fighting posture became more flexible. Even in the confrontation with Zenin Shinji, Gojo Naru, who used instant step, still made it difficult for Zenin Shinji to deal with. Gojo Naruto didn't have too much of an issue with his relationship with Kyojoku Yuki, but this time he went to Hongxing Palace to meet Tenjin, partly to solve Tenjin's astral plasma problem, and partly to prepare to collect both Tenjin and Kyojoku Yuki as his own experience packages. By making the immortal sorcerer Tenjin and the future special sorcerer Juju Yuki his own experience packs, Gojo Naruto could already imagine how much experience he could get from these two people for free. However, he already had an idea about forging a Zanpakuto for Tenjin, but he still didn't have any special ideas about forging a Zanpakuto for Kyojoku Yuki. Forging that Zanpakuto for Tenjin could change the future a lot. As long as Tenjin no longer needs the astral plasma, Gojo Satoru and Geto Suguru will not have the task of protecting Tenchiriko in the future. At the same time, Geto Suguru will not let his inner views be shaken by Tenchiriko's death. The most important thing is that there is no reason for Zenin Shinji and Gojo Satoru to fight each other. Although, with Geto Suguru's extreme personality, he might still embark on the path of purging humanity in the future, but this path can at least be delayed for a few years. Maybe I would have found a way to completely resolve the curse by then. Looking at Zenin Shinji and Gojo Satoru, who were resting on the side, Gojo Ming shook his head silently. In the end, he still had to bear everything alone. Now these two people can live in harmony here, all the credit goes to me. At the same time, when the news that Gojo Ming was summoned by Hongxing Palace spread to the world of sorcery, many sorcery families were shocked. If they were already shocked that Gojo Naruto had a girlfriend with star plasma, now, Lord Tianyuan was actually preparing to personally summon Gojo Naruto in Hongxing Palace. This kind of thing was too unbelievable. After all, in the past 100 years, apart from the star plasma, no one else was qualified to enter the Hongxing Palace. Now, is Gojo Ming going to be the first person to set foot in Hongxing Palace in 100 years? The Yajayu family. Yajayu Yuzuki looked lucky. Luckily I had established a good relationship with Gojo Naruto before, so I was summoned by Lord Tenjin himself. Gojo Naruto's Zanpakuto must have been recognized by Lord Tenjin. Yajayu Simon and Yajayu Hidesugu on the side nodded frequently. They have already recognized Gojo Naru, so they will think about many things related to Gojo Naru from a positive perspective. Zaman, has your Tsuzu reached the level of Bankai? As the only Zanpakuto that does not belong to the big three sorcerer families, you must work hard and do not embarrass Master Gojo Naruto. Yuzuki Yajayu was very glad that he had handed over Tsuki no Tsurugai to Gojo Naruto under the persuasion of Yajayu Hidesugu, and finally got this Zanpakuto Tsurugai in exchange. If I had hesitated at that time, then this great opportunity and this incredible wealth would have passed by the Yajayu family. Facing the patriarch's request, Yajayu Simon's expression was very serious. Compared with the head of the family, Yajayu Yuzuki, Yajayu Simon was more anxious. He also wanted to see Satoru's Bankai, but this method of Bankai was indeed too difficult. Even after spending a month, he still couldn't find any information related to Bankai. Seeing Yajayu Simon's expression, Yajayu Yuzuki also guessed the current situation. The only thing that made him feel fortunate was that not only did Nijiri fail to complete Bankai, but even Gojo Satoru's Senbonzakura and Zenin Shinji's Katen Kyakotsu did not have Bankai. Currently, the only one who masters Bankai is Gojo Naru. As the forger of Zanpakuto, it seems natural that Gojo Naru is so ahead in progress. We still need to pay more attention to it. However, the association wanted you to participate in the exorcism mission recently. Do I need to help you turn it down? As for Bankai, Yajayu Hidesugu couldn't help either, but he could still help Yajayu Zaman get rid of some troubles. Yajayu Simon pondered for a moment and shook his head. No need. Master Gojo Naruto also comprehended Bankai Hakuxia penalty in battle before. Maybe participating in those purification missions can help me better comprehend the Bankai techniques. It's no use staying at home and working behind closed doors. I might as well go and complete the association's mission. Yajiu Simon stroked the Zanpakuto Tsurugi in his hand, his heart filled with desire. But, unfortunately, even with such an eager mood, Nyahua did not give him the slightest response. Obviously, he is still a long way from achieving the goal of Bankai. On the other hand, many other small sorcerer families put aside the chips they had prepared before. It seemed that Gojo Naru, who was specially summoned by Lord Tianyuan, was worthy of their investment of more resources. Many small families had been rejected by the Gojo family before. They all knew that if they wanted Gojo Naruto to forge a Zanpakuto for them, if the offer was not attractive enough, they would not even have the chance to meet Gojo Naruto. As for the Zenin family, which is currently at odds with the Gojo family, they are full of resentment about Gojo Naruto being summoned by Hongsing Palace. At the same time, in their opinion, Gojo Naruto was summoned this time entirely because of his astral plasma girlfriend. Even as the six-eyes son of God of the Gojo family, he should not covet the star plasma. That is the key to Lord Tenjin's future assimilation. The existence of such a relationship between Gojo Naru and Kyujoku Yuki is simply a blasphemy to Lord Tenjin. In their opinion, Lord Tianyuan would never let Gojo Ming go. And this time, he was summoned to the Hongsing Palace because Lord Tianyuan was preparing to punish Gojo Ming. There are endless speculations about what happened to Gojo Naru in Hongsing Palace. No one knows what kind of news Gojo Ming will bring to them when he goes to Hongsing Palace this time. Chapter 148. Iiri's House. Although Iiri Inami was not optimistic about Gojo Naru's trip to Hongsing Palace, he still hoped that Gojo Naru could successfully complete the audience with Lord Tenjin. However, he still had some resentment in his heart about the fact that Gojo Naru's girlfriend, Yuki Kyuju, was a star plasma body. Isn't your own daughter Shoko good enough? Why do you have to provoke an astral plasma? This kind of thing is already very troublesome. Others didn't even have time to hide, but Gojo Ming actually came forward. Now you're in trouble, right? Iiri Inami felt that Lord Tenjin would definitely be angry about this. After all, the importance of astral plasma to Lord Tenjin was self-evident. He glanced at Iiri Shoko who was looking carefree nearby, and felt helpless. No matter what, at least finish forging Shoko's Zanpakuto. At the foot of Mount Fuji, the Okotsu tourists who set out from their hometown to Tokyo again felt an inexplicable surge of cursed spirits. Turning his head slightly, he saw a beast-shaped cursed spirit standing beside him, staring at him with a fierce look. He felt a sense of confusion in his heart, as this cursed spirit was a little special, and unlike the ones he usually saw. It looks pretty strong. If you were allowed into the city, it would probably have a big impact. I will purify you right here. Ever since he met Gojo Naru and Gojo Satoru at the Gojo family, he has completely integrated into the world of sorcery. Even for cursed spirits that he usually wouldn't care about, he will now exorcise them to fulfill his responsibilities as a sorcerer. Okotsu Yeto's hands were burning with strong cursed energy, and just by relying on the surge of cursed energy on his body, the beast-shaped cursed spirit on the opposite side began to retreat. However, Okotsu Yeto, who had already taken action, would not let go of the cursed spirit in front of him. The cursed power was ejected while he was swinging his sword. He was confident that this cursed power was enough to kill the beast-shaped cursed spirit. However, to his surprise, at the moment when his cursed power was about to hit the cursed spirit, another huge cursed spirit appeared again, and actually resisted his cursed power and protected the beast-shaped cursed spirit. What is going on? Okotsu visitors who saw this scene for the first time were somewhat surprised. But then, he heard a childish male voice. "Uncle, why are you attacking my cursed spirit?" A boy in school uniform appeared behind the huge curse spirit. The boy touched the two curse spirits with his hands, and the two curse spirits disappeared beside the boy. Is this boy also a sorcerer? Okotsu Yoren's expression was a little surprised. Were those two the Shikigami of the boy in front of him? It seemed that they were not really Shikigami. They were more like summoned creatures. Looking at this special boy with a bun and a fringe on the left side of his forehead, Okotsu asked with great interest. Little friend, are you a sorcerer? I'm sorry, I thought these two cursed spirits were ownerless, so I was going to exorcise them, but I didn't expect they were actually your summons. Is your technique to summon cursed spirits? Seeing Okotsuyuran apologize, the boy's stinky expression calmed down a lot. My technique is not summoning, but manipulation. The boy revealed a little information about the technique and then shut up. Well, hello. What's your name? I'm from Okotsu, and I'm going to Tokyo and passing by Mount Fuji. You're so young, what are you doing in Mount Fuji? Okotsuyedo walked up to the boy. After meeting Gojo Naruto and Gojo Satoru, he no longer dared to look down on children. 80% of a sorcerer's power comes from his talent, and his innate spells are his most basic means of combat. Therefore, the strength of the magic technique also determines the strength of the sorcerers in most cases. Seeing that the other party had directly said his name, the boy responded out of politeness. My name is Geto Suguru, and I came to Mount Fuji for my own business. The young boy Syayuja was not going to tell Okotsuyedo his real purpose. After all, he didn't know whether Okotsuyedo was friendly or not. After saying this, Geto Zyaya walked directly towards Mount Fuji. It's quite dangerous in the mountains. Although you are a sorcerer, you should not go up the mountain alone. Where are your parents? Okotsuyedo saw Geto Suguru leaving and started shouting. But unfortunately, Geto Suguru ignored the Okotsu visitors and directly summoned the beast-shaped cursed spirit again, rode on it, and rushed towards the top of Mount Fuji. When Okotsu saw Takeshi Suguru's actions, his expression was very helpless. However, he also admired Takeshi Suguru's vigilance. However, he was still a little worried about letting a little boy who looked only 5 or 6 years old climb Mount Fuji by himself. Moreover, he was also somewhat curious about the real purpose of Geto Suguru's appearance near Mount Fuji at this time. The beast-shaped cursed spirit was very fast, but for Okotsuyedo, who had abundant cursed power, it was not difficult to catch up with it. Hey, Geto Sya, are you heading to the top of the mountain? What are you going to do? Seeing Okotsuyedo catching up with his cursed spirit directly with his body, Syayuja's squinting eyes slightly opened, with surprise on his face. The man in front of him named Okotsuyedo is very strong. The cursed power he possesses is completely beyond the level of the cursed spirit that just attacked him. Realizing that he was no match for Okotsuyedo, Syayuja relaxed his vigilance. After all, in this situation, if Okotsuyedo had any ill intentions towards him, he would have no ability to resist. Yes, there is what I need on the top of the mountain. Syayuja replied, urging the cursed spirit under him to move faster. Mountaintop. Mount Fuji is an active volcano. He is not very worried about Geto Suguru now, but he is a little worried about whether Mount Fuji will undergo any changes under the influence of Geto Suguru's curse. After all, he is just a 5 or 6-year-old child who possesses the special ability to manipulate cursed spirits. Once he does anything to Mount Fuji, it is very likely to induce the eruption of Mount Fuji. Moreover, although the distance was far, he still felt that there seemed to be another kind of cursed power on the top of Mount Fuji. Could it be that the cursed power is the goal of this boy named Geto Suguru? Tourist Okotsu was worried about both Geto Suguru and Mount Fuji, so he decided to follow Geto Suguru all the way to the top of Mount Fuji. When Geto Suguru saw that Okotsuyedo had been following him, he felt a little helpless. His target this time was a cursed spirit that was about to be born. Originally, he wanted to prepare in advance and use a spell to contain the cursed spirit when it was about to be born, but now that Okotsuyu was here, his goal seemed to be exposed. Unfortunately, Geto Suguru did not have the perception of Okotsuyedo, so he did not know that there was already another sorcerer waiting on the top of the mountain. Chapter 149. At the crater of Mount Fuji, Chujuyuki stood on the top of the mountain, staring at the crater with a solemn expression. She didn't know why Lord Tenjin asked her to come and get the unborn cursed fetus, and why it would be beneficial to Gojo Naruto's Zanpakuto. However, since it was something beneficial to Gojo Naruto, she might as well take it back to Hongsing Palace. As for the cursed power emerging from the foot of the mountain, Chujuyuki did not take it to heart. At present, she is confident that she can deal with all the coveters. Gojo Suguru and Okotsu tourists climbed to the top of Mount Fuji. When they saw Jujuyuki, both of them were stunned. Gojo Suguru didn't expect that there was a beautiful woman standing on the top of the mountain, while Okotsu was shocked that the woman in front of him had such strength that even he felt threatened. This is a restricted area, what are you doing here? Jujuyuki looked at the two people in front of her with a frown on her face. She was carrying out Lord Tenjin's mission and didn't want to bother with these two people at all. There is a cursed fetus currently being gestated in the crater of Mount Fuji. In a few days, this cursed fetus will give birth to a cursed spirit. And Lord Tenjin said that this cursed spirit is closely related to Gojo Naruto's Zanpakuto. So, if possible, she would clear away any obstacles. Beautiful sister, we are just passing by, just passing by. When Gojo Suguru saw that Kyojokuyuki's attention was always focused on the crater, he also had some related guesses in his mind. Okotsu Yedo was pulled aside by him and asked about his cursed power. What is your purpose here? The tourists in Okotsu looked at the young boy Gojo Zaiya curiously, knowing that the boy's target must be related to the woman at the entrance of the mountain top. Then can you help me hold that woman back? Xiaoyuja nudged Okotsu Yedo's ribs and explained. Okotsu Yedo, why do you do this? Xiaoyuja was silent for a moment, then explained the principles of his technique in a low voice. When Okotsu learned that Gojo Suguru's technique was cursed spirit manipulation and that he came to Mount Fuji for a new cursed spirit that was about to be born from the cursed fetus, his expression changed. The cursed spirit in Mount Fuji. The faces of the Okotsu tourists were a little serious. The cursed spirits that could be born in Mount Fuji and those born from natural disasters were basically of special grade. Although this cursed spirit has not been born yet, it is still a seedling of a special grade cursed spirit and is definitely not something that a 5 or 6-year-old boy like Gojo Zaiya can control. Xiaoyuja whispered, that's right. Just help me hold this big sister back, and then I can take the cursed fetus away from the volcanic magma. I can also directly control the cursed spirit inside through magic. Although Gojo Suguru looks mentally mature, he is still just a child after all and does not understand the dangers of adult society. The moment Gojo Suguru finished saying this, Okotsu Yedo picked him up. Hey, young lady, this kid is trying to steal the cursed fetus from Mount Fuji. Do you have the same goal? Uncle, you actually betrayed me. Xiaoyuja struggled with his teeth and claws bared. Jujuyuki instantly turned his head and looked at Gojo Suguru. I originally thought that she was the only one who knew about the cursed fetus in the volcano, but I didn't expect that these two strangers also knew about the cursed fetus in the magma. Moreover, this strange little boy actually has the means to steal the cursed fetus? Jujuyuki walked to the side of Gojo Suguru. This time it's a mission for Hongsing Palace, so I'm going to take this cursed fetus back to Hongsing Palace. No matter what your purpose is, I demand that you leave immediately. Jujuyuki directly stated the identity of Hongsingmiya. After learning about Kyojokuyuki's origins, Okotsu Yedo suddenly realized that what he had previously perceived was not wrong, this person was stronger than himself. Therefore, this little brat named Gojo Xiaoyu who was beside him was really courting death by trying to snatch the cursed fetus from Hongsing Gong. However, when he heard the name Hongsing Gong, the first person he thought of was Gojo Ming. Before he passed by Mount Fuji, he had already heard that Gojo Ming was going to Hongsing Palace to meet Lord Tenjin. Now, someone from Hongsing Palace actually appeared here, and he was very curious. The entire sorcery world was filled with various opinions regarding the incident of Gojo Naru meeting Tenjin. Some say that Lord Tenjin is interested in the Zanpakuto forged by Gojo Naruto, while others say that Gojo Naruto and Lord Tenjin's astral plasma are in love, so Lord Tenjin has a problem with Gojo Naruto. This time he was originally planning to go to the Gojo family to meet Gojo Ming. Now, with the presence of people from the Hongsing Palace here, it seemed like he could just ask about Gojo Ming's situation. Excuse me, miss, I want to ask. As soon as tourist Okotsu opened his mouth, the entire Mount Fuji suddenly shook slightly. Ordinary people may not be able to feel this kind of shaking, but as sorcerers, Kyojoku Yuki and the other two can clearly perceive that the source of the shaking is coming from the Mount Fuji. To be more precise, it is the cursed fetus that comes from inside Mount Fuji. Jujutsu realized that this must be the time that Lord Tenjin told her. She simply drew out the phoenix wheel, swung it straight up like a whip, and cast the Star Wrath spell on the phoenix wheel. Under the impact of the high mass, the phoenix wheel was thrown directly into Mount Fuji. This time, she not only wants to take away the cursed fetus, but also eliminate the eruption crisis of Mount Fuji. After discovering the special changes in the cursed fetus inside the mountain, Xiaoyuji's expression was somewhat shocked, but at the same time he breathed a sigh of relief. Originally, he thought that this cursed spirit was only level 1, and with his secret technique, as long as he could obtain the cursed fetus, he could easily control it. Judging from the situation now, this cursed spirit should be of special grade, and is currently completely beyond his control. Thinking of this, Geto Suguru suddenly felt a little scared. He looked up at Okotsu Yeto. If Okotsu Yeto had really cooperated with him to steal the cursed fetus, then he might be the one in danger at that time. You little brat, you really dare to think so? The girl just now is so powerful that I can't even match her. Even if you have the spell spirit manipulation technique, you still dare to snatch food from her mouth. Xiaoyujin nodded with a bitter face. I didn't expect the cursed spirits in Mount Fuji to be so strong. They are top-grade cursed spirits when they are born. No wonder the people from Hongxing Palace have been staying here all this time. However, according to my calculations, it shouldn't be time for this cursed spirit to be born yet. Why are the staff from Hongxing Palace waiting here so early? Xiaoyuji had already known about it in advance and arrived early, but he never expected that the people from Hongxing Palace arrived even earlier than him. After a short wait, the phoenix wheel rushed out of Mount Fuji unscathed, and its body was wrapped in a red sphere, in which a mysterious figure could be vaguely seen. Chapter 150. On the agreed day, Gojo Ming, Gojo Satoru, and Zenin Shinji arrived near Hongxing Palace at the same time. The entire world of sorcery is paying attention to Gojo Naru and his group. The appearance of Hongxing Gong, who has not appeared for a long time, in the world of sorcery is definitely extraordinary. Although Gojo Naruto felt that Tenjin would not do anything bad to him, he still asked to take Zenin Shinner with him. As for Gojo Satoru, it was just because he wanted to go. 3 distinguished guests, Lord Tianyuan invites you. A girl went out to greet Gojo Naruto and the other two, but it was not Kyojo Yuki. Gojo Naruto was a little puzzled. This was different from what they had agreed upon. At the beginning, Kyojo Yuki said that she would come to greet them in person. However, he did not dwell on it too much, because he had already noticed that the Zen temple had become more vigilant. Under the current circumstances, with the strength of Zen temple, even Hongxing Palace should not be able to get rid of them silently. As long as Chan Yuan Shenner is given a chance to fight back, even the mysterious Hongxing Palace will probably be torn to pieces by Chan Yuan Shenner and Huishan Kuangwu. On the other side, a corner of Hongxing Palace. Okotsu Yeto and Geto Suguru stood in front of the cursed baby, controlling its state, with helpless expressions on their faces. On Mount Fuji, after Okotsu revealed Geto Suguru's purpose, Kyojoku Yuki actually chose to take the two of them back to Kurabahiro Shrine. After meeting Lady Tianyuan, who was a woman, the two were treated as coolies to maintain this cursed fetus state. According to Lord Tianyuan's words, this seems to provide an opportunity for Gojo Ming. I never thought that Lady Tianyuan is actually a girl. Geto Suguru used the curse spirit manipulation technique to suppress the development of the cursed fetus, and his expression was a little surprised. He had thought that Lord Tianyuan, who possessed the immortality spell, was an old man, but he had never imagined that Lord Tianyuan was actually a young girl who probably only looked to be in her teens. All astral plasma bodies are female. The fact that Master Tianyuan has assimilated with astral plasma bodies basically confirms that Master Tianyuan is a woman. Okotsu analyzed it for Geto Suguru, showing his profound knowledge. However, in fact, in his own heart, he was also a little surprised that Lady Tianyuan was such a young girl. As for what Lord Tianyuan asked them to do, although it was aimed at Gojo Naru, he did not feel any hostility from Lord Tianyuan. The girl from Hongxing Palace led Gojo Naruto and the other two into the room. The three of them looked around curiously, but after a moment, an inexplicable cursed force began to attack Gojo Naruto and the other two. The entire Hongxing Palace suddenly flipped and pieced together like a Rubik's Cube. Gojo Ming, Gojo Satoru, Zenin Shinji and the Hongxing Palace girl seemed to be standing on different space squares. The three of them grasped their Zanpakuto at the same time. There is something wrong with Hongxing Palace. Why is it so? Is Tianyuan really hostile? This thought emerged in Gojo Ming's mind. The next second, the entire space began to be blocked, and Gojo Ming, Gojo Satoru, and Zenin Shinji were directly wrapped by three space grid locks and completely separated. Ming, wait for me to rescue you. Wait for me, it will be quick. Before the square was completely blocked, Gojo Satoru and Zenin Shinji asked Gojo Ming to wait to be rescued. Gojo Ming curled his lips when he heard this. He didn't think he was the weakest. No matter how bad the situation is, I can still use Bankai Baixia Fa. He wanted to see what tricks Tianyuan, who lived in Hongxing Palace, was playing. At the same time, Geto Suguru received an order from Lord Tenjin to withdraw the cursed power that was suppressing the birth of the cursed fetus. The entire cursed fetus began to beat violently, as if the cursed spirit inside the cursed fetus would be born in the next second. Bang, bang, bang. Gojo Ming, who was in a silver space, looked a little confused, as if this space was meant to control him and there was no means of attack. However, the constant BG sounds made him feel a little strange. Are there other creatures in this space? This sound sounds like the heartbeat of a living creature. Gojo Ming listened attentively and finally heard the source of the sound. As his 6 eyes stared, the disguise of the voice was completely eliminated. At this time, Gojo Naruto realized that this was a cursed fetus. How could the cursed fetus appear in the Hongxing Palace? Gojo Naruto looked puzzled. No matter how you look at it, it seems that Hongxing Palace and the cursed fetus are not a good match, right? However, he did not have time to worry about anything, because he could feel that this cursed fetus was about to be born, and the strength of this cursed spirit that was about to be born was not weak. He didn't know what Tianyuan was thinking, but in order to end the battle quickly, he planned to use Sode Shirayuki to kill the cursed spirit directly to avoid any further complications. In the Hongxing Palace, Zenin Shinji and Gojo Satoru have already begun to unravel the Katen Kyakotsu and Senbonzakura respectively. With the support of their Zanpakuto and their own powerful strength, both of them are confident that they can end the battle as soon as possible and go find Gojo Naru. However, to the surprise of the two, before Gojo Satoru and Zenin Shinji could use their powers, the square space that blocked them seemed to melt, revealing the scene of the outside world. What's going on? This thought emerged in both of their minds at the same time. And around the space grid, a group of people appeared in front of the two people. The strange girl, Yuki Kyujoku, Yedo Okotsu, and Geto Suguru. Everything was very strange. Gojo Satoru and Zenin Shinji couldn't tell for a moment whether Jujutsu was an enemy or a friend. After looking around and not finding Gojo Naru, Gojo Satoru and Zenin Shinji suddenly jumped up and rushed towards the strange woman next to Kyujoku Yuki. Although they did not know the identity of this person, from her position and posture, they had guessed that this person should be the master of Hongxing Palace, Lord Tianyuan. Since Lord Tianyuan has made such a move, don't blame them for fighting back. Lord Tenjin is doing this for Gojo Naru. Jujutsu took out the Phoenix Wheel and directly used Star Fury to resist the attacks of the two. At this moment, Okotsu Yurin also chose to stand on the side of Kyujoku Yuki and help Kyujoku Yuki resist Gojo Satoru and Zenin Shinji. Before, Gojo Satoru had not recognized Okotsu Yedo, but the moment Okotsu Yedo made his move, he sensed the fluctuation of cursed energy in his body and confirmed his identity. Okotsu, why are you also standing against the Gojo family? Gojo Satoru's 6 eyes were filled with ruthlessness. He didn't think that Tianyuan, who had just launched an attack upon entering Hongxing Palace, had any good ideas for them. Chapter 151. Satoru, Lord Tenjin really has no hostility towards Gojo Naruto. Please believe it. Okotsu Yeto knew the inside story, so he was not willing to let the relationship between Hashinomiya and the Gojo family fall out. Lord Tianyuan meant well, but this method was really too unusual. How could a newly born special grade cursed spirit be prepared as a gift for a visiting guest? At the same time, it was noticed that Hongxing Palace entered a blockade state and suddenly disappeared again. All the forces in the Jujutsu world who were paying attention to Gojo Naruto's actions were shocked. Although the Hongxing Palace has not appeared for a long time, many sorcerer families understand the meaning of the Hongxing Palace's recent blockade. This means that Hongxing Palace is facing a powerful enemy and that there has been a sudden attack from within Hongxing Palace, so it has entered a special blockade state. Now, Gojo Ming had just entered Hongxing Palace and this special state had already occurred. Doesn't this mean Hongxing Palace's attitude towards Gojo Ming? Zen Temple Home. Zenin Sen's heart was filled with gloating. He wished that Gojo Naruto would die directly at the hands of Lord Tenjin. In this way, the Zanpakuto, the scourge of the world of sorcery, would never appear again. Because of Gojo Naruto and his Zanpakuto, he was in an extremely awkward situation in the family, and his status was even about to be surpassed by his nephew Zenin Shinichi. And the culprit behind all this is Gojo Naru. I hope that this time Lord Tianyuan can eliminate this harm for the people. On the other hand, when the Zen Temple's Hibi people heard the news, their expressions were very solemn. He did not simply think that Lord Tenjin was targeting Gojo Naru. If that were the case, Zenin Jinner and the Gojo family would never let it go. Although the strength of Hongxing Palace is very strong, the current strength of the Gojo family is not weak either. In addition, there is Zenin Jinner whose current strength is not even worth measuring. He feels that Lord Tianyuan will not be so irrational. However, it was just a star plasma, which was not enough to make Lord Tianyuan go to such great lengths. He felt that there must be other inside stories behind the closure of Hongxing Palace this time. The Kimo family. Kamen recently met a woman who could make him feel the tenderness that the tigress at home could not bring him. So, without the tigress knowing, he kept her outside the family as a concubine. For some reason, he always felt that this woman would help him give birth to a child, and this child would definitely be beneficial to the family. After hearing that Gojo Satoru and Gojo Naruto were trapped in Hongxing Palace, he felt an irrepressible sense of joy in his heart. If Gojo Satoru and Gojo Naruto really had an accident in Hongxing Palace, then the six-eyes son of God of this generation of the Gojo family would no longer pose a threat to the Kimo family. In addition, since the Zenin family does not have a legacy of shadow magic, the problem of the Kimo family not having a successor to the red blood manipulation technique does not seem to be that big of a problem. The Yajayu family. Yajayu Simon looked worried. He didn't expect that everyone's worries would come true. Lord Tenjin actually took action. Hidesugu, I'm going to the Gojo family. Yajayu Simon said seriously. This time, the twin stars of the Gojo family were trapped in the Kabashi Palace, and Simon realized that the Gojo family would never give up. He even thought that Gojo Kumamoto might lead the Gojo family's team of sorcerers to attack Hongxing Palace. No matter what, he is the holder of Zanpakuto and has received favors from the Gojo family. It is natural that he should do his part to save Gojo Naruto and Gojo Satoru. Yajayu Hidesugu nodded slightly and added, "You go first, but I suggest Xiongyan to observe the situation. I don't think the matter is that simple." Lord Tianyuan's response seems a bit extreme. At the same time, the voice of the head of the Yajayu family was also heard. Lord Tianyuan's reaction doesn't seem to be deliberately targeting Gojo Naruto, but more like a self-defense mechanism of Hongxing Palace. However, since the Yajayu family has chosen to side with the Gojo family, then we will follow the Gojo family's footsteps. Hidesugu, you and Simon go to the Gojo family. Yajayu Yuzuki made a prompt decision. He was not going to care about the inside story of Hongxing Palace. He only wanted to use this incident to achieve a deeper bond between the Yajayu family and the Gojo family. The five family. Wu Tiao Xiongyan's face was as gloomy as water, while the old man on the recliner opposite him was resting with his eyes closed, showing no emotion at all. Gojo Kuma, Wu and Ming have lost contact in Hongxing Palace. Old man, Lord Tianyuan will not risk her own life. Gojo Kuma, that's Master Tenjin who possesses the immortality technique. Is this considered a risk for her? Old man, this time Ming brought Chanyuan Shen'er with him, which means that Lord Tianyuan can't have any idea about them. Chanyuan Shen'er, who has no spell power, is basically invincible in Hongxing Palace. Gojo Kuma, but the Gojo twins should not be rescued by the Zenin family. The old man, Xiang Yan, you are obsessed. However, you are acting on your behalf now, so just do what you want. Wu Tiao Xiang Yan nodded. The disappearance of the blockade of Hongxing Palace caused a strong undercurrent in the entire world of sorcery. The rumor that Gojo Naru had caused dissatisfaction among Lord Tenjin spread widely. Inside the Kyuziago Shrine, Kyujoku Yuki and Okotsu Yeto, with the blessing of the Kyuziago Shrine, barely held off Zenin Shinji and Gojo Satoru. However, the entire space where they were located had been devastated. Except for the place where Lord Tianyuan was standing, all other places were in ruins. Geto Suguru summoned cursed spirits to resist the aftermath, and was filled with shock at Gojo Satoru, who was about the same age as him. He thought that his skills were already very powerful, and that he was basically unrivaled among his peers. However, when he saw Gojo Satoru's mysterious and strange unlimited technique, he realized for the first time that there are always people better than you. I have seen and heard too little before. Such a powerful sorcerer is his peer, which also confirms Geto Suguru's inner thoughts. His vision is limited and he is a frog in a well. Although the process of devouring the cursed spirit was very disgusting, he suddenly wanted to devour more. In this way, my strength might be comparable to that of the young man in front of me. Gojo Satoru, right? The name called out by everyone appeared in Xiaoyuji's mind, and he secretly made up his mind that he must surpass this number one among his peers in the future. As for the path to achieve it, more curses, more powerful curses, and more ways to attack. For the first time, Xiaoyuji had a clear goal and a concrete character in his heart. The gears of fate seemed to mesh again at this moment. Chapter 152. With Tianyuan's move, the entire Hongxing Palace seemed to have become his territory, and the movements of Gojo Satoru and Zenin Shin'er were instantly restricted. Gojo Satoru's 6 eyes began to search for the weaknesses of the entire Hongxing Palace, waiting for an opportunity to strike, but Tenjin's words diverted all attention on the scene. You can see for yourselves, Gojo Naru is about to start fighting. As Tianyuan created the barrier, a projection-like picture appeared in front of everyone. The feeling of this picture is even comparable to the future IMAX big screen. With the appearance of Gojo Naruto, everyone present focused their attention on the screen. This person looks exactly like the boy in front of me? Are these two twins? Is this the person that Master Tianyuan has been preparing for so long? Xiaoyuji was shocked again. In his opinion, Gojo Satoru was already an extremely powerful being, but Lord Tenjin did not show any concern for such a person. So, what kind of existence is the young man in this picture? Gojo Naruto held his Zanpakuto in his hand, his expression somewhat solemn. When this cursed fetus was born, he had already chanted Sode no Shirayuki's Shikai words, and he was even ready to use his Bankai. However, what surprised him was that his most commonly used Sode Shirayuki did not respond to him at this moment. Moreover, a rule clearly emerged in his mind. Ice and snow are prohibited in this space. Gojo Ming frowned slightly. The attribute of ice and snow was actually banned? This meant that his current strongest combat force, Sode Shirayuki, was directly banned. Specially designed prohibition rules? So, this is what Tianyuan is targeting me? What on earth was Tianyuan thinking? Why did he do such a thing? At the same time, the cursed spirit born from the cursed fetus finally appeared. Looking at the round bald head, light blue skin, and a single big eye in the center of the face. One-eyed little monk. Gojo Ming subconsciously called out the name of this neon monster, but then he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity from this cursed spirit, as if he had seen it somewhere before. It's a very strange feeling. However, Gojo Ming could also feel the power of the cursed spirit in front of him. Although it was just born, it already possessed the strength of a special grade cursed spirit. Moreover, it is not just an ordinary special grade curse spirit, but can also rank among the special grade curse spirits. Sensing Gojo Ming's breath, the little blue curse spirit directly locked onto him. Although he didn't know his current situation, it was obvious that the person in front of him was not of the same kind as him. So, the moment he landed, he suddenly sprinted towards Gojo Ming. A new iron fist smashed directly into Gojo Ming's body. This punch was extremely powerful, but it could not threaten Gojo Naruto. After all, after a period of time of improving his instant step, Gojo Naruto's speed and movement skills had become very proficient. This simple and crude attack didn't work on him. Although Sode no Shirayuki was gone, he still had his Hakuto, Shunpo, and swordsmanship experience. Even if he couldn't kill the special grade cursed spirit in front of him, he could easily hold on until Zenin Jinner and Gojo Satoru arrived. After dodging the cursed spirit's punch, Gojo Ming turned around and wanted to counterattack. However, what surprised him was that at the moment he was about to counterattack, a hot breath spread from the solace of his feet. Something is wrong. Gojo Naruto used instant movement to leave the spot immediately. The next second, a crater suddenly appeared on the originally solid ground, and then thick and hot magma gushed out from the crater. Gojo Ming raised his eyebrows. The appearance of the bald curse spirit in front of him slowly overlapped with the Hobeo in his memory. Use this small crater on the ground to cover the head of the special grade cursed spirit, and it will be exactly the same. Leaky coral. So, Luhu was born at this time? But why did he appear in Hongxing Palace? Everything seemed a little weird, as if someone was deliberately creating an encounter between Luhu and himself. And in this Hongxing Palace, only Tian Yuan has this ability. Thinking of Tian Yuan's mysterious identity and his techniques, Gojo Ming was somewhat suspicious whether Tian Yuan had already known his identity as a time traveler through some means. If this is the case, what should I do? Gojo Ming didn't think too much about it. After all, there were only two paths, the enemy and ours. If Tian Yuan is friendly to me, then I will forge a suitable Zanpakuto for this long-lived sorcerer and treat it as an experience package. If Tian Yuan decides to be hostile to him, then he doesn't mind directly pulling Chan Yuan Shen'er to overthrow Hongxing Palace. Tian Yuan and his group who were watching from the sidelines had no idea what was in Gojo Ming's mind at the moment. They were all concentrating on watching the battle on the screen. Why doesn't Ming use Sode Shirayuki? Based on the degree of restraint between Sode Shirayuki and this cursed spirit, it should be able to be dealt with quickly, right? Gojo Satoru was the first to notice the abnormality in the battle. Up to now, Gojo Naruto has not used any Zanpakuto techniques, and even Sode no Shirayuki has not been able to complete the Shikai. Yuan Shen'er also had doubts, but he knew that it was definitely not Gojo Ming who was hiding his strength. It was very likely that this Hongxing Palace had some secrets. Although Okotsu Yuto hadn't seen Gojo Naru for a long time, he also knew how powerful Sode no Shirayuki was, so he agreed with Gojo Satoru's doubts. As for Geto Suguru, he had no idea what Gojo Satoru was talking about. As for Juju Yuki, she looked at Lord Tianyuan deeply and finally understood what Lord Tianyuan had said to her before. Tianyuan, Yuki, this cursed spirit was born from Mount Fuji. You told me before that Gojo Naruto has a flaming Zanpakuto, but he has always been troubled by not being able to unleash its power. Tianyuan, this special grade cursed spirit is the opportunity for Gojo Naruto. If Gojo Naruto can use that Zanpakuto to defeat it, then everything will become simple. Kyujoku Yuki, but Master Tenjin, how can you guarantee that Gojo Naruto will definitely use that fire-type Zanpakuto? Jujuyuki, according to Gojo Naruto's current strength, he should not need to use that fire-type Zanpakuto, and only need Sode no Shirayuki, right? Gojo Naruto can use Sode no Shirayuki's Bankai. Tenjin, I will seal the ability to use ice and snow. In that case, he can only use another Zanpakuto. All of this was Tenjin's plan, but no one expected that Gojo Naruto could fight the special grade cursed spirit with a Zanpakuto without any spells. Chapter 153. The newborn Luhu had no idea that the little ghost in front of him would be so powerful. His continuous and intensive attacks were actually dodged by the human in front of him with his body skills. This speed was not like that of a normal person at all. Looks like you're done. When Gojo Ming saw that Luhu began to gasp for breath, he stopped pulling with him. Looking at his increasing instant step experience bar, Gojo Ming felt that he had let go enough. He put the Sode Shirayuki back into his waist, and then he prepared to end the battle with Hakuto. Before, Gojo Naru's opponent in the fight had always been Zenin Shinji, currently the most physically powerful person in the world. Now, there is finally a cursed spirit with a relatively strong body as an opponent, and he can use it to his advantage. Why did this man give up his weapon? Gojo Naru's action of putting away the Sode Shirayuki surprised the onlooker Geto Suguru. This is a special grade cursed spirit, why is the person inside so arrogant? Okotsu visitors also had doubts in their minds. Only Gojo Satoru and Zenin Shinji began to look somewhat calm. After seeing the strength displayed by Luhu, the two realized that Gojo Ming had basically secured victory. After all, Gojo Naruto's physical strength and physical skills are enough to crush this special grade cursed spirit. Then, under the surprised gazes of Jujutsu and Tien Yuan, Gojo Ming began to beat Luhu violently. Is this a 6-year-old boy? Should be. As expected, heaven and curse cannot be viewed with conventional eyes. Master Tien Yuan, it seems that you have made a mistake. Jujutsu felt that now that things had come to this, it would be better to release Gojo Ming as soon as possible. Otherwise, by the time Gojo Ming completely defeated Luhu and broke through the space on his own, the atmosphere in Hongxing Palace might become even more awkward. Tien Yuan suppressed his inner surprise, rubbed his cheeks with his green fingers, and a slight smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Interesting. But, Yuki, do you think I only prepared these things? If so, you are underestimating me. Tien Yuan narrowed his eyes and fixed his gaze on Gojo Ming. The feast she prepared for Gojo Naru would be meaningless if the main character didn't come to the table. Gojo Naru, use a battle of extreme flames to awaken your dormant flame Zanpakuto. Tien Yuan placed his hands on his chest and made hand seals, muttering softly. The coffin is surrounded by the Iron Mountain. This is Luhu's birth domain. The newly born Luhu does not have the ability to open the domain yet, but Tien Yuan uses the Hongxing Palace to help Luhu open the birth domain. With the appearance of the Iron Mountain, the entire Hongxing Palace seemed to be surrounded by burning magma. Logically speaking, within this area, Tien Yuan and his group should not be able to observe the situation inside the area. However, because it was Tien Yuan who assisted Luhu in opening up this area, Tien Yuan also obtained the corresponding authority. The projections he created were still able to show the impact within the realm. Gojo Ming was a little surprised by the sudden appearance of the domain. He was a little hesitant, and he could confirm that this was Luhu's domain. However, it was obvious that Luhu was still being beaten by him and had no time or opportunity to open the domain. Now this realm of life appeared without any warning. Gojo Naruto immediately thought of the mysterious lord of the Hongxing Palace. This Tien Yuan forced him to fight with Luhu and forced him to be unable to use his Zanpakuto. What exactly did Tien Yuan want to do? Gojo Ming was a little puzzled. After all, he didn't see what benefits his actions would bring to Tien Yuan. However, this is also a rare experience for Gojo Naru. In just 1 month, he actually experienced the expansion of the domain twice in a row. However, these 2 consecutive experiences also made him feel the gap in the development of the fields between cursed spirits and humans. In the original novel, every special cursed spirit in the villain group seems to have its own domain: Genren's domain Autistic Yuan Dunguo, Huayu's domain Dui Flower Sea, Luhu's domain Coffin Iron Wall Mountain, and the domain of Tuijin, who has just evolved completely from the cursed fetus Dang Yin Horizon. However, other special grade cursed spirits rarely have domains. Therefore, the strength of Luhu and his group is undoubtedly extremely strong. However, compared with the Iron Wall Mountain and the Taizang Field of the Noose, the functionality of this is still too single. The domain of a cursed spirit is more in line with its own abilities and is not as complex and changeable as that of a human being. Gojo Ming began to become more alert. In the field, I can't ignore Luhu's attack so casually. In particular, this time the coffin was covered in Iron Wall Mountain with the help of Tien Yuan's curse power. Its blessing on the coral is even more exaggerated. It was just that at the moment when Continuation appeared, Lu Hu, who had just been beaten by him, broke free from his attack range and started to fight back. Gojo Ming did not have the blessing of his Zanpakuto, but Lu Hu had the blessing of his domain. In just a moment, the situation was reversed. Gojo Ming went from suppressing Lu Hu to being suppressed by Lu Hu. The blessing of the Iron Wall Mountain on Lu Hu was so great that Wu Tiaoming was speechless. Isn't this cheating? The moment this thought came to his mind, he felt that he had no right to say such words. After all, he was the biggest cheater in the world. Because of the guaranteed hit effect of the field, Gojo Ming's instant step was difficult to avoid. After once again withstanding the leaky coral fire attack, Gojo Ming became a little angry. You don't allow yourself to use Sode Shirayuki, right? I have another Zanpakuto. When it comes to playing with fire, my own Ryujin Jaka is the best. Although Ryujin Jaka is just a fire stick, it is also an experienced fire stick. Since I can't stand it anyway, I'll let Ryujin Jaka see the cursed spirits in this world who can use fire. Lu Hu can basically be regarded as the second best fire manipulator in the world after Ryaman Sukuna. Is she worthy of being Ryujin Jaka's opponent? Gojo Ming drew his sword with his right hand, and Ryujin Jaka was pulled out directly. A hint of anticipation appeared in Tenjin and Kyujoku Yuki's eyes, while Okotsu Yuji and Kashigano Geto were full of confusion, as they didn't know anything about Ryujin Jaka. Gojo Satoru and Zenin Shinji had a bit of worry on their faces, as they knew Ryujin Jaka's current condition. Will Ryujin Jaka help Gojo Naruto in this state? Zenin Shinji and Gojo Satoru both had some doubts, but it seemed that this was the only method left at this time. I hope that Ryujin Jaka can really complete his technique in this field. This seems to be Tianyuan's expectation, but it is also their expectation. Chapter 154. Everything in the universe is reduced to ashes. The flowing blade is like fire. As Gojo Naru spoke the first words, Ryujin Jaka woke up again. However, the appearance of Ryujin Jaka did not bring a turning point for Gojo Naru. In the leakage coral realm, within the coffin encircling mountain, there is basically no difference between Ryujin Jaka and Sode Shirayuki without her Shikai. The fire stick is still the same fire stick. Gojo Ming had already anticipated this situation, but when he actually encountered it, he was still a little depressed. Ryujin Jaka, such a powerful Zanpakuto, has fallen to this point. As for the opposite side, Lu Hu felt a fatal crisis when Gojo Naruto first released his Zanpakuto, so he chose to defend at the first moment. But what surprised him was that the weapon that Gojo Ming took out was actually very ordinary. Although he was very confused, he still decided to pursue the victory. Lu Hu knew that this domain was not his own power, so this power could disappear at any time. I must complete this battle before this power disappears. Now I have the advantage, so I must seize the opportunity. Rays of scorching flames were continuously swung out from Lu Hu's arms, and with the blessing of the field's sure hit ability, they continuously hit Gojo Ming. However, because of Ryujin Jaka, Gojo Naruto appears to be more calm when defending against attacks. After all, Ryujin Jaka is a fire-type Zanpakuto, and Sode no Shirayuki is an ice-type Zanpakuto, so they seem to be more adaptable in such a fire field. However, Gojo Ming was really angry as he kept being beaten like this. It sounds a bit too embarrassing that he has a Zanpakuto with the strongest attacking power but can only passively defend. Heaven and curse are not complete. Cutting fists and running away are not suitable for the time being. Zanpakuto not included. Gojo Ming's overall strength far exceeds that of the current Lu Hu, but due to a variety of factors, Gojo Ming seemed to be restrained throughout the entire battle. Ryujin Jaka, you can only passively defend like this, don't you feel aggrieved? How can this be worthy of your status? Unfortunately, Ryujin Jaka still ignored him. Gojo Ming approached Lu Hu and slashed him horizontally, sending Lu Hu flying. Then, he threw Ryujin Jaka directly to the ground. Since Ryujin Jaka is so uncooperative with me, then I might as well give up on it. In the following time, Gojo Ming prepared to use Hakutachi and Shunpo directly, exchanging injuries for injuries, and defeat Lu Hu in this area. The crowd of onlookers looked at the projection and felt somewhat disappointed. The plan designed by Lord Tenjin had no effect at all on Gojo Naruto's Ryujin Jaka. Master Tenjin, is this cursed spirit really useful against Ryujin Jaka? Jujutsu bit his lip, looking a little unhappy. Zenin Shinji and Gojo Satoru also nodded. They didn't know why Lord Tenjin had such a strange idea. According to this, Gojo Naruto has already given up on using Ryujin Jaka. In this case, how can he activate the technique of Ryujin Jaka? However, Tianyuan's expression remained calm. He didn't seem to be shaken by Gojo Naru's behavior, and seemed to be still waiting for the outcome of this battle. Inside the Gajian Mountain, the battle between Luhu and Gojo Ming was extremely brutal. The two of them fought to the point of being evenly matched. Gojo Ming's white punches hit the target, and Luhu's fire attacks also hit the target continuously. The two men exchanged injuries and kept fighting each other. Gojo Satoru and Zenin Shinji wanted to stop it. Tianyuan shook his head and stretched out his hand to stop them, not allowing Gojo Satoru and Zenin Shinji to interfere. If Gojo Naruto knew about this, do you think he would be willing to let you get involved? Believe me, Gojo Naruto himself would not want to miss such an opportunity. Moreover, with Gojo Naruto's current state, even if there were a cursed spirit in his domain, both sides would suffer losses. So, what are you worried about? Tianyuan smiled calmly and continued, besides, don't you believe that Gojo Naruto will win? Tenjin's words made Gojo Satoru and Zenin Shinji fall into silence, and their original thoughts were also dispelled. Indeed, Tenjin's actions so far had not been detrimental to Gojo Naruto. Although they felt a little reluctant in their hearts, they could only hope that Gojo Naruto could use this battle to truly awaken the Ryujin Jaka technique. Because they also know how much Gojo Naruto himself is looking forward to Ryujin Jaka. One punch. One kick. A flame. A cursed force. Luhu and Gojo Ming have been fighting for a long time. After fighting for such a long time without any support from Zenin Shinji and Gojo Satoru, Gojo Ming has realized that this matter is unusual. Tianyuan shouldn't be so hostile to him. Besides, it is impossible for Tianyuan to trap Zenyuan for so long. So, obviously, this game is not to suppress me, but maybe it is a test? If I pass the test, maybe I can gain a lot? Now this is the only reason that can explain it. While fighting, Gojo Ming began to think about the whole process of the incident. Jujutsu did not come to greet him personally. Luhu's cursed fetus inexplicably appeared in the Hongxing Palace. The entire space was specially designed to seal Sode no Shirayuki's abilities. Zenin Shinji and Gojo Satoru were held back for a long time. The coffin covering Iron Wall Mountain suddenly appeared. Tianyuan. Judging from the current situation, Tianyuan has no hostility towards him, so everything he does should be harmless to him, or even helpful to him. What are you currently missing? Gojo Naruto thought about the troubles he had mentioned when he was discussing Zanpakuto with Kyujuku. I can't awaken the technique of Ryujin Jaka. If I could control Ryujin Jaka before, I would definitely be able to defeat Itadori Kaori. So, it was Kyujuku and Tenjin who reported the situation? During the battle, Gojo Naruto's eyes caught sight of Ryujin Jaka that he had casually stuck into the ground. Did Tianyuan design this plan to improve his control over Ryujin Jaka? The moment Gojo Naruto's 6 eyes swept over Ryujin Jaka, he was surprised to find that the fire power within Ryujin Jaka's body began to surge inexplicably. Looking around again, he discovered that the volcanic walls surrounding the Gichintiwei mountain began to dim inexplicably. Ryujin Jaka is absorbing the power of the Coral Realm? At this moment, Gojo Ming began to feel a slight response from Ryujin Jaka. At this moment, Gojo Naru even had tears in his eyes. It was really difficult. Being able to get a response from Ryujin Jaka was already a huge improvement for Gojo Naru. The last time Ryujin Jaka responded to him was when it was just forged. Chapter 155. Seeing Gojo Naruto draw up Ryujin Jaka again. A satisfied smile appeared on Tianyuan's face, and the others also showed a hint of anticipation. Everything is moving towards the set goal, so perhaps, just as Lord Tianyuan envisioned, Gojo Ming can complete the awakening of the technique in this incident. At the same time, they are also looking forward to what kind of technique this Zanpakuto that is so tantalizing has. Ryujin Jaka. Gojo Naruto held the Zanpakuto in his hand, and the warm handle began to gradually become hot. The original feeling of alienation from the whole world completely disappeared this time. At this moment, Ryujin Jaka seemed to have completely integrated into this world of Jujutsu Kaisen. Ryujin Jaka has awakened. Gojo Naruto was very satisfied in his heart. Having been infected by the fire power of this world, Ryujin Jaka could finally express his will to this world. Flame? Who is the originator? Luhu is indeed very strong, but Ryujin Jaka will let everyone see who is the king who controls fire. Fire Gravel Worm. In the field, Luhu once again used a trick to release the spell. Because of his previous experience, he did not take the Zanpakuto in Gojo Naruto's hand seriously. His previous fear of Ryujin Jaka had been completely ignored. After all, the Ryujin Jaka in Gojo Naruto's hand had just shown that it was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. In Luhu's eyes, this weapon was just a fancy piece and had no power at all. With this contempt, Luhu did not make any changes to his attack. However, at the moment when Luhu launched the attack, he heard Gojo Ming actually utter the liberation words he had whispered before again. Everything in the universe is reduced to ashes. The flowing blade is like fire. It's useless. When Luhu saw that Wu Tiaoming did not choose to resist, the corners of its mouth raised, revealing its black teeth. I won. The flying swarm of insects continued to rush towards Gojo Ming. In Luhu's opinion, everything was over. The injury-for-injury experience he had just experienced should not be enough to allow the young man in front of him to compete with him again. I finally defeated my opponent before the end of the field. The powerful force of the fire element bombarded Gojo Naruto's body, and a trace of pity flashed across Okotsuyedo and Sayuja's faces. In their opinion, Gojo Naruto really had no chance of winning. However, anticipation appeared on the faces of Gojo Satoru and Zenin Shinji. They both realized that something must have changed with Ryujin Jaka, otherwise, Gojo Naruto would never have made such a choice. The moment the fire gravel worm touched Gojo Ming, there was a violent explosion, and thick black smoke enveloped Gojo Ming. No one knows what state Gojo Naru is in now. The scene fell into silence for a moment, only Tian Yuan's mouth corners slightly raised. He felt the power of fire in the space, which was different from the power of fire from Luhu. It was a power of fire that did not belong to this world. In the black fog, tiny flashes of fire began to appear. At this moment, the onlookers seemed to feel the temperature around them rising rapidly, and the entire Hongxing Palace seemed to be surrounded by an inexplicable flame. What on earth happened? Sayuja wiped the sweat from his forehead. How come the Hongxing Palace, which was originally very cool, suddenly turned into a furnace? Okotsuyedo frowned slightly. His perception was stronger than that of Geto Suguru. He keenly noticed the changes in Gojo Naruto and also felt the mysterious power of fire. He guessed that the current changes inside Hongxing Palace were caused by Gojo Naruto's battle against Luhu. Zenin Shinji and Gojo Satoru looked at each other in surprise. They were very familiar with this power. It was the power that appeared when Gojo Naruto was forging his Zanpakuto Ryujin Jaka. Does this mean that Gojo Naruto's control over Ryujin Jaka has improved? If Ryujin Jaka had exerted even a little bit of its power, it would have been enough for Gojo Naruto to secure victory. A hint of excitement appeared on Kyujuyuki's face at the side. At least, her efforts so far were not in vain, and she also helped Gojo Naru. After seeing this scene, Tian Yuan showed a satisfied smile on his face. Everyone was very satisfied with the upcoming outcome, except for Luhu, who was the only person in the center of the battlefield who was acting as a tool to exert pressure. Luhu had never imagined that he would have to bear such great pressure in his first battle after birth. He had not had the chance to eat humans, had not had the chance to kill people, had not had the chance to show the slightest evil thought towards humans, and yet he had to encounter such cruel treatment. At this moment, it seemed that he still had the upper hand on the battlefield, but in this moment when time froze, countless thoughts had already emerged in his mind. It seems that my short life has not even begun and is about to end. What does he want to remember? But he had nothing to recall. The real of life is so boring, which is a tragedy for a living being. Memories are short-lived, and the ticker tape is also short-lived. Lu Hu has only one thought in his mind at the moment. If there is a next time, he will definitely run away as soon as he sees the child. I am a special grade cursed spirit, why can't I even defeat a child? I am a cursed spirit that controls the earth and fire, so how could I be afraid of fire? Yes, Lu Hu was afraid. He didn't see the real fire, but he felt the deadly threat through the tiny dots in the black fog. Lu Hu knew that if he suffered one more attack from the opponent, he would be burned to ashes. So, is this the true power of fire? It's over. Lu Hu murmured and gave up all resistance. Facing the attack that had not yet taken shape, he had lost the will to fight back. In an instant, sparks from the black fog exploded like fireworks. A flaming sword with flames burning on the blade appeared in front of everyone. Although both were beings that manipulated flames, the flames on Lu Huo's sword looked very rigid and stiff, while the flames on Ryujin Ruekahuo's sword appeared very agile. Flowing blade like fire, flowing blade like fire. At this moment, everyone seemed to know why the name of this Zanpakuto was so poetic. Everyone at the scene knew that the result of this battle had already been decided. Gojo Naruto had mastered the Zanpakuto and Ryujin Jaka. Rokugo could no longer be Gojo Naruto's opponent. It seems that there is only one ending waiting for Lu Hu, and that is death. Lu Hu will be the first special grade cursed spirit that Gojo Ming will purify. Chapter 156. Gojo Ming's expression at this moment seemed very indifferent, and he didn't seem to feel any joy at all because of the awakening of Ryujin Jaka. The young body holding the flaming Zanpakuto makes the whole picture full of contradictions. He raised his head slightly and looked to the upper right. The moment he awakened flowing blade Jaka, he had already locked onto Tenjin's sight. Six eyes, Tian Yuan and the astral plasma looked at each other. I found you. Gojo Ming opened his mouth slightly but did not make any sound. However, Tian Yuan clearly understood the existence of this voice. You found me? So what? Can Gojo Ming still break through the space barrier of Hongxing Palace? Tian Yuan's eyebrows raised slightly, and a hint of amusement appeared on his face. She was looking forward to what kind of surprise Gojo Naruto would bring her. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Gojo Naruto raised his Zanpakuto high, the blazing flames kept flowing on the Zanpakuto, and the moisture in the air kept evaporating. Everyone was waiting to see how Lu Hu would die, but at this moment, Gojo Ming suddenly smiled coldly at the person who was peeping at the screen, and the flames on the flowing blade Ruohuo sword were suddenly thrown out. Everyone just heard one sentence. The castle is on fire. Then, they saw the ball of fire reaching towards them like a huge hand. The next second, the projection shattered. The huge flaming hand that shouldn't have appeared in this space actually broke through the projection and surrounded the place where they were. The raging flames were like a strong prison, imprisoning all the onlookers at the scene. At the same time, the Iron Wall Mountain, the domain that had been maintained by Tian Yuan, was also shattered by Gojo Ming's city flames. Lu Hu felt a strong burning sensation all over his body. As a special grade cursed spirit, this was the first time he felt what burns were. I'm not dead? Lu Hu's heart was full of doubts. He was not burned to death by the flame of the Zanpakuto. In fact, Lu Hu found that the young man in front of him did not even have any hostility towards him. What is going on? What is the situation with human beings? Weren't they fighting to the death just now? Feeling the burning pain on his skin and looking at the burning flaming sword in Gojo Naruto's hand, Lu Hu felt a sense of submission in his heart. The mysterious Zanpakuto in Gojo Naruto's hand was the true king of fire. He could feel that this was definitely not an ordinary weapon. He could feel that his soul was within this flaming blade. He felt that what Gojo Naruto was holding was also a cursed spirit, but this cursed spirit looked like a weapon. In the end, Lu Hu watched helplessly as Gojo Ming simply ignored his existence and jumped out from the broken space fragments. It seems that I was really let off by Gojo Ming. Why don't you come out quickly? Gojo Ming's slightly childish voice came from where he disappeared. Lu Hu was startled suddenly, hesitated for a moment, and then jumped in following Gojo Ming. He didn't know what was waiting for him in the future, but the only thing Lu Hu knew was that the worst that could happen was death, right? Inside the Hongxing Palace, Tian Yuan and his group were surrounded by a giant flaming palm from the city's flames, which was completely beyond their expectations. This is Hongxing Palace, the base of Tian Yuan, and it can even be said to be the safest place in the entire Neon. However, in such a place, Lord Tian Yuan, the most respected person in the entire magic world, was surrounded by a blazing flame and could not even leave. Gojo Ming landed steadily on the ground, and Lu Hu followed behind him and fell the moment he landed. Although he did not suffer the most direct attack from Ryujin Jaka in the mysterious space just now, Lu Hu was also splashed by Cheng Kuiyan's attack. In order to recover from the burns on his body, Lu Hu has consumed a large amount of magical power to repair his body. Looking at the group of people surrounded by flames, Lu Hu also realized that his battle with Gojo Ming just now was watched by this group of people. Although he was a cursed spirit that had just been born from a cursed womb, he was not a fool. After seeing this scene, how could he not guess the reason why he appeared here? However, at this moment he couldn't get angry at all. After all, being able to witness such a powerful Zanpakuto as Ryujin Jaka, Lu Hu felt that he had no regrets in death. However, for Gojo Naruto, he felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. Although the final result was good, he successfully awakened his Zanpakuto Ryujin Jaka and successfully released the technique. But this is not the reason why I was designed this way. The clay man is also a little angry. Inside the blazing flames, no one tried to break through the flames. Just one glance and your vision will be distorted. The terrifyingly high temperature made everyone lose the desire to touch it. This is a fire that does not belong to this world, a fire that can burn everything. Only Tian Yuan, who possessed the art of immortality, curiously came into close contact with the flames on the city walls, feeling the heat coming towards him, and constantly savoring something. Lu Hu gave rise to the awakening of Ryujin Jaka. The power of Ryujin Jaka was displayed to the world for the first time. Tian Yuan has been able to confirm that the power of Ryujin Jaka comes from outside the world. Gojo Ming is indeed the variable in this world. Ming, you came out. Gojo Satoru scratched his head awkwardly, not knowing what to say. Zenin Shinji chose to remain silent as usual. After all, it was really too unreasonable for him and Gojo Satoru to just watch this kind of thing. Hi, Ming-kun, long time no see. Okotsu greeted the tourists, and Gojo Ming realized that another old friend was also here. Next to Okotsu Yuto, the young boy Geto Suguru made Gojo Naruki feel the power of fate. He, Gojo Satoru, Geto Suguru, and Zenin Shinner unexpectedly appeared in this mysterious Hongxing Palace for the first time, as if it was God's will. As expected, it is worthy of being the most mysterious place in the entire Jujutsu Kaisen world. Hongxing Palace and Tenjin, a mysterious place paired with a mysterious person, which ultimately makes people feel elusive. Gojo Naruto is not prepared to become an enemy of Tenjin. Although the whole process seemed a bit embarrassing, Tian Yuan's ultimate intention was to help himself improve, so Gojo Ming was not prepared to make things too difficult for Tian Yuan. Just use the city flames to scare Tian Yuan. However, what shocked Gojo Naruto was that among the group of people trapped by the flames on his city wall, there was actually a strange young woman who stupidly reached out her hand and chose to touch the flames on his city wall. Is this a death wish? Chapter 157. Castle Flame, the technique after Ryujin Jaka's Shikai, is extremely powerful, especially in the area surrounded by Castle Flame. If you are surrounded by the flames of the city, you must withstand heat of over 6,000 degrees if you want to break through from the inside. Once ordinary people touch it, they will be burned to ashes. When he released the city flame just now, he did not hold back at all. He had never expected that someone would choose to touch it after feeling such temperature. Could it be that this strange woman in front of me couldn't feel the heat of the flame at all? Moreover, who is this woman? Why don't I have any impression of her? She shouldn't be a minor character to appear here, right? This is the Hongxing Palace. Gojo Ming watched helplessly as the strange woman touched the flame, but he had no time to stop her, and he was unable to retract the flames from the city wall in time. It seems like a tragedy is really going to happen. What's going on? The woman's hand touched the castle flames, but it was not burned as Gojo Naruto expected. Faced with the concern expressed by Kyojoku Yuki, Gojo Ming already had a rough guess in his mind. So that's how it is. Is this strange woman in front of me actually Tian Yuan? At this time, Tian Yuan actually had the image of a girl, which was completely different from the Tian Yuan with several pairs of eyes in Gojo Ming's mind. Gojo Naruto, are you satisfied with the gift I prepared for you? Tian Yuan looked at Gojo Ming with a smile, and his relaxed tone seemed like he had just done something insignificant. Gojo Ming felt helpless about this. Is this a gift for myself? It seems that I have nothing to say. It is true. However, how much manpower and material resources are hidden behind such a casual sentence? This is the cursed fetus of a special grade cursed spirit. From the discovery of the cursed fetus to its birth, Hongxing Palace undoubtedly spent a lot of effort to make Luhu appear in front of it. It has to be said that Tenjin took great pains to awaken his Ryujin Jaka. And his nominal girlfriend, Yuki Kyojoku, seemed to have played a big role in the whole incident. His dilemma regarding Ryujin Jaka should have been conveyed by Kyojoku Yuki, so Tenjin had such an idea. No matter what, I am indeed the one who has gained the most. Aren't you going to exorcise this cursed spirit? As Gojo Ming took the initiative to release the flames on the castle, Xiaoyuja asked subconsciously. He was quite envious of this special grade cursed spirit. If Gojo Ming was not prepared to exorcise it, he wouldn't mind helping Gojo Ming solve the problem. Is it Geto Suguru? Gojo Ming glanced at the young man and nodded secretly. With your current strength, can you control special grade cursed spirits? Gojo Naru's casual remark made Geto Suguru's face change. He could confirm that this was the first time he met Gojo Naru. He had never seen this person before, but why was this person able to tell his name at first sight and also tell his own technique? Xiaoyuja felt as if he had been stripped naked, as if he had no secrets at all. The pair of azure blue eyes in Gojo Ming's eye sockets were clearly no different from Gojo Satoru's, but the pressure they brought to Xiaoyuja was astonishingly great. Xiaoyuja fell silent for a moment, not knowing how to respond. Okotsu Yuigai and Kyojoku Yuki on the side were also secretly shocked, and were surprised that Gojo Naru could know the Kagome Takeru technique. However, Kyojo Yuki instantly thought of the scene when he met Gojo Naruto, but at that time, Gojo Naruto seemed to have guessed his technique Star Wrath for the first time. Thinking of this, Juju Yuki felt that everything made a lot more sense. If possible, you can also try to subdue him. If you can, perhaps he can become your greatest fighting force. Speaking of this, Gojo Ming touched his chin and recalled that when Gojo Shunichi was taking the assessment, there seemed to be a special grade cursed spirit that looked like a snow monster in Hokkaido. If Geto Suguru can subdue Rohu, then it seems to be a good choice to let Shunichi take Geto Suguru to find the snow monster curse spirit. Gojo Naru's proposal made Xiaoyuji somewhat tempted. Although he didn't know why Gojo Naru knew so much about his situation, but now that there was such a special grade cursed spirit in front of him, Xiaoyuja was still very greedy. Although the taste of swallowing the cursed spirit was very disgusting, if it was a rag made of a special grade cursed spirit, he would be quite willing to accept it. However, Gojo Ming's conversation as if no one was around made Lu Hu feel bad. Although he didn't know what the effect of Geto Suguru's technique was, he could guess it from the name of the curse spirit manipulation technique. I lost to Gojo Naruto, this is a real difference in strength. But how could this little boy with strange bangs conquer me? Just relying on the spell manipulation technique? Lu Hu stared at Geto Xiaoyu. As a special grade cursed spirit, he also had his own pride. He could submit to Ryujin Jaka, but he couldn't expect him to submit to a strange little boy. Under the resistance of Lu Hu, Xiaoyuja's attempt to subdue her ultimately ended in failure. In this regard, Xiaoyuja could only sigh helplessly. Sure enough, with my current strength, it is still a bit too difficult to subdue the special grade curse spirit. Xiaoyuja felt a little regretful, but he didn't worry too much about it. After all, Lu Hu is a being that can expand its domain. If such a powerful special grade cursed spirit is so easy to subdue, then Xiaoyuja would feel that his ability is too abnormal. Is that so? Gojo Ming nodded and could understand Geto Suguru's situation. Lu Hu, what should we do with you? Gojo Ming looked at the one-eyed cursed spirit in front of him and said Lu Hu's name. The onlookers at the scene seemed a little numb to the fact that Gojo Ming could know the names of unknown things. The moment Lu Hu heard his real name being called out, he felt a sense of relief. The more powerful Gojo Ming's ability was, the easier it was for Lu Hu to accept that Gojo Ming defeated him. After all, at this moment, the image of Gojo Ming in his mind has become extremely mysterious, and he cannot speculate at what such a person will do. As for how to deal with yourself? If the result that awaited him was not exorcism, he was willing to follow the human in front of him, and follow the Zanpakuto in the human's hand. Chapter 158. After realizing that Lu Hu expressed his loyalty to him, Gojo Ming was a little surprised. The expressions of others were even more tense. Even Tian Yuan, who had always been calm, had a changed expression at this moment. She had thought about the impact that Ryujin Jaka would have on Rohu, but she had not expected that things would come to this between Rohu and Gojo Naru. Oh? Why? Lu Hu? I am a human being. Gojo Naru smiled playfully. This one-eyed special cursed spirit in front of me wanted to subvert the entire human race and become a new human being, but now it chose to submit to me? I'm afraid he is not submitting to himself? Under the gaze of Gojo Ming's 6 eyes, Lu Hu lowered his head and said in a deep voice. Only by following you can I witness the ultimate power of fire. I believe the power of the weapon in your hand is far more than that. I want to see its more powerful side. Only in this way can my power break through the bottleneck. Lu Hu did not hide anything in his inner thoughts. Even though he had escaped death, since he did not die from Ryujin Jaka's attack, he was destined to become even more powerful through Ryujin Jaka. Gojo Satoru frowned slightly. He was not impressed by Lu Hu's suggestion. Although Gojo Naruto awakened his Zanpakuto Ryujin Jaka this time and his strength was enhanced once again, this was not a reason to have a powerful special grade cursed spirit following him around. As a special grade cursed spirit with its own territory, once it gets out of control, it can cause enormous damage. At that time, even if it was finally stopped, it would probably cause a very big change. Ming, don't take risks. Gojo Satoru's words made Lu Hu's expression darken. He knew the gap between humans and cursed spirits, but he never thought that such a gap would appear in such a powerful sorcerer. Gojo Satoru and Gojo Naru are exactly the same and equally powerful. Lu Hu can naturally recognize the relationship between Gojo Satoru and Gojo Naru. The moment Gojo Satoru opened his mouth, Lu Hu knew that his chances of being accepted by Gojo Ming were very slim. However, at the same time, the burly man next to Gojo Satoru suddenly spoke. But it's just a special grade cursed spirit, it's no big deal. If it doesn't work, it can still help the Wanshaiwu to guard the house, so it's better to take it back directly. As the bearer of heaven and curse, Zenin Shinji originally viewed curse spirits as tools. Lu Hu's strength is indeed very strong, but in Chan Yuan Shen'er's eyes at this moment, it is just a matter that can be solved with a little effort. But if Lu Hu is brought back to the Yorozwia, then it seems that someone can do a lot of things. Although he was the nominal manager of the Yorozwia, there were no real employees in the entire Yorozwia. Now, there is a powerful curse spirit available here, and Chan Yuan Shen'er naturally doesn't want to miss it. Maybe Lu Hu will be very strong, but, unfortunately, no matter how strong he is not as strong as him. Chan Yuan Shen'er's words gave Lu Hu some hope, although he didn't know what the Wanshaiwu was used for. Lu Hu probably never thought that one day he would be so humble that even if he just wanted to submit to someone, he still had to look at the other person's mood. Zenin Shin'er's words made Gojo Ming somewhat moved. The Wanshaiwu is indeed not going to recruit some ordinary employees. Wanshaiwu, maybe there will be some curse spirit business in the future? We can't let people like Gojo Satoru or Zenin Shinji handle the affairs of the cursed spirits, right? As for Leaky Coral, it seems to be a very good choice. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Tiaoming nodded and looked at Lu Hu. Then you can join the Yorozwia. However, this is just an opportunity for you. Whether you can become a full-time employee in the future depends on your own performance. In fact, Gojo Ming had another thought in his heart. He also wanted to know whether a cursed spirit like Rokugo could use his Zanpakuto. Itadori Kaori, who was controlled by Nozo, could perhaps be considered a human being, so it makes sense for Nozo to snatch Ryujin Jaka. But what about the other cursed spirits? If cursed spirits can also use their own Zanpakuto, then can some cursed spirits with extraordinary talents also become their own sword borrowers? Moreover, he doesn't have to worry about the backlash from the cursed spirit. As long as the cursed spirit becomes hostile to him, he can remove the power of the Zanpakuto in the cursed spirit's hand at any time. I just want some experience packs. After all, sometimes, the power and combat experience of cursed spirits are much greater than that of humans, and the effect they bring to themselves should be stronger than that of ordinary sword borrowers. Luhu was stunned at first, but when he heard that Gojo Ming was willing to accept him, he suddenly became very excited. The person in front of him is someone who can control the ultimate flame sword. Although he doesn't look very old, anyone who can use flowing blade like fire is undoubtedly not an ordinary person. He believed that as long as he stayed by Gojo Naru's side, his strength would be greatly improved in the future. As for cannibalism, what does it have to do with him? He will be a staffed curse spirit from now on, and will be on a completely different level from those wild curse spirits. Luhu's big eyes are full of expectations for the future. If Gojo Ming knew what Luhu was thinking at this moment, he would really feel that he should get to know Luhu in front of him again. What Luhu is thinking in his mind now is completely different from his original personality. No one could have imagined that in the world line with the 5 Mings, the first character whose character was destroyed would be a special grade cursed spirit. Luhu, a pioneer of the new humans, was recruited by Gojo Ming in this world line and became a member of the Yorozwiya, completely losing his previous ambitions. Perhaps this is not a kind of luck? After all, in this case, Hu Bao finally doesn't have to play only high-end games like in the original novel. After ending the battle, Gojo Ming turned his attention to Tianyuan. The main purpose of their coming to Hongxing Palace this time was Tianyuan. Since Tianyuan had no real hostility towards them, Gojo Ming did not mind showing his goodwill. Feeling Gojo Ming's gaze, Tianyuan made a gesture of invitation to the group of people, then turned around and led the way to the back. Now that the foreplay is over, it's time to get down to business, right? Her heart was filled with great curiosity about Gojo Naruto. The person in front of him who did not belong to this world brought a Zanpakuto that did not belong to this world, disrupting the world line that should have belonged to this world. What kind of future will Gojo Ming bring to himself? Tianyuan was very curious. Chapter 159. Where's Ming? As they walked, Gojo Satoru suddenly discovered that Gojo Ming was missing again, and the person leading in front had become Jujuyuki at some point. As Gojo Satoru's voice rang out, everyone realized that something was wrong. Chanyuan Shen'er frowned. This Hongxing Palace was really too strange. He had been staring at Tianyuan's back silently, but he still had an illusion unconsciously. Is this Tianyuan's ability or Hongxing Palace's fault? The Zen temple was completely puzzled. This Hongxing Palace seemed to be composed of countless mysterious spaces that could be separated at any time and anywhere. If it weren't for Gojo Satoru's 6 eyes this time, it would probably take them some time to realize that something was wrong. Gojo Naruto is currently discussing matters with Lord Tianyuan. Please be patient and follow me to the tea room to rest. Jujuyuki spoke to comfort her. I believe that through what happened just now, everyone should also know that Lord Tianyuan has no hostility towards Gojo Naruto. Some things may require them to communicate among themselves, and it is not convenient for us to participate casually. Kyujokuyuki's explanation is a bit far-fetched, but when applied to riddle-solving people like Tenjin and Gojo Naru, it seems to be very fitting. After all, even if they followed in, they might not understand what was being said between the two. Moreover, since Gojo Naruto has already awakened Ryujin Jaka, Tenjin should not have any chance to harm Gojo Naruto. Therefore, Gojo Satoru and Zenin Jinner didn't pay too much attention to it, and simply followed Kyujokuyuki to the tea room. As for Geto Suguru and Yuto Okotsu, their mission was completed after the birth of Coral, so naturally they only had to wait quietly on the side. After all, the real purpose of Lord Tianyuan this time is just to meet Gojo Ming. Following Tenjin into an independent tea room, Gojo Naru's expression was still very calm. Although there was no one around him, he was holding Sode Shirayuki and Ryujin Jaka in his hands and did not show any worry at all. Although he demonstrated the Yagaku flame technique during the battle just now, Ryujin Jaka still has other techniques after his Shikai. Ryujin Jaka and Sode Shirayuki are definitely enough to support him in overturning the entire Hongsing Palace. Moreover, if Tianyuan wanted to do something bad to him, he would not have waited until this moment. Since he was here, he would make the best of it. He wanted to see what Tianyuan wanted to express by creating this opportunity for him to be alone with him. Sit down. The girl Tianyuan lay casually on her rocking chair, and did not arrange a seat for Gojo Ming, but just let him find a seat by himself. Gojo Ming was not at all restrained and sat directly at the tea table. He did not have the same respect for Tianyuan as ordinary sorcerers. After all, he had seen Tianyuan's appearance in a higher dimension and had long lost his worldly desires. Although Tianyuan's body at this time looked no less powerful than Jujutsu, Gojo Ming was not interested at all. Master Tianyuan, it seems that you are very interested in me. Gojo Ming supported his chin with both hands, looking at the girl's round curves with a somewhat puzzled expression. His ultimate goal of coming to Hongsing Palace this time was to collect Tianyuan as his own experience package. However, if he could obtain some special information or intelligence from Tianyuan, that would also be an extra benefit. Tianyuan closed his eyes, gently rocked the recliner, and responded softly. 6 eyes of the Gojo family, who possesses the power of heaven and curse and can forge this mysterious Zanpakuto, who would not be interested in such a thing? Gojo Ming shook his head. Then you can be considered the all-knowing and all-powerful Lord Tianyuan. The length of your life is far beyond the reach of people like us. If it comes to making people interested, I believe that the number of people in the world who are interested in you far exceeds the number of people who are interested in me. This is the truth. Although 6 eyes and the unlimited technique are very famous in the world of sorcery, they are far less famous than Tenjin's immortal technique. After all, for most people, immortality is still the most tempting thing. Tianyuan, who was lying in the rocking chair, raised the corners of his mouth slightly and showed a playful smile. Gojo Naru, am I really omniscient and omnipotent? If I am omniscient and omnipotent, why don't I know your identity? Why am I still curious about you? Gojo Ming curled his lips. He certainly knew the implication of Tianyuan's words, but he did not respond. Omniscience and omnipotence are just outsiders' views of Tianyuan, but he himself does not think so. Moreover, omniscience and omnipotence are not good words in the world of death. The omniscient and omnipotent Spirit King was eventually cut into a wedge and became the stabilizer of the 3 realms. The omniscient and omnipotent Wywak also became a wedge and once again became the stabilizer of the 3 realms. Therefore, being omniscient and omnipotent can basically be equated with being a human stick in the world of the god of death. Although Joey and Bleach are 2 different worlds, it is still best not to set a flag. From Tianyuan's words, Gojo Ming had already realized that Tianyuan had some doubts about his identity. However, he didn't care. Even if I doubt that I am not from this world, what can Tianyuan do to me? Moreover, as long as I don't respond, as long as I don't admit it, Tianyuan's guess will just be a guess. What will my future destiny be like? Tianyuan suddenly sat up and looked straight at Gojo Ming. In Tenjin's eyes, Gojo Naruto should be an omniscient and omnipotent person, whether he knows the technique of Kyujoku Yuki or knows Geto Suguru. All this shows the uniqueness of Gojo Naru. The most important thing is that it has always been rumored in the Gojo family that Gojo Ming is a person who is born with knowledge. Although this statement of being born with knowledge was later suppressed, many adults in the Gojo family knew this title, and such things could not be hidden from her. Therefore, Gojo Ming was born with knowledge and that is why he is so mature. So, what exactly does Gojo Ming, who is born with knowledge, know? Among the information he knows, are there any events related to himself? What will his immortal self become in that story? Tianyuan was no longer prepared to be patient, she asked directly without giving Gojo Ming time to think. How would my immortal self die? This kind of thing sounds full of contradictions and conflicts, and Tian Yuan can no longer suppress his curiosity. What is your destiny? Gojo Ming narrowed his eyes and looked at Tian Yuan, with a strange look in his eyes. He felt that if Tian Yuan really knew what her future would be like, then she might not be so looking forward to it. Chapter 160. In the future, you will fail to assimilate with the astral plasma and become neither human nor cursed spirit. Gojo Ming's first sentence was like a bomb, which stunned Tenjin. Will I fail to assimilate? Does it mean the assimilation between myself and Gojo Kuyuki? Is Gojo Naruto so straightforward? Because they are in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, he is unwilling to let Gojo Kuyuki assimilate with him? Tian Yuan's face was full of suspicion. She didn't quite believe what Gojo Naru said, but she was also a little doubtful because she had indeed guessed what Gojo Naru described. When you are no longer in human form, you will evolve in a special direction. However, I don't know what that form looks like. But judging from Gojo Ming's attitude, he seemed to have really seen his own posture. Thinking of this, Tian Yuan actually felt a faint sense of shame in his heart. The human is not a human, and the curse on the spirit is not a spirit. There is no doubt that it will be a very strange and even difficult to describe form, which is totally unacceptable for me who has always loved beauty. However, just when she was about to ask again, Gojo Ming brought up another topic. Master Tenjin, why do you think Geto Suguru is here? Don't you think Geto Suguru's technique is special? Tian Yuan frowned, wondering why Gojo Naruto changed the topic to Geto Suguru again. Wasn't that boy someone that Jujutsu met by chance? Was there something strange about him? What is the special feature of Geto Suguru's technique? Geto Summer Oil, Curse Spirit Manipulation Technique. Tian Yuan's expression changed, he looked at Gojo Ming, and asked hesitantly, can he control me in that future state? Tian Yuan felt that his guess was very bold, but the state of being neither human nor cursed spirit could actually be called a half-human, half-cursed spirit state. So, if Geto Suguru had a good enough grasp of this technique, he might really enter that state. Gojo Ming did not keep anyone in suspense and directly presented this future to Tian Yuan. Although, at that time, the one who controlled Geto Suguru was no longer Geto Suguru himself, but Nozuko, this did not affect Tenjin's ending. So, Master Tian Yuan, if you want to avoid this outcome, you have to avoid your own assimilation failure. What Gojo Naru said was very strange. Avoid assimilation failure? I failed to assimilate with the astral plasma, isn't it because of you? Tian Yuan felt that Gojo Ming was a little bit strange. Could it be that Gojo Naruto is not going to stop Jujutsu from assimilating into himself this time? But it doesn't seem to be the case. Tian Yuan stood up and came in front of Gojo Ming. I failed to assimilate because you didn't want Jujutsu to assimilate with me, didn't you? I know you always attach great importance to feelings, so you don't want your girlfriend to assimilate with me, right? She stretched out her green jade fingers provocatively, lifted Gojo Ming's chin, and had a hint of charm in her eyes. She has lived for so many years, and she can express all kinds of emotions and gestures with ease. She has assimilated countless astral plasmas, each of which is an extremely outstanding existence among all human beings, and her appearance also combines the advantages of all women. Since Yuki Kyujuyu can become Naruto Gojo's girlfriend, then there is no reason for Naruto Gojo not to be attracted to her. Gojo Ming smiled indifferently and pushed Tian Yuan's delicate arm away. Can I say that the failure of Gojo Kuyuki to assimilate with you was not due to my influence? Whether I am there or not, you will fail to assimilate with Gojo Kuyuki. There was a hint of fatalism in Gojo Ming's words, which made Tian Yuan feel a little unhappy. So what does all this mean? Tian Yuan pursed her lips slightly and looked at Gojo Naruto. She knew that Gojo Naruto must have something else to say. Gojo Ming shook his head, I'm talking about the astral plasma after G. You will still fail to assimilate the next generation of astral plasma. That time, you will enter the sublimation state. That time, you will end up with the ending I remember. The girl Tian Yuan's expression froze. 2 consecutive failures in astral plasma assimilation? This was an outcome she had never expected. Whether I appear or not, you will end up like this. So, Master Tianyuan, this matter actually has nothing to do with me. However, since you chose to find me, and Yuki doesn't seem to want to face that fate, I can help you." Gojo Ming's tone was flat, but Tianyuan could feel Gojo Ming's attitude. It's not that she didn't doubt Gojo Naru's words, but Gojo Naru's identity and prophecy were very similar to a dream she once had. When the first Zanpakuto appeared, Tenjin already felt the distortion of the world line. Now, in this twisted world, finding the twisted child to change the predetermined future shouldn't be considered a violation, right? After all, this world can no longer develop along the original world line, right? Tianyuan looked at Gojo Ming and smiled softly. Then Master Gojo Naruto, is there anything you can do to help me? Since the failure of the assimilation of the astral plasma body is not due to you, then how can you change the outcome of this assimilation? Gojo Ming raised an eyebrow and glanced at Tianyuan. At least there shouldn't be any problem with Tenenriko's astral plasma. As long as she is still here, Zenin Shinji and Gojo Satoru shouldn't become hostile. With the protection of the big three sorcerer families and the High Master of Spells, other killers are unable to have any impact on the astral plasma. Therefore, as long as Tianyuan is willing, the astral plasma Tianzong Lizi will definitely be able to assimilate with Tianyuan. Therefore, in fact, changing the fate of Zenin Shinji and Gojo Satoru was equivalent to indirectly changing Tenjin's fate. However, Gojo Naruto was not going to say much. Anyway, it was enough for him to know this kind of thing in his heart. If he told Tenjin, Tenjin would not believe him. His goal this time was to let Tenjin forge a Zanpakuto. The function of this Zanpakuto can help Tenjin overcome his crisis this time. Realizing that Gojo Naruto was so confident, Tenjin seemed to have thought of something, and thought of the Zanpakuto that should not exist in this world. With his eyes narrowed, he asked in a low voice. "Are you going to use the power of your mysterious Zanpakuto?" Tianyuan's awareness was very sharp, and Gojo Ming also nodded. "I have a Zanpakuto that can solve your problem. In this way, you will not be affected by assimilation in the future, or you can say that it can allow you to enter another state of assimilation." Chapter 161. Is there such a strange Zanpakuto in this world? Aren't your Zanpakuto used for fighting? Tianyuan's face was full of curiosity. Whether it's Sode Shirayuki or Ryujin Jaka, whether it is Senbonzakura or Hanaten Kyakotsu, after these Zanpakuto appeared in this world, they resounded throughout the entire world of curse arts more because of their power. Now Gojo Naruto actually proposed that his Zanpakuto could help him avoid the crisis of assimilation. What's going on? Does Zanpakuto have this function? Tianyuan's heart was full of curiosity. But before that, she also knew that there is no free lunch in the world. There was no special connection between Gojo Naru and me before. Now that Gojo Naru said he wanted to help me forge a Zanpakuto, he must have some intention. Tianyuan looked at Gojo Naru with amusement, waiting for Gojo Naru to express his needs. She is the person with the longest lifespan in the entire magic world and has the most experience. She believes that she must have what Gojo Naruto wants. Moreover, the materials and props stored in Hongsing Palace are also very complete, and are definitely worth trading with Gojo Ming. Tianyuan was silent for a long time. Gojo Ming also looked at her silently, and neither of them spoke. At this moment, Tianyuan realized that he seemed to be in the weaker position in this transaction. After looking into Gojo Naruto's 6 eyes, Tenjin shrugged and said, "If you need anything, just ask. I don't want to get into that state here. You can take anything you want from Hongsing Palace. If you need any help from Hongsing Palace, I can ask for your help. I want to see your Zanpakuto, what exactly is it capable of?" Tianyuan is very straightforward. After all, at her age, she has experienced so many things, and many things are simply equal exchanges. She also hopes to understand Gojo Naru's current condition and future plans by looking at what Gojo Naru needs. But what surprised her was that after hearing what he said, Gojo Ming actually shook his head. "I don't need any trade items for now. I will make a corresponding Zanpakuto for you. Of course, I also hope that if I encounter any difficulties in the future, I hope that Lord Tianyuan can give me some help." Tian Yuan was very surprised by Gojo Ming's response. Although Gojo had clearly stated that he hoped she could help if needed, at that time it meant that the real transaction did not require her to pay the corresponding price. Even Tenjin could feel that Gojo Naruto was making a zanpakuto for her in vain without gaining any benefit. Gojo Ming also became more and more mysterious in Tian Yuan's eyes. Is it really like this? Tian Yuan frowned slightly. You really don't need anything? The materials in the Hongxing Palace are very precious. I think you will need them to forge your zanpakuto in the future, right? As if awakened by Tian Yuan, Gojo Ming nodded in sudden enlightenment. By the way, Master Tian Yuan also needs to help me do something, to find a cursed tool that matches the characteristics of the corresponding zanpakuto. The functionality of your zanpakuto is very special, and I think there may not be such a zanpakuto in the Kubose Palace. So if you want me to forge this zanpakuto, you need to obtain the cursed tool that corresponds to my needs through other means. Gojo Naruto recalled the pain and difficulty of finding the cursed tool needed for Ryujin Jaka, so he directly gave this task to Tenjin. Cursed tool. Tenjin didn't know much about the forging process of the zanpakuto, but now he has a general idea after hearing the word cursed tool. It turns out that the forging basis of this zanpakuto comes from the cursed tool in this world. So what kind of cursed tool do you need? Tian Yuan was ready to give it a try. He didn't know whether the method Gojo Ming mentioned would be useful to him, but if there was a chance, he could give it a try. It would be good for him and leave himself a way out. It's simple. It's a cursed tool that can be integrated with other things. This cursed tool must have such a feature. Gojo Ming said seriously. The function of the zanpakuto is to help you assimilate. It just transforms the assimilation that was originally done by your own body into the assimilation that the zanpakuto helps you do. In this case, the more the data you find matches this function, the more I can help you forge the corresponding zanpakuto. Tian Yuan nodded thoughtfully. That means you already have an image of this zanpakuto in your mind, and you also know what its function is, right? Gojo Ming didn't say anything, but he also expressed his agreement. This reaction made Tian Yuan realize that the prototypes of these zanpakuto may have already taken shape in Gojo Naruto's mind. So where do these zanpakuto images come from? Tian Yuan didn't know, but he could guess that these images must be related to Gojo Naruto's true identity. If it is fusion, then I know there is a cursed tool, but it is not in the Hongxing Palace. It is a collection of the Zenin family. Gojo Ming was a little surprised. He didn't expect that such a cursed tool actually existed in the Zenin family's secret library. It's in the Zen temple. As expected of one of the big three sorcerer families, it has accumulated so much experience in cursed tools. Now that I think about it, among the big three sorcerer families, probably only the Gojo family doesn't pay attention to the collection of cursed tools. Yes, I have tried to understand before whether the cursed tool can help me complete assimilation. So I investigated some of the cursed tool's characteristics, and it turns out that only the Zenin family has such a function. The Zenin family also tried to give me this cursed tool before, but after I tried it, I felt it was useless, so I returned it. Tian Yuan had never thought that he could use external objects to help himself assimilate. If it weren't for the fact that Gojo Naruto had forged so many zanpakuto during this period of time and demonstrated his unique charm, he might not believe it now. Then please bring this cursed tool back, Master Tian Yuan. Only then can I help you complete the forging of the cursed tool this time. Gojo Ming didn't care about this kind of thing. In his opinion, this kind of thing should be just child's play for Tian Yuan. His current relationship with the Zenin family is not very good. If he came forward, it would affect this matter. Tenjin was naturally well aware of the relationship between the Zenin family and the Gojo family. Chapter 162. Okay, I'll let Jujuyuki do this. Ask him to go to Zenin's house and bring back this cursed tool. I am looking forward to this cursed tool you mentioned. Gojo Naruto, what is the name of this cursed tool you are going to forge? What is the real name of this zanpakuto? This is a test from Tian Yuan. If Gojo told him the name of the sword, it would mean that the power of the sword existed somewhere. If Lu Ming only had the image in his mind but didn't know it, then it meant that Gojo Ming only got the forging method of this sword from somewhere else. Gojo Ming smiled, with a hint of deep meaning in his eyes. Tian Yuan knew that Gojo Ming had guessed his thoughts. He thought that his plan might fail, but to his surprise, Gojo Naruto actually spoke directly and said the name of the Zanpakuto that was about to be made for him. Rain and Dew Pomegranate. The Zanpakuto I forged for you is called Rain Dew Pomegranate. If you can fully control it, then you can leave the task of assimilating it with the Nova Plasma to it. Gojo Ming stretched his body and turned to leave. Master Tian Yuan, I'll leave the rest to you. I'm going to take a good rest. I'm still a little tired today. Is there a place to live in Hongxing Palace? Another large tea room. When Gojo Satoru saw Gojo Naru appear and heard Gojo Naru say that he would live in Hongxing Palace for a while, he was a little surprised. At the same time, a voice suddenly sounded in the ear of Jujutsu who was beside him. Go to Zenon's house and get that cursed tool? Okay, Master Tenjin. When Jujutsu heard the news, he looked at Gojo Naruaki meaningfully. He knew that Gojo Naruaki and Lord Tenjin must have reached a consensus in another tea room just now. Moreover, it seems that Gojo Naruto did not suffer any loss, and Lord Tenjin seemed to have a request for Gojo Naruto. Facing everyone's gaze, Gojo Ming nodded helplessly. This cursed tool is exactly what I want. I will be forging a Zanpakuto for Master Tenjin next, and this cursed tool is absolutely necessary. I feel like it might not be that smooth for Yuji to go to Zenon's house. Sheer, can you help me go out and bring back the cursed tool? Gojo Ming looked at Zenon Shinner. He didn't want to create any more trouble, so it was undoubtedly the most important thing to help Tenjin complete the forging of his Zanpakuto Urarakazi as soon as possible. Zenon Shinner nodded. Since Gojo Ming said so, it meant that Hongxing Palace was currently safe. Gojo Satoru also applied to go together. He knew that the cursed tool that could help Master Tenjin forge must be extremely important. Gojo Satoru felt that if he could appear on the stage, he would definitely be able to help Gojo Naru. After all, the rift between Gojo Naru and the Zenon family is well known in the entire sorcery world. I don't think it's necessary, but there's nothing for you to do here, so you can go with Yuki and Zenon Shinji. Gojo Ming nodded. During the next period of time, he would carefully think about how to forge the Rain and Dew Pomegranate, and also think about how to choose a suitable Zanpakuto for Kyojoku Yuki. As long as he helps Kyojoku Yuki and Tenjin to forge their Zanpakuto, he can go back. Zen Temple home. Upon learning that Hongxing Palace had sent an envoy, the Zenon family realized that this might be related to Gojo Naru. However, they didn't know how to respond. When Kyojoku Yuki, Zenon Shinji, and Gojo Satoru appeared at the Zenon family was shocked by the lineup. The Six Eyes godson of the Gojo family. The astral plasma of Lord Tian Yuan. And the current strongest person in the Zenon family, Zenon Shinji, the holder of the heaven and curse. If these three people join together, the entire Chan Yuan family should not be their opponent. What kind of mission is this time that requires these three people to appear at the same time? Shen Er, when will you come back? Zenon Naohito went out with Zenon Sen, Zenon Shinsuke, and Zenon Shinichi to welcome the envoy from the Kyuziago Palace. However, when he saw Chan Yuan Shen'er, the first thing he noticed was his nephew. Although the status of the Hongxing Palace envoy is very high, it is far less important than Chan Yuan Shen'er in the Chan Yuan family. Hearing what Zhen Yuan's Hibi said, Zhen Yuan Shen'er frowned slightly. I'm not planning to come back. There's nothing worth staying here for. A garbage dump is just a garbage dump. I don't feel like living with garbage. Zhen Yuan Shen'er's response made Zhen Yuan's Hibiran's expression darken. A trace of anger appeared on Chan Yuan Shan's face, but he did not lose his temper. After all, Chan Yuan Shen'er's identity at this time was different from before. This time, Chan Yuan Shen'er appeared as a Tian Yuan messenger. Of course, the most crucial thing is that Chan Yuan Fan could not defeat Chan Yuan Shen'er at all. Zenon Shinsuke's expression was very cold. Ever since he realized that he would never be able to surpass Gojo Naru, his progress in cultivation had stopped. If he cannot break the limitations of his state of mind, Zenin Shinsuke will probably remain in this state for the rest of his life. As for Zenin Shinichi, as the elder brother of Zenin Shiner, although he was not very satisfied with the garbage dump mentioned by Zenin Shiner, he was not willing to refute his younger brother. After all, his ability to obtain such a status in the Zenin family was closely related to his younger brother. Shiner, this is your home after all, where you have lived for so many years. The family did not do well in some things before, but I hope you can remember the cultivation of the Chan Yuan family in you. The Zen temple's Hibi sighed and stopped talking. There is still a long way to go to get Chan Yuan Shiner back to the Chan Yuan family, but he will not give up. As long as Chan Yuan Shiner can return to the Chan Yuan family and take charge of the power, he can at least help the Chan Yuan family avoid decline for another 50 years. Gojo Satoru watched the conflict between Zenin Shiner and the Zenin family members thoughtfully. He had never been to Chan Yuan's house before, and he had never known that the relationship between Chan Yuan Shiner and his family was so cold. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a little scared. If he really allowed the people in Gojo Kuma's camp to use cold violence against Gojo Naruto, would Gojo Naruto also become like Zenin Shiner? If this is the case, the Gojo family may also fall into the same situation as the Zenin family. Fortunately, although the Gojo family also attaches great importance to cursed power, at least it is not as rigid as the Zenin family. Under such circumstances, the Gojo family did not lose Gojo Naru, but also gained the friendship of Zenin Shinji. The future is destined to be the era of the Gojo family. Chapter 163. This time, I came to the Zenayuan family on the orders of Lord Tianyuan to pick up a cursed tool. Jujuyuki stated his purpose. As soon as the words cursed tool came out, many high-level officials of the Zenayuan family understood the meaning. This cursed tool must be what Gojo Naru needs. No one thought that it was Lord Tenjin who needed the cursed tool. They just thought that Gojo Naru had pleased Lord Tenjin and was using Lord Tenjin's status to force the Zenin family to obey. Cursed tool. The Zen temple director frowned slightly. Which one? Is this cursed tool so important to Gojo Naru that the Hongxing Palace sent out the star plasma as a messenger with such fanfare? There is no doubt that this cursed tool should be used to forge Zanpakuto. Is Gojo Naruto short of materials again? Before Kyujoku Yuki could say anything, Zenin Shan beside him had already expressed his refusal. He was not rejecting Lord Tenjin, he was just rejecting Gojo Naru. In his opinion, since it was impossible for Gojo Naru to cooperate with the Zenin family, it would be better to completely cut off Gojo Naru's demands. Whatever Gojo Naru needed, the Zenin family could not give it to him. Zenin Shinsuke and Zenin Shinichi who were standing by looked at Zenin Shan with some surprise in their eyes. They were also very curious about why Zenin Shan was so stubborn. How could he be so determined to go against Gojo Naruto? In Zenin Sen's heart, he still has hope that the Zenin family can compete with the Gojo family. He is a person who cannot see the general trend. In other words, Chan Yuan Shan is a person who is unwilling to see the general trend clearly. However, Zenin Shinsuke and Zenin Shinichi were much more sober. Zenin Shinsuke was defeated by Gojo Naruto. Among the big three sorcerer families of this generation, Gojo Naruto and Gojo Satoru, the two six-eyes sons of God, are the undisputed first tier. Although he has always claimed to be the rare talent of the Zen family, his talent as a sorcerer is indeed good, and his skills are not ordinary, but compared with six eyes of the Gojo family, he is still a little ordinary. Zenin Shinichi was more sober. He, the most powerful brother in the Zenin family, had chosen to support Gojo Naruto, so why would he object? If he opposed, wouldn't he be destroying his own foundation? My position in the Chan Yuan family still depends on Chan Yuan Shire. Therefore, among the entire Chan Yuan family's top leaders, only Chan Yuan Fan directly expressed his opposition, while the others remained silent. Mr. Envoy, the Zenayuan family's treasure house was damaged by an accident before, and there is no. Zenayuan Shan continued to try to make up excuses, but Zenayuan's Hibiran simply reached out and stopped Zenayuan Shan, preventing him from continuing to speak. Mr. Envoy, what kind of cursed tool do you want to obtain? The Zenin family did suffer some damage to their treasure house before, but the Zenin family will definitely try their best to fulfill the request of the Hongxing Palace. Outside, Zenin Naobito did not expose the reasons made up by Zenin Shan, but he also wanted to know what the current relationship between Hongxinggong and Gojo Naru is like. Although it was already too much for Hongxing Palace to send Gojo Naru's girlfriend as an envoy, Zenin Naobi still hoped to obtain more information. For example, if Hongxinggong and Gojo Ming have reached a cooperative relationship, then what stage have they reached between them? Jujuyuki looked at Zenin Shan deeply, and at the same time, guessed what Zenin Naobito was thinking. That cursed tool is called mimicry. Mimicry? Upon hearing this name, Chan Yuan Shan and others were a little confused. The things inside the jiku were very clear, but it was indeed the first time they heard of this name. Is this the Zenin family's cursed tool? Could it be that Hongxinggong remembered it wrong? Or is there something wrong with Gojo Naru's source of information? A hint of pride flashed across Chan Yuan Shan's face. In this way, he wouldn't have to refuse, and Gojo Ming's goal would not be achieved. However, when Zen Temple's Hibi heard this name, his expression changed slightly. Others did not know the significance of this cursed tool, but as the agent of the Zenin family, he knew it. This cursed tool named Mimetics was once used by Lord Tinayuan. In order to show respect for Lord Tinayuan, the Zenin family did not put it in the jiku, but placed it in the family's ancestral hall. Therefore, apart from the successive heads and deputies of the Zenin family, no one else knew about this matter. Now hearing that Lord Tenjin actually wanted to recycle this cursed tool, Zenin Naobi realized that something might be wrong. It seems that this cursed tool is really what Lord Tianyuan himself wants to obtain, and Gojo Ming is at most an auxiliary factor. The fact that Zenin Shinji and Gojo Satoru appeared here at the same time meant that Gojo Naruto had already gained the attention of Lord Tenjin. What made Zenin Naobi even more nervous was that Lord Tenjin asked for the cursed tool this time, probably because of the existence of the Zanpakuto. Although the specific forging process of Zanpakuto is unknown, the fact that Zanpakuto is related to cursed tool is no longer a secret. Whether it is Senbonzakura or Hanaten Kyakotsu, they are all derived from the cursed tool of the Zenin family's Kiku. It can be said that a large part of the Zanpakuto that have been released so far are derived from the Zenin family. The Zenin family contributed so many cursed tools, but our family didn't even get a single Zanpakuto. The Zen Temple's Hibi people also felt a little aggrieved. But there is nothing he can do, because he has a bunch of stupid teammates holding him back. This time, Lord Tenjin began to let Gojo Naruto forge his Zanpakuto, which means that the power hidden in this Zanpakuto might have tempted Lord Tenjin. Thinking of this, the Zen Temple's Hibiran felt that he had suffered a huge loss before. Mr. Envoy, please wait a moment for this cursed tool. The Zen Temple's Hibiran's expression was very serious. He naturally could not disobey Lord Tianyuan's will at will. After all, in front of Lord Tianyuan's life, the Chan Yuan family is just a tiny speck of dust in front of Lord Tianyuan. Jabai. You. Chan Yuan Shan wanted to say something, but was glared back by Chan Yuan's Hibiran. Although Zanai Yuan Shan usually disagrees with Zanai Yuan's Hibiran on some issues, when Zanai Yuan's Hibiran really expresses his opinion, he also knows what is important and what is not. In the end, the whole process of getting cursed tool went very smoothly. Apart from some dissatisfaction expressed by Zenin Fan, Gojo Satoru and Zenin Shinji didn't even have the chance to say a few words. As expected of Lord Tianyuan, even though he has not appeared in front of the public for such a long time, he can still use his majesty to force the big three sorcerer families in the cursed tool world to obey his orders. However, if you think about it carefully, what kind of mysterious existence is Gojo Naru who can make Lord Tianyuan take such a posture? Chapter 164. Upon hearing that the Zenin family had obediently handed over the cursed tool, many small families were very surprised. However, thinking about the fact that the envoys sent by Lord Tianyuan this time were so luxurious, they felt that it was very reasonable. In this situation, what kind of family could disobey? Gojo Satoru, Zenin Shiner, and Kyujoku Yuki. Through the previous incident of Gojo Naru being attacked, the strength of these three people has been known to most people. One is Gojo Naru's brother, one is Gojo Naru's friend, and one is Gojo Naru's girlfriend. These three people standing here seemed to be declaring to the Zenin family, I, Gojo Ming, am going to get something from you. Simply by putting themselves in their shoes, many curse-casting families would think that if they were the Zenin family, they would definitely feel very aggrieved. However, thinking about the relationship with Gojo Naruto and the fact that Gojo Naruto could even take advantage of Lord Tenjin's relationship, they felt that there seemed to be no way for the Zenin family to suffer this loss. And this time, Lord Tenjin's appearance completely implicated the cursed tool and Zanpakuto together. The source of forging Zanpakuto is cursed tool, which is why many jutsu families still attach importance to cursed tool. Regardless of whether they can ask Gojo Naruto to help their family forge Zanpakuto, at least they should collect some and use them first. For a time, the price of cursed tools skyrocketed, and cursed tool forgers looked at the continuous orders coming in and fell into doubt. Originally they were very dissatisfied with Gojo Naruto. After all, the strange existence of Zanpakuto completely subverted the cursed tool world. However, now due to the influence of Zanpakuto, their benefits have become even greater. This left them with no place to even find someone to blame. Hongsing Palace. Looking at the trio who had brought back the cursed tool after being out for half a day, Gojo Ming was amazed at their quick actions. Is this the Zanpakuto forged for Master Tenjin? Since there were no outsiders around, Gojo Satoru couldn't help but express his curiosity and spoke directly out his thoughts. After all, he also really wanted to know what kind of Zanpakuto Gojo Naruto would forge for Lord Tenjin. He really wanted to know, which one was cooler, Tenjin-sama's Zanpakuto or his own Senbonzakura. Gojo Ming took the cursed tool, felt the characteristics inside the cursed tool, and nodded slightly. It really meets the functions required by Tianyuan and is also very compatible with the rain and dew pomegranate. Yes, Master Tianyuan is a treasure in the world of spells after all. I should help Master Tianyuan share his worries. Gojo Naru tossed the cursed tool in his hand and smiled at Jujuyuki. Tenjin-sama has already decided on his Zanpakuto, what about you, Yuki? What type of Zanpakuto do you want? Jujuyuki was suddenly called by Gojo Naruto, and his expression was a little surprised. Zanpakuto? Was Gojo Naruto going to help him forge one? Me? Jujuyuki asked back in disbelief. Yeah, didn't you also put in some good intentions for Ryujin Jaka this time? Gojo Naru smiled. Master Tenjin also told me that the awakening of the Ryujin Jaka technique this time was indeed due to your contribution, Yuki. Besides, I've been thinking about forging a Zanpakuto for you. I just haven't thought it through yet, so now is a good time to ask for your opinion. What kind of Zanpakuto do you want? If I can do it. Gojo Naru's response made Jujuyuki fall into deep thought. At the same time, she also felt Gojo Naru's concern for her. Although she did not participate in the conversation between Gojo Naruto and Lord Tenjin, she already knew that Gojo Naruto was helping herself by forging a Zanpakuto for Lord Tenjin. Now, he is preparing to forge a Zanpakuto for himself. Is this a recognition of himself? Seeing that Jujuyuki was a little dazed, Gojo Naruto didn't say anything more. He turned around with his Zanpakuto and walked towards the blacksmith furnace prepared by Tenjin. Let Jujuyuki think on his own. There is still plenty of time anyway. After all, he traveled through time relatively early, and had enough time to grow into a person who could truly change the world. Uncle Okotsu, can we go take a look? Geto Suguru was itching to get his hands on it, and after knowing Gojo Naru's identity, he deliberately tried to find out some information about his Zanpakuto. After knowing that Zanpakuto is so powerful, Geto Suguru also wanted to own a Zanpakuto. This is a rare item and also a luxury item. No matter what, it is a symbol of status. Now I have the opportunity to see the birth of a Zanpakuto with my own eyes. This opportunity may only come once in a lifetime. I don't know if I can do that. Okotsu smiled awkwardly. He didn't know if there was anything taboo in the forging process of the Zanpakuto. Huh? Aren't you a relative of Gojo Naru? Geto Zaiyu didn't expect that Okotsuyeto was so useless that he didn't even have such authority. Okotsuyeto, distant relative, very distant. I am not qualified to make a decision for Ming. Geto Zaiyu, alas, when I used the cursed power, I thought you were a big shot, but I didn't expect that you are just a distant relative of a big shot. Okotsuyeto. Geto Summer Oil, don't you want to see it? This is a Zanpakuto. Have you forgotten the elegance of that Ryujin Jaka? When I faced that sword, I even doubted whether the entire Kyuziagu palace would be burned to ashes. Okotsuyujito, then you have never seen the power of Sode no Shirayuki. That Zanpakuto is the most beautiful cursed tool I have ever seen. If you have the chance, you must see it. Geto, so, Uncle Okotsu, don't you want to see what this Zanpakuto forged for Tenjin-sama looks like? Okotsu visitors, I really want to. Syayuja, why don't you go and ask? After listening to the duet between Okotsuyu and Geto Suguru for a long time, Gojo Ming shook his head helplessly. Come in and take a look if you want. There's no secret anyway. It's just an ordinary Zanpakuto. If this Zanpakuto hasn't entered the Bankai state, it won't be of much use to Tenjin-sama. As Gojo Ming spoke, he began to forge with ease. Although it was a strange place and used strange tools, he still handled everything with ease. After all, having already forged the most difficult Ryujin Jaka, a handful of rain and dew pomegranates was not a difficult task for Gojo Naruto. Besides, it was impossible for anyone to learn the Zanpakuto forging technique, so it was better to satisfy Geto Suguru and Okotsuyeto's curiosity. After all, these two people, one is the father of the future superclass, and the other is the future superclass, they deserve to be treated with a little more care. Chapter 165. The forging of the Yulu Jialu was very smooth, and Gojo Ming seemed very relaxed during the whole process. Seeing Asachi appear, Okotsuyeto and Geto Suguru looked a little surprised. Such a Zanpakuto was really plain and simple. They were also curious about what Gojo Ming would do next. What kind of magic could be cast on this Zanpakuto that would allow this plain Zanpakuto to have such a powerful force? However, Gojo Ming's next action completely stunned the two of them. Is this the end? This is the process of forging a Zanpakuto? Is it a bit too casual? As Gojo Naruto completely extinguished the flames of the furnace, Okotsuyuga and Geto Suguru belatedly realized that everything was over. Gojo Ming felt the prompt information in his mind and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully forging the Zanpakuto Yulu Jialu. There is a new Zanpakuto in the Zanpakuto display room. Zanpakuto, Sode no Shirayuki, owner, Gojo Naru, borrower, none. Zanpakuto, Kiyomushi, owner, Gojo Naruto, borrower, Gojo Shunichi. Zanpakuto, Senbonzakura, owner, Gojo Naru, borrower, Gojo Satoru. Zanpakuto, Katen Kyakotsu, owner, Gojo Naru, borrower, Zenin Shinji. Zanpakuto, Tsurugai, owner, Gojo Naru, borrower, Yajayu Simon. Zanpakuto, Ryujin Jaka, owner, Gojo Naru, borrower, none. Zanpakuto, Rain Dujali, owner, Gojo Naru, borrower, Tenjin. Tien Yuan touched the Zanpakuto in his hand with a serious expression. Is this the Zanpakuto that Gojo Naruto mentioned that can help him complete assimilation? So, what kind of power does this Zanpakuto have? Is it as powerful as Ryujin Jaka? Thinking of this, Tien Yuan shook his head. It shouldn't be that powerful. If it were me, I wouldn't be so generous as to hand over a Zanpakuto of Ryujin Jaka's level. What do these two states look like, Shikai and Bankai? Tenjin held his Zanpakuto, trying to feel its resonance. During the time that Gojo Naru was forging her Zanpakuto, she had also exchanged some information and techniques about Zanpakuto with Gojo Satoru and Zenin Shinji. Up to now, only Gojo Naruto has comprehended Sode no Shirayuki's Bankai, so Tenjin herself does not have any extravagant demands. She only hopes to understand the related abilities of Yulu Jialu Shikai first. In Tien Yuan's opinion, he is also gifted. Since Gojo Satoru and Zenin Shinji were able to complete the Shikai the moment they came into contact with their Zanpakuto, she felt that she would not lose to these two people. But the ending shocked Tianyuan greatly. He could not feel the consciousness transmitted by this Zanpakuto at all, and had no way of knowing the Shikai language of this Zanpakuto. If he wasn't sure about Gojo Naru, he would never have lied to her about such a thing. Tianyuan would really suspect that Gojo Ming was just trying to please him. Facing Lord Tianyuan's questioning gaze, Gojo Ming curled the corners of his mouth and smiled. Yu Lu Xiaolu was not an ordinary Zanpakuto. Not to mention that Tenjin didn't know the Shikai of this Zanpakuto, even Gojo Naruto himself didn't know what the ability of this Zanpakuto's Shikai was. In the original work, the god of death, Suya Zanpakuto, who wielded this Zanpakuto, directly comprehended Bankai. So even if Lord Tianyuan looked at me with such resentment, I couldn't give any answer. As long as you can achieve Bankai, the problem that has troubled you for so long will definitely be solved. Master Tianyuan, for your own sake, please try to communicate with Yu Lu Xiaolu. Tianyuan was a little upset by Gojo Naru's reply, but she could feel that Gojo Naru was not trying to make things difficult or deceive him. During the experience just now, she realized that everything Gojo Naru said was true. Are you so mysterious? Rain and dew pomegranate. Tianyuan shook his head silently and retracted his Zanpakuto. No matter what, I always have another way. As for when I can achieve Bankai and how to complete Bankai, I can't force it. In this way, after Tianyuan became the person who borrowed the sword from Gojo Naruto, Gojo Naruto's trip to Hongxing Palace ended perfectly. On the last night at Hongxing Palace, Gojo Mingen lay quietly on the terrace. Admiring the starry sky in the Hongxing Palace sounds great. I have gained a lot from this trip to the Hongxing Palace. His Zanpakuto Ryujin Jaka successfully awakened the technique, and he was able to control the power of Ryujin Jaka's Shikai, and his strength increased rapidly. At the same time, he also subdued Luhu, which was equivalent to a breakthrough in the area of cursed spirits. The most important thing is that Tenjin's Zanpakuto has also been completed. The rain and dew pomegranate is undoubtedly an extremely important existence to Tenjin. Gojo Naruto believes that Tenjin will definitely consider completing his Zanpakuto's Bankai quickly. The main reason is that the characteristics of this Zanpakuto are very compatible with Tenjin. He also believes that with Tenjin's talent, it should not be difficult to complete Bankai. He even felt that Yu Lu Xiaolu might be the second Zanpakuto to complete Bankai. Gojo Ming suddenly felt a little excited. Since the system's sword borrowing function was activated, he has never received a reward. Now, if Tenjin can complete Bankai, can I extract an ability from Tenjin? Gojo Ming felt that although he had some extravagant hopes, he still had some fantasies. If he could extract the immortality technique from Tenjin, would he become invincible? But, I shouldn't have such luck, right? Gojo Ming just hoped that in this first chance of drawing rewards, he would not draw any useless skills. After all, the probability of Bankai is too small, and it is a rare opportunity. If the skill extracted is too useless, then he really has no mood to continue urging others to Bankai. As for the future candidate for borrowing the sword, he has already made up his mind. Kyojoku Yuki, Iiri Shoko, Okotsu Yeto, and Geto Suguru, these three people are currently the ones who are prepared to borrow swords from him in the future. As for the others, everything can only be left to fate. How should I choose the Zanpakuto among these four people? Iiri Shoko Gojo Naruto prepares to equip Anohanaretsu's Zanpakuto Nishizuku. As for Okotsu Ueda, Gojo Naru initially planned to equip Kenpei Kazaraki with his Zanpakuto no Sai. In this way, when Okotsu Ueda is born, it should be a good match for Ueda to use no Sai. As for Geto Suguru, what kind of Zanpakuto should be equipped for this summoner? Or just use the ghost pill? They are all in the shape of a stick, right? Chapter 166. As for Kyojoku Yuki's Zanpakuto, although Gojo Naruto felt that it was not very suitable, he still followed Kyojoku Yuki's request and chose the corresponding Zanpakuto according to the form of the phoenix wheel. Snake tail pill. To be honest, Gojo Naruto himself did not expect that he would create such a Zanpakuto for Kyojoku Yuki. It's not that Shuimaru is not strong enough, but the temperaments of Shuimaru and Kyujo are really not a good match. 3 days later, inside the Wanshi room. Visitors to Okotsu are filled with curiosity when looking at this brand new base. I had only been away for a while, but Gojo Naru had already started building a new base. After Okotsu Yedo revealed his current condition, Gojo Naruto was very satisfied and accepted Okotsu Yedo into the Yorozwiya. The father of a future top-class sorcerer, who also has a very strong talent for sorcery, wouldn't it be a waste if such a sorcerer were to be missed? In this way, the Yorozwiya has gathered the most powerful forces in the entire world of sorcery. Big Boss, Gojo Naru, the one and only god of death in the world of curse. Major shareholder, Zenin Shinji, Tianyu Tyrant, Zanpakuto Hanaten Kyakotsu, the strongest body. Minor shareholder, Gojo Satoru, the six-eyes son of God, with unlimited skills, Zanpakuto Senbonzakura, and the strongest sorcerer of the future. Staff, Okotsu Yedo, a man with strong cursed powers, descendant of Sugawara no Michizane, and future father of Okotsu Yuta. Employee, Luhu, a special grade cursed spirit with powerful strength, owning the territory of the Iron Wall Mountain. Non-staff, Iiri Shoko, reverse cursed technique genius, medical officer. Such a lineup can basically be considered invincible in the world of spellcasting. Even if the big three sorcerer families join together, Gojo Naruto is confident that he can compete with them. As for the news that has been hidden now, Gojo Naruto no longer cares about it. Although the strategy of The is far-reaching, it is still unable to crush others in terms of hard power. In the original world line, the reason why Noso was able to have such a big advantage was more because he was in the dark while others were in the light. Now that he knew Noso's plan and his Zanpakuto had appeared to disrupt the situation, it was even less likely that the future would develop as Noso had imagined. Yedo, where did Geto Zaiya go? Gojo Ming realized that there seemed to be one person missing around him, and his expression was a little strange. He also wanted to win over Geto Suguru in advance, and at the same time correct the kid's values to prevent him from going down the same old path in the future. Gee! He told me before that he sensed a very strong curse spirit again, so he wanted to subdue it. Okotsu Yedo responded that he was not Geto Suguru's guardian and could not watch him all the time. A cursed spirit. Gojo Ming nodded thoughtfully. At least for now, it seems that Geto Suguru is not as resistant to the technique of curse spirit control as he will be in the future, and he is even thinking about taking the initiative to subdue the curse spirits. Okay, then we don't have to worry about him. With Geto Zaiya's strength, even though he's still young, he won't be in any danger. Gojo Naruto no longer worried about Geto Suguru's situation. In the next period of time, he had to improve his experience in instant step. With the help of numerous experience packs, Gojo Naruto's instant step experience increased rapidly. Especially Gojo Satoru, who has mastered the technique of forward, blue, has always taken the lion's share of experience from Gojo Ming. It won't be long before Gojo Ming's instant step will break through the limit. As long as he could break through the limitation of flash step, he would be able to master the last and most powerful and varied skill among the cutting, punching and walking ghost techniques, Ghost Way. He might not be able to use the techniques in this world, but he could use the ghost techniques that had never been seen in the entire world of sorcery. Breaking the path, binding the path, returning the path. Once the three ghost ways appear in this world, they will definitely cause a great wave. Gojo Ming was very much looking forward to the moment when the group of people who had always complained that he was bound by heaven and had no cursed power would see him use the ghost way. Even if you don't have a technique, you can use a technique with your own Zanpakuto. If you don't have a technique, you can use ghost techniques instead. If you don't have a spell, you can use the reward of Bankai to extract the spell. In the worldview of Jukai, the technique of life is defined as a unique skill for each person, but it is not that important in the eyes of Gojo Naruto. When you own a Zanpakuto and master the 4 basic skills of Zan, Quan, Zuki, everything else will be just a passing cloud. Is the natural technique as powerful as the Zanpakuto's ability? No one can tell, but can the natural technique be as powerful as Zanpakuto plus Zankenzuki? Gojo Ming felt that it should be incomparable. Ding-ling-ling. The bell of the Yoroswia shop rang, and everyone was still chatting among themselves. Lu Hu, who was wearing the Yoroswia shop uniform, trotted over to lead the newcomers in. Wow, Kao-chan, this uniform looks so cute. The visitor was Iiri Shoko. She had no fear of a powerful special grade cursed spirit like Lu Hu, but instead treated him as a friend. Gojo Ming was also very helpless about this, but Rohu had indeed undergone tremendous changes because of following him. Shoko's ability to get along with Rohu could be regarded as a layer of protection for Shoko's future. Of course, the most helpless one is Iiri Inami. After knowing that Shoko actually got along so well with a cursed spirit in the Yoroswia, he really felt that all his efforts to let Shoko go to the Yoroswia alone were completely in vain. What he hoped was that Shoko's relationship with Gojo Naru would warm up, rather than raising a cursed pet spirit in the Yoroswia. However, the only thing that made Iiri Inamichi happy was that after returning from Hongsing Palace, Gojo Naru finally informed the Iiri family about the need for the Shoko Zanpakuto cursed tool. Today, Shoko's most important purpose for coming to the Yoroswia is to bring over the cursed tool of the Zanpakuto Nishizuku. Ming, my dad asked me to give this to you, take it. Taking the cursed object from Shoko's hand, Gojo Naruto nodded slightly. This cursed tool is of high quality and is indeed good enough to be used as a forging material for Nishizuku. However, forging the Nishizuku alone was not enough to satisfy Gojo Naruto's needs, so he planned to wait until the cursed tools of the other Zanpakuto were collected together and then start forging them at the same time. Forging one knife is forging, and forging two knives is also forging. It would be better to forge them all at once. Currently, he still wants to break through his instant step limit. However, when Gojo Naru was about to concentrate, another guest arrived at the Yoroswia. Jujuyuki came to the Yoroswia with many cursed tools. It is worthy of being the Hongsing Palace and the Star Plasma. With the help of Lord Tenjin, all the materials needed for many Zanpakuto have been collected. Seeing this scene, Gojo Naruto knew that before he had forged his Zanpakuto, he would have no chance to break through the instant step. Chapter 167. The Gojo Family Forge. Gojo Naru looked at the series of Zanpakuto that he had forged smoothly, feeling very satisfied. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully forging the Zanpakuto Nishizuku. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully forging the Zanpakuto Jabimaru. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully forging the Zanpakuto Yashai. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully forging the Zanpakuto Kidomaru. After forging 4 Zanpakuto in a row, Gojo Naruto did not feel tired at all. The skill of forging a Zanpakuto was already ingrained in Gojo Naruto's bones, and he had already reached the point where he could do it with ease. Seeing Okotsuyedo staring at him eagerly, Gojo Naru smiled and gave the no-sai to Okotsuyedo first. Afterwards, give Nishizuku to Shoko and Jabimaru to Kyujuku. At the same time, the Zanpakuto display room in the system panel was updated again. Zanpakuto, Sode no Shirayuki, owner, Gojo Naru, borrower, none. Zanpakuto, Kiyomushi, owner, Gojo Naruto, borrower, Gojo Shunichi. Zanpakuto, Senbonzakura, owner, Gojo Naru, borrower, Gojo Satoru. Zanpakuto, Katen Kyakotsu, owner, Gojo Naru, borrower, Zenin Shinji. Zanpakuto, Tsurugai, owner, Gojo Naru, borrower, Yajiu Simon. Zanpakuto, Ryujin Jaka, owner, Gojo Naru, borrower, none. Zanpakuto, Rain Dujali, owner, Gojo Naru, borrower, Tenjin. Zanpakuto, Nishizuku, owner, Gojo Naru, borrower, Iiri Shoko. Zanpakuto, Jabimaru, owner, Gojo Naru, borrower, Kyujuku. Zanpakuto, no-sai, owner, Gojo Naru, borrower, Okotsuyedo. Zanpakuto, Kizumaru, owner, Gojo Naru, borrower, none. Up to now, Gojo Naru has successfully forged 11 Zanpakuto. Apart from Sode no Shirayuki and Ryujin Jaka which are used by Gojo Naru himself, only Kizumaru has not been loaned out. As long as Gojo Satoru returns to the Yoroswia, Gojo Naru will be ready to send out the last Zanpakuto that is currently vacant. According to this plan, Gojo Naruto has basically collected all the experience packages with the greatest potential at the moment. If he continues to develop step by step, his growth rate may be unmatched by geniuses like Gojo Satoru. On the other side, after getting their own Zanpakuto, Kyojoku Yuki, Okotsu Yuto, and Iiri Shoko were also very excited. Okotsu Yurin only felt that his choice to come to Tokyo this time was very foresighted. If he was still in his hometown, Gojo Naruto might not even remember him. By chance, they met Geto Suguru, and because Geto Suguru joined Hungzingong's plan, they finally succeeded in helping Gojo Naru. Everything was a coincidence, and the reward for this coincidence was a Zanpakuto, which really surprised Okotsu Yuto too much. Wild Sunbathing. Hearing this name, Okotsu felt that this Zanpakuto was full of wildness. When he held the Zanpakuto, he felt that there was a wild soul sleeping in it. After just 2 casual swings, Okotsu Yuto realized the power of this Zanpakuto. He had never expected that Gojo Naruto would forge such a powerful Zanpakuto for him. Unfortunately, what Okotsu Yuto doesn't know is that it is precisely because of the Okotsu family's undetectable massive cursed power that Gojo Naruto chose this Nosai as the Okotsu family's Zanpakuto. After all, the initial release of Yashai also requires a huge amount of energy. If you want to unleash the power of the Wild Sun, a huge amount of magical power is necessary. Although Nosai is powerful, among the people Gojo Naruto knows, only Okotsu Yuto is suitable to use it. Of course, as a price, the difficulty of Nosai's Shikai is far greater than other Zanpakuto, there are gains and losses. As Kyojoku Yuki felt the soul inside his Zanpakuto, he felt a little strange. Unlike Okotsu Yuji who felt his Zanpakuto was dormant, Kyojoku Yuki was the first to feel the 2 souls inside Jabimaru, the baboon woman and the snake man, and the moment he got his Zanpakuto, he directly activated his Shikai. Roar, snake tail pill. Following a low moan from Kyojoku Yuki, powerful force emanated from the blade of the Zanpakuto. In the blink of an eye, the Zanpakuto in Kyojoku Yuki's hand had changed from a shallow-shaped sword to a black, viper-shaped alien sword. Under the wielding of Juju Yuki, the snake tail ball stretched and contracted freely like a viper, and its appearance was very similar to the phoenix wheel. In terms of flexibility, snake tail pill is not inferior to phoenix wheel at all. This form of Zanpakuto is very much in line with Kyojoku Yuki's wishes, and she can feel that this Zanpakuto is very compatible with her own innate technique Star Wrath. If I use Star Fury on Snake Tail Maru the moment he attacks my opponent will definitely be caught off guard, right? In the hands of Juju Yuki, the Snake Tail Maru adapted very quickly. In a very short period of time, Juju Yuki was able to wield both the Snake Tail Maru and the Phoenix Wheel and attack together. It has to be said that in terms of combat talent, Juju Yuki deserves the position of a future top-grade sorcerer. After seeing Kyojoku Yuki complete his Shikai so quickly, Okotsu Yuto couldn't help but feel a little jealous. He hadn't even gotten in touch with Nosai yet, but Kyojoku Yuki had already completed his Shikai directly. How can the gap between people be so big? Okotsu Yuto sighed, turned around and saw Iiri Shoko standing there blankly holding her Zanpakuto, and he suddenly felt much more balanced. After all, Kyojoku Yuki is the astral body of Lord Tenjin, so it is normal for him to be gifted. After all, Shoko has not completed her Zanpakuto's Shikai, right? This means that I am not too useless. Just as Okotsu was trying to find his psychological balance, a glimmer of joy suddenly appeared in Iiri Shoko's eyes, and then he suddenly jumped for joy. The next second, a faint green light burst out from the Zanpakuto in Iiri Shoko's hand. Gojo Ming's expression changed and he immediately opened the window. Shoko, let it outside. Shoko turned around obediently and held her Zanpakuto out of the window. Just like that, in full view of everyone, the Zanpakuto Nishizuku in Iiri Shoko's hand actually turned into an extremely huge, flat, light green big-eyed ray. What is going on? The eyes of Yuki Kyojoku and Yuto Okotsu widened instantly. Chapter 168. Zanpakuto can actually change into this form. Lu Hu, who was standing aside, was completely shocked. The large one-eyed manta ray formed after the initial release of Nishizuka gave Lu Hu an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Although this manta ray was transformed from a Zanpakuto, Lu Hu knew that the power of this manta ray was the same as the power of their cursed spirits. So, is the Zanpakuto forged by Gojo Naruto also a cursed spirit? Lu Hu's single eye widened instantly. Cursed tool, cursed object. Lu Hu felt that he seemed to have caught something. His eyes instantly looked at Gojo Ming, and his mood became extremely complicated. As a cursed spirit, he originally rejected humans. This time, it was entirely because of Gojo Naruto and the Ryujin Jaka in his hand that Lu Hu chose to surrender. Now, he finally realized what he had surrendered to. It turns out that the one he submitted to was a cursed spirit, and he was also a human who could create a cursed spirit. Being stared at by Lu Hu like this, Gojo Ming felt a chill on his back. He didn't know what Lu Hu was thinking. And even if he knew, he would think that Lu Hu was overthinking. How could a Zanpakuto be a cursed spirit? Lu Hu just had a slight illusion because Nishizuka was a biological type Zanpakuto. Perhaps, it was because Nishizuka was a one-eyed giant manta ray and he himself also had one eye, so the two creatures might have had some kind of resonance. Ming, this guy, can't people outside see him? Okotsu Yujito asked with wide eyes. Well, ordinary humans can't see it. This is a power that belongs only to Nishizuku. Just like our spells can't be seen by ordinary humans, don't worry. Lu Hu as expected, as expected. This giant manta ray is indeed a cursed spirit, humans cannot see her at all. Jujutsu a Zanpakuto that can transform into a living being is really unexpected. Moreover, it seems that it can even float in the air. Nishizuku is a very convenient partner. Not only can she heal us, but she can also serve as a flying mount. From now on, I feel like we will have a useful means of transportation no matter where we go. Gojo Naru's expression was also very satisfied. This kind of biological Zanpakuto is extremely rare in the entire Soul Society. Apart from the Zanpakuto Nishizuku owned by the first Kenpeki Anohanaretsu, there is only the Zanpakuto Kairaku Kero owned by another character, Kenpeki Kuryashiki, who has a very small role. Biological Zanpakuto are all very powerful and highly functional. Needless to say, Nishizuku is the one whose Bankai is restricted from being used within the Soul Society by the 46 central chambers. Thinking of this, Gojo Naruto felt that this Zanpakuto seemed to be a good one, and he could consider forging it. What's going on? What's that thing in the sky? Is this a cursed spirit? How dare it directly invade the Gojo family? This is too much of a disrespect for the Gojo family. In the Gojo family mansion, many members of the Gojo family were shocked after seeing the huge manta ray in the sky. They didn't know that this was a change in their Zanpakuto and could only subconsciously associate the manta ray with the cursed spirit. As the representative of the Gojo family, Gojo Xianjian's expression was very solemn when he received the news. However, after he spotted the giant manta ray floating above the forge, he suddenly calmed down. He knew that Gojo Naruto was forging his Zanpakuto today, and this giant flying ray was most likely the result of his Zanpakuto. Moreover, if the monster in the sky is really a cursed spirit, then the forge is now equivalent to the strongest place in the Gojo family. In a small room, there are Gojo Naru who can compete with the domain curse masters, Gojo Satoru who has mastered the unlimited technique of Six Eyes God, Zenin Shinji who has the title of Heaven and Tyrant, the messenger of Hongxing Palace and the star plasma body Jujutsu, and there is also a special grade curse spirit beside him. If this group of people cannot subdue the cursed spirit in the sky, then the entire Gojo family will have nothing to hope for. So, when the tribesmen were panicking, he calmly instructed the other tribesmen not to approach the forge. Anyway, if the sky falls, there will be taller people to hold it up. This huge ray is really flying in the sky. Gojo Satoru showed shock on his face. This was somewhat beyond his expectations, but at the same time, it also shocked him. Moreover, according to Gojo Naruto, this giant one-eyed ray transformed from a Zanpakuto can actually be ridden by a human. Yes, the Zanpakuto has been forged, so let's go back to the Yorozua first. With Nishizoku, we should be able to relax a lot. Shoko, please try to make the meat drop. After saying that, Gojo Naru looked at Iiri Shoko with interest. He also wanted to see how well Iiri Shoko could control Nishizoku. Falling down. Iiri Shoko looked puzzled. To be honest, she was not very familiar with the form of Nishizoku. However, Shoko could indeed feel the consciousness of Nishizoku. Meet Shizuku, can you come down? Shoko tried to speak to the giant ray in the sky. Then, Nishizoku's whole body suddenly stopped, as if looking for a place to land, and finally chose to land on the open space outside the forge. Very good. Gojo Ming nodded with satisfaction, walked out of the forge first, and jumped onto Nishizoku's back. Shoko, come too. At Gojo Naru's call, Iiri Shoko was also pulled onto Nishizoku's back by Gojo Naru. Then, Rao Shizuku actually flew directly into the air. This scene surprised Gojo Naruto a little, but when he saw Shoko's sly smile, he knew that this was Shoko's order. Hey, Ming, we haven't gone up yet. Gojo Satoru was shouting on the ground, but Nishizoku had no intention of falling down. Woo, wait a minute. Shoko and I are going to go for a drive and we'll come back to pick you up later. After saying that, Nishizoku flapped its pectoral fins like wings and flew away according to Iiri Shoko's instructions. Gojo Naruto lay on Nishizoku's back, enjoying the breeze leisurely. Shoko sat quietly beside Gojo Naru, her expression a little more complicated than her previous innocence. It's not like she knows nothing. Originally, she thought that Kyujoku Yuki was just a temporary insertion into their lives and would disappear after a period of time. After all, the gap between Kyujoku Yuki and Gojo Naru is quite large. However, after seeing Gojo Naru go to the Hongxing Palace, seeing how much Lord Tenjin valued Gojo Naru, and seeing Jujo Yuki's attitude towards Gojo Naru, she suddenly felt a little sour in her heart. That's why she just gave the order to let Nishizoku take off. She suddenly wanted to spend some time alone with Gojo Naruto. Chapter 169. Shoko, where are we going? Gojo Naru glanced at Iiri Shoko. He actually had a good impression of this girl. However, it's not quite the romance between a man and a woman. After all, these two 6-year-old children have only known each other for half a year, so it seems a bit excessive to talk about emotional issues. Ah? Oh, come to my house and have a look. Iiri Shoko blushed and didn't know where to let Nishizoku go, so she simply set the destination as the Iiri family mansion. Yeah, sure. I've never been to Iiri's house before. Gojo Naruto nodded and accepted Iiri Shoko's proposal. After all, the Iiri family was now firmly on the side of the Gojo family, and visiting them in person would also be a way of showing the Gojo family's attitude. Besides, since Shoko wanted to be alone for some time, it was only right for him to satisfy her. Just like that, Nishizoku followed the master's wishes and galloped all the way, carrying Gojo Naru and Iiri Shoko, hovering over Iiri's house. It is indeed the work of Master Gojo Naru. I just saw Master Gojo Naru and Miss Iiri Shoko on the back of that monster. What monster or not? It must be Master Gojo Naruto who forged a whole new Zanpakuto technique, stupid. Yes. I just didn't expect that the new Zanpakuto forged by Master Gojo Naruto would be so powerful that it could even directly transform into a cursed spirit. What I'm concerned about is that the creature transformed by the Zanpakuto can actually be ridden. It directly took Miss Shoko and Master Naru to fly. This thing is much more flexible than an airplane, right? Many members of the Gojo clan were shocked at how the Zanpakuto was used. At the same time, the image of Nishizoku began to spread in the Tokyo sorcery world. After all, such a large flying manta ray flew from the Gojo family to the Iiri family, and all the sorcerers had already seen this behemoth. When Gojo Naruto and Iiri Shoko got off Nishizoku's body, the other sorcerer families had already guessed the origin of this large manta ray. Zen Temple Home. Does this technique all originate from the Zanpakuto? Gojo Naru's power is really becoming more and more terrifying. Zen Temple's Hibiran looked at Zen Temple Shinichi standing nearby and sighed. This time, the Zanpakuto was forged in the Gojo family's forge, which means that Lord Tenjin in the Hongxing Palace has obtained the Zanpakuto he wanted. This time, the Zanpakuto forged by Gojo Naruto, which can control magical creatures, is definitely another major breakthrough in the cursed tool world. No wonder Iiri Inami had to spend a lot of money to buy a Zanpakuto when the price of cursed tool was rising. It turns out that he got a promise from Gojo Naru. It's a pity, I don't know who will be able to obtain the Zanpakuto after this. Chan Yuan Shinai curled his lips and muttered something. I don't think it's necessary. I heard that Gojo Naruto forged 4 Zanpakuto at once. Zenin Shinichi's words made Zenon's Hippiran's expression freeze. He twisted his neck and slowly turned to look at Zenin Shinichi, his face full of disbelief. How many? According to statistics so far, Gojo Naruto has only forged 6, 7, or 8 Zanpakuto. Now, Gojo Naruto has forged 4 Zanpakuto this time? And it's a one-time thing? Zanayuan Shinai shrank his neck. Although he was quite envious of the position of acting in the Zenin family, Zenon's Hibi still had a lot of prestige in the Zenin family, and Zenin Shinichi felt that he was not yet at the point where he could face him head-on. 4. I went to see Shenner before and heard what he said. Chan Yuan Shiny stopped and puffed out his chest. He was doing this for the sake of his family. The Chan Yuan family could not easily lose a strongest person like Chan Yuan Shiner. Zanayuan's Hibiran did not say much about the private contact between Zanayuan Shinichi and Zanayuan Shiner. Although he knew that Chan Yuan Shiny wanted to rely on Chan Yuan Shiner's power to replace himself, it would be worth it if Chan Yuan Shiner could return. What he was most worried about was that once Chan Yuan Shinai came to power and Chan Yuan Shiner was unwilling to return to the family, the entire Chan Yuan family would most likely go astray under the leadership of Chan Yuan Shinai. 4 Zanpakuto, 4 Zanpakuto. If so many Zanpakuto continue to be distributed, the Zenin family's advantage will probably become less and less. When will the Zenin family be able to obtain a unique Zanpakuto? The powerful strength of the Sky and Tyrant Zenin Shinji, and his Zanpakuto Hanaten Kyakotsu that can use shadow magic, will be the eternal pain of the entire Zenin family. The Kimo family. Looking at the giant one-eyed manta ray flying across the sky, Kimo looked helpless. The shock that Gojo Naru brought to the Kimo family had almost made him numb. If Gojo Naru was like Gojo Satoru, who gained such a high reputation by relying on his family's ancestral technique with no lower limit technique, then Kaname's heart would be able to be balanced a little. But, it's helpless. Gojo Naruto has no cursed energy at all, and is unable to control the Gojo family's unlimited techniques. This also means that the big 3 sorcerer family's biggest trump card, Gojo Naru, was not used at all. No matter how famous Gojo Naru is now, in fact, he and Zenin Shinji, 2 people without cursed power, really broke the established rules of the cursed tool world. Zenin Shiner used his invincible body to crush the pride of the Zenin family. And Gojo Naru may not only have the invincible body of Zenin Shinji in the future, but also possess the mysterious Zanpakuto. There is no doubt that Gojo Naru's future achievements will be even greater than Zenin Jiro's. Kaname felt very powerless. He discovered that even if the Kimo family really gave birth to a user of the red blood manipulation technique, he would at most be at the level of Gojo Satoru and would not be able to catch up with Gojo Naruto. This incident was a heavy blow to him who was determined to revitalize the Kimo family. If the Kimo family could also give birth to twins, would one of them also undergo such unpredictable changes like Gojo Naruto? Are the twins really a curse for the sorcerer family? Kaname had always believed in the twin curse, but the 6 Eyes twins Gojo Naruto and Gojo Satoru completely broke his existing view. Even Kaname has begun to wonder if it is because Gojo Naruto and Gojo Satoru are twins that Gojo Naruto can show such amazing talent. Twins, mutation, cursed power, spell, curse. Kimo's expression became darker and darker. The Kimo family not only needed a child who could master the red blood manipulation technique, but also a twin who could show greater potential. The Kimo family wants to have Gojo Naru that belongs exclusively to the Kimo family. Chapter 170. The Yajayu family. Because Yajayu Simon was out on a mission assigned by the association's senior management, only Yajiyo Hidesugu and Yajiyo Yuzuki were left in the family talking about the scene they had just seen. As expected of Master Gojo Ming, he is truly extraordinary to have received the favor of Lord Tianyuan. Yajiyo Yuzuki was deeply moved by this poem, and his heart was in turmoil. Yajiyo Hidesugu nodded. When he persuaded Yajiyo Yuzuki to give away Tsuki no Tsurugi, he actually didn't have that much confidence in his heart. In fact, he was taking a gamble, but the person who naturally bore greater pressure was Yuzuki Yajiyo, who made this decision. It was hard for Yajiyo Hidesugu to imagine that if the Yajiyo family had not made the promise to give away the Tsuki no Tsurugi, would they be able to have such a strong momentum now? Come to think of it, probably not. This cursed spirit-like creature must be Master Ming's masterpiece. Yajiyo Hidesugu sighed. This time, Master Gojo Ming also brought out a cursed spirit from the Hongxing Palace. I heard that it is very powerful and should have special level strength. When he first heard the news, Yajiyo Hidesugu was deeply shocked. He was not shocked by the fact that Gojo Naru had subdued the cursed spirit, but was shocked by the luxurious staff currently surrounding Gojo Naru. Judging from the current situation of a small team like Gojo Naru, this team is already the most powerful group in the entire magic world. This power is enough to sweep away the entire big three sorcerer families. Once upon a time, Yajiyo Hidesugu hoped to gain the friendship of Gojo Naru as a medium, and then establish a relationship between the Yajiyo family and the Gojo family. Now, Yajiyo Hidesugu truly realized that it was not Gojo Naru who needed the Gojo family, but the Gojo family that needed Gojo Naru. Even after leaving the Gojo family, Gojo Naru will still have his own circle. Without Gojo Naru, the Gojo family feels like it has nothing left, and may end up falling into endless decline just like the Kimo family. Yajiyo Hidesugu even doubted whether Gojo Naru would create a legion of Zanpakuto in the future. Although Zanpakuto is actually just a weapon, in fact, through communication with Yajiyo Simon, he has understood that each Zanpakuto has its own consciousness. If the Zanpakuto can transform into a giant ray like this, maybe it can also transform into other forms in the future? Even more, can a Zanpakuto possess its own body like a cursed spirit? Yajiyo Hidesugu's guess was very bold, but later, he also felt that this guess was indeed a bit exaggerated. However, what Yajiyo Hidesugu didn't know was that Gojo Naru really had a way to transform his Zanpakuto, but he had not yet found the corresponding materials. In the Hongxing Palace, Tian Yuan frowned slightly as she held the rain-dew pomegranate in her hand. During this period of time, she truly felt the soul of the rain-dew pomegranate. However, Yu Lu Xiaolu never told himself the words of the first enlightenment, making it impossible for him to complete the first enlightenment. Through the external barrier, Tian Yuan observed the large light green manta ray floating in the sky, with a somewhat jealous expression. One's own Zanpakuto is so silent, but other people's Zanpakuto is so powerful. The Zanpakuto being able to transform into a living being was somewhat beyond Tenjin's expectations. She already felt that the Zanpakuto had broken through the limitations of the cursed tool. In fact, perhaps it can be said that Zanpakuto is another form of living thing. I don't know if my decision is right, but Gojo Naru and his Zanpakuto have not yet posed a threat to the world, and there is nothing I can do. If the Zanpakuto can make the world more stable, this might be a better way. Although the gears of fate were twisted, they eventually began to turn slowly. Tian Yuan looked at the giant manta ray transformed by Nishizuko landing over Iiri's house, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Yuki, it seems that you have met your match. Someone as outstanding as Gojo Naru is coveted by many people. Yuji, it's better to strike first. If you don't hurry up, I will also. Tian Yuan pursed his lips and smiled, sat on the ground, continued to immerse his consciousness in his Zanpakuto, and began a new round of Shikai attempts. Iiri Inami looked at the giant manta ray in the sky and felt shocked and a little panicked. However, after seeing Gojo Naru and Shoko jump off the manta ray, he suddenly felt much calmer. No matter how strange something is, as long as it is related to Gojo Naru, it seems very normal. Shoko, what is this? Iiri Inami didn't know how to communicate with Gojo Naru, so she just asked about her daughter directly. Shoko and Gojo Naru actually traveled alone this time, which surprised Iiri Inami, but at the same time she felt a little happy. My own Shoko is finally starting to get the hang of things. If this continues, Gojo Naru will definitely be snatched away by someone else. Father, this is Nishizuku. Iiri Shoko said the name of Nishizuku, then paused and continued to explain. This is my Zanpakuto. After saying that, Nishizuku turned into a green light and entered the scabbard at Iiri Shoko's waist. This change in form shocked the entire Iiri family. They had imagined that this giant manta ray was a cursed spirit controlled by the Gojo family, but they never imagined that this manta ray could actually transform into a weapon. Zanpakuto. Is this the power of Zanpakuto? It's so amazing. Compared to the surprise of other members of the Iiri family, the clan leader Iiri Inami was extremely excited at this moment. He was also a person who had observed many Zanpakuto, so naturally he could see the extraordinariness of Nishizuku. Being able to transform into this magical creature and fly in the air, Iiri Inami immediately saw the strategic value of Nishizuku. Even if this Zanpakuto had no other abilities, the fact that it could transform into a giant manta ray was already very commendable. However, Iiri Inami still has some expectations in his heart. He hopes that Shoko's Zanpakuto can have more abilities. Besides being able to transform, do you have any other techniques for your Zanpakuto? Sode no Shirayuki's techniques are so numerous, and Iiri Inami doesn't think that Nishizuku's techniques are that simple. Shoko nodded. This giant manta ray was Nishizuku's Shikai. Other techniques of Zanpakuto were also released through the giant manta ray. Of course, Nishizuku's second technique is also very simple, which is to swallow the person directly. As long as the person is not completely dead, then when Nishizuku spits him out, the person will be in a state of recovery. Of course, this also has a prerequisite, that is, the prerequisite is that Iiri Shoko's cursed power is enough to support Nishizuku's treatment of the injured. Chapter 171. Gojo Naru enjoyed extremely high hospitality standards in the Iiri family. Under the suggestion of Iiri Inami, the members of the Iiri family treated Gojo Naru as a son-in-law. At Iiri's house, Gojo Naru felt for the first time what it meant to be at home. Gojo Naruto naturally knew what Iiri Inami was thinking, but he showed neither support nor resistance. As for his relationship with Iiri Shoko, he chose to let things take their own course. After all, he was old enough and there was no need to be too anxious. After staying at Iiri's house for a while, Gojo Naruto and Iiri Shoko chose to leave. Of course, their mounts were still Nishizuku, who had transformed into a giant manta ray. I have to say, the feeling of flying in the sky is much better than walking on the ground. There is still some distance between Iiri's house and Gojo's house, especially in an international metropolis like Tokyo. If you really want to travel normally, it is impossible not to spend more than an hour. Now with Nishizuku, Gojo Naru can basically realize his plan of going wherever he wants. While hovering over the Gojo family's residence, Gojo Naruto suddenly had an idea. He wanted to see what Nishizuku's perspective was like at that moment. Was it the same as his current perspective? Just like that, Gojo Naruto switched to the perspective of the Zanpakuto. From this perspective, images of numerous Zanpakuto emerged in Gojo Naruto's mind. Ching Chong was currently in the dojo, observing the practice of the 5 Kyoiryu disciples. Senbonzakura, Hanaden Kyogoku, Nosai, and Shuimaru were in a daze in the forge, waiting for his return. The raindrops and pomegranates quietly stayed on Tianyuan's white thighs, which felt a bit like a benefit to Gojo Ming. Nishizuku's vision was very similar to Gojo Naruto's, both were floating in the air, looking down at the Gojo family mansion. However, Yajayu Simon's Zanpakuto Tsurihana was shaking violently, and this change in perspective made Gojo Naruto feel a little uncomfortable. Is Simon fighting? The battle seemed to be still quite intense. Gojo Ming suddenly became curious. In this era, a mission that could make a first-level sorcerer like Yajayu Simon fight so fiercely was rare. He subconsciously switched the main perspective to Twisting Flower, and only then did Gojo Ming see clearly the situation that Yajayu Simon was encountering. Why is Geto Summer Oil also at the scene? Seeing Geto Suguru through Tsuruha's perspective, Gojo Naru's expression became even more surprised. Because he wanted to subdue the cursed spirit, Geto Zaiyu temporarily left the Yorozwiya. Now, how come he is involved with Yajayu Simon again? This means that the target of Yajayu Simon's mission this time is the cursed spirit that Geto Suguru is targeting. Moreover, it seems that even if the two of them join forces, they are no match for this cursed spirit? Shouldn't it? Could it be a special grade cursed spirit? If it was an ordinary special grade cursed spirit, Yajayu Simon, who possessed the Zanpakuto Tsurugi, should also be able to fight against it. When Tsuruha turned her perspective to the front, Gojo Naru finally saw clearly who was facing Yajayu Simon and Geto Suguru this time. In the center of the battlefield, a white oriental dragon floated in the air. Its huge body and ferocious face exuded a strong pressure. Gojo Ming's face changed. Is this Rainbow Dragon? He remembered that this was the cursed spirit that Geto Suguru would subdue when he was a second-year student at the Jujutsu High School. Why did it appear now? He felt something was very wrong. When Luhu appeared before, he felt it was a little strange. If Luhu was really born so early in the original novel, how could he wait more than 20 years before actually carrying out the plan to subvert humanity together with the real person? It is obvious that some special grade cursed spirits in the original work began to appear ahead of time. The rainbow dragon in front of him could be regarded as Geto Suguru's signature cursed spirit in the future, and was known to be the cursed spirit with the strongest hardness. It's no wonder that Geto Suguru and Yajayu Simon were in a tough battle with the special grade cursed spirit rainbow dragon. We have to go save them both. Otherwise, with Geto Zaiyu's current strength, I'm afraid he won't be able to conquer Hong Long at all. Hey, Ming! Come down quickly, I want to sit down too. Seeing Gojo Naru and Shoko return, Gojo Satoru shouted from below. Zenin Shinji and Kyujoku Yuki also came to Gojo Satoru's side, waiting for Gojo Ming to fall. However, Gojo Naru has no intention of landing. Now Geto Suguru and Yajayu Simon are facing a crisis, and he must seize every minute and every second. Satoru, you guys keep waiting. Geto Suguru and Simon are in danger. I have to go save them. Shoko, tell Nishizuka to fly east, as fast as possible. Iiri Shoko nodded, followed Gojo Naru's instructions and began to control Nishizuku. She didn't know why Gojo Naru said that, but since it involved Geto Suguru's safety, she had to hurry. Under Shoko's command, Nishizuku immediately turned east and prepared to speed up her flight. And at this moment, a powerful curse was generated. Gojo Satoru will not be left behind. Since Geto Suguru is in crisis, he cannot just stand by and watch. Gojo Satoru directly used the technique of forward rotation king, and a powerful suction force appeared on the back of Nishizuku. Then, Gojo Satoru's figure appeared directly next to Gojo Naruto. Gojo Ming gave a bitter smile. Although the rainbow dragon was a special grade cursed spirit, he did not take it seriously in Gojo Ming's eyes. After all, Hung Long's strength should not be stronger than Luhu's, and he can handle it alone. However, since Gojo Satoru had come up, there was no need for him to drive him down. Let's take Gojo Satoru with us. As soon as Gojo Ming finished his thought, he felt another person appear beside him. Zen Yuan Shen'er, who was on the ground just now, jumped onto Roshizuku in the sky directly by relying on the power of his body. Fortunately, Nishizuku's body is a Zanpakuto and is strong enough, otherwise she might not be able to withstand Zenin Shen'er's jump. Okay, it doesn't matter if you bring one or two. Given the size of Nishizuku, it wouldn't be a problem even if we brought another one. Gojo Ming shook his head helplessly, thinking, should I be able to set off this time? But then, he heard a low groan coming from the ground. Roar, snake tail pill. The moment the sound rang out, a long black blade suddenly extended from the ground, wrapped around Gojo Ming's body, and then began to shrink, directly pulling Juju Yuki on the ground into the air. Sure enough, in the end everyone climbed onto Nishiku's back. Only Hu Bao was left, watching helplessly from below. Luhu, look after the house. In the end, it was Hubeo who silently took on the task of guarding the house. Chapter 172. The five-member Gojo Naruto group rode on Nishizuka's back and sped towards Yajiusimon's mission location. At the same time, the support from the Spellcaster Association was also moving quickly towards Yajiusimon's location. I don't know what's going on. Why is it that whenever there's anything to do with the Yajiu family, there are always problems with the mission? The assistant supervisor in charge of conveying the task this time was Nishi Yangshu again. Yes, he was the assistant supervisor who provided information to Gojo Shunichi and Yajiu Hidesuga during the previous task of Gojo Shinika's promotion to a first-level sorcerer. Shi Yangshu felt bitter. According to the intelligence, it was only a first-grade cursed spirit. Why did it become a special-grade cursed spirit when someone from the Yajiu family showed up? The same thing happened with Hidesuga Yajiu's previous mission. This is also Yajiusimon's current mission. If he was not sure that this was a coincidence, he would really suspect that the cursed spirit was deliberately targeting the Yajiu family. Because of the appearance of the special grade cursed spirit, the principal of Tokyo High School, Sekigakai Sekaiji, brought along the third-year student Yagamasamichi and Nishiongaki to support Yajiusimon. Sekigakai Seiji is a first-class sorcerer, and together with the second-class sorcerer Yagamasamichi, and Yajiusimon who possesses the Zanpakuto Tsurugai, should be able to exorcise this special grade cursed spirit. Now, what Sekigakai Kyoji is most worried about is that Yajiusimon will not be able to hold on until their support arrives. Can the information provided by the association be more accurate next time? You guys are always targeting the Yajiu family. Isn't that too unreasonable? Just because the Yajiu family obtained the Zanpakuto Tsurugai from the Gojo family? So the high-ranking officials of the association are a little jealous. While running quickly, Sekigakai Sekaiji complained about Nishinagaki and the association's top executives. Just as Shi Yangshu had just thought, this kind of thing happened consecutively to the two first-level masters of the Yajiu family, and no one would believe that it was a coincidence. Shi Yangshu smiled bitterly. Principal Sekigakai, this is truly a coincidence. If we really knew in advance that this cursed spirit was of a special grade, then we would not have arranged for Lord Yajiusimon to exorcise it. The last time Lord Yajiu Hidesuga and Lord Gojo Shunichi had an accident during their mission, I was left idle for a long time. I finally got my job back, but I didn't expect to encounter this incident again when I was once again an assistant supervisor. Shi Yangshu wondered if he had some conflict with the position of assistant supervisor, or if he had some conflict with the Yajiu family. Anyway, things would always go wrong. The young man Yagamasamichi, who was wearing sunglasses, looked solemn and said in a deep voice. The cursed spirit that appeared this time has not been registered. There is nothing we can do if there are any problems. We can only do our best to support them. The main reason is that a young man broke into the mission site this time. If an ordinary person had an accident, it would be too unworthy of our identity as a sorcerer. The future president of the technical college still looked very young at this time, and had none of the demeanor of a future gangster boss. However, his personality has not changed much and his sense of responsibility is still very strong. At such a young age, he has already become a second-level sorcerer, and he has a deep understanding of the art of cursing corpses. At present, it is believed within the association that Yagamasamichi already possesses the strength of a recognized first-level sorcerer, and he is only one assessment away from obtaining the title of first-level sorcerer. Therefore, this time the support lineup is already very luxurious. Mission location. Facing the rainbow dragon in the sky, Yajiusimon had a solemn expression. At this moment, he was already exhausted from the attack of the rainbow dragon. Now, he can only rely on the support of Geto Suguru's cursed spirit to barely deal with Hong Long. Uncle Zaman, I'm sorry. Geto Zaiu's expression was very depressed. The reason why Rainbow Dragon evolved into a special grade cursed spirit this time was also because of his attempt. Because he tried to subdue Hong Long, he accidentally stimulated Hong Long to break through, from the original first-level curse spirit to a special-level curse spirit. Gee, take good care of yourself. Don't think too much. This cursed spirit will evolve whether you show up or not. It is a cursed spirit created by humans' fear of dragons and snakes. Its strength is already top grade, but you just happened to encounter its transformation this time. Yajiu Simon hastily blocked Hong Long's attack and reluctantly comforted Xiaoyuja. Luckily I have you this time. Without your cursed spirit's support, I might have collapsed long ago. Yajiu Simon did not mention at all that he had suffered many unnecessary injuries in order to protect Geto Suguru. For Yajiu Simon, protecting people who are younger and weaker than himself is what he should do. Although he is a modern man, he actually has the blood of ancient swordsmen flowing in his body. Since he and Geto Suguru met here, he felt that it was impossible for him to allow a boy younger than himself to die in front of him. Hold on a little longer. I've already asked the association for help. It shouldn't be long before the association's support arrives. Yajiu Simon was breathing heavily, and he used the waves created by the twisting flower to continuously block the rainbow dragon. He himself didn't quite believe what he said. When will the association be able to provide support? He felt that he would not be able to hold on until that time, but he could never shake Xiaoyuja's mentality. As an elder, he must give Geto Suguru confidence. Yes, Uncle Simon. A trace of determination flashed across Xiaoyuja's face. He couldn't give up the fight easily. Although he was very powerless facing this special grade cursed spirit, the strength of this special grade cursed spirit in front of him was not as strong as the cursed spirit named Luhu in Hongxing Palace. That cursed spirit possessed a living domain. Gojo Ming was able to defeat Luhu in the living domain, but he himself was helpless against an ordinary special grade cursed spirit, and there was a high possibility that he would even die in this battle. Xiaoyuja felt a huge gap in his heart. He had always known that he was gifted, but in front of Gojo Naruto and Gojo Satoru, the talent that he had always been proud of seemed to be completely insignificant. Geto Suguru commanded the cursed spirits to protect Yajiu Simon. 1, 2, 3, the cursed spirits he had subdued before kept dying under the attacks of Rainbow Dragon. His overall strength is getting weaker, but Xiaoyuja doesn't care. No matter how many ordinary cursed spirits there are, with his current strength, he cannot make them undergo a qualitative change. If he wants to have a stronger power, he must be able to master more curse spirits, more special curse spirits. But this is another paradox. How can I subdue a special grade cursed spirit if I don't have enough strength? Was the path I had been taking wrong all along? Should I focus more on improving my own strength? Chapter 173. If I had known, I should have asked Uncle Okotsuyedo earlier. If all else fails, I could have brought Gojo Naru along as well. With Gojo Ming here, this special grade cursed spirit shouldn't be a problem, right? After all the cursed spirits around him were destroyed by Rainbow Dragon, Geto Xiaoyu complained about himself helplessly. Gojo Naru. Hearing this name, Yajiu Simon frowned slightly. Originally he thought that Geto Suguru was just an ordinary sorcerer with special techniques, but he never thought that the young man in front of him was actually acquainted with Gojo Naruto. If this is the case, then he has to pay more attention to Geto Suguru's safety. With the help of the twisting flower after the Shikai, Yajiu Simon once again blocked the Rainbow Dragon and jumped to the side of Geto Suguru. Gee, do you know Master Gojo Ming? Geto Xiaoyu looked at Yajiu Simon in surprise and nodded. I just came from the Yoroswia. I just came out of the Hongxing Palace with Gojo Ming and the others not long ago. After hearing about Hashinomiya and Yoroswia, Yajiu Simon realized that Geto Suguru's identity must be somewhat special. He remembered that the only people who went to Hongxing Palace this time should be the twins of the Gojo family and Zenin Jinner, but not a young man named Geto Suguru. However, Geto Suguru left Hongxing Palace with Gojo Naru and the others, which means that Geto Suguru was in Hongxing Palace before. Could it be that Xiaoyuja is a subordinate of Lord Tianyuan and a visitor from Hongxing Palace? This seems to explain why Xiaoyuja's technique is so special. On the back of Nishizuku, Gojo Satoru looked at Gojo Naru with a very curious expression. He had a pretty good impression of Geto Suguru and felt like they were natural friends. However, he was still a little shocked that Gojo Naru was able to immediately realize that Geto Suguru was in danger. Ming, how did you do it? Facing Gojo Satoru's question, Gojo Ming shook his head and said mysteriously, "It's a secret, Satoru. Hey, are you hiding this from me? We are brothers." Gojo Satoru suddenly became unhappy. Jujutsu and Zenin Shinji, who were standing on both sides, shook their heads. They had their own guesses in their minds. Each Zanpakuto has its own soul, and the source of these souls comes from Gojo Naruto. As a Zanpakuto forger, Gojo Naru must have some ability to communicate with Zanpakuto. Just like when Gojo Naruto encountered a crisis before, every Zanpakuto holder received the signal of crisis. Therefore, the current crisis faced by Geto Suguru must have been informed by Zanpakuto Tsurugi to Gojo Naru. The basis of Gojo Naru comes from Zanpakuto. Gojo Satoru simply didn't realize it, otherwise, he wouldn't have to ask such a question. "Shoko, make Nishizuka go faster," Gojo Ming said in a deep voice. Through Tsuruha's perspective, he saw that the situation of Yajiu Simon and Geto Suguru was becoming increasingly serious. Rainbow Dragon's strength is indeed not something that Yajiu Simon and Geto Suguru can deal with. There is a powerful force approaching us. Sekigakai Sekaiji's expression was very solemn. His technique was to perceive strength. Through perception he could analyze the weak points of strength and break them down. However, this power that appeared out of nowhere had never appeared in his memory. It does not belong to the spellcaster's spell power, nor to the spell spirit's power. It is completely independent of both. Could it be that this time the special grade cursed spirit has other support? Sekigakai Sekaiji frowned. If this power was in cahoots with that special grade cursed spirit, then even if he and Yagamasamichi came to support Yajiu Simon, they would probably not be able to defeat such an enemy. Something is wrong. After hearing what Sekigakai Sekaiji said, Nishiongshu and Yagamasamichi also stopped. In terms of perception, Sekigakai Kiyoshi is the professional, and among the three, Sekigakai Kiyoshi has the highest status. The two of them all follow Sekigakai Kiyoshi's lead. The three of them looked up into the distance. A huge shadow appeared in the sky, and a giant light green manta ray flew towards them, shaking its slender tail. "Be prepared for defense. Be alert," Sekigakai Seiji reminded immediately. Considering the existence of the Rainbow Dragon, it was hard for Sekigakai Kiyoshi not to think that this flying ray was not with the Rainbow Dragon. Did Honglong predict that they would show up to support him, so he arranged this giant flying manta ray to intercept them? Assistant Supervisor Nishiongshu has already hidden aside, and Yagamasamichi has also taken out the Cursed Corpse, ready to release the power of the Cursed Corpse the moment the battle begins. The two first-level sorcerers were concentrating on watching the giant manta ray in the sky getting closer and closer. The closer the distance was, the greater the pressure from the giant manta ray became, and the expressions of Sekigakai Sekaiji and Yagamasamichi became more and more solemn. The most important thing is that there seem to be several human figures above this giant flying manta ray. Are there other people involved in this incident? Thinking of the mysterious curse master who attacked the Gojo family before, Sekigakai Sekaiji was a little worried whether the curse master would be involved in this curse incident. Just when they were ready to fight back, the huge manta ray actually flew directly over their heads without any sign of stopping. This was completely beyond the expectations of Sekigakai Sekaiji, Yagamasamichi, and Nishiyongki. Could it be that this isn't Honglong's supporter? Such a thought emerged in the minds of the three people. If they are not from Honglong's camp, then could it be that they are here to support Yajiu Simon? Speed up, we have to go and see. Sekigakai Seiji immediately caught up with Nishizuku. Although his speed was not as fast as Nishizuku, he could still barely keep up with Nishizuku's shadow so that it would not disappear from their sight. Yagamasamichi and Nishinagashu also hurriedly followed. At this moment, they all felt that there seemed to be too many unexpected events in this support mission. Center of the battlefield. Yajiu Simon was already covered in wounds, and all the cursed spirits controlled by Geto Suguru had died in the mouth of Rainbow Dragon. The strength of the special grade cursed spirits can really be said to be far beyond that of ordinary cursed spirits, and the method of winning by quantity that Syayuji used to use was simply impossible to achieve. Careful! Once again, Yajiusimon used his body and twisted flower to block Rainbow Ryu's cursed attack. So far, Gojo Satoru is safe and sound, but Yajiusimon is already at the end of his strength. Facing the rainbow dragon that dominated the sky, Yajiusimon felt extremely desperate. He felt that he could no longer wait for the support from the Jujutsu Association. The power of the special grade cursed spirit is simply too strong. Although the Zanpakuto Tsurugi is powerful, it is not a long-range attack weapon after all. If you can't hit the rainbow dragon, everything will be in vain. Chapter 174. Let the water and sky reverse. Thinking of Tsuruha's first words, Yajiusimon's expression became very bitter. Can my strength reverse the tide of water and sky? Not worthy at all. In his own hands, the flower twist couldn't even hit the rainbow dragon in the sky, let alone make the water and sky reverse scroll? In such a desperate situation, how should I deal with it? It's not that Yajiusimon didn't think about running away, but now he has the even weaker Gojo Satoru beside him. As an elder, if I run away, then what should Shyuja do? Isn't it the adult's responsibility to protect children? Yajiusimon's consciousness suddenly became a little dazed, his movements became a little slow, and his eyes were a little blurred. He knew that he was at the end of his rope and seemed unable to protect the young man beside him anymore. So, I'm going to die here? This seems to be the correct way for a sorcerer to die. Wasn't it destined to end this way the moment I obtained my Zanpakuto and became a sorcerer? In Yajiusimon's eyes, the rainbow dragon opened its huge mouth, and a powerful ball of cursed energy was forming, and its target was Gojo Satoru. Give up, Zeueman, you've done well. Such a thought emerged in his mind. He was already very tired, but his body subconsciously blocked in front of Gojo Satoru, completely blocking Hunglong's attack with his body. Uncle Simon! There was panic and shock in Gojo Satoru's eyes. He and Yajiusimon had never met before, but during the entire battle, Yajiusimon protected him a lot. The attack just now was absolutely deadly. If it really hits me, I will definitely not be able to survive. However, this will also be extremely fatal to the wounded Yajiusimon. Why, Uncle Simon? Why did you save me like this? Shyuja's lips trembled and his eyes were filled with pain. Yajiusimon only felt a burning pain on his back, and it seemed that all the bones in his body had been shattered by this cursed power. Hearing Gojo Satoru's trembling question, a difficult smile appeared on Yajiusimon's chivalrous face. The powerful should protect the weak, isn't that what should be done? These words of Yajiusimon left a very deep impression on Gojo Satoru's heart. As soon as he finished speaking, Yajiusimon was no longer able to support his body. He lost consciousness and threw Kajio Gojo to the ground. The body of an adult was very heavy, and it exuded the smell of blood and burnt flesh, but Shyuja did not object at all. The middle-aged man in front of him has done his best to protect himself. If he still has a chance, he must carry out Uncle Yajiusimon's will. Protect the weak. This is the correct theory in this world. Being pinned down, he watched helplessly as the rainbow dragon rushed towards him from the sky. Shyuja's expression became very calm. He knew that everything was about to end. Under the pressure of this special grade cursed spirit, he couldn't do anything. The anger that was suppressed to the extreme broke a string in his heart. Shyuja could feel that if he was given another chance, he would definitely be able to subdue Honglong successfully. But, unfortunately, there is only one chance most of the time, and he has no chance to defeat the rainbow dragon and subdue it using the curse spirit manipulation technique. I really don't know why I'm still thinking about these things. I'm obviously going to die at the hands of Honglong, right? Shyuja opened his eyes and looked at Honglong. He wanted to see how he would die in the end. But just as the rainbow dragon was about to swoop down and crush Gojo Satoru and Yajiusimon, a white light flashed. The second dance, White Ripple. As a sound was heard from the sky, a snow waterfall like a blizzard suddenly appeared out of nowhere in the sky, which was originally filled with gusts of cold wind. The ferocious snow waterfall hit the rainbow dragon in the sky very accurately. The originally intimidating snow-white rainbow dragon was actually directly wrapped by the snow waterfall and was washed away dozens of meters away. This is? Xiaoyuji's eyes widened instantly. He had never seen this move before, but he was very familiar with this voice. This is? Gojo Naru. Gojo Naru actually came here? Xiaoyuji's heart was filled with surprise and shock, but at the same time, a hint of joy at surviving the disaster emerged in his heart. The appearance of Gojo Ming means that Honglong is no longer a threat. Being able to defeat Luhu, who has a territory, this rainbow dragon without a territory can never be a match for Gojo Ming. As soon as this thought came to his mind, Xiaoyuji was shocked by the giant manta ray floating in the sky. What is this? Like everyone else, Geto Suguru had this thought in his mind when he first saw Nishizuku. He stared blankly at the figure of the stingray in the sky, stunned for a moment. Then, he recognized the person who came from the figure falling from the sky. Gojo Naru, Gojo Satoru, Zenin Shinji, Kyujuku Yuki, and Iiri Shoko. Xiaoyuji originally thought that only Gojo Naru passed by here, but he never expected that among the people from the Yorozwia, except for Okotsu Yeto, all the others appeared here. Gee, you look miserable. Gojo Ming raised his eyebrows and looked at Geto Suguru, who was being pinned down by Yajayu Simon, and looked embarrassed, and spoke venomously. You were able to lead a first-level sorcerer to be beaten so badly. If I didn't know, I would have thought you had encountered some special-level curse spirit that had mastered the domain. Gojo Naru spoke so recklessly that Geto Suguru's expression froze. Yajayu Simon possesses a Zanpakuto. Even if he can't defeat this rainbow dragon, he should be able to leave. It seems that Master Ji is holding us back, right? Gojo Ming came up and said 3 consecutive sentences, which directly hit the wound in Geto's heart. The reason why the battle situation was so bleak this time was indeed because of my sudden intrusion. If it weren't for me, Uncle Yajayu Simon would definitely not have ended up like this. Now he knew that the weapon in Yajayu Zamon's hand was also a Zanpakuto, which meant that Yajayu Zamon's strength must be even stronger. Perhaps, if I hadn't been dragging my feet and hadn't thought about trying to tame this rainbow dragon, maybe Uncle Yajayu Simon would have completed the exorcism mission? Geto Suguru's face was gloomy, and he didn't know how to respond to Gojo Naru. Gojo Satoru on the side silently tugged at Gojo Ming's sleeve and gave him a look. Chapter 175. In Gojo Satoru's opinion, Geto Suguru was already very hurt, and Gojo Naruto shouldn't rub salt into Geto Suguru's wounds. But, unfortunately, Gojo Naru watched almost the entire process of what Yajayu Simon did to protect Geto Suguru. This time it was completely because of Geto Suguru's own overconfidence. He knew that Xiaoyuji wanted to improve his strength by subduing the cursed spirits, but what did this have to do with telling them? He left without saying goodbye and came secretly to look for the special grade curse spirit. If he didn't give him a severe blow this time, he really felt that Xiaoyuji would not know how he would die in the future. If we don't correct his extreme thoughts now, this guy might stage another night parade of 100 demons in the future. Gojo Ming glared at Gojo Satoru and ignored his little movements. Under Gojo Naru's glare, Gojo Satoru smiled awkwardly. The situation had not yet reached the worst. Scolding Geto Suguru like this would really hurt Geto's self-esteem. Kyujuku Yuki, Zenin Shinji, and Iiri Shoko on the side did not move at all, just watched Gojo Naru scolding Geto Suguru. Kyujuku Yuki and Zenin Shinji moved Yajayu Zaman away from Geto Suguru, and Iiri Shoko began to treat Yajayu Zaman with the reverse cursed technique. The few of them cooperated very well and simply ignored Geto Suguru. Without the weight of Yajayu Simon, Geto Suguru was finally able to sit up, but his body, exhausted from the battle, was trembling and he was unable to get up at all. So, at this moment, he could only look up at Gojo Naru, who was standing in front of him. You wanted to subdue this cursed spirit, why didn't you tell us in advance? Before you came here, you already knew that Honglong had the potential to be a special grade curse spirit, right? You're hoping for the best, right? You're thinking of using the same trick you failed to use on Luhu on Honglong, right? You think that now that you have a special grade cursed spirit, you have the confidence to stand with us, right? You're really proud, aren't you? Are you disappointed by Wu and me? Gojo Ming didn't care about Geto Suguru's response at all. he just kept asking rhetorical questions one after another. He must make Geto Suguru face reality. Geto Suguru's spell manipulation skills are very strong, and he is destined to become a top-grade spellcaster in the future. However, he is not at that level yet, and he still needs to improve his strength. The future top-class sorcerer Geto Suguru will not only rely on the series of cursed spirits he controls, but his own strength and physical skills will also be his capital to gain a foothold in the world of sorcery. If Geto Suguru develops the habit of relying on cursed spirits to fight at a young age, he will never be able to become a top-grade sorcerer in the future. As Gojo Naruto asked one rhetorical question after another, Geto Suguru's head lowered lower and lower. When Gojo Naruto finished speaking, Geto Suguru's head had almost dropped to his chest. Just as Gojo Naruto was about to continue stabbing Natsuyuki Geto in the heart, a strong pressure appeared out of nowhere. The rainbow dragon that had just been knocked away by Sode no Shirayuki's technique appeared again. The rainbow dragon in front of him clearly had no foresight. Facing this group of people who were capable of standing at the top of the world of sorcery, he dared to take the initiative to attack. This was definitely not a wise choice. Seeing this scene, Gojo Satoru prepared to release Senbonzakura directly, and Zenin Shinji was also ready to use Katen Kyogoku to get rid of Honglong directly. However, their attempts to release their powers were all blocked by Jujuyuki. Facing the look given by Jujuyuki, the two straight men didn't know what it meant. However, Honglong was indeed not taken seriously by them. Even if the rainbow dragon really attacks them, they are confident that they can tear it to pieces. The two men retracted their Zanpakuto as if they understood what was going on, and just watched as the rainbow dragon opened its mouth and condensed a ball of cursed energy. This ball of cursed power was extremely powerful, even stronger than the attack that just hit Yajayu Simon. Honglong knew that the human in front of him was not easy to deal with, so he did not hide his strength in this attack and directly released a full-strength attack. Careful! The people from Tokyo High School who arrived late shouted loudly when they saw this scene. Under the strong light of the cursed power, they couldn't see who the rainbow dragon was attacking. They could only loudly remind people to be careful, but at this moment, it was too late for them to stop the attack of the rainbow dragon in the sky. Sekigakai Sekiji only hoped that the huge manta ray floating in the sky could block the rainbow dragon's attack in time. Otherwise, he really felt that the person who was attacked would probably die without a burial place. However, to his disappointment, the huge manta ray in the sky just flapped its fins and flew in the sky, without any attempt to resist for its master. The rainbow dragon's cursed energy ball spurted out, and a strong beam of light shot straight towards Gojo Naruto and the others. Zenin Shinji and Gojo Satoru are ready to fight back. However, when they heard the words Senro Wangxiang, both of them loosened their grip on the handles of their Zanpakuto. They all realized that Gojo Ming was prepared to deal with Honglong's attack personally. Everything in the universe is reduced to ashes. The flowing blade is like fire. Burning hell. As Gojo Naruto released his Zanpakuto Ryujin Jaka, the ground suddenly began to shake. The next second, the ground began to crack, and several pillars of fire shot straight up into the sky. Dozens of fire pillars directly cut off the rainbow dragon's cursed light pillar, and then gathered together. As violent explosions sounded, dozens of fire pillars exploded directly, and huge fireballs bloomed in the sky. The sparks scattered in all directions in the sky like meteors. Luhu, who was far away in the Gojo family residence, turned his head sharply and looked towards the scene of the incident. Although it was daytime now, Luhu could still see the fireball detonated by the blazing inferno. Luhu's single eye was filled with regret. This move was not one of the techniques that Cheng Kuiyan had used before. He felt extremely regretful that he was not able to witness this scene with his own eyes. Inside the forge, Okotsu Yeto also walked out of the room. He was also an abandoned person. He had just communicated with Yoshiduo in the room for a while, and when he went out, everyone had run away, leaving only Luhu, a cursed spirit, guarding the house. Is that Ming's attack? The Okotsu visitors were keenly aware of the temperature of the flames in the distance. This level of power could only be demonstrated by Ryujin Jaka, unless there was a natural disaster like the eruption of Mount Fuji. Flowing blade like fire, it is indeed the pinnacle of fire. Lu Hu muttered to himself. He didn't care about Okotsuyedo beside him. He was completely immersed in the power of Ryujin Jaka. Chapter 176. When Okotsuyedo heard this, a glimmer of understanding flashed in his eyes. He had previously guessed the reason why Rohu would follow Gojo Naru, and now, he has also confirmed that Rohu's ultimate goal is Zanpakuto Ryujin Jaka. However, Lu Hu had no intention of stealing Ryujin Jaka. A Zanpakuto of this level is simply not something that Lu Hu can control. Okotsuyedo realized that for a cursed spirit like Rokuko who possessed wisdom, just being able to see the power of Ryujin Jaka would be extremely tempting to him, right? Like a moth drawn to a flame. Even if he was shattered to pieces or turned into charcoal, Lu Hu hoped to witness the ultimate power of fire through Ryujin Jaka, right? Thinking of this, Okotsuyedo chuckled. This is just the beginning, Habeo, the power of Ryujin Jaka doesn't just stop here. Lu Hu frowned and subconsciously turned to look at Okotsuyoran. He didn't understand what Okotsuyoran meant. Because of his curiosity about Ryujin Jaka, he completely ignored the name he hated the most. Habeo Habeo. Ever since Gojo Ming came up with this name, many people have been using this name to make fun of themselves. With the exception of Gojo Ming and Zenin Shinji, Lu Hu was very offended when anyone else called him that. In fact, even if Zenin Jinner and Gojo Ming called him that, he would not like it, but these two people were too strong, and his protests were of no use at all. Now if Okotsuyedo calls himself by this name at this time, he would definitely get mad at ordinary times. But now, he just wanted to know why Okotsuyedo would say such a thing? What does it mean that the power of Ryujin Jaka doesn't just stop here? The current Ryujin Jaka's power is already so strong, isn't this the limit of Ryujin Jaka? You know, one of his purposes here is to learn the techniques demonstrated by Ryujin Jaka. What's the meaning? Lu Hu stared at Okotsu visitors, waiting for Okotsu visitors' answer. Okotsu smiled and didn't keep the secret. You've been following Gojo Naruto these days, and it seems that your mind is all on Ryujin Jaka, and you haven't learned anything about Zanpakuto at all. Do you think that the Shikai of a Zanpakuto is the limit of its power? Okotsu touched the hairpin on his waist, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Just as Okotsuyedo said, Lu Hu did not pay much attention to other things, but he also knew that the true form of Zanpakuto came after Shikai. Just like the Zanpakuto Jabameru of Kyujokuyuki before, and also like the uncompleted Shikai of Ryujin Jaka when Gojo Naru fought against himself in Hongxing Palace. Before the Shikai, the form of the Zanpakuto is not the final form. He knew about this kind of problem, but how was it necessarily related to what Okotsuyedo said? Facing the impatience in Lu Hu's single eye, Okotsuyedo pursed his lips and continued. The Zanpakuto has another form above the Shikai, do you know? Okotsu visitors asked questions instead of giving answers. Lu Hu was completely shocked. There was actually another posture above the initial release? Is this true or false? How is it possible? The power of Ryujin Jaka after its initial release is already so strong, how could there be an even stronger fire power? Lu Hu felt a little bit unconvinced. Okotsuyedo shook his head, I only learned about this in the past 2 days. Have you forgotten that Gojo Naruto had an ice-type Zanpakuto before, and he used it during the battle with you? Don't you remember? Lu Hu shook his head. During the battle in Hongxing Palace, he did not feel any power of ice. If Okotsuyuran's emotions had not changed at all, Lu Hu would have really thought that this BD Okotsuyuran might be lying to him. It's normal that you can't feel it. Now I'm telling you, the other Zanpakuto on Gojo Naruto's waist is called Sode no Shirayuki, it's an ice-type Zanpakuto, and it's also the Zanpakuto that Gojo Naruto has mastered completely. Okotsuyedo said this without any reason. Lu Hu's small brain capacity is limited, and he has no idea what the Okotsu tourists mean by these words. However, the Okotsu visitors did not give Lu Hu too much to think about. You opened the domain with the help of Lord Tianyuan, and fought Gojo Ming in the domain on equal terms, right? But aren't you curious about why Gojo Naruto didn't use the frost-type Sode no Shirayuki? In that battle, you who own the domain were confident that you would win, right? In that battle, if Gojo Naruto had not been able to awaken the Ryujin Jaka technique, he might have really been defeated by you. So, why doesn't Gojo Naru use Sode no Shirayuki? Okotsu Yeto repeated twice why. Why? Luhu began to think under the guidance of the Okotsu visitors. Because Gojo Naruto can't use Sode no Shirayuki. Luhu felt that this seemed to be the only reason. Okotsu narrowed his eyes and clapped his hands. Hibao is really great, very smart, you guessed it right. In that space, Lord Tenjin restricted Gojo Naruto from using the power of ice. Therefore, Gojo Naruto could not free Sode no Shirayuki. And Sode no Shirayuki is the only Zanpakuto in the world that can achieve Bankai. It's not that Gojo Naruto doesn't want to use Sode no Shirayuki, it's that Lord Tenjin doesn't want the battle to end so quickly. Lord Tenjin doesn't want you to be killed instantly by Sode no Shirayuki after Bankai. Lord Tenjin doesn't want you to be purified by Gojo Naruto before it even has any effect. Okotsu Yurin said several things that Tianyuan-sama didn't want to say, which made Luhu's face become very ugly. I will be killed instantly? How is that possible? Although he is now following Gojo Naruto, he still feels that his actual strength is not much different from Gojo Naruto's. The only difference is that Ryujin Jaka recognized Gojo Naru. If I could use Ryujin Jaka, I'm afraid the power I would display would be even stronger. Luhu also has its own pride. Okotsu Yurin saw what Luhu was thinking, shook his head and continued, think about it carefully, do you really have the strength to compete with Gojo Naruto? These Zanpakuto were all born in the hands of Gojo Naruto. Hibao. If you want to see the true power of Ryujin Jaka, then stay close to Gojo Naruto. Zanpakuto are already extremely rare in this world, and only Gojo Naruto can complete Bankai. How powerful would Ryujin Wakaka be after Bankai? Don't you want to take a good look? The current level of fire is probably not even 1/10 of Bankai. Chapter 177. Seeing Luhu fall silent, Okotsu Yeto once again showed a hint of amusement on his face. Ming, I think creatures like cursed spirits are untrustworthy. However, Hibao, I have already laid the groundwork for you here, so just make good use of his ideas. Luhu's heart was stirred by Okotsu's words. If Bankai really exists, then how powerful would Ryujin Jaka be after Bankai? I was already trembling under my Zanpakuto in Shikai. If I really faced Ryujin Jaka after Bankai, I'm afraid I wouldn't even be able to stand up at that time, right? Luhu felt an inexplicable panic in his heart, but then, a hint of excitement emerged in his heart. He longed to see the scene of Ryujin Jaka Bankai. Sekigakai Sekaiji looked at the pillar of fire rising into the sky, his whole body filled with shock. What kind of power is this? Under the bright light, Sekigakai Kiyoshi couldn't see clearly who launched such a terrifying attack. The Rainbow Dragon is a special grade cursed spirit, and its full-strength attack was actually eliminated just like that. Moreover, he had a hunch that if the pillar of fire just now was aimed at the Rainbow Dragon itself, the Rainbow Dragon would probably be killed instantly. Is this kind of power really something humans can possess? Standing next to Sekigakai Sekaiji, Yagamasamika's eyes hidden behind his sunglasses were filled with shock. The power of Ryujin Jaka was beyond Yagamasamika's imagination. Even standing there at this moment, he could feel the earth roaring. The flames that erupted from the ground directly tore the earth apart. Yagamasamichi could feel the damage these pillars of fire caused to the earth. In the next few years, this piece of land would probably remain a scorched earth. He wanted to know the source of this power. If the senior officer could obtain such power, then his future vision would not be so difficult to realize. Shi Yangshu's expression at this moment was completely dull, and this question was emerging in his mind. It seemed that he was not in conflict with the Yajayu family. I should be in conflict with the Zanpakuto forged by Gojo Naruto. Zanpakuto was involved in both of these missions. In the previous mission, Gojo Shunichi used his Zanpakuto Kiyomushi to repel the special grade cursed spirit, became famous in one battle and successfully advanced to the first grade sorcerer. And this time the mission is the twisted flower in Yajayu Simon's hand and the source of the power that has just released the flame. Sekigakai Sekaiji and Yagamasamichi didn't know, but he, who was well informed, knew the source of the fire. There is no doubt that Gojo Ming appeared here. These pillars of fire rising into the sky are precisely the power of Gojo Naruto, the power that can be unleashed by Gojo Naruto's Zanpakuto that was forged with great difficulty. Therefore, the three of them seemed a little redundant. Yajiu-simon was in danger, and Gojo Naru came to rescue him personally. Could it be that the relationship between the Yajiu family and the Gojo family has become so close? Shi Yangsha frowned. Some old stubborn people in the association are not so convinced of the Gojo family, Gojo Satoru who possesses unlimited skills, and Gojo Naruto who possesses the Zanpakuto forging technology. These are obstacles to their management of the entire magic world. Therefore, the association has been secretly cutting off the Gojo family's ties with the world of curses, and these small families are the first to be cut off. Now that Gojo Naruto has personally come to the rescue of the Yajiu family, this probably indicates that the relationship between the Yajiu family and the Gojo family has reached another level. Zen Temple Home. Although they didn't know what happened, the Zenin family still felt it very clearly when the power of Ryujin exploded outside of Tokyo. This power is the fire-attributed Zanpakuto. Zanayuan Shan's expression suddenly became very ugly. Before, he thought that the fire-type Zanpakuto could not be controlled by Gojo Naruto. After all, Gojo Naruto did not use this Zanpakuto when he was attacked by the Curse Master. Unexpectedly, after leaving Hongxing Palace, Gojo Naruto was able to control this Zanpakuto. Even though he didn't know the details of Ryujin, Zenin Sen could still guess how powerful Gojo Naruto's Zanpakuto was. After all, this Zanpakuto took the longest time to forge, and it also caused the greatest change to the celestial phenomena. So, what exactly caused Gojo Naruto to use this Zanpakuto? Zen Temple's Hibiran glanced at his younger brother with a very puzzling tone. He really wanted to know whether his younger brother regretted his decision. Chan Yuan Shan understood the implication of Hibiran's words and frowned slightly. Everything he has done so far is for the Zenin family, and he has no selfish motives. Who could have known that Gojo Naruto was so amazing that he really used his Zanpakuto to change the entire landscape of the sorcery world? Naobito the Elder, Uji the Elder. The voice of the Zenin family intelligence officer came from outside the door. Come in. The Zen Temple's Hibi took a sip of water and waited for the specific information of this incident. A moment later, Zanayuan's Hibiran and Zanayuan Fan both fell into silence. Facing the special grade cursed spirit Rainbow Dragon, Gojo Ming drew out Ryujin and rescued Yajiu-simon who was on this mission. Can a special grade cursed spirit really withstand a few blows from a Zanpakuto? Also, is Yajiu-simon so important? The expressions of Zenin Naohito and Zenin Sen were a little strange. Logically speaking, Gojo Naruto should not care too much about the Yajiu family. Even if it was the Yajiu family who gave the Tsuki no Tsurugai to Gojo Naruto and Yajiu Jubei, didn't Gojo Naruto also give his Zanpakuto Tsurugai to the Yajiu family? This should clear the air. So, is Yajiu-simon's life or death really that important? Zenin Shan and Zenin Naobi were a little confused, and ultimately could only attribute it all to Gojo Naruto's own thoughts. After all, neither of them knew the function of the system. For Gojo Naru, although the chance of Yajiu-simon opening his bankai is not high, it is still a chance to win a lottery after all. Moreover, Geto Suguru was also involved in this mission, so it was reasonable for Gojo Naruto to take action. However, through this incident, the entire sorcery world has misunderstood the relationship between the Yajiu family and the Gojo family. This is in line with the strategic goals of the five family. Now, the Gojo family is going to unite many small spell families and truly turn the big three sorcerer families into the only super spell family. The Yajiu family is an important piece of the Gojo family's plan. Yajiu-simon, the pillar of the Yajiu family, is an existence that the Gojo family cannot give up. With the appearance of Gojo Naru, the Yajiu family was completely tied to the Gojo family. Chapter 178. In Kimo's house. Kaname is still working hard, making his final effort to be the successor of the Kimo family's red blood manipulation technique. As long as the Kimo family can give birth to a child with the power of red blood manipulation, they will not decline. When he thought of the Gojo family's Zanpakuto and the Zenin family's Tenjo and Jubind, he felt extremely tormented. He could accept the decline of the Kimo family, but he was very unwilling to accept that the Kimo family was left so far behind by the Gojo family and the Zenin family in his hands. Kaname also knew that Zanpakuto was actually another way. However, the Zen family had already set an example for him. The Gojo family, who have exclusive control over Zanpakuto technology, will not easily let their Zanpakuto leak out. Although Zenin Jinner is still a member of the Zenin family, unfortunately, his relationship with the Gojo family is closer. Even if he had a Zanpakuto, it would be of no help to the Zenin family. And it seemed that there was some conflict between his own family and the Gojo family that he was unaware of. Uncle Kimo really died, and the power of the Forging Association fell into the hands of others. All this foreshadowed the contradictions and conflicts between the Kimo family and the Gojo family. In this case, the probability of the Kimo family obtaining the Zanpakuto is even smaller. Kaname didn't know at this time that Gojo Naru's Zanpakuto had once again shown its power. If he knew the power of Ryujin Jaka, he would probably be more anxious right now. Hidesugu, how is Simon doing? Yajayu Hidesugu just learned through the association that Yajayu Simon was in crisis. After anxiously reporting to Yuzuki Yajayu, he prepared to head directly to the mission location. However, after seeing the towering column of fire erupting in the suburbs, Yajayu Hidesugu suddenly became less anxious. Hidesugu Yajayu realized that it was the technique of Ryujin Jaka. Although he didn't know why Gojo Naruto appeared at the mission location, since Gojo Naruto was there, then everything should have been resolved. At this moment, even if I rushed over there in a hurry, it would be of no use. The problem should have been solved. Yajayu Hidesugu's expression relaxed a lot and he responded softly to the head of the family. What's going on? Yuzuki Yajayu's expression was a little surprised. The news just received from the association was obviously very serious, so how come Hidesugu Yajayu suddenly became so calm? Yajayu Hidesugu pointed to the sky. Master, you may not have sensed it. Just now, at the location where Simon was carrying out his mission, Master Gojo Naruto's Zanpakuto released a technique. It's the power of that fire-type Zanpakuto. After hearing Hidesugu Yajayu's explanation, Yuzuki Yajayu breathed a sigh of relief. I see. It was Master Gojo Naru who saved Simon, right? Yajayu Hidesugu nodded. From the current point of view, it should be like this. Yuzuki Yajayu's expression suddenly became extremely serious. Master Gojo Naru's action this time can be regarded as helping the Yajayu family. If Simon encounters a crisis, it will be a fatal blow to the entire Yajayu family. After this, the cooperation with the Gojo family must be more in-depth. You need to speak up more and contribute more in the association. You can't just lie down and do nothing like you did before. After all, including the incident with Gojo Shunichi, you and Simon were both saved by the Gojo family once before. Hidesugu Yajayu thought of the previous conversation between Gojo Kumamoto and the head of the family. Thinking of the Gojo family's ambitions, Yajayu Hidesugu's expression rarely became serious. This time is also an opportunity for the Yajayu family. If the Gojo family achieves their goal, the Yajayu family may not be able to obtain the status of the big three sorcerer families, but they will be able to squeeze into the upper echelons among the sorcerer families. After all, without the big three sorcerer families, everyone is a sorcerer family, so who can be more powerful than who? I understand. I will strive for more say in the association. Yajayu Hidesugu's eyes became sharp. Having decided to follow the Gojo family, the Yajayu family must definitely be the most active one. After all, the Yajayu family also has a secret rival. The Iiri family possesses the reverse cursed technique, which is a rare resource, and Iiri Inami even tried to match his daughter with Gojo Naru. Compared with Yajayu Zaman and Iiri Shoko, he has no advantage. After all, one is delicate and the other is a strong man. After Gojo Naru made a Zanpakuto for Iiri Shoko, the Yajayu family had even less advantage. Therefore, we must have a sense of crisis. However, what Yajayu Hiji didn't know was that the Iiri family, whom they had always secretly regarded as their rivals, already had their own Zanpakuto. Iiri's house. Iiri Inami looked at the sky leisurely, feeling the fluctuations of the flames. His mood was calm. After all, he had been excited for a long time today. Shoko obtained her Zanpakuto, and the technique of this Zanpakuto was perfectly in line with the Iiri family's birth technique. Moreover, it seems that the relationship between Gojo Naru and Iiri Shoko has also made some progress. Iiri Inami feels that the Iiri family has a promising future. When the Gojo family completely takes power, the Iiri family should be able to follow Shoko's path and gain some support. The most important thing is that Iiri's reverse cursed technique is also hard currency. The title of the strongest nanny is not just a joke. Reverse cursed technique, this thing is very rare in the world of spells. Originally, Iiri Inami was still worried that Gojo Naru would forge a Zanpakuto that would compete with the reverse cursed technique. Now, the only Zanpakuto with the reverse cursed technique ability is in Shoko's hands, so the Iiri family basically has no competition. It's a pity that Iiri Inami only saw the specialness of Zanpakuto, but didn't know that Gojo Naruto had more than just the abilities of Zanpakuto. When Gojo Naruto completes his training of instant step and truly begins to master the way of the ghost, perhaps the entire world of curse arts will see what the god of death is. The reverse cursed technique that the Iiri family is so proud of is not actually that necessary in Gojo Naru's opinion. After all, in the ghost way, there is the Hui way. The breaking path is responsible for lethality, the binding path is responsible for control, and the returning path is responsible for healing. When Gojo Naru completes his mastery of the Kido, he will be the most comprehensive god of death in the world. When the strongest Kido is paired with the strongest Zanpakuto, no matter whether it is Nose Stroke or Ryaman Sukuna, neither can be a match for Gojo Naru. As for beheading Gojo Satoru, it was impossible to happen the moment Gojo Naruto was born into this world. After all, Gojo Naruto is the strongest god of death in this world. A person who possesses a body that is bound by heaven and curse, possesses the eyes of heaven that can see through everything, possesses the god of death ability to kill ghosts with a fist, and possesses the strongest Zanpakuto like Ryujin Jaka. As such an existence, he is destined to ascend the throne of heaven that belongs to the curse return world. Chapter 179. What? That's the power of your Zanpakuto. After hearing what Nishi Yangsha said, Sekigakai Sekaiji was stunned. He had always known that the power of Zanpakuto was extremely strong, and that it had completely shaken up the entire world of curse arts during this period of time, but this was also the first time he had witnessed the power of Zanpakuto with his own eyes. Those dozens of fire pillars that shot up into the sky just now were like a natural disaster. This terrifying power actually came from the Zanpakuto. This completely overturned Sekigakai's imagination of cursed tool. The difference between an ordinary cursed tool and a Zanpakuto is like the difference between a pistol and an atomic bomb. The gap is too huge. No wonder people always say that the Zanpakuto forged by Gojo Naruto has the power of a jutsu. This is the legendary Zanpakuto. Sekigakai Sekaiji could not hide the shock in his eyes. If possible, he would like to see if he could get a Zanpakuto from Gojo Naruto. If he had a Zanpakuto, could he advance from a first-class sorcerer to a special-class sorcerer? Standing next to Sekigakai Sekaiji, Yagamasamichi frowned. He has always been somewhat concerned about Zanpakuto, but he only knows the abilities of the Zanpakuto of Gojo Shunichi and Yajayu Simon. After all, these two Zanpakuto appear frequently, and Gojo Shunichi and Yajayu Simon carry out missions more frequently, and Yagamasamichi has also worked with them many times. The power of Qingchong and Nyahua is indeed strong, but it is not to the point that makes people despair. Yagamasamichi had not paid attention to the wonderful spectacle that unfolded at the Gojo family when Senbonzakura and Ryujin Jaka appeared before, so he did not know much about the true power of Zanpakuto. Now, witnessing the true power of Ryujin Jaka for the first time, Yagamasamichi was truly shocked. And immediately after the shock, Yagamasamichi felt that Gojo Naru, who possessed a Zanpakuto, must receive correct teachings. It is not a good thing for the world that a 6-year-old child has such a powerful weapon. After all, children don't know how to grasp the limits. He knew that Gojo Naru was precocious, after all, he was the 6-eyes son of God of the Gojo family. However, in Yagami-samaika's opinion, he could not be allowed to have free reign just because the 6-eyes son of God was precocious. Moreover, in Yagami-samaika's view, Gojo Naru and Gojo Satoru both have the power to change the world, and they need someone to guide them correctly. In the world of spells, the Spell High School is a very good place for guidance. If possible, he really hopes that these young people can become students of technical colleges and shape their perception of the world. Shi Yangsha was silently recording something at this time. Before, the entire association only knew that Gojo Naruto's Zanpakuto Ryujin Jaka was very powerful, but no one had ever experienced it personally. This time, they felt the power of Ryujin Jaka at such a close distance, which was completely different from what they had heard from others before. Looking at the fire pillars rising into the sky like Ryujin Jaka, Shi Yangsha felt that the power of this Zanpakuto was simply a natural disaster. Even if Mount Fuji really erupted, it would probably be this powerful, right? The most important thing is this the true strength of Zanpakuto Ryujin Jaka? Shi Yangsha doesn't think so. Regarding Sode Shirayuki before, they had believed many times that Sode Shirayuki only had those few moves. However, Gojo Naru was able to use techniques that they had never seen before every time. The first dance, Moon White, and the second dance, White Ripple, were performed by Gojo Naruto. The information about San no Wu, White Sword was learned by the association through the Zenin family. Plus the mysterious Bankai technique that is enough to defeat a domain-level cursor. There are already 4 types of techniques that have been displayed, and Shi Yangsha knows that there must be other techniques that the association does not know about. Therefore, Sode Shirayuki already has such a powerful and numerous techniques, not to mention the even more powerful Zanpakuto Ryujin Jaka. It was hard for Shi Yangsha to imagine that Ryujin Jaka had such power before Bankai. What would happen after Bankai? After the conclusion, wouldn't Ryujin Wakaka have the power to destroy the heavens and the earth? He suddenly began to mourn for Honglong in his heart. In Shi Yangsha's opinion, the powerful special grade cursed spirit rainbow dragon is not worth the effort of Ryujin Ruohwo. If the dozens of fire pillars that had just erupted were aimed directly at the rainbow dragon, perhaps this special grade cursed spirit would have been exorcised directly. Center of the battlefield. Looking at the power of Ryujin Jaka, Geto Suguru's expression was extremely shocked. If the flames on the castle walls before only made Syayuja feel the scorching heat, the flames of the scorching hell before him made him feel the threat of death. A being like the rainbow dragon has no ability to resist the blazing hell. So, even if I tame the rainbow dragon, can I really get closer to Gojo Naruto's level? It just feels impossible. Do you want to become stronger? Gojo Naruto looked at Geto Suguru with a serious expression. Syayuja nodded, his eyes very determined. He wanted to become stronger, he didn't want to be left behind like this, he felt that he should not lose to anyone, not even Gojo Naruto and Gojo Satoru. I forged a Zanpakuto for you before, but you are now disappointing me. You are not qualified to master the Zanpakuto. Gojo Ming smiled, raised up Geto Suguru's hope, and then suppressed it hard again. Syayuja's eyes lit up, then dimmed again. He knew that he had disappointed Gojo Ming. There was a hint of pity in Gojo Satoru's eyes. He felt that if Gojo Naruto really didn't intend to give Geto Suguru his Zanpakuto, there was no need to mention this, right? How can you hang someone like this? This destined bond really made Gojo Satoru pay close attention to Geto Suguru. He just wanted to speak when Jujutsu stood in front of Gojo Satoru and shook his head. They all saw that Gojo Ming's words, the knife, and the action just now were all forcing something. It is definitely not simply to suppress Geto Suguru's hopes. When Geto Suguru felt lost and the atmosphere became quiet, Rainbow Dragon once again flew up without knowing whether to live or die. Because Gojo Ming did not use up all his strength when he released the scorching hell, Honglong only suffered minor skin injuries. Now, Honglong still has the idea of fighting. Gojo Ming felt helpless about such a reckless action. It turned out that Honglong was not as intelligent as Luhu and the others. He was completely unaware of the threat. If it was Luhu, Hanamai and the others, they would have probably already fled after Gojo Naruto released the blazing hell just now. Chapter 180. However, this is not a bad thing for Gojo Naru. Anyway, this rainbow dragon was originally in Geto Suguru's pocket, and today he wanted to see which was stronger, the special grade cursed spirit or the biological type Zanpakuto. In the world of death, Nishizuku's main role is to act as a mount and healer, and she doesn't have many opportunities to show her abilities in combat. Now, it's time for Rao Shizuku to show up. It just so happened that the rainbow dragon was a special grade cursed spirit with an air-to-ground advantage, and Nishizuku could also fly, so there was no question of one bullying the other. Shoko, let Nishizuku attack. This will also help you improve your control over Nishizuku. As Gojo Naru's voice sounded, Iiri Shoko nodded slightly. She didn't know what the fighting ability of Nishizuku was, but since Gojo Naruto said so, she naturally wanted to see the specific abilities of Nishizuku. After receiving Shoko's order, Nishizuku, who had been standing aside, began to fly into the air. Her mouth suddenly opened wide and spit out shock waves like balls. The movement of Nishizuku's attack in the sky is very similar to that of a manta ray wandering in the sea. This action is very funny, but those shock waves are not in vain. Although it looked like just a bunch of white spherical attacks, the special grade cursed spirit rainbow dragon was beaten back step by this ordinary attack. The most important thing is that rainbow dragon's cursed wave is not enough to defeat Nishizuku. This scene surprised Geto Suguru and the three supporting team even more. If they could accept the fact that Gojo Naruto used Ryujin Jaka to defeat the special grade cursed spirit, they would still be able to accept it. They couldn't believe that the manta ray, which was like a cursed spirit, beat the special grade cursed spirit so badly. In other words, this ray that flies in the sky like a mount actually has the power of a special grade cursed spirit? Sekigakai Kyoji thought that this manta ray was just a flying mount with a little bit of meat shield attribute. But I never thought that this cursed spirit's attack ability was so strong. Seeing that everyone around was watching the battle between snakes and fish with great interest, and thinking about what Gojo Naruto said to Shoko, a guess suddenly emerged in Zyuji's mind. This ray definitely appeared during the time he was away. During this period of time, it was impossible for Gojo Ming to subdue a special grade cursed spirit. After all, Gojo Ming did not have a birth technique like his own. Then, there is only one possibility, that this huge flying ray named Nishizuku is the product of Zanpakuto. Gojo Naruto just said that he made a Zanpakuto for himself. Then there is no doubt that other people should also have Zanpakuto. Kyujo Kuyuki wears a samurai sword on his waist. Obviously, this is a Zanpakuto. Iiri Shoko does not have a sword on his waist, but he does have a scabbard. Then, the giant flying ray in the sky should be the ability of Shoko's Zanpakuto. Otherwise, Gojo Naruto wouldn't have said this unnecessary sentence to allow Shoko to improve her control over Nishizuku. He had already guessed most of it in his mind, but he still had to confirm his guess. Currently, the only person who can help me solve my doubts is Gojo Satoru, with whom I have a good relationship. Woo, let me ask you something about that one in the sky. As soon as Geto Suguru opened his mouth, Gojo Satoru gave a direct answer. Oh, that's Shoko's Zanpakuto, the Nishizuku. Shoko's Zanpakuto's ability is to transform into the Nishizuku, and most of its functions are in this creature in the sky. Geto Zyuu understood. To be honest, when he met Iiri Shoko at the Yoroswia before, he didn't pay much attention to this girl. Although the girl was beautiful, Xiaoyuja was not paying attention to that at the moment. Iiri Shoko's reverse cursed technique ability is very rare, but Geto Suguru doesn't take it seriously. After all, no matter how powerful the reverse cursed technique is, it can only serve as a nurse to provide backup. What I need is to become stronger. However, now that Iiri Shoko has a Zanpakuto, she has undergone such a big change. After getting the Zanpakuto, Iiri Shoko went straight from a nurse to a summoner. Directly took away your position. Originally, Geto Suguru thought that he, who possessed the ability to manipulate cursed spirits, was most suitable for the position of summoner. After all, the technique is innate. However, who could have thought that the powerful special grade cursed spirit Luhu would directly surrender to Gojo Ming, which meant that Gojo Ming had his first summoned creature. Now, Gojo Naru has created the Zanpakuto Nishizuka for Iiri Shoko. As long as he is with Iiri Shoko, Gojo Naru has a second summon. Under the blessing of such a powerful curse spirit, even if I have more curse spirits, it seems to be useless. Although, tens of thousands of cursed spirits can give him the ability to form an army by himself. However, under the technique of Gojo Naru's Jinjaka, no matter how many cursed spirits there are, they will probably be destroyed by Gojo Naru in one blow. Xiaoyuja was a little dazed. I should have had the opportunity to obtain a Zanpakuto, but I squandered it. The conceited Geto Suguru has always been proud. As Yajayu Simon said before, the strong should protect the weak. In Geto's opinion, humans who don't know the rituals are weak, and strong people like them should protect the weak. However, in fact, deep in his heart, he has always hidden disdain for the weak. In his opinion, sorcerers who possessed spells were special beings. The so-called protection of the weak is nothing more than the pity of the strong for the weak. However, his pride was nothing compared to Gojo Naruto's Zanpakuto. Is the way I look at ordinary humans the same as how Gojo Naruto looks at them? In the world of spells, heaven and spell binding have always been a curse. However, this curse showed another kind of power on Zenin Shinji and Gojo Naru. Perhaps, this so-called heaven and curse binding can also be regarded as a kind of selection for sorcerers. Geto Suguru was reflecting in his heart. However, he is not a person who can convince himself. Suppressing his inner feelings in this way will only make it explode more strongly at some point in the future. Zanpakuto, it would be great if I could get a Zanpakuto like Iiri Shoko. If I own a Zanpakuto, will it give me the right to reposition myself? Can it make me stronger and not rely solely on cursed spirits? Geto Zaiyu looked at the schizophrenia in the sky, his eyes filled with desire. He needed a Zanpakuto, and since Gojo Naruto was willing to forge a Zanpakuto for him, then his talent was definitely recognized by Gojo Naruto. Chapter 181. Feeling Geto Suguru's strong emotional fluctuations, Gojo Ming nodded secretly. What he feared the most was that if Geto Zaiyu kept his emotions inside every day and couldn't vent them, this paranoid guy would sooner or later go down the same path as before. However, Gojo Naru is not a god after all, and his understanding of Geto Suguru's mentality can only be based on some details in the original work, and he cannot fully control the changes in Geto Suguru's mentality. He is now watching Xiaoyuja from the side, and perhaps he can pull the reins of Xiaoyuja's distorted mentality in time. If he is not watching Xiaoyuja next to him, Xiaoyuja's mentality may still be affected by external things. But this is no longer what Gojo Naruto needs to think about. At this moment, the three-member support team from the association finally arrived at the battlefield and came to the side of Yajayu Simon and Geto Suguru. It is indeed the six eyes of the Gojo family. The other one is Zenin Shinji, and there is also the astral body Jujuyuki, the genius of reverse cursed technique Iiri Shoko. Sekigakai Sekaiji looked at the group of people standing next to Geto Suguru and felt deeply the luxury of this lineup. According to the strength of this group of people, they can kill the three of them silently. In fact, there is no need for this group of people. All we need is Zenin Jinner and his Zanpakuto Hanaden Kyakotsu. However, no matter how luxurious the lineup is, the core of this group of people is the young boy with white hair and blue eyes who has a calm face and stands next to Geto Suguru. The boy's eyes were like mist, his eyelashes and hair were pure white, and there was another identical twin next to him. This indicates that the twins are the six eyes godchildren of this generation of the Gojo family. The two Zanpakuto sheathed at the boy's waist further confirmed his identity. This person is none other than Gojo Naru, the forger of Zanpakuto, the six eyes godson of the Gojo family, the bearer of the heaven and curse binding, and the one who, at a young age, was able to repel the domain-level cursor. The pillar of fire that shot up into the sky just now came from one of the two Zanpakuto on his waist. If Sekigakai Sekaiji and the other two were still somewhat curious before the meeting, after the actual meeting, they were left with only shock in their hearts. After all, the child in front of him was too young, only 6 years old. What can a 6-year-old do? Under normal circumstances, they may not even have started primary school. The two Six-Eyes sons of God from the Gojo family can now begin to exorcise cursed spirits, and establish their own power and connect their own relationships in this society. Yamamasamichi looked at the two young children in front of him, and he had the idea of helping them to establish a complete worldview. At this moment, he felt that one of his responsibilities was to make this group of young people in front of him the pillars of the future world of sorcery. Yaga, what are you thinking about? As Nishiongshu's voice sounded, Yamamasamichi was stunned for a moment, pushed his glasses, and came to his senses. Only then did he realize that Gojo Ming was looking at him with a playful look on his face, as if he knew him. As the core of the team, Gojo Naru looked at him, and naturally everyone else looked at him with curiosity. Even Iiri Shoko, who was currently treating Yajayu Simon, was not surprised. Is there something on my face? Being watched by so many people, Yamamasamichi, who is still a technical high school student, looked a little embarrassed. Fortunately, he was wearing sunglasses, so even if it was too embarrassing, no one would notice anything. Gojo Naru was a little surprised when he saw the young Yamamasamichi, even though he looked like a future gangster with the sunglasses on. However, he did not expect that Yamamasamichi was so young and handsome at this time. His figure was sturdy and strong, and his physique was not inferior to that of Chanyuan Shire. If he didn't know that Yamamasamichi mainly fights with cursed corpses, Gojo Naru would really have preconceived that he was a master of physical skills. Zenin Shinji and others began to look at Yamamasamichi carefully, and even Sekigakai Sekaiji, the strongest among the three, was overshadowed by Yamamasamichi. What does this man in sunglasses do? Why is Ming paying so much attention to him? Is there something worth paying attention to? He doesn't look that strong. Gojo Satoru frowned slightly, and Six-Eyes kept scanning Yamamasamichi like a laser, trying to find out what was special about Yamamasamichi. The body looks quite strong. How does it compare to the heaven and curse? Zenin Jinner silently looked at Yamamasamichi, thinking about how many punches he would need to throw if he wanted to defeat him. This person doesn't look like a good person at all. He's wearing sunglasses in this weather? Is he pretending to be a gangster? His cursed power is quite strong. Chijuyuki raised his eyebrows and didn't care much about Yamamasamichi. After all, although the opponent was strong, he was still not as strong as himself. Even Geto Suguru, who was feeling depressed, looked up subconsciously. After all, there were not many people who could attract Gojo Naru's attention. I don't know how far the principal's cursed skeleton has been developed. The panda shouldn't be born yet, right? The technique of completely independent curse corpse could be considered very promising. If it could get support from a large family or the top management of an association, the principal's curse corpse technique could even make him a one-man army. In the entire Jujutsu Kaisen world, the only two people who can truly be called a one-man army are probably Yamamasamichi and Geto Suguru. The cursed spirits absorbed by Geto Suguru through his own cursed spirit manipulation technique. Yamamasamichi used his own curse corpse technique to create an independent curse corpse. Gojo Naru felt that he had somewhat neglected the named characters in the original work. Since I am a time traveler, how can I limit my vision like this? The principal, Yamamasamichi, and Nanami Kento, who is supposed to be younger than Gojo Satoru, and it seems that there are also Mei Mei and the others, all of whom are the future strong men in the world of spellcasting. It is also a good choice to be able to treat them as your own experience packs in advance. Moreover, people like Yamamasamichi who possess lost technology should never be ignored. Should I forge a Zanpakuto for Principal Yaga? If I do, what kind of Zanpakuto should I forge for the principal? There don't seem to be many Zanpakuto that can be used in conjunction with the cursed corpse. Should we help Principal Yaga pair a Keto-type Zanpakuto? Just as Gojo Ming was deep in thought, a roar was heard from the sky. Along with the rainbow dragon's painful roar, everyone's attention was once again drawn to the battle in the sky. Chapter 182. In the sky, Hong Long, who had been attacked by Ryujin Jaka before, was no match for Nishizuku. Under Iiri Shoko's command, Nishizuku was as agile as a manta ray, continuously emitting energy waves, 1, 2, 3, constantly focusing on the rainbow dragon. The pale Japanese dragon was flying crookedly in the sky, and after struggling to hold on for more than 10 seconds, it fell from the sky. It hit the ground hard, splashing up thick dust. It's over. This exorcism mission seems to have ended. The culprit of all this, the special grade cursed spirit rainbow dragon, has been dealt with by Nishizuku, and Geto Suguru and Yajayu Simon have also been rescued. Shi Yangsha breathed a sigh of relief. He glanced at Yajayu Simon, who was unconscious on the side. Fortunately, he was not dead, otherwise, he really didn't know how to deal with the Yajayu family. Just when the three supporting teams thought the dust had settled, Yajayu Simon suddenly started coughing violently, and his face went from pale to an unusually flushed color. Yajayu Simon's injuries were too severe, and Shoko's reverse cursed technique could only provide simple treatment but could not completely solve the problem. The expressions of Sekigakai Sekaiji, Yagamasamichi, and Nishinaga Ki changed. Getting rid of the special grade cursed spirit is not the key. Their mission this time was to rescue Yajayu Simon. If they managed to get rid of Honglong but failed to rescue Yajayu Simon, then their mission would be considered a failure. Yagamasamichi approaches Yajayu Simon and wants to check on his health. However, Gojo Ming stopped him directly. Gojo Naru, right? Let me go over and take a look. Yajayu Simon's condition is very serious. In Yagamasamichi's opinion, injuries that could not be cured by the reverse cursed technique were definitely not ordinary. However, to his surprise, Gojo Ming just shook his head and said softly, "Trust Shoko, she is the most professional among us. When it comes to the use of reverse cursed technique, even Chief Iiri Inamitsu can't compare to Shoko." Gojo Naru's tone was very arrogant, but Yagamasamichi did not doubt it. After all, they had no say in the reverse cursed technique. However, the reverse cursed technique is not a panacea. Now it seems that Yajayu Simon was not cured by Iiri Shoko's reverse cursed technique, right? Although Yagamasamichi can't think of any treatment method now, but at least he should try his best, right? Otherwise, what's the point of the three of them coming here? Yagamasamichi is still unwilling to give up, and Gojo Naruto admires this state very much. He is worthy of being the mentor of the Gojo Satoru trio in the future. However, even so, he still couldn't let Yagamasamichi get close to Yajayu Simon, because he knew that Shoko still had his own methods. Although the reverse cursed technique had no effect on Yajayu Simon, didn't Shoko have other methods? Gojo Naru glanced at the flying Nishizuku shad in the sky. The healing skills of this big ray were not inferior to the reverse cursed technique. Shoko only needed to use Nishizuku Sha's technique to heal Yajayu Simon. And everything happened just as Gojo Naruto had imagined. Iiri Shoko recalled Nishizuku Sha from the sky and did not deal a fatal blow to the rainbow dragon. The huge manta ray twisted its flexible body and swooped down from the sky. The movement was so fierce that Sekigakai Sekaiji, Yagamasamichi, and Nishinaga Ki subconsciously took a step back. It looked to them as if the giant manta ray was about to attack them. Rao Shizuka swooped down, slid across the ground, and then landed silently on the open space beside her. The trio didn't know what Iiri Shoko was doing, but when they came to their senses, they found that Yajayu Simon, who was originally beside Iiri Shoko, had disappeared. But this huge light green ray is constantly moving its mouth, as if it is chewing something. Yajayu Simon was eaten by this one-eyed giant ray? Why did Gojo Naru do this? Yagamasamichi didn't know that Nishizuku Satoshi was controlled by Iiri Shoko, so he first thought it was Gojo Naru's order. He subconsciously glanced at Gojo Naru, who was blocking his way, then turned around and rushed towards Nishizuku-sa. He couldn't let Yajayu Simon be eaten by the cursed spirit like this. Why did Gojo Naruto allow his cursed spirit to eat people? Didn't Yajayu Simon obtain the Zanpakuto Tsuni Hana from Gojo Naruto? Aren't the Yajayu and Gojo families very close? Why did Gojo Naruto allow this cursed spirit to eat Yajayu Simon? Yagamasamichi didn't understand, but he had to save people first. However, Gojo Naruto did not let Yaga Masamichi pass by, and immediately appeared in front of Yaga Masamichi with a flash step. "Get out of the way, Gojo Naruto!" Yaga Masamichi gathered the cursed energy in his right fist, preparing to blast out a black flash. Although he is famous for his curse corpse in the Jujutsu High School, his close combat ability is not inferior to others. Gojo Naru is very powerful, but Yaga Masamichi is not afraid. As long as he stays close to Gojo Naru and prevents him from drawing his Zanpakuto to release the technique, his chances of winning should be greater. Yaga Masamichi was a little too confident, but Gojo Naruto had no intention of testing the current principal's strength. At the moment when he was about to use the black flash, he directly used his body bound by heaven and curse to forcibly stop Yaga Masamika's attack and explained in a deep voice. "This is the technique of Nishizuku Sasha. Nishizuku Sasha will swallow the injured to heal them. After Yajiu Simon is vomited out, he will be fully healed." Gojo Naru's words made Yaga Masamika's body stiffen, with an expression of disbelief. How could he have such ability? Isn't this huge green ray in front of me a cursed spirit? Facing the suspicion in Yaga Masamika's eyes, Gojo pointed at Shoko who had his eyes closed. At this moment, Nishizuku is using Shoko's power to treat Yajiu Simon. The more serious the injury, the more cursed power Shoko will provide. If you attack Nishizuku Sasa, it will also affect Shoko's treatment of Yajiu Simon. So, Principal Yaga, what are you going to do? Continue the attack? Or give up? Gojo Naru's playful voice put Yaga Masamichi in a dilemma. After a moment of silence, Yaga Masamichi dispersed the cursed power on his right fist and shook his head awkwardly. "I was too impatient and didn't understand the situation. Also, I'm just a student of the technical high school, not the principal. The principal is this." Yaga Masamichi pointed at Sekigakai Sekiji who was standing beside him. Sekigakai Sekiji was also very embarrassed. Gojo Ming smiled silently, not knowing what to say. "I made a slip of the tongue. This former principal has such a low sense of presence." Chapter 183. After learning about Nishizuku's treatment method, everyone at the scene was silent. Whether it was the supporting trio or Gojo Satoru's group, they were all surprised by Nishizuku's healing behavior. But the only thing to be thankful for is that it seems that Yajiu Simon will not be in any life-threatening danger. After Shyuja realized this, he also breathed a sigh of relief. In this mission, Yajiu Simon can be said to have helped him a lot. Without Yajiu Simon's protection, perhaps Geto Suguru would not be able to stand here safely at this moment. The whole scene seemed to have fallen into silence. Sekigakai Seiji, Yaga Masamichi, and Nishinagaki didn't know what to do. Should they go back and report now? This is a bit inappropriate, after all, there is no confirmed news about Yajiu Simon. However, just standing there seemed a bit awkward. At this moment, Gojo Naruto glanced at Geto Suguru and said, "Gee, your life skills are very powerful, but, most of the time, you can't control it. Isn't it disgusting to swallow a rag that has been used to handle vomit and feces?" Shyuja's body was shocked, and he looked up at Gojo Ming, his face full of shock. He could confirm that he had never told anyone about this feeling, so why did Gojo Naruto know the feeling of swallowing the curse spirit ball? Even if Gojo Naruto knew that the curse spirit ball tasted strange, why was Gojo Naruto able to know the accurate description in his heart? The most important thing is that Gojo Ming's description of the taste is exactly the same as what he felt in his heart. This is too scary. Could it be that Gojo Naruto can read my inner thoughts? Shyuja's eyes widened and he subconsciously took 2 steps back, not knowing how to respond to Gojo Naru. Seeing Geto Suguru's performance, Gojo Ming smiled and didn't care too much. Instead, he shifted his attention to Honglong beside him. Although Rainbow Dragon was in a very bad state under the attack of Rao Shizuku and had basically no strength to fight, the body of this Oriental dragon was still very shocking. Gojo Ming walked silently to the side of Honglong, patted its huge body, and said to Shyuja, "If you want to maximize the power of the curse spirit manipulation technique, then you have to overcome this idea. I know that the taste of the curse spirit ball is very disgusting. After all, the birth of the cursed spirit is closely related to human negative emotions. How can it taste good? But, gee, are you ready to give up your life-saving technique? Not prepared. Wu Tiaoming raised the corner of his mouth slightly and pursed his lips at Hong Long beside him. I'm giving you this opportunity. This is a special grade cursed spirit, and you came here on purpose to find it. What do you think? Do you want to absorb it? Xiaoyuji's expression was a little ugly. He had tried to subdue the rainbow dragon before, but he had not been able to subdue it before it evolved into a special grade. Now that the rainbow dragon had become a special grade cursed spirit, how could he subdue it? Gojo Satoru felt that Gojo Naru seemed to be laughing at him. However, Gojo Naru's next words moved him. Jay, if you can subdue the rainbow dragon, I will give you the Zanpakuto that I made for you. Since the curse spirit manipulation technique is your innate technique, then show me your power. Gojo Naru's words were full of temptation, and even Gojo Satoru didn't understand why Gojo Naru did this. Asking Geto Suguru, who is only 6 years old, to subdue a special grade cursed spirit? Gojo Satoru doesn't think Geto Suguru can do it. The previous failure to subdue Luhu has already proved Geto Satoru's current condition, and the continued failure of Hong Long this time made Gojo Satoru feel that Geto Satoru is not yet at the level where he can subdue a special grade cursed spirit. However, Gojo Satoru was unaware of Gojo Ming's painstaking efforts. For Gojo Naruto, the bond between Geto Suguru and Gojo Satoru should be difficult to break. In this case, he must carefully consider Geto Suguru's future situation. The reason why Geto Satoru will reach that point in the future is actually because of the pressure of constantly devouring cursed spirits. This feeling and the accumulation of various negative emotions made Xiaoyuji finally make that decision. And now, what Gojo Naruto is doing is to make Geto Suguru accept his birth technique and accept this weird taste. If Geto Satoru wants to subdue Hong Long, then he must overcome his inner resistance. Otherwise, with his current strength, he would not be able to subdue the special grade cursed spirit. Being able to overcome his psychological resistance, Geto Suguru will have a greater breakthrough in the speed of improving his strength. If you want to become stronger, you have to pay a price. How is it possible to become stronger without paying any price? Faced with Gojo Naru's proposal, Sekigakai Sekaiji, Yagamasamichi, and Nishinaga Shu all looked at Geto Suguru. They didn't know the details of Geto Suguru's cursed spirit manipulation technique, but they knew that this was a very good opportunity. You know, Gojo Naruto's Zanpakuto has been sold at a sky-high price in the current curse world. Even the price of a special grade cursed tool cannot compare to Gojo Naruto's Zanpakuto. No matter what, Geto Satoru should give it a try. But Kyujoku Yuki, Zenin Shinji, and Gojo Satoru knew that things were not that simple. If Geto Satoru could really subdue special grade cursed spirits at will, he would not have missed a special grade cursed spirit like Luhu in Hongxing Palace before. After all, no matter how you look at it, Luhu is stronger than Honglong. They all knew that taming the rainbow dragon would definitely be a huge challenge for Geto Suguru. In this situation, both groups were waiting for Geto Satoru's answer. What choice will Geto Satoru make? Come on, Jay, what decision will you make? Gojo Ming stood beside Hong Long with a smile on his face. He gracefully stretched out his right hand and made an inviting gesture to Satoru. Ji, come on, let me see your determination. I know the potential of your technique. Now you definitely have the ability to subdue the rainbow dragon. Curse spirit manipulation technique, you haven't really discovered its power yet, the technique of manipulating top-grade curse spirits, or even extracting curse spirits, this is your reliance as a boss in the future. At the same time, this is also the reason why your body will be coveted by Noose in the future. Completely control your own body, control your own techniques, control your own strength, do not give yourself the chance to die, and do not give Noose the chance to obtain your body. Gojo Naruto is looking forward to Geto Suguru's decision. He actually already had the answer in his mind, but he still looked forward to seeing Geto Satoru take that step with his own eyes. Chapter 184. Everyone looked at Geto Suguru walking to Gojo Naru's side, with different expressions on their faces. Yagamasamichi and the other two thought that Gojo Suguru really cared more about his Zanpakuto. Gojo Satoru and the other two knew that this was a challenge to themselves. I will complete the capture of the Rainbow Dragon. Xiaoyuji's eyes were full of determination. Everyone can brag. Gojo Ming raised his eyebrows and gave his seat to Gojo Suguru. I need to accept your technique. If you have this kind of rejection mentality, you won't be able to subdue the special grade curse spirit with your strength. Gojo Ming gave the final hint and walked back to Gojo Satoru and the others. Xiaoyuji held his breath and concentrated, and a tense atmosphere began to emerge around him. Jujutsu walked behind Gojo Naru, hugged Gojo Naru's neck from behind, pressed his huge and plump breasts on Gojo Naru's shoulders, and said with a chuckle. Even though you said you don't want to give the Zanpakuto to Gojo Suguru, in reality, you still have to give it to him. Even if Gojo Zaiyu really can't subdue Rainbow Dragon, you will definitely give Kizuna Maru to Gojo Zaiyu to use. Jujutsu was full of certainty when he spoke, and a confident smile appeared on his delicate face. Smelling the greasy aroma, Gojo Ming gave Jujutsu a look with an expression that said, "You're so smart." It was indeed just as Yuki Kyujoku imagined. Kizuna Maru was originally created for Gojo Suguru. This time, the reason why I said I wouldn't give it to Gojo Suguru was to poo at this guy Gojo Suguru. But, being exposed like this, don't you have any face left? It seems that there is less and less sense of boundary between Jujutsu and me. You know, before Tenjin completed the Bankai of Yu Lu Zhelu, he still needed to rely on astral plasma to maintain his consciousness. What the hell is this that Jujutsu is letting himself go right now? Not far away, Honglong suddenly began to struggle violently. Although Nishizuka no longer has any ability to resist, its huge body is still a considerable threat to a weak human. When Gojo Zaiyu's right hand touched him, Honglong felt a sense of loss of control. If he allowed Gojo Suguru to release the technique, Honglong knew that he might not be free in the future. This is not the ending it wants to accept. Feeling the Rainbow Dragon's cursed power gathering towards his right hand, Xiaoyuji breathed a sigh of relief. As long as you start absorbing the cursed energy, this is a good start. However, the good times did not last long, as Honglong's reaction began to affect the gathering of cursed energy. The ball of cursed power in Gojo Suguru's hand has not yet taken shape, and Rainbow Dragon's will is still resisting Gojo Suguru. Faced with this situation, a trace of pain flashed in Xiaoyuji's eyes. Sure enough, it is still very difficult to subdue the special grade cursed spirit. This scene is exactly the same as the scene where Rainbow Dragon was subdued in front of Yajiuzaman before. Are we going to experience failure again? Zaiyuji recalled the expectation in Gojo Naruto's eyes just now, and thought about how he was about to pass by his Zanpakuto, and the pain in his heart became even more intense. If he could not tame the Rainbow Dragon and obtain his Zanpakuto, the gap between him and Gojo Naruto and Gojo Satoru would only get bigger. This Rainbow Dragon is the foundation of his existence. If he could subdue the Rainbow Dragon, and use the Zanpakuto that Gojo Naruto made for him, then even if he encountered a cursed spirit like Rokugo in the future, he would have the confidence to fight it and try to subdue it using the cursed spirit manipulation technique. The premise of all this is that he can conquer Honglong. Gojo Zaiyu subconsciously turned his head and glanced at Gojo Ming. This white-haired boy opened his pair of azure blue eyes and his white eyelashes fluttered constantly. He felt Gojo Naru's expectations and trust. Different from Gojo Satoru, Zenin Shinji, and others who were skeptical, Gojo Ming really believed that he could tame Honglong. A look of determination flashed across Xiaoyuji's face, and he placed both of his hands on Honglong's body. He wanted to do it, and he would do it. Isn't that the disgusting smell? Can this taste compare to the feeling of vulnerability of losing to someone else? He, Gojo Suguru, didn't want to lose to anyone, not even Six Eyes from the Gojo family, not even the Zanpakuto Smith who was famous throughout the world of sorcery. Come on, come on. I accept it. I'll just pretend that I have no sense of taste. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Xiaoyuji's eyes. At this moment, Gojo Zaiyu completely cut off his sense of taste. As long as he couldn't taste anything, his resistance to the curse spirit manipulation technique would naturally no longer exist. If you can't solve it psychologically, then solve it directly from a physiological perspective. By blocking his sense of taste through cursed power, Gojo Satoru's expression became distorted. At the same time, he completely accepted his own birth technique. He had completely forgotten what the rag smelled like. At this moment, the cursed spirit manipulation technique was completely controlled by Gojo Satoru. Rainbow Dragon's struggle became more and more intense. When everyone thought that Gojo Satoru could not tame Rainbow Dragon, a powerful cursed force was extracted from Rainbow Dragon. As everyone was watching, the Rainbow Dragon transformed into a ball of light flowing with strange colors and appeared in Gojo Satoru's hand. Is this the cursed spirit manipulation technique? Gojo Satoru's face was full of curiosity. This was the first time he had seen such a technique. Six Eyes of the Gojo family was quickly analyzing Gojo Satoru's technique. He was very curious about the principle behind Gojo Satoru's technique and why he could control so many cursed spirits at the same time. There was also a hint of surprise in Chan Yuan Shen'er's eyes. Although he didn't know much about the technique, Gojo Satoru's actions just now made him feel that Gojo Satoru had given up something. He resolutely gave up certain things in exchange for the opportunity to completely master the technique. Zenin Chiji didn't know what Xiaoyuja gave up, but he knew that this thing was definitely very precious. At the same time, he also had a new understanding of Gojo Satoru. Although he felt that Gojo Satoru was still unable to compete with Gojo Naruto, in his opinion, Gojo Satoru at this time might become a parallel existence with Gojo Satoru in the future. Gojo Satoru and Gojo Satoru will become famous masters in the world of sorcery in the future. Of course, the strongest people should still be myself and Gojo Naruto. The light in Jujuyuki's eyes grew brighter and brighter. What she cares about is not Gojo Satoru. Whether Gojo Satoru fails or succeeds has nothing to do with him. What she cared about was the meaning of what Gojo Naru had said before. The success of Gojo Satoru means that Gojo Naru's dark words have been confirmed. Something that shouldn't have happened happened. Gojo Xiaoyu shouldn't have completed the taming of the special grade cursed spirit at this age. He should at least wait until Gojo Xiaoyu is twice as old before he can achieve this level. However, under the guidance of Gojo Naruto, Gojo Satoru did it. Chapter 185. Gojo Naruto, who are you? Jujuyuki's curiosity about Gojo Naru grows stronger and stronger, and at the same time, his affection for Gojo Naru also grows stronger and stronger. The mysterious Gojo Naruto is like a deadly poison to Jujuyuki. If before, Jujuyuki regarded Lord Tenjin as a god and prophet in this world. So, after meeting Gojo Naruto, Lord Tenjin's position was replaced by Gojo Naruto. The mysterious Gojo Naru, the riddle-like Gojo Naru, the Gojo Naru who seemed to know everything, all these made Jujuyuki more and more obsessed. She was looking forward to discovering more secrets around Gojo Naruto. As for other people, whether it was Gojo Satoru, Gojo Suguru, or Zenin Shinji who possessed the power of heaven and curse, she was no longer that curious about them. Before, she had always wanted to use Tianyujufu, a being with no cursed power at all, as her test subject to eliminate the cursed spirit. Now, Gojo Naru has fulfilled all her needs. As long as Gojo Naruto can cooperate with her, then nothing else will be a problem. While Jujuyuki was daydreaming, Gojo Suguru held the blue curse ball in his hand and slowly moved it closer to him. This curse ball is very big, worthy of being the incarnation of a special grade curse spirit. It is different from all the curse balls he has come into contact with before. Everyone's eyes were focused on Gojo Suguru's hands. They also wanted to know how Gojo Suguru would use the curse spirit manipulation technique next. In full view of everyone, Xiaoyuja opened his mouth wide, and the entire blue curse ball seemed to be twisted and was swallowed into his mouth. At this moment, everyone present finally understood why Gojo Naruto said that. Although I didn't taste it myself, but the thought of swallowing this cursed energy gathered from negative emotions made it impossible for it to taste good. The feeling of swallowing a rag that has been used to handle vomit and feces. Thinking of Gojo Naru's description just now, Gojo Satoru, Sekigakai Seiji, Yagamasamichi and Nishinaga Shu all felt nauseous. How could anyone possibly swallow this kind of taste? They finally understood why it was so difficult for Gojo Satoru to use the technique of life. Who can bear this kind of thing? Not to mention swallowing it all the time, even if they were asked to swallow it once, it would probably be a little difficult. Only Gojo Naru looked evil, Iiri Shoko looked calm, and Kyojoku Yuki looked indifferent at the scene. Gojo Naruto had known that this scene would happen, and knew that this was the only way for Gojo Satoru to control the cursed spirit, so there was nothing surprising about it. Iiri Shoko was concentrating on providing the cursed energy to Nishizuka to treat Yajayu Simon. As for Yuki Kyojoku, her situation was even simpler. She didn't care at all whether Gojo Satoru could control the rainbow dragon. To her, all this was meaningless. As the blue curse ball twisted and the entire cursed power was swallowed by Gojo Satoru, the remains of the rainbow dragon that had originally stayed on the ground completely dissipated. Gojo Satoru's power became even stronger, and in the 6 eyes of Gojo Satoru and Gojo Naruto, the negative emotions entangled with Gojo Satoru became even more intense. As expected. How could Gojo Satoru not become a pervert if he continues to devour cursed spirits like this? This is the result after Gojo Satoru completely gave up his sense of taste. It is really hard to imagine how strong the negative emotions would be if Gojo Satoru still swallowed the curse ball with that kind of reluctance mentality. Gojo Ming was watching secretly from the side. According to the current situation, he must pay more attention to Gojo Satoru's development of the life technique in the future. However, the look Gojo Satoru gave Suguru Gojo was much simpler. Gojo Satoru only has pure concern for Gojo Suguru. The only person of his age whom he could consider a friend, besides Shoko, was Gojo Suguru. He was against Gojo Naruto letting Gojo Suguru forcibly subdue Rainbow Dragon. This behavior seemed very dangerous to Gojo Satoru. Although Gojo Suguru finally successfully completed this action, the pressure he bore was far beyond his age. Gojo Satoru didn't want his friend to change his personality because of something like this. As the rise and fall of Gojo Zaiu's chest gradually became calm, the solemnity in the air also slowly subsided. In an instant, Xiaoju's body trembled and he burped. The negative emotions that originally surrounded him disappeared instantly, and he became much more normal. Ming, I'm done. Gojo Suguru's expression returned to calm and he looked at Gojo Naru. For this cursed spirit, he gave up his sense of taste. From then on, he was completely isolated from food. Although he could get a rare Zanpakuto because of this, he still felt a little regretful in his heart. After all, no one wants to lose something for no reason. Although, it seems that taste is not that important. Gojo Ming narrowed his eyes and nodded. He still approved of Gojo Suguru's determination and decision. Such a person would definitely be a figure in the world of sorcery in the future. Under the gazes of everyone, Xiaoju waved his right hand, and in the torn space, a white oriental dragon appeared directly from the crack. Rainbow Dragon. This white oriental dragon looks exactly like the previous rainbow dragon, except for its size. The only difference between the two is that the rainbow dragon summoned by Gojo Suguru is slightly smaller than the previous one. However, the pressure from the special grade cursed spirit still exists. At this moment, no one could regard Gojo Suguru as a 6-year-old child. At least, this child already possessed the strength of a special grade cursed spirit. The strength of this special grade cursed spirit is enough to crush sorcerers of level 2 and below. Although, it seems that Gojo Suguru's strength is not as good as his peers Gojo Satoru and Gojo Naruto, but below the two of them, basically no one can be his opponent. Among their peers, the three of them are already the pinnacle of the entire sorcery world, and special beings like Shoko are more used for backup support. In real battles, they cannot compare with Gojo Naruto, Gojo Satoru, and Gojo Suguru. Fortunately, this time Gojo Naru forged a meat Shizuka for Shoko, so Shoko could at least summon meat Shizuka to assist in the battle. Nishizuka's strength is at least comparable to that of a special grade cursed spirit, and she also has the ability to perform healing rituals. Although this cannot make Shoko a top combat force, it can at least allow Shoko to have the ability to protect herself in the world of curses. Wet nurses are very necessary in this world. Chapter 186. Gee, you have fulfilled the previous agreement. Gojo Naruto smiled and nodded. Xiaoyuja also breathed a sigh of relief and recovered Honglong. It takes a lot of effort to tame the rainbow dragon. He released the rainbow dragon to prove it to Gojo Naruto. Geto Xiaoyu knew that everything Gojo Naru did was to bring out his potential. However, deep in his heart, he still had a slight resistance and even a slight fear towards Gojo Naruto. He feels very easy to get along with Gojo Satoru, but feels very stressed when getting along with Gojo Naruto. Among his peers, Gojo Naruto is like a king sitting in the sky looking down at everyone. Geto Suguru really doesn't know who can truly defeat Gojo Naruto. Even the unlimited techniques, 10 shadow techniques, and red blood manipulation techniques that have left their mark in the history of the entire curse world, would only end in regret in front of Gojo Naruto's Zanpakuto and the heaven and curse binding, right? Such an idea even occurred to Geto Suguru. Does Gojo Naru really have no techniques? Perhaps, Gojo Naruto's birth technique is the forging of Zanpakuto? Perhaps, only in this way can we explain clearly why Gojo Naruto was able to create this cursed tool that has never appeared in the world of sorcery? Geto Xiaoyu didn't dare to think too much about it. Gojo Naru's identity was full of mystery. It was the secret of the big three sorcerer families. Since neither the Zenin family nor the Kimo family made any comments, why should he, an ordinary sorcerer born in an ordinary family, think so much? At least, Gojo Naruto recognized me and made my Zanpakuto for me, right? Thinking of this, Xiaoyuja was looking forward to what his Zanpakuto would look like. After Geto Suguru tamed the rainbow dragon, Yagamasamichi and the other two also breathed a sigh of relief. The cursed spirit subdued by Geto Suguru was successfully exorcised, and they have completed half of the mission this time. Next, it depends on the situation of Yajiu Simon. As the three people's eyes were focused on Nishizuku, who was still chewing, Iiri Shoko's closed eyes slowly opened. Because her cursed energy was almost drained, Iiri Shoko's face turned pale. Gojo Naru came to Shoko's side and supported her to stand up. He had always been confident in the healing effect of Nishizuku, but he did not expect that it would consume so much of Shoko's cursed energy. He helped Shoko to come to Nishizuku's side. Nishizuku stared at Shoko with her one eye, seeming a little confused. Mura, my cursed power can no longer support Nishizuku to continue repairing Uncle Yajiu Simon's body. Iiri Shoko's words caused the expressions of Yagamasamichi and the other two to change. What does this mean? Could it be that what Gojo Naru just said was all a lie? Iiri Shoko cannot heal Yajiu Simon? Gojo Ming nodded. Shoko, you've worked hard. This is also your first time using Nishizuku's healing technique, so it's normal for this accident to happen. What is Yajiu Simon's current condition? Gojo Naruto didn't feel worried by Shoko's words. Even if others didn't know, how could he not know? Even if Iiri Shoko's cursed power was not enough to support the complete repair of Yajiu Simon's body, it had been repaired for such a long time, Yajiu Simon would not still be in the previous dangerous state. Iiri Shoko shook her head. Her relationship with Nishizuku was not close enough, so she could only feel that Yajiu Simon was still alive in Nishizuku's body, but she didn't know the specific situation. Gojo Naru, quickly let this cursed spirit spit out Simon. We need to recheck his condition. Sekigakai Sekaiji's expression became very serious. He knew that the Yajiu family was currently vying for votes from the association's top leaders. If everything went well, the Yajiu family, which had 2 first-level sorcerers, would be able to obtain a spot. If the Yajiu family lost a first-level sorcerer who had finally awakened because of the association's mission this time, he could hardly imagine what the Yajiu family would do. Yagamasamichi and Nishinagaki also had serious expressions. They both knew the importance of Yajiu Simon's safety. Upon hearing this, Gojo Ming glanced at the three of them indifferently, his expression looking very calm. This indifferent attitude made Sekigakai Sekaiji and the other two feel a little disappointed. They had all heard of the relationship between Yajiu Simon and Gojo Naru. As Gojo Naru's most staunch follower of the Yajiu family, it seemed that he came to carry out the purification mission this time in order to break through his own strength and complete the so-called Bankai opportunity of his Zanpakuto. Now, under this situation, Gojo Naruto is so cold. I wonder what Yajiusimon will think after knowing this? However, if Yajiusimon can't make it this time, he won't be bothered by Gojo Naru's attitude. Humans really only want to see what they want to see. Sekigakai Kyoji and the other two all thought of Gojo Naru's indifference at this time, but they seemed to have subconsciously forgotten why Gojo Naru and the others appeared here. Isn't the fundamental reason why Gojo Naru appeared here to rescue Yajiusimon? So, this is already a paradox. If they thought more comprehensively, they might be able to understand why Gojo Ming was so calm. Gojo Ming didn't care at all about the adult's complicated thoughts. In the face of Sekigakai Sekaiji's request, he did not ignore it and nodded directly to Iiri Shoko. Shoko patted Nishizuka's head with a troubled expression and conveyed her instructions. Spit out this human? But he hasn't recovered yet. There was a look of doubt in Nishizuka's big single eye. Iiri Shoko and Gojo Naru, who were standing in front of her, could clearly sense the meaning conveyed by Nishizuku. Gojo Ming smiled, stroked Rao Shizuku and said, "It's okay. You don't need to be cured completely. Shoko no longer has the strength to provide you with. Just spit out Yajiusimon. I won't bother you with the subsequent treatment." Nishizuku seemed to understand what Gojo Naruto said, but it knew that the person in front of it was the one who brought it into this world, so it agreed to Gojo Naruto's instructions. I saw that the frequency of Nishizuka's chewing was still increasing. After chewing twice with its huge mouth, it opened its mouth wide in an instant and spit out a human-shaped object wrapped in a ball of green light. No one expected that Yajiusimon would appear in such a posture. At the same time, except Gojo Naru, no one knew what this green light covering Yajiusimon was. Chapter 187. Back. There was a flash of surprise in Gojo Ming's eyes, but then he calmed down. There is nothing wrong with the power of Kaido appearing in Nishizuka's body. Nishizuka's power to heal people is originally derived from Kaido. Thinking of this, Gojo Ming was looking forward to the fourth skill of Zanquan Zugui, Ghost Path. In the entire world of Bleach, apart from Zanpakuto, Kido skills are the coolest and most powerful. According to Gojo Naru's understanding, the path of ghosts is divided into the path of destruction, the path of bondage, and the path of return. In the original work of Bleach, Heido appears most frequently, followed by Kudo, and Kaido appears the least frequently. If I break through the instant step and master the ghost way, I should be able to master the way of breaking, the way of binding and the way of returning. At that time, we can see which one is more powerful, Huideo or reverse cursed technique. To be honest, Gojo Naru is still looking forward to mastering the Kido. After all, even though he has a body as strong as the sky and cursed, no one can resist the joy of standing at a distance, chanting a few words, and then destroying the enemy directly, right? Just like the world of Bleach is centered around Zanpakuto. However, the biggest villain in the early stage, Sosuke Aizen, basically used Kido the most. Both Dankong and Hakoku were pushed very high by Aizen Sosuke. Gojo Naruto also wanted to let the sorcerers experience the horror of the ghost way in this world. Looking at Yajiusimon, who was wrapped in green light, not only Yagamasamichi and the other two, but even Iiri Shoko, who was proficient in reverse cursed technique, seemed a little overwhelmed. No one knows what this green fluorescence is used for. This is a power that has never appeared in the world of spells. But just when everyone was unsure, a light cough suddenly sounded. Everyone looked towards the source of the sound and found that Yajiusimon, who was wrapped in green light, had actually opened his eyes. Is he already healed? Wasn't Simon still in a coma just now? How come he woke up right now? Is this the power of this cursed spirit? Sekigakai Sekaiji's eyes widened, he couldn't believe what was happening. So, what did Iiri Shoko mean when she said that the cursed energy is not enough to support the treatment of this cursed spirit? Is such treatment not effective? It's too scary. Yagamasamichi looked at Yajiusimon lying on the ground, then at Iiri Shoko beside him, and finally at the giant light green manta ray that was staring with one eye and full of innocence, and his heart was filled with shock. What on earth is going on in this world of spells? Why do I feel like I can no longer understand this world in the past year? Finally, Yagamasa Mika's gaze fell on Gojo Naru. He knew that the one who had changed the world was the person in front of him, the Six Eyes twins who forged Zanpakuto and should not have appeared in this world. Is this the power to change the world? According to the previous conversation between Gojo Naruto, this giant manta ray came from the power of Zanpakuto. This newly forged Zanpakuto currently belongs to Iiri Shoko. Thinking of this, Yagamasa Michi felt a little envious. Among this group of 6-year-old children, except Geto Suguru, Gojo Naru, Gojo Satoru, and Iiri Shoko all have their own Zanpakuto. Moreover, the power of each Zanpakuto is extremely strong. Even though Geto Suguru didn't have a Zanpakuto, after this incident, he got Gojo Naru's promise to have a Zanpakuto. Obviously, these 4 children are the future of the entire magic world. Thinking of this, Yagamasa Michi turned his gaze to the older Zenin Shinji and Kyujoku Yuki. If we say that Gojo Naru and the other 4 6-year-old children are the distant future of the world of sorcery. But, Zenin Shinji and Kyujoku Yuki are the present of the entire world of sorcery. Zenin Shinji possesses the strongest body, and with his Zanpakuto, Hanaden Kyakotsu, the 2 strongest first-level sorcerers in the entire Zenin family are no match for him. And Juju Yuki is a star plasma body with extremely strong talent. It is also said that the magic technique he was born with is also the ancestral magic technique of the Juju family. He is destined to become a first-level sorcerer in the future. Now she has obtained the Zanpakuto from Gojo Naruto, and the most important thing is that she is also Gojo Naruto's rumored girlfriend. With this kind of relationship, it is hard to imagine that Juju Yuki would not stand on Gojo Naru's side. This means that the group of people in front of them, with Gojo Naru as the core, have formed a powerful group. Zanayuan Shenur, who is in his mature stage, has taken over the top combat power in the entire sorcery world. Basically, in the sorcery world, there are very few people who can defeat Zanayuan Shenur. A slightly younger high school student? Actually just a junior high school student, Juju Yuki, who can perfectly achieve the strongest authority of Zenin Jinur, continues to escort this small group. When Gojo Naru, Gojo Satoru, Geto Suguru, and Iiri Shoko mature, this group will definitely dominate the entire sorcery world in the future. It's hard to imagine, 2 heaven and curse binding, 2 Six Eyes, each with a standard Zanpakuto, a curse spirit manipulation technique, a reverse cursed technique, a star plasma. What kind of organization can resist such a powerful force? In the small organization of Gojo Naruto, even if the 3 major families united together, they would not be able to shake their rule, right? This is what Yagamasa Michi himself sees at the moment. Yagamasa Michi suddenly thought of the relationship between Gojo Naru and Hongsing Palace, and that Gojo Naru seemed to have brought out a special grade cursed spirit from Hongsing Palace. If we count that special grade cursed spirit, plus the rainbow dragon that was just subdued by Geto Suguru, 2 more special grade cursed spirits will be added to this small group. You really can't think about it too much. Once you think about it too much, Yagamasa Michi will feel the horror of Gojo Naru from the bottom of his heart. The one who holds this group of people together is Gojo Naruto. Gojo Naruto is the core and bond of this small organization. There was a sharp gleam in Yagamasa Mika's eyes beneath his sunglasses. If I can get Gojo Naruto to agree with my philosophy, then changing the world won't be that difficult, right? Standing next to Yagamasa Michi, Nishinagaki silently recorded Iiri Shoko's power and the technique of the giant ray in his heart. As an auxiliary supervisor, his combat power is not that strong, but all his skill points are focused on auxiliary abilities. This information is very important, and he must successfully bring it back to the association. This plays a vital role in the future development or planning of the association. Chapter 188. What's wrong with me? Yajayu Simon opened his eyes dazedly. The light was dim and he couldn't see clearly what was going on around him. He only knew that there seemed to be many people or ghosts surrounding him. Am I dead already? Oh, it's really a disgrace to Master Gojo Naruto. Even until death, I can't complete the Bankai of my Zanpakuto. If other people knew about this, they would definitely laugh at the Yajayu family for wasting their Zanpakuto Tsurugi. Yajayu Simon subconsciously touched his waist. Although he had fallen into the underworld, he still had the habit of grabbing his Zanpakuto. A familiar feeling came from my hand. Is Twisting Flower still by my side? Can the Zanpakuto forged by Master Gojo Naruto actually follow me into the underworld? Yajayu Simon was a little surprised, and at the same time, seemed a little delighted. If I could enter the underworld with my Zanpakuto Tsurugi, would that be a kind of comfort to me? Yajayu Simon was lost in thought, and at the same time, the green light in front of him began to dissipate. The moment the green light completely disappeared, he heard a familiar voice. Uncle Simon, I'm so glad you're okay. This is G. Didn't Xiaoyuja get rescued in the end? Such doubts arose in Yajayu Simon's heart. However, he then obtained more information from Geto Suguru's words. Is it really great that I'm fine? Yajayu Simon's expression froze for a moment, and then a surge of ecstasy rose in his heart. I am not dead, I am still alive. The moment his thoughts came to his mind, Yajayu Simon could clearly see the people standing around him. 99 Yuki, Iiri Shoko, Zenin Shinji, Gojo Satoru. And, young Master Gojo Ming who was standing next to him. Seeing this scene, how could Yajayu Simon not know what was going on? It was Master Gojo Ming who brought people to save me. Yajayu Simon looked a little ashamed. After the duel with Gojo Shunichi at the Gojo family, he had vowed to Gojo Naruto that he would complete his Bankai. Now, it has fallen into such an embarrassing situation. Zaman, feel your body's current condition. This is the first time Shoko uses Nishizuka to treat you. Feel it for yourself and see if you feel any discomfort in your body. Gojo Naru's voice was very flat, but Yajayu Simon still felt Gojo Naru's concern for him. However, he was very curious about what a meat Shizuku is. The moment this thought came to his mind, he suddenly felt something sticky sticking to his body. What the hell? Yajayu Simon was frightened by this strange feeling, and he jumped away from his original position as if he was launched. After landing, he subconsciously turned his head and found a strange huge green ray sticking out its tongue. It seemed that the tongue of this stingray was the one that had just licked him. Cursed spirit! Yajayu Simon was about to draw out his Zanpakuto Tsurugi, as he didn't know why there was a cursed spirit here. However, just when he was about to make his first move, Zenin Shinner took a step forward and disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already beside Yajayu Simon. The action of Yajayu Simon drawing his sword was directly stopped by Zenin Shinji. This is Shoko's Zanpakuto technique. What you see is a Nishizuku, not a cursed spirit. Zenin Shinji's explanation made Yajayu Simon freeze, and at the same time, it also confirmed the guess in the hearts of the three support team who were watching on the side. This green flying ray is indeed a Zanpakuto jutsu. Well, what Master Gojo Naruto just said, the cure for my meat Shizuku is. Yajayu Simon stuttered. He had no idea how this giant manta ray would treat him. That's right, Uncle Simon. Just now, it was Nishizuka that swallowed you and healed you. Geto Suguru added a sentence that made Yajayu Simon realize the fact completely. Yajayu Simon shuddered, watching as Nishizuka floated to his side, stuck out his tongue, and began to lick the green fluorescence off his body. During the whole process, Zyuemin was tense all over. Although he was being treated by Nishizuku, he still couldn't get over the hurdle in his heart. Shoko and Gojo Naru understood what Nishizuka was doing. Nishizuka was absorbing the Kaido energy that was escaping from Simon's body. Because Shoko's cursed energy was not fully provided, the Kaido energy was not absorbed by Yajayu Simon. It would be a waste to put all the energy on Zaman, so, with the idea that not even a bit of energy could be wasted, Nishizuka directly added the Kaido energy back to Yajayu Zaman. After completely absorbing the power of Kaido, Nishizuka turned into a green light and merged into Iiri Shoko's scabbard again. With the awakening of Yajayu Simon, this incident finally came to an end. Sekigakai CG, Zaman, are you okay? If you are, we will go back and report to the association. Yagamasamichi, Gojo Naru, have you ever thought about going to a technical high school in the future? The teaching in a technical high school is different from the teaching in your family. I think you can give it a try in the future. Nishiyongshu, Lord Simon, I'm very sorry that the information was wrong again this time. Later, I will go to the Yajiu family in person and apologize to Lord Yajiu Yuzuk. Geto Summer Oil, Uncle Simon, I have just subdued the rainbow dragon, and I now have a special grade cursed spirit that I can control, but there is no way for you to avenge me. Chujuyuki, Mura, now that the matter has been resolved, let's hurry back. It's getting late, and it's time to rest. Iiri Shoko, oh, it seems that Hibeo is also in the Gojo family. It won't be a problem if he is a cursed spirit and placed in the Gojo family. Zenin Shinji, Okotsu Yedo is still at Gojo house. We have to go and fetch him and Rokuko. Besides, the other Zanpakuto is also in Okotsu Yedo's hands, right? Gojo Satoru, we have successfully rescued Simon and Geto Suguru this time, so we can call it a day. However, I was not given a chance to attack. Yajiu Simon, thank you all for your support. If it weren't for you, this time, Geto and I might really die in this mission. Afterwards, I will hold a banquet at the Yajiu family, and I hope you will come and enjoy it. Gojo Naru, Departure, Home, Target, Yoroswia. Chapter 189. Picking up Okotsu Yuiga and Rokuro from the Gojo family, Gojo Naru and his group returned to the Yoroswia. Fortunately, the Wanshiwa was built big enough in the beginning, so it doesn't seem crowded at all with so many people inside. In the Yoroswia, Geto Suguru's eyes were always fixed on the two Zanpakuto on Okotsu Yedo. Before this, he had learned from Zenin Jinner that Gojo Naru forged a Zanpakuto, and he also knew that the Zanpakuto forged for him should be in Okotsu Yedo's possession. Of the two Zanpakuto on Okotsu Yedo's waist, one belongs to Okotsu himself, and the other should be his. However, before Gojo Naruto spoke, Geto Suguru himself didn't know what to say. Gojo Satoru saw Geto Suguru's expectation, but he did not speak up for Geto Suguru. Although Geto Suguru gets along very well with him, Gojo Naru is his biological brother. When it comes to matters like this, one has to see what plans Gojo Naru has. In this situation, Gojo Naru once again became the focus of everyone's attention. Of course, Okotsu visitors and Luhu had no idea what was going on. When he saw Geto Suguru staring at the Zanpakuto on his waist, he subconsciously drew out the Kidomaru. Gojo Naruto had said before that this Zanpakuto was made for Geto Suguru, and Okotsu Yuiga had the best relationship with Geto Suguru, so he was also going to hand it over directly to Geto Suguru. However, to the surprise of the Okotsu visitors, Geto Suguru simply waved his hand and refused to accept it. What's going on? Doesn't Geto Suguru know how rare the Zanpakuto is? That's not right. When he was in Hongsing Palace, Xiaoyuja was still very much looking forward to it. Seeing that everyone was looking at Gojo Ming, he also realized that something must have happened in this incident. Thinking of this, Okotsu Yedo silently took back his Zanpakuto Kizumaru. Everything is waiting for Gojo Naru to make the decision himself. After a moment's silence, Gojo Naru walked to Okotsu Yedo in the dark and pulled out the Kizumaru along with its scabbard. This is the Zanpakuto I made for you. His name is Kizumaru. I know you paid a great price to subdue the rainbow dragon this time, but I hope you can realize that before doing anything, you must be prepared to pay the price. I understand what happened this time. If it weren't for you, Yajiu Simon wouldn't have fallen into such a crisis. This has happened to you once before on Mount Fuji. You were there with Yuki, and Rokuro was still in the cursed fetus state. If you had really carried out your plan and let the coral be born inside Mount Fuji, and caused Mount Fuji to erupt, have you ever thought about what kind of damage it would cause? I made this agreement with you not for anything else, but to let you know that before you do anything, you must think carefully about whether the cost of this matter is something you can afford. Gojo Ming's expression was very serious, and the others only then realized the inside story of this incident. Xiaoyuja lowered his head, feeling a little depressed. However, he knew that there was nothing wrong with what Gojo Naruto said. He was indeed just like Gojo Naruto said, doing many things without thinking them through. After this incident, I lost my sense of taste. As long as I think about the incompleteness of my body, I will never forget it, right? Well, go on. Geto Zaiyu looked up subconsciously and saw Gojo Ming had already thrown the Kizumaru towards him. Catching the Zanpakuto Kizumaru, a hint of surprise flashed in Zaiuji's eyes. He didn't expect that Gojo Naruto would just scold him like this. You need to explore the power of Gui Dengwan by yourself. But before that, I want to tell you that Gui Dengwan has no effect on your curse spirit manipulation skills. Kidomaru will improve your own combat ability. It is a combat type Zanpakuto. Gee, I hope you can fully utilize the power of Kizunameru. The curse spirit manipulation technique is extremely powerful, but you still need to improve your physical condition. Gojo Naru's words were deeply engraved in Geto Suguru's mind. Xiaoyujin nodded, indicating that he agreed with this. Without a strong body, he would not be able to withstand the power of the subsequent numerous curse spirits. Without a strong body, he would not be able to make more special curse spirits surrender. Kidomaru. Geto Suguru murmured the name of his Zanpakuto, with a determined look in his eyes. He wanted to become even stronger. Zanpakuto Kidomaru was an opportunity, and the contracted rainbow dragon was also an opportunity. Geto Suguru felt that he was currently on the right track. Thank you, Ming. I will continue to work hard and will not be so reckless in the future. This is what Geto Suguru thought from the bottom of his heart. Although he was a little afraid of Gojo Naruto was really good to him. Gojo Ming nodded. Geto Suguru has great potential. As a future top-grade sorcerer, he will definitely be able to provide himself with enough experience points. Such a high-quality experience pack is probably only inferior to that of Gojo Satoru. According to this, he currently has mastered all the experience and authority of the 3 future top-level sorcerers. Even the father of the 4th greatest special sorcerer has been taken into his possession now. As long as Okotsu Yuta is born in the future, he will definitely bind himself to them as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Gojo Ming looked at Zenin Jinner again. He couldn't remember much about Zenin Jinner's previous love life, and the original book didn't tell him much about it. He was a little worried. Would Fushiguro Megami not be born in this world line because of his intrusion? If Fushiguro Megami is not there, wouldn't it be like there is no heroine in the original work? However, think about it, Kaori Itadori's family is no longer living in Sendai, so the scene where Itadori swallows Sukuna's finger in the future main storyline should not happen in Sendai, right? I wonder if my appearance will cause a butterfly effect? Without Fushiguro Megami and Itadori Yuji, the future world will be much less observable. At this point, Gojo Ming himself didn't know how the future would develop. However, he is ready to influence the world according to his own ideas. If Fushiguro Megami and Itadori Yuji really cannot appear in this world because of me, I can only express my helpless apologies. After all, Gojo Satoru is his only relative in this world. Chapter 190. As long as I am here, Gojo Satoru will definitely not be allowed to fall into such a situation where he would be cut in half in the future. Holding the Zanpakuto Sode Shirayuki and Ryujin Jaka at his waist, Gojo Naru has the confidence to influence and change the world. Not only does he possess the power of his Zanpakuto, he also possesses the power of the system. How could a person like him who has a lot of power not be defeated? After everyone returned to the room to rest, Gojo Ming turned on his own system. Originally, he just wanted to check the status of his Zanpakuto, but, to his surprise, the system panel suddenly froze. What is going on? This was also the first time that Gojo Naru encountered this situation. From the time the system was acquired until now, it has always been in good working order, except for the fact that it collapsed right after it was created, leaving only the Zankenzuki and Zanpakuto forging functions intact. What does it mean now? Is this broken and incomplete system about to collapse? No way. Although I have mastered many skills and forged so many Zanpakuto, I am still not satisfied. Aren't the more Zanpakuto the better? The most important thing is that I haven't learned the way of ghosts yet. The fist slashing and ghost shooting skills are the basic skills of the Grim Reaper. I haven't even unlocked the ghost skills yet. What kind of Grim Reaper am I? Gojo Ming, who was lying on the bed, straightened up and sat up. Under the moonlight outside the window, he began to examine the system panel. After the system panel was stuck for half an hour, Gojo Ming finally re-entered the panel. Seeing that the system could still be turned on, Gojo Ming breathed a sigh of relief. But the next second, he was stunned. Host, Gojo Naru. Age, 6 years old. Zanpakuto, Ryujin Wakabi, Shikai, Sode Shirayuki, Bankai, other Zanpakuto detailed display room. Kendo, proficiency 100%. Boxing, white fight proficiency 100%. Walk, instant step proficiency 88%. ONI, Kido 0% proficiency. Is this your own properties panel? Since Gojo Ming awakened from the system, he has never seen what the attribute panel looks like. I didn't expect that after this freeze, my attribute panel would be directly stuck. This seems to be a good surprise. But then, after glancing at the prompt interface on the side, Gojo Ming was completely stunned. Because, this sentence of scarlet text appeared on the system prompt interface. After testing, the host has met the system repair conditions, the number of Zanpakuto held by 10 people has reached, Bankai has been completed, and the basic skills have been mastered by more than 50%. The system repair process has been started. The estimated repair time is unknown. Please find a safe place with sufficient energy to hibernate. This prompt caught Gojo Ming off guard. Before the system collapsed, Gojo Ming had already guessed whether such a system could be repaired, but at that time he had no clue, so he just regarded it as a guess. Now it seems that my guess at that time has come true. It turns out that the premise for system repair is this, which means that after handing over the Zanpakuto Kidomaru to Geto Suguru, the entire repair condition has been completely met. In this case, the system will start the repair process. But why should I look for a place full of energy to hibernate? The system evolves, so why must it be put into hibernation? What does it mean that the estimated repair time is unknown? It seems like it will take quite a long time to repair this system. 1 month? Or 2 months? Gojo Ming frowned. He suddenly felt that 1 or 2 months was still good. What he feared most was that if it took a year or two to repair, his most precious life would be wasted. Is it possible to interrupt the repair process? Gojo Ming tried to ask the system questions, but the system gave him a very cold answer. Once the repair process is started, it cannot be terminated. Currently, the system repair process has been started. Please find a place with sufficient energy to repair the system. There are 22 hours and 53 minutes left until the energy absorption phase. Please make sure to find a sleeping place before the energy absorption phase begins. If it fails to find the target, the system will absorb the host's energy. The host will be responsible for any consequences. The red text of the system kept flashing, giving Gojo Ming an inexplicable pressure. What will happen if I don't find a suitable location? Gojo Ming asked in a deep voice. There are only 22 hours left, which is not enough time. Brain death, limb mutilation, loss of consciousness, memory loss, etc. may occur. The specific situation will be determined based on the system's energy absorption process. The system's response made Gojo Ming realize the seriousness of this incident. Therefore, the most important thing for Gojo Ming at present is to find a place with sufficient energy that is suitable for repairing the system within 22 hours. Thinking of this, Gojo Ming no longer had time to argue with the system about why it had to be upgraded forcibly. Accidents are everywhere. Gojo Ming knew that his current plan would be disrupted by the accident of system evolution. In the middle of the night, the lights in the Yoroswia were on and everyone was awakened by Gojo Ming. In the middle of the living room, everyone was wearing pajamas, looking at Gojo Naru standing on the kotetsu with puzzled expressions. They had just fallen asleep when they were woken up by Gojo Naruto. They were considered good-natured for not losing their temper. Ming, what happened? Aren't you sleeping in the middle of the night? Why do you have to wake up so many people? Gojo Satoru rubbed his eyes, looking somewhat helpless. Too many things happened today, and Six Eyes had to analyze too many things. He just wanted to have a good rest and really didn't want to be tormented by his own brother like this. However, seeing that everyone had already arrived and only he was late, Gojo Satoru immediately shut up and gave the stage to Gojo Naru. Seeing that everyone was present, Gojo Ming sighed, looked around, and said softly, "In the next period of time, I may fall into a deep sleep." Gojo Satoru raised an eyebrow, not knowing what his brother meant by this. Wasn't it normal for him to fall into a deep sleep at this late hour? Now, I need to find a place full of energy to sleep. I don't know when I will wake up. Gojo Satoru frowned, he felt something was wrong. What does it mean to have an unknown sleeping time? Everyone at the scene had the same thought as Gojo Satoru. What does it mean to have an unknown sleeping time? It may take at least half a year to get started. Chapter 191. Realizing that what Gojo Naru said was not a joke, the scene fell into silence. Everyone's sleepiness had completely disappeared at this time. No one had expected that Gojo Naru would reveal such exaggerated news in the middle of the night. Sleeping, and I don't know how long I will sleep? This kind of thing sounds very unreasonable, but when it happens to a peculiar person like Gojo Naru, there doesn't seem to be the slightest bit of incongruity. At this moment, no one asked Gojo Ming why he said that. Instead, they really thought about what place would meet Gojo Ming's needs and what place would be the place with the energy that Gojo Ming wanted according to what he said. A place filled with energy. According to this situation, the ancestral home of the big three sorcerer families was built in a place full of energy when it was first established. This is why the big three sorcerer families have been able to thrive in the world of sorcery for so long. Every family has such an ancestral land. If Gojo Ming needs such a place, the Gojo family should definitely not be stingy. If it is really necessary, even entering the Zenin family or the Kimo family should not be a problem. With the current power of the Gojo family, it is enough to crush the other two families. Thinking that Gojo Ming was a little embarrassed, Zhenayuan Shen'er touched the scar on his lip, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Gojo Naru was embarrassed to go look for the Zenin family, but he was very embarrassed to do so. Recently, Zenin Shinichi has been looking for himself, looking for an opportunity to return to his Zenin home. However, every time Chan Yuan mentioned such words, he would reject them. There is really nothing to miss about a garbage dump like Zhenayuan's house. Even if he was asked to go back and act as the Chan Yuan family's agent, he had no interest in doing so. After all, no one wants to transform a garbage dump into a luxurious open-air garbage dump. The more luxurious and open-air such a landfill is, the more garbage it will collect and the more people will be disturbed. However, if Gojo Naruto really needs the ancestral land of the Zenin family to sleep now, then he does not mind temporarily becoming the ruler of the Zenin family and clearing a series of obstacles for Gojo Naruto to achieve this goal. Do you need me to help? The Chan Yuan family's ancestral land should be full of energy. Chan Yuan Shen'er's expression was extremely cold, as if he was not talking about anything related to himself, as if he was not talking about the family that gave birth to him. Everyone agreed with Zenin Shen'er's proposal. After all, everyone at the scene was here to revolve around Gojo Naru, and no one among them had any special relationship with the Zenin family. No one cares about the life or death of the Chan Yuan family. Gojo Ming was somewhat tempted when he heard this, but this was just an alternative plan. First, he didn't know whether the ancestral land of the Chan Yuan family met his requirements. Secondly, he had to give priority to safety when choosing a location. If he fell asleep in the Zen temple like this, he was worried that he would never wake up. Moreover, if the energy of the Zenin family's ancestral land is sufficient, the Gojo family should be no less powerful than it. If Gojo Ming were to choose, he would definitely give priority to the Gojo family's ancestral land. After discussing some famous mountains and rivers including Mount Fuji, Gojo Naru probably already had a plan. He must first choose a location that is suitable for the system to sleep, and then make future arrangements based on the amount of time available. Gojo Ming was a little worried. If he slept for too long, everything would be out of control in the future, and that would be too helpless. After Gojo Naru confirmed the location, Kyujuyuki wanted to say something but hesitated. However, when she saw that Gojo Naru had already made the corresponding choice, she finally did not say anything. The moon is at its zenith. Several people from the Yoroswia all went out and followed Gojo Naruto to start selecting the energy-filled places they had previously targeted one by one. Gojo Naru's priority is to return to the Gojo family. Because of the presence of Nishizuku, Gojo Naruto and his group moved very quickly. In a very short time, Nishizuku was already floating above the Gojo family residence. This large light green manta ray was not conspicuous under the cover of night, but it was not completely invisible. After staying above the Gojo family for a while, it was observed by the patrol personnel of the Gojo family. What is that? There is an enemy attack. When a patrolman from the Gojo family saw the giant creature in the sky, his expression changed and cursed power began to emerge from his body. He was not at the Gojo family during the day, so he did not see the existence of Nishizuku. Seeing such a manta ray-like creature at night, my whole body almost froze. However, just as he was about to sound the alarm, another guard beside him stopped him. Don't do anything unnecessary. This is the Shikigami summoned by Master Ming. What? You're not here during the day, so you don't know. This is the Shikigami born from Master Gojo Naruto's Zanpakuto. Although I don't know why Master Gojo Naruto returns to the family mansion at night, we should not meddle in his business. Oh, okay, I understand. The guards of the Gojo family regained their composure and resumed their daily patrols. However, he was still filled with shock in his heart. Young Master Gojo Naruto was simply too omnipotent. This forged Zanpakuto not only had the power to change the celestial phenomena, but could also summon such a powerful Shikigami. He was confident that as long as Gojo Naruto was in the Gojo family, the reputation of the entire Iiri would not fall, and the Gojo family would definitely stand at the pinnacle of the world of sorcery under the leadership of Master Gojo Naruto. Oh, of course, Master Gojo Satoru is also indispensable. Realizing that Gojo Naruto was hovering above the Gojo family residence, the morale of the family guards became even higher. Unfortunately, what they didn't know was that Gojo Naruto, the pillar of the family in their hearts, was about to fall into an unknown sleep due to a system problem. In the future, the Gojo family may have to bear the backlash of not having Gojo Naru and not having the birth of Zanpakuto. If Gojo Satoru doesn't progress fast enough in the future, the situation of the Gojo family may be much worse than it is now. However, at this time, Gojo Ming was no longer able to consider things too thoroughly. Gojo Naruto didn't really care what the future of the Gojo family would be like. After all, even if he fell asleep, the group of friends around him would not leave the Gojo family alone. What's more, my brother will become the most powerful sorcerer of this era, and he has the support of Senbonzakura. Even if knows rope attacks in the future, I'm afraid he won't be able to gain any benefit from the mature Gojo Satoru. Chapter 192. Gojo Ming really didn't have time to pay attention to the future development of the Gojo family. After all, at this moment, above the Gojo family's residence, the system gave him a detection prompt. This location does not meet the system requirements, please search again. This reminder is not good news for Gojo Ming. Originally, in Gojo Ming's opinion, as long as the Gojo family mansion met the system requirements, he would directly choose the Gojo family as his sleeping place. After all, this is the base camp of the Gojo family, and it is also the safest place for him. But, unfortunately, the ancestral home of the Gojo family, one of the big three sorcerer families, cannot satisfy the system's need for a place with abundant energy. Is this okay? Ming. Kyujuyuki looked at Gojo Naru and asked. Gojo Ming fell into silence for such a long time. It was obvious that the energy in the Gojo family was not very ideal. Everyone also looked at Gojo Ming, waiting for his answer. There is no way, the Gojo family can't do it. Gojo Ming's response made everyone around him give up all hope. Then go to Zenayuan's house and have a look. Zenin Shiner spoke coldly, glanced at Iiri Shoko, and gave the order directly. Although Gojo Naruto did not say it directly, Zenin Shinji still clearly felt the importance of this place to Gojo Naruto. Although the Gojo family had been rejected by Gojo Ming, he still wanted to go to the Zenin family to take a look. Forget it, Shino, the Zenin family should be no different from the Gojo family. Gojo Ming wanted to refuse, but Zenin Shinji was very determined. Iiri Shoko also accepted Zenin Shin's order very decisively and directly commanded Nishizuka to fly towards the Zenin family residence. Gojo Naruto did not have any hope for the Zenin family, but the Zenin family and the Kimo family mansion were indeed the only two places he could try in Tokyo. Go to all of them once, and you will have a clear mind. Gojo Naruto let Nishizuka carry everyone to the top of the Zenin family's residence, while he himself was thinking, what place can meet the requirements of the system? Zenin family residence. The moment Nishizuka appeared in the sky, she was discovered by Zenin Niobe. As the strongest sorcerer in the Zenin family, he is extremely sensitive to spell power. As soon as Nishizuka flew into the airspace of the Zenin family, Zenin Naobito had already sounded the alarm to the people of the Zenin family. Throughout the courtyard, the sorcerers of the Zeniyuan family have begun to gather, ready to deal with the impending crisis at any time. When Zenin Niobe saw the huge light green manta ray in the sky, he looked a little dazed. Was the Gojo family going to declare war on the Zenin family? Are you so impatient? Fighting without declaration is a taboo. Even if the Zenin family fails, the Gojo family will be despised in the world of sorcery in the future. Around the Zen temple's Shibiran, members of the Bing organization have gathered at the first opportunity to protect the safety of the family representative. Facing the Raoshiku in the sky, Zenin Shan's expression was very ugly. He was a man who valued his family's honor more than his own life, and was filled with anger at the invasion of the Zenin family by people from the Gojo family. Seeing the manta ray Shikigami floating so arrogantly in the sky, Zeniyuan Shan swung his right hand violently. Knock that monster down from the sky. Zenin Shan pointed at Raoshiku and gave orders to the members of the Bing organization around him. Following a command from Zen Temple Fan, the sorcerers within the Bing organization all mobilized their spells and fired a volley of spells at the Raoshizuku in the sky. The Zen Temple's Shibi people did not try to stop this. He also wanted to see what kind of power the strange Shikigami in the sky had. Was this Shikigami just a mount, or did it also possess powerful power? The power displayed by this Shikigami determines how the Zenin family will treat it in the future. Air supremacy is also extremely important to the Zenin family. Being spied on by such a Shikigami in the middle of the night is a big taboo for maintaining family secrets. However, just as the cursed power of the Bing organization member was about to hit Nishizuku, a black light flashed across the night sky. The shadowy blade light was like a ghost, directly cutting off all the cursed power. None of the cursed energy shot out by Bing organization hit Nishizukuri. Seeing the familiar sword light, the expressions of Zenin Naobito, Zenin Shuji, Zenin Shinichi, and Zenin Shinsuke all changed. This is the power of Huatian Kuangu. Zenin Shinji is actually on this BD? What was Zenin Shinner doing riding his Nishizuku over the Zenin family residence so late at night? The four people had different thoughts in their minds. Zenin Niobe, are you interested in the family? If you really want to gain control of the Zenin family, just come and tell me directly. Why are you here in the middle of the night? Zenin fan, this guy Zenin Shinner actually had the nerve to return to the Zenin family, and even brought other people to the sky above the Zenin family. Zenin Shinner is guilty of snooping into the privacy of the Zenin family. Zenin Shinsuke, Zenin Shinji has always been inseparable from Gojo Naruto, and this Shikigami is the product of Gojo Naruto's forging of his Zanpakuto. Zenin Shinner appears here, so I'm afraid Gojo Naru is also here. Zenin Shinichi, Shinner, have you finally figured it out? Are you ready to take over the Zenin family directly? That's great. In this way, if brothers work together, they can achieve great things. I will definitely help you manage the Chan Yuan family well. Originally, we should be the two of us, the head of the Chan Yuan family. If my father hadn't died early, how could our status be so embarrassing? Shin-er, the experience of being thrown into a cursed pile when I was a child is something I will never forget. Among all people, Zenin Shinichi was extremely excited about meeting Huaishan Kuangwu. This was the first time that Chan Yuan Shenner had directly entered the territory of the Chan Yuan family after leaving the Chan Yuan family. Although it was only in the sky, it was also a declaration of Chan Yuan Shenner's sovereignty. He was looking forward to his brother becoming the ruler of the Zenin family. The Chan Yuan family is a garbage dump, but there are also many valuable garbage hidden in this garbage dump. Since he and his brother were able to grow up in the garbage dump, then this garbage dump should naturally belong to him and his brother. Their days in the Zen temple were extremely hard. Thinking of the scar on the corner of Zen temple Shire's mouth, this is the evidence that Shire was thrown into a house with cursed spirits when he was a child and fought with the cursed spirits. The cruelty and indifference of the Zenayuan family left a deep impression on Zenayuan Shinichi. It's time for the Zenin family to pay the price. Chapter 193. Zen Temple Shinichi was ready to raise the banner of rebellion. However, to his surprise, Chan Yuan Shen'er's attack was indiscriminate. In the sky, Hua Tian Kuanggu's sword flashed, and everyone's shadow under the moonlight appeared as a ghostly figure in the Zen temple. It was just one sword attack. Except for the 4 people of Zenayuan's Hibi who were able to react to Zenayuan Shen'er's attack, all the people in Bing organization fell under Huaishan Kuanggu's sword. Hey, Shen'er, you even attack your own brother. Zen Yuan Chenai blocked Hua Tian Kuanggu's shadow ghost, and then jumped up. He has people in Bing's organization. If they are all defeated indiscriminately, how can he hold high the banner of rebellion? Unfortunately, Chan Yuan Shire ignored his own brother. After using the shadow ghost to clear the surroundings, he turned and looked at Gojo Naruto. His real purpose was to let Gojo Naruto sense whether the energy of the Zenin family was sufficient. As for the 4 people still standing on the ground, the Zen temple didn't care at all. As for his own brother? It's just a simple blood relationship. What Zenayuan Shinichi thinks is his business and has nothing to do with me. Unless Gojo Naruto required it, he had no interest in taking over the Zenin family. The appearance of Chan Yuan Shen'er changed Chan Yuan Shan's expression. The fear of being dominated by Chan Yuan Shen'er and Huaishan Kuanggu emerged in the mind of this acting younger brother of the Chan Yuan family. Although he resisted the attack of the shadow ghost, he still subconsciously took a step back. It's not that he is a coward, but the current Zen temple is really too strong. The most important thing is that, with the help of moonlight, he also saw several other figures on the back of this giant manta ray god. Apart from Chan Yuan Shire, the 2 identical twin figures were also something he would never forget for the rest of his life. Gojo Naru and Gojo Satoru, the 6 children of the Gojo family, were both in the air. In his opinion, was Zenin Jinner getting the support of the Gojo family and preparing to seize power? The moment Zenin's Hibi saw Zenin Shinner attacking, he realized that Zenin Shinner's target was not the Zenin family. The mustache on his face moved slightly and his brows were furrowed. Although Chan Yuan Shen'er's attack just now was swift, he only subdued the members of Bing's organization and did not hurt them. Obviously, Chan Yuan Shen'er just wanted to avoid further attacks from Bing organization. But what does this attack mean? What is Chan Yuan Shen'er's real purpose? Zen Temple's Hibiran couldn't understand why Gojo Naru and his group went through so much trouble in the middle of the night just to find a place to sleep that met the system's requirements. On the back of Nishizuku. Seeing Gojo Ming shaking his head, everyone felt disappointed but also felt it was very reasonable. After all, the location of the Zenin family would not be too different from that of the Gojo family, and as for the Kimo family's mansion, it seems there is no need to even try. Rather than taking the time to go back to Kimo's, try alternative locations around Tokyo. Let's go. Gojo Ming spread his hands towards Zenin Shinner. Since this place did not meet the requirements, there was no need to waste time in Zenin's house. Anyway, he wasn't very interested in the Zen family. As Gojo's voice fell, Nikushizuka began to swing its huge fins and flew towards the next location. Since we don't have to go to the Kimo family residence, the next target is Mount Fuji. Famous mountains and rivers, which gather the essence of heaven and earth, may be able to satisfy Gojo Ming's needs for a deep sleep, but in reality, no one dared to hold too much hope. Seeing the manta ray god in the sky, he left in such a swagger. The 4 Zen temple's Hibi people looked at each other in astonishment, and then looked at the Bing organization members lying on the ground, their faces full of confusion. Is that so? So why did Zenin Jinner and Gojo Naru come to Zenin's house in the middle of the night? Did you come for a drive in the middle of the night because you couldn't sleep? If I saw it right, there is astral plasma on that ray, and the lady of the Iiri family also has the special cursed spirit that Gojo Naru brought from the Hongxing Palace, right? This kind of luxurious lineup is enough to attack a family of sorcerers. Zen Temple Fan was even prepared for a big battle. But everything happened so suddenly. It started suddenly, ended suddenly, and now all that's left is a sense of inexplicable boredom. The entire Zen family was in chaos, and the culprit of all this just disappeared like that. Time passed slowly and the sky in the east began to turn pale. Nishizuku had been flying for a whole night and had visited all the famous mountains and rivers around Tokyo, but Gojo Naruto still hadn't chosen a place with abundant energy that met the system's requirements. There are less than 15 hours left before the system is forced into sleep. If it continues like this, let alone making future plans, if the energy is not sufficient, Gojo Ming feels that the energy required for the system to repair the problem will probably drain him dry. Even if I wake up in the future and become a disabled person, it would all seem too bleak. Seeing Gojo Ming frowning, Zenin Jinner, Gojo Satoru and others also frowned. Under such circumstances, they really couldn't think of any good place to go. Just when everyone was frowning, a gleam of determination flashed in Kyujuyuki's eyes and he came to Gojo Ming's side. Ming, are you only considering whether the energy is full or not whether it is safe? Jujuyuki asked. To be honest, she didn't want to give such a suggestion. After all, in her opinion, Gojo Naruto was too important, and her suggestion was still a bit risky. After all, ordinary people like them have no way of seeing what that person is thinking. Gojo Ming looked up at Jujuyuki in confusion and nodded slightly. Now that it has come to this, he has no choice. Safety must be put aside, and the most critical factor is of course energy. Jujuyuki asked this, could it be that she has a suitable place to recommend? Facing Gojo Naruto's doubtful gaze, Jujuyuki hesitated for a few seconds, opened his cherry lips slightly, and said softly. Ming, have you ever considered going to Hongxing Palace? That's where Lord Tianyuan lives. It's full of energy. Moreover, with a barrier master like Lord Tianyuan, maybe her barrier can help you. If what you care about most is the energy of the place, I think that the Hongxing Palace where Lord Tianyuan is really the most suitable place for you. Chapter 194. Hongxing Palace. Wu Tiaoming raised his eyebrows slightly, his mind moved. Why didn't I think of it before? However, as Yukaiji Kyujoku said, what about my own safety? Gojo Ming felt that Hongxing Palace was the most likely location to meet the system's energy fullness level at present, but what Jujuyuki was considering was indeed a problem. Is it really safe for me to sleep in the Hongxing Palace? In that situation, I would be completely defenseless, and if someone wanted to do something bad to me, I would have no power to resist. Although Tianyuan's role in the entire original work is more of a background existence, Gojo Ming feels that he should not be underestimated in the slightest. After all, he is a being that possesses the art of immortality and has the longest lifespan in the entire world of sorcery. Even though she looks like a soft girl now, she is not someone that Gojo Naruto can underestimate. Just as he was very curious about Tianyuan, Gojo Ming was sure that Tianyuan must be very curious about him as well. If there is a chance to study it, neither Tianyuan nor I will let it go easily. Does that mean that I want Chanyuan Shire to stay by my side and protect me? Gojo Ming felt that this was not feasible. Zenin Shinner was an independent individual with his own ideas. Although they were close friends, he could not tie Zenin Shinner up and force him to stay in Hongxing Palace forever. And considering Chanyuan Shinner's age, we also have to think carefully about Chanyuan Shinner's future love life. In the next few years, Shinner should experience love with Hui Ma. If he had to protect himself and ended up not meeting Hui Ma, or if he died forever, Gojo Naruto would be very reluctant to see that. What's more, I don't know how long it will take to repair the system. 1 month, 2 months, 1 day, or 2 days, this is the best. However, half a year, 1 year, or 2 years is not ruled out. It may even be a longer time. After all, the system has already reminded me to choose a good place to sleep. Gojo Ming had a premonition that if he didn't choose a good address, this place might become his own grave. But no matter what, let's go to Hongxing Palace and take a look. This is the best option at the moment. Otherwise, when Tian Yuan takes Hongxinggong to hide again, Gojo Ming himself may not be able to find Hongxinggong. In this case, I can only wait for death. Yuji, let's go to Hongxing Palace and take a look. As for Tian Yuan, if Hongxing Palace really meets my needs for sleeping, I will try to have a good chat with Tian Yuan. Now that the decision has been made, there is no need to worry too much about everything. Under the command of Gojo Naruto, Nishizoku turned around and flew towards Hongxing Palace. Hongxing Palace was the last place Gojo Naruto could choose. In the world of curse arts, the news that Nishizoku had invaded the Zenin family last night had spread widely. Although it was only the early morning, many small families had already begun to speculate whether the Gojo family was going to go to war with the Zenin family. The Five Family. Gojo Xianjian frowned as he looked at the news brought to him by Gojo Suanyi. Is the Gojo family preparing to go to war with the Zenin family? Gojo Kimo-en had no objection to such a thing. After all, the two families have been mortal enemies for many years. In the history of the Gojo family, there was an experience in which the Gojo family's 6 eyes and the Zenin family's 10 shadow magic users died together. If possible, Gojo Kimo-en wouldn't mind completely removing the Zenin family from the family world of sorcery. However, he felt that such news was not credible. After all, if Gojo Naruto really wanted to go to war with the Zenin family, it would be impossible for him to bypass the Gojo family's representative. Although I am just a substitute for Gojo Naru, based on my understanding of Gojo Naru would never do such a thing for no reason. Of course, this does not mean that Gojo Naru is a good person, but in Gojo Kimo-en's opinion, there is no benefit in going to war with the Zenin family. At present, the best way is to compress the living space of the Zen family in various ways. Because of the existence of Gojo Naruto's Zanpakuto, the Gojo family is considered to have the most critical resources in the entire world of sorcery. As Zenin Shinji left the Zenin family, his power became known to the world of sorcery, and the prestige of the Zenin family became lower. Going to war with the Zenin family at this time would be totally counterproductive. After all, now is not the time to push the Zenin family into a desperate situation. What are Ming and Wu doing now? Have they come back?